Chapter 141. The relatives hiding in the Lord's mansion were trembling. Looking at the terrifying number of monsters outside Xingyu City, they were already pale with fear. It was also their bad luck. They had just arrived in this world, and encountered such a big event as the blood tide. With their strength, they could not even defeat the weakest monster. Now, they could only put all their hopes on the 5 figures on the city wall, as the monster army got closer and closer. But Han Xing was not panicked at all, because just an hour ago, the second batch of lightning towers he built had also been declared completed. Now, there are 23 lightning towers in his territory. The siege crossbows and flame catapults have proved that although these monsters are numerous, they cannot withstand the power of these attack facilities. Not to mention the more powerful lightning towers, and this is also the source of Han Xing's confidence. In fact, with the range of the lightning tower, Han Xing could have completely killed all the monsters from 10,000 meters away. But he recalled the scene of all the corpses falling after he killed the monsters. For a moment, he felt a little pity. You know, these monsters can explode a lot of materials. Among them is even the cursed blood that he urgently needs. So, Han Xing made a bold decision. Wait until the monsters rush to the top of his head and get close to the territory, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. When the mutant army rushed to less than 1,000 meters away from the territory's protective shield, Han Xing still did not move. 2 seconds later, the distance between the monster group and Han Xing was less than 500 meters. Everyone had held their breath. At 300 meters, Han Xing took a look at the surroundings. Most of the monsters nearby were already within the best range. The next moment, Han Xing exhaled lightly and said, "It's time. Let me show you the power of the lightning tower." Zzz. Zzz. The dense sound of electric current came. The next moment, more than 20 lightning towers emitted huge blue beams of destruction, instantly covering the blood-colored mutant army. These beams with powerful electric currents carried terrifying energy, entangled with each other and released. The whole sky seemed to be covered by a terrifying electric net. Crackling, the nearest group of mutant monsters turned directly into ashes under the terrifying electric current. The monsters behind were also instantly charred by electricity. Not only that, Han Xing's second wave of siege crossbows and catapults were also launched at this time. Rumble, flames, and thunder roared, interspersed with huge arrows with explosive lethality. The violent impact even made the entire Sky Island tremble constantly. At this moment, the scene that seemed like a punishment from heaven was deeply imprinted in the hearts of those relatives. When the noise subsided, everyone looked at the sky blankly. At the same time, the bodies of monsters fell from the sky. Han Xing quickly opened the protective shield. The charred bodies of monsters fell into his territory, making a sound like raindrops. The blood-colored torrent that originally covered the sky has disappeared. It was as if it was driven out of the sky by the god who controls thunder and lightning. In the territory, dozens of people stared at this scene blankly, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Even their relatives, who had just arrived in this world, knew clearly what this meant. They had already known how terrible these monsters were in the chat channel. Any mutant could easily kill them in seconds. Even those large teams with thousands or tens of thousands of people were frantically summoning their members to fight against the monsters' attacks. But the man in front of them didn't even move. He almost wiped out tens of thousands of mutant monsters thanks to the powerful buildings in the territory. At this time, they understood what Cheng Jianyong said. There is really no safer place in the world than Han Xing's territory. At this time, they thought of Wen Xinling, who resolutely left, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for her in their hearts. At the same time, they also had an intuitive understanding of Han Xing's ability in their hearts. When the blood-colored curtain covering the sky was torn open, only a few hundred mutant monsters were left on the field. They seemed to be frightened by Han Xing's terrifying firepower, and turned around and fled without hesitation. Han Xing thought for a moment, and did not choose to pursue. When the monster completely disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Shen Yun swallowed his saliva and said in shock, "Too scary. Is this the power of the lightning tower? The range is wide, and the damage is sufficient. At least thousands of monsters will be killed in one wave, not to mention more than 20. My god, if you build one of these things in your territory, it can deal with the monster attacks of this blood tide, right?" Shen Yun was right. If ordinary survivors can build a lightning tower and make reasonable tactics around it, they can completely deal with the impact of this monster tide. Han Xing's more than 20 machines are already full of firepower. However, Han Xing is still not satisfied. No, it's not enough. Although it was easier to fight this time, it was mainly because the levels of these blood-tide monsters were relatively low. Most of them were level 15 or 16. Don't forget, the system prompt said that the next blood-tide monsters will become stronger and stronger. So we still can't take it lightly. Han Xing takes this blood-tide disaster more seriously than anyone else. For this reason, the defense intensity can be exaggerated. He has planned that after this battle, he will start to build a batch of territory buildings without counting the consumption. After hearing this, everyone also felt a little solemn. Han Xing also knew that it was not good to put pressure on them blindly, so he changed his tone and waved his hand and said, "Okay, everyone help me decompose the bodies of these mutants later. I need the materials on them." At this time, everyone looked at the territory again. The originally beautiful Xingyu city was now littered with thousands of charred monster bodies. Some monster corpses had half of their bodies blown off, and some monster corpses had several huge iron arrows stuck in them. It looked a mess. Everyone went down and began to clean up these monster corpses. Decomposition successful. Obtained cursed blood *4. Obtained strange bird eyeball *2. Decomposition successful. Obtained cursed blood *7. Obtained contaminated heart *1. A long list of prompts appeared. After working for more than 10 minutes, everyone finally cleaned up the thousands of monster corpses in the territory. The materials from these monsters were all kinds of things, and no one knew what they were used for. However, what Han Xing needed was only the cursed blood on them. After counting, this wave harvested a total of 14,512 drops of cursed blood. Among them, there were occasionally a few seriously injured and dying monsters that had not yet died struggling to get up. At this time, they would be ruthlessly finished off by Han Xing and others. Han Xing had just exploded the head of a strange bird with an arrow when the system prompt appeared. Killed a strange bird mutant, 2-star ordinary creature, gained 4,500 experience points. These mutants give a lot of experience. But unfortunately, monsters killed by territory buildings do not give experience points. Otherwise, Han Xing could at least soar 1 or 2 levels in this wave. At this time, Shen Yun said with an ugly face, "Brother Xing, Cheng Jianyong, come over here, something is wrong here." Everyone heard that his tone was a little wrong. Han Xing, Su Xiaoyang and others also hurried over. Shen Yun saw them, and slowly exposed his arm. There was a thumb-sized blood hole on it, as if it was attacked by a monster's tentacles. And the skin around the wound had turned blood red, and even had a tendency to spread to the whole body. Han Xing frowned, he seemed to understand something, and asked quickly, "Were you injured by the attack of those mutant monsters?" Shen Yun nodded. "I didn't pay attention when I was decomposing the body just now. I didn't expect that there was still an elite monster that was not dead, and it bit you." On the field, everyone's face changed. Because the system had previously prompted that creatures infected by the blood curse would undergo terrible mutations. Cheng Jianyong asked quickly, "Xiao Yunzi, how do you feel now?" Shen Yun shook his head. "I feel fine, but there is an additional negative state of blood curse on my status bar. In 174 minutes, mutation will occur." 174 minutes. Hearing this number, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this blood curse is not so strong, giving nearly 3 hours of reaction time. Of course, this may also be related to the strength of everyone. Generally, survivors who have just arrived in this world will mutate within less than a minute of being infected. At this time, Shen Yun continued, "But it's a bit troublesome that this state seems to be unable to be cleared by the purification skills of the priesthood." "Can't be cleared?" Cheng Jianyong asked doubtfully. Shen Yun nodded. "I just tried it. With my mental power, I can only extend the blood curse's outbreak time by about half an hour by casting a purification spell on myself. And after reaching the upper limit of 180 minutes, casting a purification spell on myself will have no effect." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even with Shen Yun's mental power, he couldn't remove this curse, which shows how terrible it is. Moreover, Shen Yun was only scratched with a small wound. If a large area of the body is infected by the blood curse, the layers of the blood curse will continue to stack, and the outbreak time will be greatly shortened. However, what they don't know is that the real blood curse is far more terrible than it is now. Even a professional like Shen Yun who has completed the second transformation, as long as he is infected by the blood curse, he will become a terrible monster within 5 minutes. The purification skills of the priesthood have no effect at all, even delaying it. After being cursed, you can only wait to die. All this was thanks to the spirit of the Wild Ranger, who sacrificed his life to deliver the strongest blow and killed the blood curse. Chapter 142. If the Wild Ranger hadn't sniped the evil god's body and weakened the power of the blood curse. Otherwise, after a confrontation, who knows how many people would have turned into that terrible monster. Seeing that there was no solution, For a moment, everyone frowned. Seeing their expressions, Xinyun comforted them. It's okay, at most I can cast a purification spell on myself from time to time, and I can still maintain it. Anyway, in the state of blood curse, only 20% of the attributes are reduced, which just offsets the 20% additional attribute improvement of the system. Xinyun's mentality is quite good. However, everyone's faces are a little ugly. For a curse like this, if a method is not found to completely eliminate it, if you deal with such a monster again in the future, no one dares to say that they can guarantee that they will be unscathed. At that time, even if there is a priest's purification, don't they need to rest? And what's more terrifying is that as the number of injuries increases, the higher the number of layers of blood curse, the shorter the mutation time will be. This is equivalent to telling the survivors in disguise that they must not get hurt when fighting these monsters. However, is this possible? At this time, Han Xing suddenly said, "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the blood curse." After hearing this, everyone looked at him instantly. Han Xing did not explain much. Instead, he walked quickly to the small hillside of the territory to check the more than 200 Aurora aggregators he had built before. It has been almost 4 hours since he built the Aurora aggregator. After the construction was completed, these machines began to automatically collect the sacred Aurora in the sky. Han Xing checked the item information of these Aurora aggregators. 212 Aurora aggregators collected a total of 1,244 Holy Aurora for him. This efficiency is not bad. This is because the group of monsters blocked the sky, causing the collection efficiency of the Aurora aggregator to become slow, otherwise more Holy Aurora could be collected. Han Xing looked at the blueprint column. Blood Curse Anti-Agent Formula. It can remove the negative effects of the blood curse and make the survivors immune to the blood curse status effect within 60 minutes. Materials required for production. Curse Blood *1, Witch Root Grass *1, Holy Aurora *1, Spirit Core *100. Han Xing smiled slightly. As early as when he got this blueprint, he started to make preparations. For this, he has stockpiled quite a lot of materials. The most of them is cursed blood, and he has now harvested nearly 47,641 drops. And the number of Witch Root Grass reserves has also reached more than 20,000 plants. In other words, he can now produce more than 1,000 bottles of blood curse resistance at once. Xinyun is suffering from the blood curse, and the blood tide has completely erupted. So, Han Xing decisively began to mass-produce blood curse resistance. The system prompt appeared. Making blood curse resistance, the production time required is 5 seconds. With the bonus of advanced assembly line technology, the production time has been reduced by 50%. It takes 5 seconds to make one bottle, and more than 1,000 bottles of blood curse resistance will take more than 2 hours. Han Xing still thinks this time is a bit too slow. However, Xinyun is still in the state of erosion of the blood curse, and this state must be relieved as soon as possible. A few minutes later, Han Xing also quickly came to Xinyun and others, and then took out a bottle of dark red potion from his backpack. He did not explain, but threw the potion directly to Xinyun. After seeing the above information, Xinyun was surprised. Blood Curse Antidote. Completely remove the blood curse, and can also be immune for 1 hour. Oh my! Hearing the effect described by Xinyun, everyone was also shocked. You know, what they are most worried about now, in addition to the effect that the blood curse is not removed, is the curse layer that will continue to stack with injuries. And this bottle of antidote that looks like blood can not only completely remove the effect of the blood curse, but also make the survivors immune to the curse for 1 hour. What this represents is self-evident. At the current stage, the most difficult part of those blood-tide monsters is the terrifying number and the blood curse effect they bring. Especially when trapped in a group of monsters. After being besieged by monsters, the more times you are injured, the more layers of blood curse will stack crazily. At this time, even a survivor of Han Xing's level would feel helpless. With this potion, it is equivalent to being completely immune to the blood curse effect for 1 hour. And those blood-tide monsters lost this feature, which is equivalent to losing the most difficult means. They become no different from ordinary monsters of level 15 or 16, or even weaker. If it is a survivor with stronger equipment, he can rush into the monster group and kill them at will. Everyone has seen the value of this bottle of potion. This thing, in this extraordinary period, is more important than the secret medicine of life. Cheng Jianyong asked cautiously, Brother Xing, do you have a lot of this kind of potion? Han Xing shook his head, not much now, but if we continue to make it, we should be able to make tens of thousands of bottles. Hiss. Hearing this number, everyone took a breath of cold air. The value of the blood curse resistance agent needs no further explanation. It is almost equivalent to a life-saving divine object. especially those who have been cursed by the blood. At this time, even if they pay a great price, they are willing to exchange for the resistance in Han Xing's hand. Shen Yun swallowed and said, Brother Xing, now all servers have been merged together, and billions of people are in the same area. In the first wave of blood-tide monsters just now, many people should have been attacked. Do you want to sell a batch of blood curse resistance now? Han Xing thought for a moment and replied, I don't have enough materials now, let's see later. Everyone nodded. Shen Yun was right. The appearance of the first wave of blood-tide monsters took away countless lives. Their islands were invaded one after another, and then collapsed and shattered. At least nearly 1 million people died in the first wave of attacks by the blood-tide monsters. But there were also many teams, like Han Xing and his team, who blocked the impact of the first wave of blood-tide monsters. Although they paid a heavy price, at least they survived. And those survivors who did not encounter the blood-tide monsters were grateful. At this time, a sky island with an area of more than 100,000 square meters was full of various corpses. Some were from monsters, and some were from humans. A man with silver hair, holding a blood-stained golden sword, was fighting a monster full of tentacles. Wow, the sword swung, and a head fell. The other team members also killed the monsters in front of him. When the battle was over, behind him, hundreds of well-equipped survivors were pale and gasping for breath. This man was the leader of Kunlun, Wujie, and hundreds of elite members in his team. As soon as someone warned in the chat channel, Wujie realized that something was wrong. He quickly summoned thousands of people in the team, all gathered in his territory, and merged everyone's Sky Island. But they were also a group of people with bad luck. Not long after the merger, they were attacked by a large-scale mutant army. Faced with the overwhelming monsters, Wujie also responded quickly. He asked all members to quickly gather in the center of the territory, and then moved all the relatives into his primary castle. A primary castle was packed with more than 2,000 people. Although it was a bit crowded, it was an extraordinary period, and there was no other way. In the center of the territory, there were 10 catapults built by Wujie, plus 22 rotating blade launchers. At the current stage, Wujie's strength and background can be seen from the fact that he could build so many attack buildings. And his strategy was to surround these more than 30 attack buildings, attack the reinforcements, and then counterattack. All melee units such as shield knights and warriors stood in front to stop the group of monsters from attacking his territory castle. Other long-range professions stood on the towers or walls of the castle to output or provide support. It must be said that Wujie's reaction ability and strategy were quite correct. Relying on the continuous damage of the rotating blade launcher, the group of blood-tide monsters had to give up the advantage of the sky and rush to the Sky Island to fight the survivors in close combat. The blood-tide monsters could no longer attack other survivors' Sky Islands as easily as they did, but were blocked by Wujie's elite members. After a difficult tug-of-war, relying on the huge lethality of the catapult and the thousands of defense points of the primary castle, they also killed thousands of mutant monsters. Seeing that they could not capture this territory for a while, the mutant army collectively chose to escape. Wujie and others did not suffer much damage, and withstood this wave of impact. For a time, the eyes of hundreds of survivors in the Kunlun team looking at Wujie had become very fanatical, because it was under his command that everyone could so easily resist the impact of the blood tide. Captain Wujie is mighty. You are loyal to Kunlun until death. Captain Wujie, you are my idol. Facing the praise from everyone. However, Wujie still frowned and said, don't take it lightly, clean up the battlefield quickly to prevent the second wave of monster attacks. The team members in the back also looked stern after hearing this. Just then, the beautiful woman who often appeared beside Wujie trotted over. She whispered in Wujie's ear, Mr. Wu, in the previous wave of attacks, many people in the team were hit by several layers of negative states of blood curse. Those with low levels can still hold on for 1 or 2 hours, and those with high levels only have more than 20 minutes left. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, her face was a little pale. She seemed to have been injured by the attack of a mutant, with a long claw mark from the shoulder to the chest. The claw mark tore her collar, and Wujie could see the large area of spring light leaking out when he turned his eyes slightly. But he was not interested in these things now, but frowned. Have you tried the purification spell of the priesthood? Chapter 143. Have you tried the purification of the priesthood? Can it expel the blood curse? Wujie asked. The beautiful woman nodded gently, exhaling like orchids. I have tried, but it cannot be removed, and a purification can only delay it for about 5 minutes. Now we have more than 900 professionals here, among which at least more than 200 brothers are cursed with blood, but there are less than 50 priests. Although we can barely hold on, if this goes on, Everyone can only rely on the purification of the priests to maintain their lives. After hearing this, Wujia felt extremely troubled in his heart, and he glanced at his status bar. Status: Blood Curse 3 layers, all attributes reduced by 20%. After 1 hour and 34 minutes, you will be transformed into a blood slave. In the battle just now, Wujia, as a melee unit, was inevitably injured by the attacks of those monsters. As a negative state, the blood curse is really completely unreasonable. If you are slightly touched by the monster's attacks, your attributes will be reduced by 20%, and it cannot be completely eliminated. Even he has no way. Wujia sighed and said, I know, let the brothers hold on for a while, and then see if there is any other way to solve this curse. I will call more brothers to come. At this time, the more people there are, the greater the possibility of resisting the impact of the blood-tide monsters. After hearing this, the beautiful woman glanced at Wujia with her charming eyes. She nodded gently, and then retreated. At this time, it was not only Kunlun where Wujia was who faced this dilemma. Many people in other large teams also successfully resisted the impact of the first wave of monsters. Of course, there were also many casualties among them. Those who survived had 3 or 4 layers, or even 5 or 6 layers of blood curse. Fortunately, the impact of the first wave of blood-tide monsters was finally resisted by everyone. At this time, there was a lot of wailing in the chat channel. Oh my god! I finally survived? It's so miserable, so miserable. There are nearly 100 people in our team, plus more than 1,000 relatives, but in the end only less than 50 people survived. We also relied on a few catapults to resist the impact of the monsters, but almost half of us died. Those survivors who encountered the blood-tide monsters told their tragic experiences in the chat channel. At this time, a survivor named Yu Weisheng said, Brothers, I can't hold on any longer. My wife and children died in front of me. I watched them turn into those terrible monsters. I was also cursed by blood and will not live long. Now, I am standing at the edge of the territory and will jump down to accompany them soon. I took off all my equipment and put it on the territory. All my belongings are there. The coordinates are 412212, 14522, 55321. If there are brothers nearby, you can go and get them. I hope these things can help you. Goodbye, and I hope you can live better in this world. Hearing this man's heavy speech, everyone in the chat channel comforted him. Brother, don't worry, you have to think about it. You are not the only one who has encountered this situation. It is difficult for everyone now. Yes, be strong, don't give up your life easily. Brother, I'm from the Department of Biology, and I have discovered the secret of longevity in this world. Every time we survivors from Blue Star level up, we will increase our physical strength. This is not a simple enhancement, but more like a direct enhancement of self-strength. Especially the transformation from level 10 to level 11, it seems to have completed a higher level of evolution of life. If we can continue to fight monsters and become stronger, and our cells continue to strengthen, living for 1,000 or 800 years is not a dream. So you must survive. As long as you survive this disaster, you still have hundreds of years of good times. However, the survivor named Yu Weisheng did not seem to see the comforting messages from everyone. After saying that, his avatar dimmed. A sigh sounded in the chat channel. And at this moment, the system prompt appeared again. Survivors, please note that the new expansion pack Blood Tide has been updated. Update 1. The battle merit list is open. Survivors can get corresponding battle merits according to the number of blood-tide monsters killed. Each ordinary monster killed equals 1 battle merit, elite monster equals 10 battle merit, leader monster equals 100 battle merit, lord monster equals 5,000 points. Note: killing monsters above the lord level can obtain 1 human exclusive holy fragment, and each destroyed blood-tide altar can obtain 10 human exclusive holy fragments. Note: holy fragments cannot be traded. After collecting 10,000 pieces of human exclusive holy fragments, you can obtain human exclusive holy. The rewards for this ranking list will be distributed according to the ranking after the victory of the blood-tide battle. If the battle fails, all humans on Blue Star will die. The first update directly shocked billions of people on Blue Star. Since the last Cloud Secret Realm ranking list, a new ranking list has appeared. This time, the merits are awarded based on the blood-tide monsters killed. In addition, they also heard the words exclusive holy objects for the human race. Before this, everyone had only heard of golden legends, orange epics, and even red artifacts. Holy objects. Could they be equipment that is more advanced than artifacts? For a while, I don't know how many people were curious. However, the difficulty of obtaining this holy object is also ridiculously high, requiring 10,000 holy fragments, only one fragment is given for killing one Lord-level creature. In other words, at least 10,000 Lord-level monsters must be killed. Han Xing and others have already experienced the horror of Lord creatures. What's more, there are 10,000 of them. Moreover, the system also prompts that if the battle fails, everyone will die. This shows that the horror of the blood tide is far beyond everyone's imagination. Before they can recover from the shock, the second system prompt appears. Update 2. Merit Store opens. Survivors can go to the Merit Store to exchange rewards for the merits they have earned by killing blood tide monsters. The store includes, but is not limited to, treasure chests of various grades, puppets, territory building blueprints, etc. 100 merits can be exchanged for 1 bronze treasure chest. 1,000 merits can be exchanged for 1 silver treasure chest, and 10,000 merits can be exchanged for 1 gold treasure chest. In addition, there are limited exchangeable Haoyue treasure chests and Sun treasure chests. Note, in this battle, the blood tide monsters killed using territory buildings are also counted as combat merit points. The second update content also shocked everyone to the extreme. Because the rewards of the combat merit point store are really too generous, not only are many kinds of territory building drawings released, but even various treasure chests can be exchanged in batches, at this time, in Han Xing's territory. Chung Jianyong said with a dull face, "Oh my. This reward is really exaggerated. Let's not talk about the gold treasure chest for now. Even the legendary Haoyue treasure chest has been released. This thing seems to be able to open orange equipment, right?" Everyone nodded solemnly. Since entering the Sky Island Paradise, even Han Xing has never come into contact with any Haoyue level treasure chest. And the more advanced Sun treasure chest has never been heard of. You know, the Haoyue treasure chest can already open orange grade epic equipment. What can be opened in this Sun treasure chest? Red grade, artifact. Even Han Xing couldn't help but breathe faster. However, when they opened the War Merit Store, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. So that's it, the Haoyue treasure chest and the Sun treasure chest are limited. I thought everyone would be able to use orange epic equipment next. Chung Jianyong said disappointedly. The Haoyue treasure chest is limited to 5, and each one requires 1 million war merit points. The Sun treasure chest is even more exaggerated. Not only is it limited to 1, but it also requires 100 million war merit points to exchange. How many blood tide monsters do you have to kill? I can't even imagine it. Xinyun smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? You have all orange equipment, and 1 Haoyue treasure chest costs 1 million points. Do you think you can kill so many monsters?" After Xinyun finished speaking, everyone was also stunned. Yes, 1 million war merit points. Even if you only kill the most common blood tide monsters, you need a full 1 million. Even if those monsters stand still and let him chop them, and the weapons are blunted, it is not necessarily possible to chop 1 million war merits. Xinyun continued, "So, if we can exchange for a few gold treasure chests, let's be happy." At this time, Han Xing did not hear what Xinyun said later. Instead, he looked at his war merit points and fell into a long shock. After a moment, Han Xing took a deep breath and said with emotion, "I didn't expect it. This update actually counts the monsters killed by the territory buildings as my war merits." Hearing Han Xing's words, Chung Jianyong and Xinyun also realized something. They all widened their eyes at the same time, looked at Han Xing, and asked tentatively, "Brother Xing, are you saying that those monsters you just killed also gave you military merits?" Han Xing nodded. At this moment, including Zhang Lianming and Su Xiaoyong, they all felt their breath stagnate. Because before that, they witnessed the shocking scene of the Thunder and Lightning Tower and Catapult. They also knew that Han Xing killed a terrifying number of mutant monsters in that wave of blood. Thousands. Or even tens of thousands. My god, how many military merits would be given for so many monsters? How many treasure chests can they be exchanged for? At the same time, Han Xing looked at his own score of 64,122, and the smile on his mouth could hardly be concealed. More than 60,000 points. According to the exchange rate of the War Merit Store, it is equivalent to directly obtaining 6 gold treasure chests. The 5 of them combined have never opened so many gold treasure chests. You know, in the gold treasure chest, you can get all kinds of gold equipment, and even a small probability of getting all kinds of building blueprints, as well as all kinds of scarce materials. Just now, Xinyun was still talking about how difficult it was to get war merit points, but in a blink of an eye, Han Xing turned out tens of thousands of points. It directly stunned everyone. At this time, Chung Jianyong said expectantly, "Brother Xing, do you want to use these tens of thousands of points now? Or change them for something else?" Han Xing thought for a moment, nodded and said, Let me see what else can be exchanged in the store first. Everyone nodded, and the system prompted that in addition to treasure chests, there were also various puppets and building blueprints that could be exchanged. Han Xing took a rough look and found that most of the things that could be exchanged in the War Merit store were some common ordinary blueprints, such as Lord's Hut, Primary Lord's Castle, Catapult, Rotating Blade Launcher, Arrow Tower, Shrapnet Launcher, etc. The War Merit required to exchange these building blueprints is not high, between 10,000 and 30,000. Everyone speculated that this was also released by the system to take care of other survivors and better fight against blood-tied monsters. And Han Xing now has better blueprints, so there is no need to exchange these. Then Han Xing looked at another option to exchange puppets. There are 4 grades of puppets: Iron Armor, Silver Armor, Gold Armor, and Moon Armor. These 4 puppets are similar to the rewards when the ranking list was first opened, but the levels are higher, all between level 20. The new Moon Armor puppet is actually a rare Lord level puppet. Compared to the leader level Golden Armor puppet, the Moon Armor puppet has an additional domain skill. Domain of the Puppet King. The exclusive domain skill of the Moon Armor puppet increases the defense value of all friendly units, including buildings, in the territory by an additional 20%. Note, the status of the same domain skill cannot be superimposed. Looking at the introduction of this domain skill, Han Xing was also shocked for a long time. It is really worthy of being a Lord-level puppet. Not counting its combat power, this domain skill alone is enough to make all survivors excited, including Han Xing himself. Everyone wants to exchange one on the spot, but unfortunately, the Lord-level Moon Armor puppet requires 300,000 combat merit points to exchange, and it is limited to 1. Han Xing can only give up this idea temporarily. Although other grades of puppets are not limited and require fewer points, it takes 50,000 points to exchange for a gold-armored puppet, 10,000 for a silver-armored puppet, and 1,000 for an iron-armored puppet. With his current points, he can exchange for a gold-armored puppet and a few other puppets. But Han Xing thought about it, and felt that the puppets could be put aside for the time being. After all, his current territory defensibility is quite strong, at least enough to deal with general large-scale blood-tied monsters. On the contrary, their own equipment level is a bit low. Because everyone upgraded too quickly, the equipment they wore before could not keep up with their level. So Han Xing said, I will exchange for a few gold treasure chests first. If I can get a few gold equipment, it will be just right to exchange everyone's equipment. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It is not a bad choice to use these 60,000 points to exchange for treasure chests. As long as 1 or 2 pieces of gold equipment can be opened, the attributes can be greatly improved. Everyone also looked at Han Xing expectantly. Han Xing didn't say anything and directly exchanged 6 gold treasure chests in one go. Dang! Dang! 6 gold treasure chests suddenly appeared on the territory, and the bright golden light made everyone unable to open their eyes. This scene was really too shocking. Chapter 144. 6 large golden treasure chests were placed in front of everyone. Han Xing said at this time, Xiaoyang, please help me open the treasure chest. Su Xiaoyang looked at Han Xing in a daze and asked, Ah? Me? Han Xing nodded. Yes, you have always had good luck. See if you can find some golden equipment in it. It is not certain that golden equipment will appear in the golden treasure chest, but the probability is very high. Moreover, the level of the equipment opened in the treasure chest will fluctuate up and down according to the level of the survivors, some high and some low. This floating range is between 1 and 5 levels. Now, Han Xing is level 21, and Su Xiaoyang is level 20. So, it doesn't matter who opens these treasure chests. Everyone also looked at Su Xiaoyang expectantly. Su Xiaoyang nodded, then walked to several golden treasure chests, and opened them all. Dazzling golden light flashed one after another. Looking at the items in the treasure chest, a smile appeared on Su Xiaoyang's delicate face. It's open, brother Han Xing. Su Xiaoyang's tone was full of joy. Seeing her expression, Han Xing knew that the things in the treasure chest should be good. He also walked forward quickly, and put the items in his pocket one by one. System prompts appeared one after another. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest, obtained 12 Hengjin ingots, 7 exciting raw stones, and 1 Yuchong sword, gold. The first treasure chest gave out gold equipment. Everyone is looking forward to the next harvest. Han Xing began to continue to touch it. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest, obtained 11 eternal gold ingots, 2 elemental magnets, 1 winter scale armor, gold. Obtained magic steel pants, gold, *1. Obtained grand mage cloak, gold, *1. Obtained natural code wristband, gold, *1. Obtained Wolf Totem *1, obtained Blood X, Gold, *1. 6 treasure chests, 6 golden equipments were opened. 3 of them are of legendary quality, and 3 are of rare quality, and all of them are of high level. No wonder Su Shuyang's expression is so happy. Everyone has a clear understanding of her little red hand again. Han Xing began to check the properties of these equipment. Among them, Han Xing can equip the winter scale armor and the natural code wristband. He was not polite and equipped them on the spot, greatly improving the defense and other attributes. As for the magic steel trousers, Han Xing gave them to Shen Yun. Now, Shen Yun has 6 gold equipments, almost becoming a gold saint, with amazing defense. The Grand Mage Cloak, as the name suggests, is used by magic professions. This equipment has a legendary special effect that is quite interesting. That is, when casting the fireball spell, there is a 50% probability of releasing 2 fireballs in a row, a 30% probability of releasing 3 fireballs in a row, and a 10% probability of releasing 5 fireballs in a row. Zhang Yiming's magic damage is already high, and a big fireball can kill ordinary monsters of the same level instantly. If the special effect happens to be triggered when casting the big fireball, even a tough guy like Shen Yun may not be able to withstand it. As for the other 2 golden weapons, the fish intestine sword and the blood battle axe, they are the weapons of the swordsman and the berserker respectively, and Cheng Jianyong can also use them. But he has better ones in his hand. The attributes of the level 15 Lionheart Great Sword are even stronger than these level 20 gold equipment. Han Xing directly threw the 2 golden weapons into the consignment channel in exchange for wristbands, necklaces, rings and other equipment of the same quality. As for whether there will be other people to exchange, Han Xing does not need to worry about this. Because next, with the opening of this War Merit Point store, more and more people will accumulate 10,000 points, and then they can exchange them for gold treasure chests. It can be said that the speed at which survivors obtain advanced equipment has been directly increased by many times. Even Han Xing felt that if there were a few more waves of blood-tied monster attacks, he could even directly open a full set of gold equipment. By then, his overall strength would be more than 1 level higher, of course, at this stage, except for himself. No one else has such a terrifying monster-killing efficiency as him. More than 20 lightning towers burst out in one wave. At least tens of thousands of monsters died, among which there were many elite and even leader-level monsters, even Wujia and others. Although there are a lot of attack buildings in their territory, they are still dwarfed by Han Xing. And in order to protect these attack buildings from being destroyed, the best way for others to fight is to pull these monsters to the ground to fight, and then cooperate to beat them to death. However, in this way, their killing efficiency is not so high. One battle wave is about a few thousand points. If it is divided among hundreds of people, it will be even less. So, at the current stage, even those survivors with the most points can only exchange for 1 or 2 silver treasure chests. After dealing with these equipment, Han Xing excitedly stared at a wooden totem-like item in his hand. Just now, when Han Xing was collecting items from the gold treasure chest, he heard a special prompt in the last treasure chest. Get Wolf Totem *1. Han Xing clearly remembered that the key link in building the wolf cavalry camp was to need this thing. He had searched for it several times in the trading channel before, but couldn't find it. Now, it was actually opened by Su Xiaoyang. At this time, he held the small wolf head carving in his hand, and the item attributes appeared on it. Wolf Totem, a special item. With this totem, you can get the recognition of the Wolf Cavalry clan, consume the spirit core, and summon the Wolf Cavalry to fight for you. Han Xing clenched his fist excitedly. With this thing, his own explosive soldier mode can finally be realized. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't wait to come to the hillside below the territory, moved a few pieces of soil, and turned it into a small cave. This is where Han Xing chose to build the Wolf Cavalry camp. Not only can it have a little effect of concealing people's eyes and ears, but the soil on it can also block some damage. Later, Han Xing will build another thorn shield wall around it to protect it. Han Xing came to the cave and clicked on the construction directly. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume materials? Wolf Totem *1, Fine Iron *70, 000, Mithril *2, 000, Power Crystal *100, 000, and build Wolf Cavalry Camp *1? Now that all the materials have been collected, Han Xing directly clicked to build. Wolf Cavalry Camp is being built. The remaining time is 8 hours and 32 minutes. Very good, in 8 hours, I can raise the first Wolf Cavalry team. Han Xing couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. After building the Wolf Cavalry Camp, Han Xing came to the surrounding area of the city wall again, and built catapults and siege crossbows in batches again, and built a circle of thorn shield walls in front of each attack building. After today's battle, he has roughly figured out the defensive capabilities of his territory. It's no problem to deal with tens of thousands of blood-tide monsters. But who would complain about too much of this kind of thing? After all, the system has prompted that the blood-tide monsters will continue to become stronger and more numerous. Han Xing can't wait to build tens of thousands of lightning towers directly on the territory. Only then can he really rest assured. Constructing a flame catapult, the remaining construction time is 3 hours and 12 minutes. Constructing a siege crossbow launcher, the remaining construction time is 2 hours and 27 minutes. Constructing a thorn shield wall, the remaining construction time is 1 hour and 2 minutes. As a large amount of materials are consumed, Han Xing's material reserves are once again at the bottom. Mithril and eternal gold ingots are almost used up again, and there is also refined iron. Alas, it's really spending money like water. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. Last time, tens of thousands of backpacks were sold in exchange for materials worth 4 or 500 million spirit cores. But after these few waves of construction, they have been almost consumed. Han Xing thought for a moment, it seems that I need to sell a batch of things in exchange for some materials. He looked at his inventory. Among the things that can be sold, in addition to more than 2,000 blue backpacks and more than 5,000 purple backpacks, there are more than 700 bottles of cursed blood anti-agent that have been made. Looking at these inventories, Han Xing frowned, and then sighed. It's still not enough. Although he has a way to make money, it takes time to make anything. It can take 1 or 2 seconds at the fastest, or dozens of seconds at the slowest. These equipments are not like territory buildings, which can be built in batches. The progress bars are independent, and the consumption will not be superimposed. However, the progress bars of these equipments can only be made one by one. It takes 1 or 2 hours to make a few hundred bottles of life secret medicine. Therefore, even if Han Xing keeps the production interface open for 24 hours, he can't keep up with the consumption. So, Han Xing can only continue to look through the warehouse to see if there is anything he can sell. This time, he really found a lot. Green bamboo core, black soul grass, gold patterned fruit, etc. are all resource items found on other sky islands. The most among them is the bamboo core of the green heart bamboo, which is actually more than 10,000. These more than 10,000 bamboo cores were collected and sorted by Zhang Lianmeng in his spare time, and then put in Han Xing's warehouse. In addition, Zhang Lianmeng takes care of the territory whenever he has time. After hearing that Han Xing needs a lot of witch root grass, Zhang Lianmeng also collected a lot of witch root grass seeds and started to plant them in batches. However, the growth cycle of witch root grass takes more than a month. Even if bone meal is used to accelerate the ripening, it will take at least a month. Han Xing has also seen Zhang Lianmeng's efforts these days. She really treats Han Xing's work as her own, working hard without complaint. She only needs to be responsible for fighting monsters and expanding the territory. Zhang Lianmeng has never let her worry about these logistical matters. In her heart, she is also very grateful for Zhang Lianmeng's silent efforts. Han Xing clicked on the trading channel and checked the market price of these materials. Items like this that can permanently increase attributes are not cheap. In addition to the green bamboo core that can increase spirit, there are also cow blood fruits that can increase strength, wind leaves that can increase agility, etc. As for the green bamboo core, which can increase spirit, it can also be sold at a price of about 700 spirit cores each. Chapter 145. Han Xing whispered, Emerald bamboo core costs 700 spirit cores per piece. If all are sold, the value is nearly 7 million spirit cores, which is also a considerable income. Then, there is the blue backpack. The current market price has risen a bit. It is probably because of the merger of the zones that the demand has become greater. And my price can also be adjusted up a bit. After all, everyone's level has caught up and there are more resources at hand. For the time being, the price is 60,000 spirit cores per backpack. If all are sold, the value is 100 million or 200 million spirit cores. Thinking of this, Han Xing's eyes lit up. These two things alone are enough for him to make a lot of money. And this is just a small part of Han Xing's inventory. He glanced at another item, the purple backpack reserve. During this period, after his unremitting efforts, he collected strong animal skin materials everywhere and made more than 5,200. This thing is the bulk of Han Xing's assets. Purple backpacks are very rare in the entire trading channel at present. If you want to sell them, you have to price them at least 250,000 spiritual cores each. Although it seems a bit high, there are always some big team leaders who can afford it. So the value is 1.3 billion spiritual cores. In addition, there are more than 10,000 bottles of intermediate life secret medicine and more than 8,000 bottles of wild bear power secret medicine. If you sell all these hoarded things, you can get about 2 billion spiritual cores. You don't know until you calculate. Once you calculate, you will be shocked. Han Xing was only concerned with being a hoarder before, and he never calculated the total value of his assets. When he needed to sell them, he realized how valuable these items were. Good, good, good. After this wave of transactions is completed, there should be no shortage of materials in the short term. Han Xing was excited. At this time, he looked at the production interface again. What is currently being produced is the Cursed Blood Antidote. This potion is also the most urgent item for billions of survivors on Blue Star. If it is to be sold, it is really difficult to set a price. Just when Han Xing was thinking about what price to set. About 100 kilometers away from his territory, there is a huge sky island with an area of more than 100,000 square meters. However, this sky island is now in a mess. This sky island seems to have just been invaded by the blood-tide monster. The territory is full of broken tents and the broken limbs of various creatures. There are thousands of corpses lying on it, some human and some monsters. The blood from these corpses keeps flowing out, dyeing the entire platform blood red. Among the thousands of corpses, a woman covered in blood and with a dull expression climbed up from the pile of corpses. She knelt on the spot and looked around. When she saw the horrible scene like hell, she was immediately filled with fear. After a moment, she seemed to be unable to hold back any longer and began to sob and cry. Woo! Woo! The crying woman was Wen Xinling. Not long after the blood-tide disaster broke out, she and Jiang Heng and others were attacked by mutant monsters. When she saw the monsters rushing at her, Wen Xinling was frightened and fell into a daze. Moreover, her father fainted at that time. Before she could react, she was buried in the mouths of those mutant monsters. Wen Xinling's mother screamed and ran away in panic, pissing and pissing all the way. When the mutant monsters were about to target Wen Xinling, she sensed the danger. In the face of life and death crisis, she actually broke out an amazing survival instinct. Wen Xinling immediately took her mother to the center of the territory, where there were several catapults and a lord's hut. She thought that Jiang Heng and others could stop the monsters. However, she never thought that the hundreds of strong men that Jiang Heng boasted to her were so vulnerable. After a confrontation, I don't know how many people were buried under the tentacles of those mutants. In a panic, Jiang Heng took the remaining team members to the center of the territory and relied on the catapults to fight back. However, the number of monsters was too large, and the offensive was too fierce. Jiang Heng guarded the catapults tightly as his last straw. He had no time to care about anything else. They could only watch those simple camps being destroyed one by one. Then, they watched the families of the survivors being dragged out and buried in the mouths of the blood-tide monsters. With the sacrifice of these people, Jiang Heng continued to control the catapults, throwing huge stones one by one. Although it was just an ordinary catapult, the damage was still sufficient. After a few waves of throwing, hundreds of blood-tide monsters were buried under the huge power of the catapults. The scale of the blood-tide monsters that attacked them was not large, about more than 1,000. The blood-tide monsters seemed to be afraid of the power of the catapults, and gradually retreated. After the battle, the survivors collapsed to the ground. There were more than 1,000 people in the entire territory, but now there are less than 70 or 80 dead. Facing so many corpses, Wen Xinling was completely numb. Her heart was filled with pain, regret, and grief. She kept asking herself why she didn't listen to Cheng Jianyong's words, ignored his advice, and resolutely ran out. Now not only did she not find her brother, but she also killed her father. If it weren't for the amazing power of the catapults in the territory, which killed hundreds of mutant monsters, maybe even she would have died here. Moreover, she knew that she was not out of danger. Those monsters just ran away, and she didn't know when they would come back. For a moment, Wen Xinling felt a great fear in her heart. At this time, she seemed to think of something. Those monsters seemed to be more afraid of catapults. That's right. Catapults. I remember that there are many catapults in Han Xing's territory. With their strength, they will definitely be able to stop these monsters. Wen Xinling seemed to have grabbed the last straw to save her life, and a glimmer of hope reappeared in her eyes. She was about to contact Cheng Jianyong, but her expression suddenly froze, and she stood there in a daze. She still remembered that she said those excessive words to Cheng Jianyong before leaving. If she sought Cheng Jianyong's help at this time, even she would feel ashamed. However, in the face of death, no matter how ashamed she was, she could only try to contact him. Late at night, The moon in the abandoned land of the gods seemed to have been invaded by the blood tide and turned blood red. The blood moon was hanging high, and everyone's heart was shrouded in a sense of uneasiness. Han Xing had just finished counting the resources on hand and was preparing to make a deal. Under the blood moon, a figure walked out of the territory and walked straight towards Han Xing. This person was Cheng Jianyong. Seeing Han Xing, Cheng Jianyong said with a smile, "Brother Xing, why don't you take a break? What are you doing?" Han Xing pointed to the flame catapult next to him and said, "Prepare to build another batch of catapults and lightning towers to strengthen the territory's defense capabilities." "That's great, Brother Xing. Is there anything I can help you with?" Cheng Jianyong said enthusiastically. Han Xing shook his head directly. "No." However, Cheng Jianyong still said enthusiastically, "Are you hungry now, Xing? I go and kill 2 pigs for you and have a midnight snack?" Hearing this guy's speech, Han Xing looked strange and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Cheng Jianyong was stunned for a moment and quickly laughed. "Ah, nothing. If there is nothing, you will be so attentive?" Cheng Jianyong smiled. "It's really nothing, I just came to take a look." "Xing brother, you go ahead. I go out and see if there are any monsters for me to kill, and I be back soon." Han Xing frowned and asked, "Where are you going so late? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by monsters?" "Of course I'm afraid," Cheng Jianyong replied, "but I'm just going to walk around nearby. I want to make the most of my time to practice leveling, and I be back soon." Han Xing looked at him seriously. Cheng Jianyong felt guilty when he looked at him. After a moment, Han Xing directly exposed it. "Is it because of Wenxinling?" Cheng Jianyong was stunned for a moment, and he was about to deny it. But after thinking about it, he knew that he couldn't hide it from Han Xing. So he could only smile bitterly and nodded and said, "Yes." Brother Xing hearing this guy admit it, Han Xing nodded, thinking that it was true. Cheng Jianyong said helplessly, "Lingling was attacked by the blood tide monsters, and Jiang Heng's more than 1,000 people were almost all killed. And her father also died in the monster invasion. She just sent me a message crying, saying that the monsters flew away not long ago and might come back soon. She also said that she regretted not listening to me at the time and hoped that I could go and save her." "I sigh." Cheng Jianyong sighed. Han Xing still didn't reply. At this time, Cheng Jianyong continued, "Brother Xing, Lingling and I have been married for so many years. Although she is a little bit stubborn, she doesn't have any bad intentions. This time, she has also tasted enough lessons outside, and she will definitely not be so arrogant in the future. Yuan is still young, and I don't want her to lose her mother at such a young age." Cheng Jianyong looked at Han Xing expectantly, with a bit of pleading in his eyes. After a moment, Han Xing nodded, "I know you go." Hearing this answer, Cheng Jianyong was overjoyed and immediately said, "Thank you, Brother Xing. Without further delay, I will go out now, and it will take about 2 hours to go back and forth. By the way, don't tell Shen Yuan and the others." After that, Cheng Jianyong picked up his weapon and prepared to leave. But at this time, Han Xing stopped him. Han Xing shook his head and said, "There are blood monsters everywhere outside now. Although there are a few catapults and siege crossbows in your territory, they are still a little short. If you encounter a blood monster, you can't handle it. I go with you." Cheng Jianyong was shocked and refused repeatedly, "Brother Xing, that won't work. You still have to take charge of the situation here. No matter who is gone, you can't be gone. I go by myself." Chapter 146. Cheng Jianyong insisted on going alone. However, Han Xing smiled and said, "Who told you that only the 2 of us would go?" Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion, "Brother Xing, what do you mean?" Han Xing pointed to the ground. "Don't forget, we are on a sky island. Even if we build Xingyu City, it is not impossible to move." Cheng Jianyong was stunned. Since Han Xing built the city, the sky island has become larger and larger, and it has not moved much recently. He subconsciously thought that the city could only stay where it was. After Han Xing reminded him, Cheng Jianyong remembered that the city under their feet was a sky city. It is a sky island that can move freely like airplanes and yachts, and this is also the advantage of them as survivors. Ignoring Cheng Jianyong, who was still in a daze. The next moment, Han Xing controlled the huge sky city to move slowly forward. Issued that the sky island was moving. Shen Yun, Zhang Lianmeng and others also came out quickly with weapons. Han Xing briefly explained the situation to everyone, and everyone nodded. After all, here, as long as Han Xing agrees, no one else present will have any objections. Sky Island slowly moved forward. On the way, the system prompted them to automatically enter the regional chat channel. It seems that many survivors nearby have also been attacked by blood-tide monsters. The chat channel was full of cries for help and voices seeking to form a team. Among them, a team called Bath City was calling on the survivors in this area to gather with them and announce their coordinates. At this time, a survivor named Majiko said, "Brothers, Bath City is recruiting a large number of people. There are hundreds of skilled technicians to serve you. 23 VIP privileges, 17 supreme seats. Come to the bathing city and enjoy a wonderful life." In the local chat channel, everyone was shocked by the recruitment advertisement of the bathing city. This is the first time they have seen such a fresh and refined way of recruiting people. At this time, a survivor named Wei coughed twice in the local channel. Wei said speechlessly, "I'm sorry, everyone, the above is our bathing city leader. He will make mistakes from time to time. I hope everyone will forgive me." I translate it for you. What he means is that there are more than 400 survivors above level 15 in our bathing city, and the territory is huge. There are also 23 arrow towers and 17 catapults, and the defense ability is very strong. Just a while ago, we have repelled a large-scale blood-tide monster attack. If you are willing to join us, you can sign a lord contract with us, and our bathing city will also provide shelter for you and your relatives. Hearing Wei's explanation, the survivors in this area were also stunned. When they heard that the bathing city team had more than a dozen catapults and more than 20 arrow towers, they were even more surprised. After all, at the current stage, having so many territory buildings not only demonstrates their strength, but also shows the security of the bathing city team's territory. For a moment, many people showed a yearning look in their eyes. However, at this time, Wei continued. "Here I want to remind you what signing the Lord contract means. This means that you have to hand over all the resources in your hands to the bathing city, including your territory. And 40% of the resources obtained in the future will also belong to us, and we will also make unified distribution according to the situation. After all, if we want to resist the blood-tide monsters, we can only build more catapults and other buildings. As for how to choose, whether you are willing or not, it depends on you." After listening to Wei's translation, everyone was silent for a while. This condition cannot be said to be excessive. Although signing the Lord contract is equivalent to signing a contract to sell oneself. But the other party also clearly stated that they need the resources in their hands to build more territory buildings. At this time, the survivors who had no confidence in resisting the blood-tide monsters were tempted. As mentioned before, although signing the Lord contract is equivalent to losing freedom, but compared with life, it is still not worth mentioning. For a while, a large number of survivors approached the territory where the bathing city was located. Han Xing took a look. The bathing city was not far from them, and it would only take 20 minutes if they moved at full speed. However, with their strength, they did not need to join other people's teams at all. At this time, Shen Yun couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect that someone would know how to use this opportunity to recruit people so quickly, and it's still in the mode of signing a Lord contract. If they really let them do this model, the size of the bathing city is estimated to increase several times in a short period of time." Chung Jianyong asked doubtfully, "Xiao Yunzi, what's the use of these teams no matter how big they are? Don't they also have to spend time and resources to ensure the safety of these survivors and their relatives?" Shen Yun explained, "The initial investment is only temporary. You should know that the humans from our blue star, regardless of gender, age or status, all have panels, and can level up by killing monsters. The bathing city now accepts these relatives, and provides them with shelter as a condition. Next, as long as we get through this crisis, let these relatives develop slowly, and after their levels are raised, we can continue to create value for them." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and after Shen reminded them, they remembered. The second batch of people who entered this world now look weak, because they have not developed. When their levels can't keep up, they can also fight. In the future, so many people will contribute to a team and hand in 40% of their resource income when fighting. Even if it is only 1 or 2 years, it will be a very scary number. At this time, Chung Jianyong asked, "By the way, didn't Brother Xing say that he wanted to build a city? Should we also recruit a group of people?" Everyone looked at Han Xing together. After hearing this, Han Xing shook his head directly. "No, my development path is different from theirs. I don't need to recruit a large number of people, but I can still harvest a lot of resources." Hearing Han Xing's answer, Shen Yun was also stunned. Yes, Han Xing's methods are actually far beyond their imagination. Being able to get so many resources in the early stage is enough to prove his strength. Chung Jianyong also nodded and stopped talking about it. The Sky Island continued to move forward. After more than 10 minutes, Han Xing's face suddenly condensed, and he quickly drew his weapon. Because in front of them, a small wave of blood-tide monsters appeared, about 200 or 300. At this time, this group of blood-tide monsters was attacking a survivor's sky island. The area of the island was not very large, only a few thousand square meters. Han Xing's eyesight was very good now, and he could see the battle situation on the island from a few kilometers away. There were hundreds of corpses on the open ground. Some of them were human, and some were monsters. At this time, there were only 7 or 8 survivors left on the territory, and they were fighting the final offensive and defensive battle around a lord's hut. However, their eyes revealed deep despair and fear. Most of the teammates died, and the defense value of the lord's hut also fell like water. It was about to collapse. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Shaoan looked at Han Xing at the same time. Everyone also knew that Han Xing was not the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. But watching those people die was still a bit unbearable. Zhang Lianmeng asked tentatively, Xing brother, can we save them? After Zhang Lianmeng finished speaking, everyone looked at Han Xing together, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Han Xing nodded, okay. Seeing him agree, not only Zhang Lianmeng, but others also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, even if they didn't say it, Han Xing would have taken action. This is not a saintly thing. Because for him, hundreds of mutant monsters can really be killed at will, and most it will cost some huge crossbow arrows. Saving others is just a piece of cake without infringing on your own interests. In addition, there is now a war merit store. Killing these monsters can also gain war merit in exchange for rewards, so why not do it? The next moment, he controlled hundreds of siege crossbow arrow launchers on the territory interface. 500 huge crossbow arrows were fired in a volley. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air came one after another. 200 or 300 mutant monsters were surrounding the Lord's hut at this time. Suddenly, the group of monsters felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind. Before they could react, the huge crossbow arrows turned into a rain of arrows and shot towards them. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the mutant monsters were pierced through the body by the crossbow arrows and died on the spot. In one wave, at least more than 200 mutant monsters were killed. Those mutant monsters suffered heavy damage and suddenly panicked and flew into the sky. In the Lord's hut, the remaining few survivors looked blank, as if they didn't know why these monsters suddenly died. And when they saw the huge island in the distance, they were overjoyed. They realized that someone came to save them. At this time, Han Xing also received a system prompt. Killed blood-tide monsters *243, and obtained 257 points of military merit. More than 200 military merits, not bad. The rescued survivors were excited, and seemed to want to talk to Han Xing. The Sky Island slowly approached them. But Han Xing was in a hurry, so he just waved to them as a greeting. Then, he directly controlled the Sky Island to move to the side. The group of survivors looked at each other blankly. At this time, a male swordsman said with some surprise, he actually left directly. He didn't even give us a chance to thank him. Others were also puzzled. Maybe this master doesn't want to be too high profile, or maybe he doesn't care whether we thank him or not. A male knight next to him said. After hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly and shook their heads. But anyway, they survived. At this time, they looked at Han Xing's huge sky island curiously as it gradually went away, and said in shock. It's really outrageous. This is the first time I've seen such a huge sky island, which is actually divided into dozens of floors. Compared with the sky island, ours is just a few pieces of broken land. Other survivors also sighed. Yes, this sky island is not only well built, I seem to have seen a city on it. I also saw it. There are a large number of red catapults in that city, and there are hundreds of things with huge crossbows inserted, which almost surround the city wall. After this person finished speaking, there was a sound of sucking in cold air. You know, at this stage, even a large team like the bathing city only has a dozen catapults. And hundreds of catapults, plus a larger number of huge crossbow launchers. What it represents is self-evident. Too scary. I really don't know where this great god came from. Everyone was confused and shocked. Ignoring these people's speculations, Han Xing's Sky Island continued to move forward. Along the way, Han Xing encountered 2 or 3 sporadic blood-tide monster attacks on survivors. And Han Xing would also deal with these monsters. For a while, many people in this area got the news. There is an extremely large sky island nearby, and there are many powerful attack equipment on it to save the survivors from danger. And the survivors who are fighting the blood-tide monsters have a look of hope in their eyes. Another half an hour later, Han Xing also rescued many survivors along the way. However, they were still about 10 kilometers away from the coordinates given by Wen Xinling. At this time, on Jiang Heng's territory, there were a few distraught survivors standing there. Wen Xinling, Jiang Heng, and several other survivors were standing in the territory in a mess. They didn't know that Wen Xinling had contacted Cheng Jianyong. At this time, Jiang Heng was looking at his status bar with a bloodless face, which had 4 layers of blood curse. The system prompted that he would mutate in the last half an hour. At this time, he would never have thought that 2 hours ago, he was still the glorious leader of Jiangmen. He had 100 responses under his command. A blood-tide monster attack almost wiped out his hard-earned fortune, and his team members were almost wiped out. After paying a huge sacrifice, he finally survived, but the system told him that he had been cursed by blood and would not live long. Jiang Heng stared at the wound on his body blankly, and then looked at Wen Xinling, who was numb beside him. He suddenly asked, "Are you cursed by blood?" Wen Xinling looked at him blankly, and after a moment, shook her head. But Jiang Heng noticed that the woman looked at him with a trace of resentment and anger. This immediately made him angry. He fought desperately in the front. Why was this woman not hurt at all? He rushed over, grabbed Wen Xinling's hair and cursed, "Stinky woman! Who allowed you to look at me like this?" Wen Xinling still stared at him unconvinced, her chest heaving violently. If this man hadn't deceived her, her father wouldn't have died. Wen Xinling hated Jiang Heng in her heart. Jiang Heng saw Wen Xinling's stubborn look. "Oh, you have a temper." He grabbed Wen Xinling's neck and lifted her up with one hand. Wen Xinling was lifted up in the air, like a goose with its neck pinched, almost suffocated, and at this moment, the blood-tide monsters in the sky came back. When they saw a few scattered survivors in Jiang Heng's territory, thousands of blood-tide monsters pounced on them. In the horrified looks of Jiang Heng, Wen Xinling and others, the Sky Island was directly submerged. Before everyone could react, all the survivors on the Sky Island were swallowed up. Wen Xinling, Jiang Heng, dead? Chapter 147. From a distance, everyone saw the territory being engulfed by the blood-tide monsters. Cheng Jianyong stood there blankly, and after a moment, a trace of grief flashed in his eyes. When the blood tide dissipated, the Sky Island also collapsed into pieces in the air. Everyone looked at Cheng Jianyong. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Let's go, Brother Xing." Han Xing glanced at him and nodded. Then he controlled the Sky Island to move forward. On the road, Han Xing looked at everyone and said, "It's still early now, and those blood-tide monsters don't know when they will erupt again on a large scale. Take this opportunity to brush more military merits at night, and then if we encounter monster Sky Islands on the road, we will also explore them by the way." Everyone nodded, and no one had any objections to Han Xing's decision. Moreover, they really had to seize the time to improve their strength. Under the blood moon, a huge Sky Island was moving at a constant speed. From time to time, you can see groups of mutant monsters flying in the sky. But compared to the number of monsters that broke out at the beginning, there are still many fewer. Han Xing didn't know why. He only knew that in his eyes, these monsters were piles of military merits. They can be exchanged for gold armor and moon armor puppets, as well as rewards for treasure chests of various grades. Therefore, he has always maintained a considerable enthusiasm for killing these blood-tide monsters. Along the way, Han Xing saw a group of monsters, either with a catapult bombing or a siege crossbow arrows. At the same time, his military merits began to increase at a terrifying speed. 473 blood-tide mutants, ordinary level, killed. 3 blood-tide mutants, elite level, killed. 503 combat merits obtained. 512 blood-tide mutants, ordinary level, killed. 7 blood-tide mutants, elite level, killed. 1 blood-tide mutant, leader level, killed. 692 combat merits obtained. At the current stage, the levels of these blood-tide monsters are not very high. In any round, at least hundreds of monsters died. In less than an hour, Han Xing's war merit points increased by more than 5,000 points again. Unfortunately, compared with the first wave of tens of thousands of blood-tide monsters attacking him, this increase rate seems much slower. But compared with others, Han Xing's war merit acquisition speed is still like a rocket, but because the war merit list has not been updated yet, the ranking cannot be seen. Otherwise, based on the number of monsters killed by Han Xing, not to mention the top 3 are estimated to be stable. You know, this is a list of billions of people after the merger of all humans on Blue Star. It is already an exaggerated thing to be able to be in the top 3. However, these blood-tide monsters were killed by Han Xing's territory buildings, and the war merits obtained belong to him alone. But everyone had no objection. For them, it doesn't matter whether the things in the War Merit store are exchanged or not, because the equipment in the treasure box exchanged by Han Xing is also distributed on demand. As Han Xing swept the way, hunting down the blood monsters, everyone couldn't help but look at the man on the wall again. When billions of people were threatened by the blood monsters, they were scared all day long. He could easily resolve the crisis and take the initiative to hunt these monsters. If this information is made public, I don't know how many people will rush here frantically, begging to join Han Xing's territory. Sky Island crushed all the way. At this time, Han Xing seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, "By the way, there is something I want to say. Next, if we encounter a small-scale blood monster again, I will not use those attack equipment to kill it. I plan to lure these monsters to the territory and solve them ourselves." Shen Yun asked in confusion, "Brother Xing, do you mean that we should fight these monsters ourselves?" Han Xing nodded. "During the blood tide, we cannot enter the cloud secret realm, and monsters killed by catapults do not give experience. If we want to upgrade quickly, we can only do it ourselves. And the number of blood tide monsters is so large that if we can really keep the pace, the upgrade speed will not be slower than when the cloud secret realm was opened." After a pause, Han Xing continued, "But you don't have to worry. The most difficult part of these blood tide monsters is the blood curse. And I still have a lot of blood curse resistance in my hand, which is equivalent to completely ignoring this method. These monsters are just ordinary monsters in our eyes." After listening to Han Xing's analysis, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, although the blood tide is terrible, it also contains huge opportunities. If it were normal times, where would they find so many low-level monsters? In addition, the 5 of them were all strong men who had completed the second transformation. It was too easy to deal with these monsters of more than 10 levels. As soon as he finished speaking, a large wave of monsters was discovered in the night sky ahead, about 1,000 of them. This time, Han Xing did not use catapults to bomb, but led everyone to the open space below Xingyu City. Han Xing planned to use this place as their main battlefield. In order to prevent those monsters from rushing into Xingyu City to attack everyone's relatives during the battle, Han Xing asked them all to enter the city lord's mansion, and gave orders to the thousands of siege crossbows and hundreds of catapults on the city wall. Any monsters that approached the 200-meter range of Xingyu City were directly bombarded and killed. After making these preparations, Han Xing took the initiative to remove the protective shield. In the sky, the group of blood-tide monsters with twisted limbs saw Han Xing and others, and instantly turned their sights and rushed over like a tide. The figures of the blood-tide monsters were getting closer and closer. This time, they were ready to kill these monsters by themselves. Although they were confident in their own strength, they still felt some pressure in their hearts when facing opponents that were dozens of times stronger than themselves. When the monsters appeared above everyone's heads, the 5 people drank a bottle of blood curse resistance at the same time. The next moment, Han Xing said directly, "Attack!" The weapons in the hands of the 5 people all burst into strong light. First, a blue electric light appeared above their heads, and the next moment, bursts of arc lightning poured down on the heads of these monsters like a rainstorm. Boom! At least 200 or 300 monsters were enveloped by lightning, and their bodies were twitching. This skill was a new group attack skill that Zhang Yimeng learned after completing the second transformation. Thunder Baptism. Its effect is to create a huge thundercloud, causing 3 waves of devastating blows to the enemies below. With Zhang Yimeng's super high magic damage, all the more than 300 monsters were killed in an instant. For a while, the kill information began to fill the screen. Su Xiaoyan was not to be outdone. She suddenly took a few steps back, and then jumped several meters high. In the air, her graceful figure actually stopped. The next moment, the bowstring was pulled. A rich green light gathered in the arrows, and shot out suddenly. In the blank eyes of the monsters, waves of arrows with terrible penetrating power fell from their heads again. Crash! 5 waves in a row, nearly 200 monsters died. This skill is also a new group attack skill that Su Xiaoyan obtained after completing the second transformation. Arrow rain in the air. On the side, Cheng Jianyong seemed to have recovered from his grief. He slowly raised the Lionheart great sword in his hand. The next moment, a burst of light flashed across the sky in the distance. Everyone saw that an invisible giant sword fell from the sky, and with the momentum of cutting off everything, it passed through the monster group at a high speed. Sky Sword. Summon a sword phantom in the air, causing 222% damage to the enemy, with a maximum attack distance of 400 meters. Puff puff puff. In a moment, dozens of monsters were killed again, and their limbs and arms flew everywhere. The three of them killed hundreds of monsters in the first wave of attack. Oh my god! I'm so strong! Chung Jianyong returned to his original state and said excitedly. Although this guy killed the least monsters, he was more excited than anyone else. Han Xing and Shen Yun also smiled at each other, and they were used to this guy's pride. At this time, most of the monsters were cleared, but there were still more monsters rushing towards them. Shen Yun directly threw 2 blessings to Han Xing in a row. Then he put on an angel protection for himself, turned around and raised his shield, and prepared to resist the attack of the monsters with his own strength. At this time, Han Xing had 2 blessings added to his body, and he could feel that his attributes were growing rapidly. Then, he directly pulled the bowstring. In his right hand, a flaming arrow appeared. When Han Xing shot out the flaming arrow in his hand. The next moment, everyone's eyes suddenly turned red. Boom, after a violent explosion. It was like a missile exploded in front of everyone, and there were buzzing sounds in their ears. The next moment, a huge mushroom cloud with a diameter of more than 60 meters rose violently. The sky-high air wave blew everyone's hair wildly. Even Xingyu City in the distance felt the impact of this heat wave. When the flames dissipated, hundreds of charred monster corpses fell to the ground in front of them. Some monster corpses were directly vaporized in the explosion just now. Shen Yun, who was in the center of the explosion, turned around and asked in a trembling voice, "Xing, Brother Xing, what skill is this?" At this time, Shen Yun's eyes were filled with fear. Because, when Han Xing released his skill just now, he was also covered in it. He believed that if the system had not had the function of teammates being immune to damage, even he himself might have died in the explosion just now. Han Xing posted the skill information of the explosive arrow. Explosive arrow. Instantly condense a ball of fire elemental power, converge at the tip of the arrow, and cause explosive damage to the enemy within a range of agility *0.1 meters, with a damage coefficient of 233% of attack power, and a cooldown time of 15 seconds. This was also the first time he used this skill after completing the second transformation. Unexpectedly, the effect was far beyond his expectations. The main reason was that the killing range was too exaggerated. More than 60 meters in diameter, Han Xing's own agility was 475 points, and after changing 2 pieces of gold equipment, it had reached 534 points. After the bonus of honor blessing, it reached 657 points. Therefore, there was such an exaggerated visual effect. Chapter 148. Looking at the terrifying effect caused by the explosive arrow. Even Chung Jianyong was complaining on the side. Oh my god, this is not the Wild Ranger, this is the Nuclear Arrow Fairy. If Brother Xing's agility continues to improve, won't he destroy the planet with one arrow? Everyone also realized the horror. At this time, Shen Yun reminded, and don't forget that Brother Xing's other skill, the Falling Star Arrow Rain, is also related to agility. After this reminder, Chung Jianyong seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. One day in the future, if Han Xing's agility attribute is improved to a terrifying height, maybe he can really achieve the effect of exploding a star with one arrow. The Wild Ranger profession has a very high growth potential and is also very terrifying. After the 5 people used this wave of skills, nearly 80% of the thousands of monsters were destroyed. The remaining 100 or 200 blood-tied monsters also fled in panic. However, under the firepower of the 3 ranged units on the field, how could they escape? When all these thousands of monsters were destroyed, everyone had the same feeling at this moment. That was ease. Incomparable ease. More than 1,000 blood-tied monsters were enough to wipe out a well-equipped survivor team. Under the 5 people's skills, most of them were killed directly. Of course, this was also related to the low level of these monsters. In addition, Han Xing and others had high-quality equipment and level suppression, so they directly crushed them. The experience of thousands of monsters made the experience bars of the 5 people soar. At this time, Han Xing noticed that a burst of white light rose from the coal ball next to him. Han Xing was delighted. This little guy finally reached level 20. Because the pet only gets 80% of Han Xing's experience points, Coal Ball's level has always been lower than Han Xing's. Now, it has finally broken through level 20 and become a 3-star creature. But this time, Coal Ball did not activate new skills. The system did not prompt him. Although Han Xing felt a little regretful, he was already content. After all, Coal Ball is strong enough now. The 8 skills currently activated are all amazing. In addition, after reaching level 20, Coal Ball's attribute panel has skyrocketed again. Han Xing is now level 21. After 4 gold equipment and 1 orange equipment, The agility attribute has barely reached 534 points. And Cold Ball's agility attribute has now reached 712 points. What is the concept? You know, even in the War Merit store, the physique of the Moon Armor Puppet has just reached 750 points. That's a Lord-level creature. The strongest attribute of Cold Ball is even comparable to that of Lord creatures of the same level. Of course, other attributes are incomparable. Even Cold Ball's highest strength has just exceeded 400 points. This development can be said to be a very extreme agile creature. After cleaning up the harvest of this battle, Sky Island continued to move forward, looking for other smaller blood-tide monsters. Next, they encountered about 2 or 3 waves of monsters, not many in number, ranging from a few hundred to 1 or 2,000. The 5 people followed the same method, first luring the blood-tide monsters to the territory of Sky Island, and then focusing fire with a wave of ranged skills. Han Xing's explosive fire arrow has only a 15-second cooldown time, with sufficient damage and a wide range, which is simply a magical skill for killing monsters. Although it is a little slower than using a catapult to crush it, the people don't mind a little bit of time. 2 hours later, it was late at night. Han Xing exhaled lightly and said, "Okay, everyone has worked hard today, go back and rest." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Too many things happened today, and they were fighting all night, so they were really tired. Han Xing was just about to raise the territory protection shield, but suddenly saw another wave of blood-tide monsters appear not far ahead. However, their target was not themselves, but a small sky island where the survivors were. The sky island was also not large, just over 10,000 square meters. The owner of the territory did not seem to be strong. After some casualties, there were only the last 7 or 8 survivors left, guarding a territory castle and making the final resistance. At this time, Zhang Lianming, Su Xiaoang and others also saw the movement not far away. Then, they looked at Han Xing at the same time, watching eagerly. Noticing the expectant look in the eyes of the two, Han Xing also nodded. "Since we have seen it, let's rescue it by the way." For them, it doesn't take much time at all. The next moment, the huge island slowly approached. When it was still a few kilometers away from the survivors' island, Han Xing directly controlled the huge crossbow and fired a volley. Crash! The blood-tide monsters that surrounded the Lord's castle were destroyed in an instant. In the Lord's castle, the eyes of the female survivors were blank. They didn't look old, their faces were pure, and there was a little fear in their eyes. Before they could react, they suddenly saw the scene of hundreds of monsters being killed directly. At this time, they realized that someone came to save them. The blood-tide monsters were suddenly hit hard, and the remaining monsters flew into the air to escape immediately. Han Xing led his 4 team members, and slowly came to the edge of the territory. Generally speaking, Han Xing was not prepared to contact these people. After rescuing them, he would just leave directly. However, Han Xing accidentally noticed that his spare crossbow arrows for siege were almost insufficient. He had made tens of thousands of these things before. I thought they could be used for a long time, but because of too many and too frequent battles recently, the huge crossbow arrows began to be consumed in large quantities. Although he recovered some of them, but more of them disappeared in the air because they were shot off target. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but think, it's better to use magic defense buildings such as thunder towers. There is no such thing as loading ammunition. So, Han Xing thought about coming to the other party's territory, recovering these hundreds of huge crossbow arrows, and decomposing the monster corpses on them. After the 2 sky islands approached, several human figures quickly walked out of the territory castle. The 2 groups looked at each other. Han Xing noticed that most of these survivors were young girls, about 17 or 18 years old. Their eyes were still clear. If they were in Blue Star, they should still be in high school at this age. But here, they had to be prepared for battle and face the threat of death. Fortunately, they were not the second group of survivors to enter the Sky Island paradise. Otherwise, at this time, they would not even have the ability to protect themselves. When these girls saw Han Xing, there was some fear in their eyes, because the scene of the crossbow arrows just now gave these people a great shock. But they also knew that these people were the benefactors who saved their lives. Among them, a girl with a fresh and refined temperament and delicate features came out and said, "Thank you very much for your rescue. I am really grateful." She was wearing a set of silver white knight armor and had a tall figure. After that, the girl took the initiative to bow to Han Xing and others to express her gratitude. The survivors behind her also bowed to thank them. Han Xing waved his hand and didn't care. He asked casually, "You're welcome." Then, Han Xing said calmly, "I have a question. Can we go to your territory? The female knight looked confused, but still reacted and said quickly, okay. Under normal circumstances, survivors who don't know each other rarely let others come to their territory, although they don't know what the other party is going to do in their territory. But she also knew that if this man really had any bad intentions towards them, they would not be able to resist with their strength. Hearing their answers, Han Xing smiled. Thank you. The next moment, Han Xing led his teammates into the messy territory. Then, at Han Xing's signal, everyone began to decompose the bodies of the mutants and recycle the huge arrows on them. The cursed blood on these mutants was a material that Han Xing urgently needed. Although the huge arrows were not expensive, it took several seconds to make one. Han Xing's current production interface had been hung up with the cursed blood anti-agent for 24 hours, and there was no time to make anything else. Therefore, it is better to save as much as possible for such things. At this time, the girls suddenly realized. It turned out that he was not interested in their territory at all, but in the corpses of these monsters. Ignoring their psychological activities, the 5 people only took 1 or 2 minutes to clean up the corpses of hundreds of monsters. Then, Han Xing said to the survivors, "Thank you for your cooperation, then goodbye." After that, he returned to the territory with his teammates. Just when Han Xing was about to control the Sky Island to leave. Among them, the female knight with outstanding temperament hurriedly said, Please wait a moment." Han Xing turned his head in confusion. At this time, the girl plucked up the courage to ask, "Excuse me, can we join your team?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. Including Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang, they also looked over. At this time, the eyes of the girls were all expectant. Han Xing took a look at their equipment and levels. Except for the female knight, who had a full set of purple equipment, the others were all wearing a mixture of blue and purple. Compared to the other survivors, they were just average. The castle in their territory was probably built by several people. Of course, Han Xing did not underestimate their strength. For him, the help a survivor could provide was dispensable. After a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Sorry, our team is not hiring for the time being." After that, Han Xing turned around and left with everyone. Hearing this, the group of girls on the opposite side couldn't help but show disappointment. Looking at Han Xing's back, the female knight bit her lip lightly, as if she had made a difficult decision, and said, "We can sign a lord contract with you. Please let us join you." This time, it was Han Xing who was a little surprised. Chapter 149. Hearing that these people wanted to sign a lord contract with him, Han Xing turned around and asked in confusion, "Do you know what signing a lord contract means?" Signing a lord contract is equivalent to signing a contract to sell oneself, and working for the lord. Not only will 40% of the resources they obtain be handed over to the lord, but their warehouses will also be open to the lord, and when the territory encounters danger, they must stand up and resist together. Although, Han Xing looked down on their supplies. But in this way, at least for a year, they cannot escape from Han Xing's territory to survive. The elegant female knight nodded heavily. Her clear eyes were filled with sincerity, and she said excitedly, "I understand, but we don't regret it." Then, she said with a wry smile on her face, "We are all students of Xinyang College. This experience has made us understand that it is really difficult for ordinary people like us to survive in this world. So, instead of continuing to struggle, it is better to choose to join a powerful force. It's okay even if it costs resources. We will also help fight when the territory is in danger." After the female knight finished speaking, the team members behind her also nodded. Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. From the beginning, he had no intention of recruiting other survivors to come to his territory. The complexity of human hearts made him know that humans are the most difficult creatures to manage. Even if there is a lore contract, the other party does not mean that they will obey you 100%. He would rather use the lore contract scroll to recruit the natives of this world. In that case, at least loyalty can be seen. Seeing Han Xing was hesitating, the female knight quickly said, "My benefactor, if you don't need us to fight, we can also help you do something else. We can do everything, including washing clothes, cooking, plowing the fields and fertilizing, and even cleaning the territory." Seeing their sincere attitude, Zhang Lianmeng on the side seemed to soften her heart. At this time, Zhang Lianmeng came over and said, Xing brother, how about letting them come over?" Han Xing was stunned for a moment. He wanted to refuse, but after hearing Zhang Lianmeng speak, he began to re-examine the survivors in front of him. Because before, he had the idea of using the Lord Contract Scroll to recruit a few natives to help Zhang Lianmeng manage his territory. For such a large territory, Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng are really too busy. if they can help manage it according to the conditions mentioned by the female knight. It seems that it is really not bad. Anyway, there are not many of them. Besides, there are still so many empty houses in his territory. Just 2 rooms will be enough for them to live in. Han Xing thought for a moment and nodded. The female knight's brows relaxed immediately when she saw this. She smiled from the bottom of her heart, and her whole body was filled with a pure breath. In terms of appearance, she was only slightly inferior to Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng. Walking on the street, she was also the focus of everyone's attention. The female knight said happily, "Thank you. Thank you. Then can we sign the Lord contract now?" Her tone was nervous with a hint of expectation. Han Xing nodded, "Yes." Then, he initiated the contract for them. These people also signed the contract quickly. The system prompt appeared. "Survivor Lazy, I have signed a Lord contract with you, and your territory residents have increased by 1. Survivor Sunflower Seed, I have signed a Lord contract with you, and your territory residents have increased by 1. Han Xing also knew at this time that the virtual name of the female knight was Lazy. After the contract was completed, the female knight named Lazy said excitedly, "Thank you. From now on, you will be our lord." Hearing the other party's name, Han Xing was a little surprised. He was about to say that he wanted the other party to change the name. At this time, the other girls also said in unison, "Thank you, Lord." Han Xing waved his hand. Anyway, it was just a name, so they could call it whatever they wanted. Then, Han Xing signaled Zhang Lianmeng with his eyes. Zhang Lianmeng nodded gently, and then walked to the side of the group of little girls. "Let's go, little sisters. I take you to the city and arrange a place for you to stay." When the girls saw Zhang Lianmeng, they all had stars in their eyes and said in surprise, "Wow! What a beautiful lady! Are you the Lord's lover? So beautiful, a perfect match." Zhang Lianmeng blushed instantly and waved her hands and said, "No, not a lover." However, the girls didn't seem to hear her objection and kept praising her. "Yes, yes, this beautiful lady is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Thanks to her just now, the Lord was willing to accept us. And this perfect figure, I dare not even dream of having. So envious, woo." Zhang Lianmeng was a little embarrassed by their praise and lowered her head shyly. After Zhang Lianmeng took them into the territory, Han Xing signed the contract as he had signed. Everything of these survivors belonged to Han Xing, including all the territory resources. When the 1-year contract was over, if they wanted to leave, Han Xing would only give them a core territory. In front of everyone, Han Xing directly dismantled their territory into small cubes and merged them into his own territory. As for the territory castle they built, Han Xing moved it to an open space outside the Lord's mansion. Lazy and her classmates watched the foundation they had worked hard for a month, and it disappeared at this moment. They felt a little lost in their hearts. But soon, they swept away these emotions. Because they came to Xingyu City, under the leadership of Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang. The eyes of these little girls burst into brilliance. That is the look that girls have when they see something they like. Looking at the rows of gorgeous and artistic buildings, they directly captured the hearts of these girls. Several little girls opened their mouths excitedly. "Oh my God, what a beautiful house! Will we live in such a beautiful town in the future?" They looked at Zhang Lianmeng in disbelief. Zhang Lianmeng smiled and nodded. After getting a positive answer, these little girls almost couldn't help cheering. "Great! Thank you, beautiful sister. The Lord is so amazing that he can build such a beautiful city. Yes, yes, isn't this the life I dream of?" They kept exclaiming, and were very satisfied with Xingyu City. In their hearts, they also felt that the Lord who looked serious and mysterious had improved his ability by several levels. At this time, Zhang Lianmeng led them to 2 small buildings. "Brother Xing asked me to arrange accommodation for you. You will live here in the future. I have opened up the permissions for these 2 buildings for you. There are many rooms inside. If it is not enough, I can open up another one for you." Several little girls looked at Zhang Lianmeng and said gratefully, "Enough, enough, thank you Lord, and thank you Lady Lord." Zhang Lianmeng quickly stopped them and said, Don't call me like that." After that, she glanced at Su Xiaoyang next to her with her peripheral vision. But Su Xiaoyang didn't seem to have any other reaction. Because she suffers from severe social phobia, she has been in contact with so many strangers at once, which has already made her muscles tense. If Zhang Lianmeng hadn't told her, she would have been embarrassed and Su Xiaoyang would have run away. At this time, Lan Lan seemed to notice Zhang Lianmeng's eyes, and she also saw Su Xiaoyang hiding behind Zhang Lianmeng. Suddenly, Lan Lan's eyes lit up again. "Oh my God, this beautiful sister is so beautiful. Hearing Lan speak, the little girls next to them looked over, and their eyes lit up. Another beauty, so tall and white. This beautiful sister is so beautiful that it touches my heart. Woo woo, this is what I dream of growing up to be. Under the sweet offensive of these little girls, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang were a little overwhelmed. Just when Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang were settling the little girls, in some unknown corner of the abandoned land of the gods, the blood-red altars began to spew blood in large quantities. Gurgle. Gurgle. A large amount of blood gushed out from the altars, falling in the sky, forming a blood-red waterfall. There seemed to be some mysterious power in the blood. Countless monsters kept pouring out from it. Huff. Huff. The wings of these monsters flapped, gathering near the blood-red altars, wantonly absorbing the blood around them. As time passed, the size of these monsters gradually became larger. If there were other survivors here, they would be surprised to find that the attribute panels of these monsters were actually growing at a terrifying speed. Originally, most monsters were around level 15 or 16, but in just a few hours, their levels have reached level 17 or 18. According to this trend, it will only take a few days to break through level 20 and become a 3-star monster. The speed at which these blood-tied monsters become stronger is much faster than those survivors. At the same time, various deformed monsters are constantly emerging from the blood-colored altar, and the number is increasing. The number is more than 1 million, covering the sky and the sun, and this is just the number of monsters in one of the blood-colored altars. There are countless altars like this in the entire abandoned land of the gods, which continue to transport monsters. They seem to be waiting for something, and did not go out at the first time. At this moment, thousands of blood-colored tentacles suddenly emerged from one of the altars, wriggling wantonly in the air. Then, a row of pale teeth gradually emerged from the blood pool. Crash! When the blood gushed out, a huge figure emerged from it. It was over 100 meters long and looked like an octopus, but it had a huge mouth on its head. Hiss! Hiss! After a sharp sound. At this moment, the nearby blood-tied monsters took the initiative to give up a large area. At this time, this octopus-like mutant monster stood in the monster group, looking far ahead at the unknown area. The next day, Han Xing and others got up early in the morning and hurriedly checked the situation around the territory. Fortunately, they did not encounter the attack of the blood-tied monster last night. At this time, Han Xing stood on the territory and said with a puzzled look, "It's a bit strange. We didn't encounter a wave of blood-tied monsters in the second half of last night." Cheng Jianyong was also very puzzled. "That's right. I didn't sleep all night last night. I thought there would be monsters attacking us, but when it was dawn, there was no hair, which made me a false alarm. Moreover, even in the chat channel, I haven't heard of any survivors being attacked by blood-tied monsters. It's as if those monsters have stopped their actions uniformly." After listening to Cheng Jianyong's description, everyone was also very puzzled. But they also knew that the blood tide that had been brewing for a long time would never stop here. Last night, after yesterday's blood tide outbreak, many people learned lessons and began to unite with nearby teams. Some of them adopted the Lord Contract mode, while others adopted the Team Cooperation mode. The former must have strong enough skills to make other survivors willing to give up their own territory, sign a contract with you, and become vassals. The latter, when everyone's strength is similar, merge the territories together, and then fight against the invasion of the blood-tied monsters together. More and more sky islands merged to form a super large territory. At this time, the system prompt appeared. "Survivors from Blue Star, congratulations, you have passed the initial stage of the blood tide. But please don't take it lightly, because a bigger crisis is brewing. As time goes by, the blood-tied monsters will become stronger and more terrifying. Under the blood tide, they will not give you any breathing time. Please all survivors be prepared to respond at any time." After the prompt, Han Xing and others had some bad premonitions in their hearts. At this time, Cheng Jianyong suddenly exclaimed, "Here they come. So many monsters." His tone was a little trembling, and everyone even heard some fear in it. When they looked over, in the distant sky, a large blood cloud flew over. The blood cloud was huge. Covering the sky and blocking the sun, it is boundless. They know that this blood cloud is actually a huge army of blood monsters. However, this number is far beyond everyone's expectations, too many. Before, just tens of thousands of monsters attacked them, which made them panic. But this time, a quick look shows that there are more than 1 million. Han Xing took a deep breath and said quickly, "Everyone, prepare for battle." After the words fell, all the attacking buildings in the territory entered combat mode. Because the relatives of Shen Yuan and others had experienced once, they did not need Han Xing's order and all hid in Xingyu City. The group of new girls looked at the sky with pale faces and trembling bodies. At the same time, in this area, more survivors in the sky also noticed the huge blood cloud on the horizon. Their target is all the survivors within hundreds of kilometers. Chapter 150. At this time, seeing that Lan and other girls were still in a daze, Zhang Lianmeng hurriedly reminded, "Go to the city lord's mansion quickly, and don't come out before the battle is over." After hearing this, the group of little girls looked at the tall city lord's mansion with some hesitation in their eyes. At this time, the female knight named Lan plucked up the courage to say, "Don't you need our help here? We can also help fight." Although she was kind. However, everyone could hear that there was no confidence in her tone. Han Xing said directly, "You don't need to fight here, hurry over." After hearing this, Lan also made a decision in an instant. She grabbed her friends and ran towards the lord's mansion. At this time, the huge blood-colored cloud in the sky was approaching rapidly. But fortunately, they were not all coming for him. Han Xing saw that from the blood-tide army, a small group of monsters were constantly separated and pounced downwards. But even if it is a small group, there are thousands or even tens of thousands of monsters. They seem to have discovered other survivors' islands, divided their forces, and then launched an attack on them. Those islands are dozens of kilometers away from Han Xing. Everywhere he looked, large-scale battles were taking place. Han Xing knew that it would soon be their turn. Compared to the speed of the monsters, the speed of the islands was still much slower. If he ran away now, he would soon be caught up by the monsters. Han Xing simply stood still and prepared to face the impact of the monsters head-on. Faced with such a terrifying number of monsters, even Han Xing couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, the system prompt appeared again. "Your territory building, the flame catapult was successfully built. Your territory building, the siege crossbow launcher was successfully built." After the battle last night, Han Xing hurriedly produced a batch of catapults and siege crossbows. Although the number is not large, there are nearly 100 in total. Although there are no powerful magical buildings such as the Thunder Tower, these catapults have also brought Han Xing a lot of sense of security. Looking at the monster tide getting closer and closer, Han Xing suddenly raised his eyes. "Come on, it's just right to test the firepower of my attack buildings. Let me see where their limits are." After the words fell, the sky above his head completely darkened. The countless blood-tide monsters seemed to have noticed the huge sky island below. The next moment, from the red blood cloud in the sky, a large piece of blood-colored cloud was separated. Compared with the mutant army faced by other survivors, the number of monsters faced by Han Xing is more than 10 times. Hundreds of thousands of blood monsters merged into a huge torrent and rushed towards Han Xing. This scene is just like a small boat encountered a tornado on the sea, which is in danger of capsizing at any time. On the territory, Lan and others were so scared that their lips turned pale. Several little girls huddled together for warmth, but their bodies were still shaking. Yesterday, they were almost wiped out by the attack of more than 1,000 blood monsters. If Han Xing had not arrived in time, they might have died in the mouths of those monsters. But now, the monsters that Han Xing has to face are almost 100 times more than them. The overwhelming number of monsters almost made people despair. Those relatives were also trembling with fear. But they could only pray in their hearts that Han Xing and others could stop the attack of this monster wave. At the same time, the nearest group of monsters was less than 5,000 meters away from Han Xing's territory. Another 1,000 meters, and they would be within the coverage of the catapult. Han Xing suppressed his hands and continued to wait. For 1,000 meters. 3,500 meters. 3,000 meters. The monsters that rushed to the front had completely entered the range of these attacking buildings. Han Xing was still waiting. 2,500 meters. 2,000 meters. At this time, the monsters in the sky had occupied all their vision. Even the team members, who trusted Han Xing 100%, felt the heavy pressure. It was at this time. Han Xing moved. His eyes fixed. The next moment, 1/3 of them were siege crossbows, catapults, and lightning towers. At this moment, all of them launched their destructive attacks. Swish, boom, ziz, ziz, more than 100 burning fireballs, plus hundreds of huge crossbows, shot out. At the same time, the 8 lightning towers also burst into dazzling blue light. These attacks fell on the monster group, and immediately caused a shocking explosion. Boom! One by one, the fireballs exploded, as if the sky was blown apart by this wave of attacks. The siege crossbows whistled and penetrated the bodies of countless mutant monsters. Thunder and lightning. The punishment from the lightning towers came. The feet of the crowd shook violently, and waves of heat came. In this wave, at least thousands of monsters were buried in the terrifying artillery fire. At the same time, Han Xing was being reminded by the system. 4,325 blood-tied mutants have been killed, and 5,432 combat merits have been obtained. 3,647 blood-tied mutants have been killed, and 4,367 combat merits have been obtained. In the first wave of attack, more than 8,000 blood-tied monsters were killed. The monsters in the nearby area were almost cleared out by this wave of concentrated fire. In Xingyu City, the group of girls, who were lazy, were already stunned. What a terrible method! What a shocking firepower! The young man stood on the city wall, and with a wave of his hand, nearly tens of thousands of monsters were killed directly. What a terrible firepower! Lord! So powerful! The girls looked excited and stared at Han Xing's back. However, their excitement did not last long. The next moment, endless blood-tied monsters poured in, filling the area that had just been cleared again. The terrifying number almost suffocated everyone. At this time, the first wave of catapults and siege crossbows were still being loaded. However, Han Xing was well prepared. This is why he only used 1/3 of the attack on the building. It was to stagger and buy time for recovery. At the moment when the second wave of monsters rushed over, the lightning tower, the flame catapult, and the siege crossbow were activated again. Boom! It was still the same shocking scene. Thousands of monsters died again. However, what made people despair was the third wave of blood-tied monsters rushed again. They were waving their fangs and claws in the air, as if they would not stop until they conquered Han Xing's territory. However, Han Xing did not indulge them. The remaining third wave of catapults and engineering crossbows started again. At this time, all the lightning towers entered the energy storage state. Boom! Boom! Loud noises continued, and broken limbs flew everywhere. The monsters that approached were almost completely destroyed again. However, there were still a few monsters that rushed to the vicinity of Han Xing's territory and attacked his protective shield. Buzz! Buzz, the intermediate psychic protective shield, after being added by the City Lord's mansion, already had 1,200 points of defense value. But it was still dropping rapidly at this time. At this time, all attack equipment was in the loading state. The lightning tower had a storage time of nearly 20 seconds, although Han Xing had calculated the recovery time of these territory buildings. But the monster's offensive was too fierce. Even if there were 3 waves of attacks in turn, there was still a gap of 1 or 2 seconds. At this time, everyone looked at each other with a solemn expression. After getting Han Xing's permission, they rushed to the territory and began to attack the monsters that approached. Han Xing and Su Shuyang's arrows were the most powerful. Swish! Swish! With a few arrows, they saw the mutant monsters that were attacking the defense shield. But at this moment, more blood-tied monsters had already rushed to a closer area. The people watching the battle couldn't help but feel their hearts tightened. Once the defense shield was broken, then they would have to face the attack of the blood-tied monsters. But fortunately, the reloading time of the first wave of catapults and lightning towers had also ended. The next moment, fire and lightning flashed. These blood-tied monsters that had finally rushed to a distance of 1,000 meters from the territory were swept away by the powerful firepower in an instant, because this time, the area covered by the firepower was closer. The fire bomb made an explosion sound, as if it exploded in everyone's ears. The entire giant sky island was shaking constantly. At the same time, in the sky, the blood-colored dark cloud floating in the abandoned land of the gods also slowed down. They also noticed the explosion site below. In the bloodthirsty eyes of these blood-tied monsters, they saw an amazing scene. Surrounded by endless monsters, the huge sky island was like a reef standing in the storm. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, it was never shaken. In addition, in order to deal with this sky island, those monsters also paid a huge price. In just 1 or 2 minutes, at least more than 50,000 monsters died under Han Xing's artillery fire. The resistance of Han Xing and others seemed to have completely aroused the anger of these blood-tied monsters. In the center of the monster group, there appeared a terrifying creature with a body size of more than 100 meters and various human faces on its body. Its thousands of eyes locked onto the island below at the same time. The next moment, the nearby blood-tied monsters seemed to have received orders from a certain existence at the same time. Then, they all rushed towards Han Xing's territory. Even in order to completely flatten Han Xing's sky island. It also mobilized the monsters that were besieging other survivors. As the group of monsters gave up the opponent in front of them, they gathered toward Xingyu City from all directions. For a time, the survivors felt the pressure suddenly reduced. However, all this pressure came to Han Xing's head. When these survivors came to their senses, they suddenly saw the Sky Island surrounded by countless monsters dozens of kilometers away, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Oh my god, did that group of people violate the law of heaven? So many monsters besieged an island. Do people still want to live? Yes, it's terrible. How can anyone survive in a blood tide of this scale? Compared with him, it seems that our hundreds of people dealing with thousands of monsters is nothing? Everyone was also stunned. Yes, the brothers over there are still holding on against hundreds of thousands of monsters. What are these thousands of monsters? Those survivors who were already desperate suddenly showed strong fighting spirit. Chapter 151. The desperate survivors had a strong fighting spirit in their hearts. They shouted, "Brothers, follow me, the brothers over there have helped us share a lot of pressure, we can't give up. Let these ugly monsters see the resilience and courage of us humans. That's right, kill these disgusting guys. Go!" At the same time, Han Xing had just dealt with the 7th wave of monsters, and was gradually feeling exhausted. More and more monsters are approaching. The territory defense shield is bearing the siege of the monsters. Chung Jianyong complained at this time. "You can't kill them all, you can't kill them all. How many monsters are there? Are all the monsters nearby coming to kill us?" Everyone felt this way. Everyone looked at Han Xing, but found that he also frowned, looking at the monsters everywhere, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, Han Xing slowly exhaled and said, "There are too many monsters, we have to change our strategy." Everyone looked stern and listened carefully. Han Xing continued, "I will change the attacking buildings in the territory from 3 waves to 4 waves, so that it can achieve a seamless connection effect. But this will inevitably miss some monsters that rush into our territory. And we have to deal with these missed monsters ourselves." Everyone's expression was stern. They knew that the current situation was very serious. Han Xing was talking about missing some monsters. But that part was also a terrifying number, enough to destroy those survivors. But now is the most dangerous moment. If it can't hold on, Xingyu City is likely to be submerged by an endless wave of monsters. At this time, hundreds of blood-colored monsters were lying on the territory's protective shield, using their fangs or claws to attack the shield. The defense value began to pour down like water. The next moment, the shield made a crisp cracking sound. The shield was broken. Thousands of blood-colored monsters, all with red eyes, appeared in the territory. Han Xing took a deep breath and ordered, "Output with all your strength." After hearing this, everyone immediately launched their strongest attack, Explosive Arrow. Boom! Han Xing's attack was preemptive. The explosive arrow exploded on the spot like a missile, and the fireball of more than 60 meters devoured the bodies of countless monsters. At the same time, Zhang Lianming's Thunder Baptism had also been charged. The next moment, a dark cloud appeared over the territory. Swish! Blue arc lightning fell. The monsters were instantly electrocuted and burned to a crisp. The 2 of them killed at least 600 blood monsters in one wave of attack. In addition, Su Xiaoyong and Chung Jianyong also began to use their burst skills. Sky Sword, Rain of Arrows, Swish! Swish! Thousands of monsters that pounced on the territory were destroyed in an instant. In the distance, the relatives who were watching the battle in the Lord's mansion almost had their hearts in their throats when they saw the monsters break the defense shield. But they didn't expect that these 5 people were so powerful. Especially Han Xing and Zhang Lianming. The attack effect caused by the 2 was even more terrifying than 10 catapults. At this time, Lan Lan led the girls and said blankly, "What skill is this? So powerful. Oh my god, why is the killing range of Sister Lianming and Lord so terrifying?" What they don't know is that after Zhang Lianming's second transformation and advancement to an elemental mentor, the killing range and attack power of the newly learned Thunder Baptism skill are also affected by her own spiritual attributes. Zhang Lianming now has almost a full set of gold equipment, and her spiritual attributes have been piled up to an extremely high level, so she can exert such amazing killing power. At this time, the 5 people's wave of attack has solved most of the monsters that invaded the territory. But there are still dozens of blood-tide monsters on the field rushing toward Xingyu City. They seem to know that there is a group of weak humans hiding inside. Han Xing did not make a move. On the field, Cole Ball moved the fastest. It began to deal with the monsters that fell into various corners of the territory. As the black light flashed continuously, one by one, the blood-tide monsters also died under the claws of the Void Wolf. At this time, the second wave of mist blood-tide monsters pounced again. Han Xing hurriedly reminded, "Here they come." The remaining 4 people listened and waited for it. In fact, at their level, the lethality is not inferior to these territory buildings, and even stronger. Last night, they had already verified the power of the new skills. At this time, the 5 people and the wolf once again showed their amazing lethality. Xinyun held the shield and withstood the large wave of monsters, while Han Xing and others launched the strongest attack from the back. Boom! The explosive arrows shot down one by one, and violent explosions continued on the spot. As an elemental mage, Zhang Lianmeng, with the blessing of a set of top-rate equipment, was even faster than Han Xing in clearing monsters. A few seconds later, the blood-tide monsters that were missed in the second wave were cleaned up by everyone. The 5 people smiled at each other. That was the tacit understanding cultivated after many cooperations. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but relax his shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately reminded, "Don't let your guard down. There will be more monsters rushing over next. Be prepared to deal with them." Han Xing was right. In order to launch attacks without intervals, he had to divide the attack buildings into 4 waves, resulting in a significant reduction in lethality. Every time the bombing, hundreds of monsters would be missed and rushed to his territory. In his heart, he also sighed. Or these attack equipment were built too little. If the number could be doubled, then they would not need to take action at all. Even if there were more monsters, they could be completely swallowed. He made up his mind in his heart that after surviving this crisis, he would go to exchange a large amount of materials, and then build more flame catapults and lightning towers in batches. Then, there was the 3rd wave, and the 4th wave. One monster after another died in the hands of 5 people. The pressure on the more than 1,000 attack devices also dropped sharply. At the same time, with the death of a large number of blood-tide monsters. In the air, the monster with a human face opened hundreds of eyes at the same time. It looked at the battle situation below, and seemed a little surprised. This time, it mobilized nearly 30% of the blood-tide monsters in this area to besiege the Sky Island. In the face of such a fierce attack, they still managed to hold on. Moreover, in less than 10 minutes, the survivors on the Sky Island had killed more than 100,000 monsters. At this time, the monster realized that this Sky Island might have its own special features. That is, the aliens among the survivors. In order to spread the blood curse throughout the abandoned land of the gods, this alien will definitely become an obstacle for them, and must be eliminated in advance. Thinking of this, the giant monster immediately decided to mobilize more blood-tide monsters to attack them. However, at this moment, dozens of faces on the monster changed their faces at the same time. It saw that the other survivors in the Sky Islands in this area had begun to fight back because of the sudden reduction in pressure. More and more Sky Islands have resolved the battle. The faces on the giant monster are no longer as calm as before. At this time, it seems to have made some important decisions. There are still hundreds of thousands of blood-tide monsters around the giant monster, which seem to be used to protect itself. But now, in order to prevent other survivors from getting out of trouble, and going to reinforce Han Xing, it actually divided a large number of troops again to deal with the survivors who are about to end the battle. In order to flatten the Sky Island where Han Xing is, it also spared no effort. The blood cloud in the sky became much thinner. Everyone looked up, and could even vaguely see the figure of a monster that was over 100 meters in size. However, although it had tried its best, but the amazing resilience shown by these humans was still beyond the imagination of the blood-tide monster. At this time, on a huge Sky Island with thousands of people gathered, the blood-tide monster had begun to land. But these survivors had no fear at all. More than 2,000 melee professionals lined up neatly and stood at the front. In front of them, there were tens of thousands of mutant creatures. Overhead, huge rocks whizzed past and fell into the mutant monsters, smashing hundreds of blood creatures into pulp. Arrow towers fired waves into the air, forcing them to give up the idea of air raids. But even if they wanted to engage in close combat, along the way, they would step on various spike traps, entrapment traps, etc. set by hunters. At the same time, those remote professions such as elemental mages, illusionists, and hunters were also frantically attacking in the back. Before the waves of monsters approached, they were killed in large numbers. When there are enough survivors and the tactics are reasonably distributed, they can indeed be comparable to the lethality of hundreds of attack devices. On the Lord's castle, a young man, with a smile on his face said, "Wei, how about this wave?" I said, "As long as there are enough survivors, it is not difficult to resist the general monster tide, right? As long as our bathing city survives this crisis, it can be regarded as a reputation." Next, more people will join us. In front of him, a man with a cold temperament glanced at him. Be careful, this time, we only resisted the impact of 40,000 to 50,000 monsters. I saw someone in the chat channel say that there is a more exaggerated team in this area, directly resisting hundreds of thousands of blood-tide monsters, much stronger than us. As the largest team in this area, the bathing city has resisted the impact of nearly 50,000 monsters, which is quite good. But when the man heard that there were teams stronger than them, his eyes widened immediately. Damn, are there any more powerful ones than us? Are they elite groups from which region? Wei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The head of the bathing city also had a thoughtful look on his face. After a moment, he said seriously, no matter who they are quite capable to fight against hundreds of thousands of monsters. But no matter how powerful they are, they should be under a lot of pressure now. Let's finish the battle here as soon as possible and go to support them. Chapter 152. At this time, Han Xing sighed. As the monsters in the sky mobilized the monster army again, more blood monsters rushed towards them. With just the sky island of Han Xing, it almost took on the pressure of 30% of the monsters. That's hundreds of thousands, however, even so. No matter how many monsters there is no way to completely defeat it, as a large number of monsters were killed. In the sky, the monster with a human face seemed to have a sense of urgency. It seemed that there was no hope. At this moment, all the faces on its body closed their eyes. Then it screamed towards the sky. This scream sounded like a baby crying, and like an animal's. Strong sound waves penetrated into everyone's mind. This sound was heard in the area of hundreds of kilometers nearby. After hearing this sound, ordinary people who had just entered this world were struck by lightning, and they fell down with their heads raised and fainted. At the same time, the nearby blood monsters seemed to have received instructions. They simultaneously gave up their current opponents and gathered in the sky. Chung Jianyong just cut a mutant monster into 2 pieces. The next moment he saw the monsters that surrounded Xingyu City turned around and left at this moment. The blocked vision seemed to be bright again. When the monsters in the sky flew back into the air and gradually moved away, Han Xing and others stood there panting. When the blood cloud covering the sky dissipated, this meant that they withstood the second wave of impact. All the survivors in this area exhaled heavily, and some people simply sat on the ground. Fuck. I finally made it. It's so scary. I've never seen such a shocking scene in my life. There are many more monsters than yesterday. No wonder the system said that the blood-tide monsters will become more and more powerful. It's only been a day. At this time, a survivor said with a face full of relief, fortunately, there is a group of masters in our area who can withstand the attacks of so many monsters. If it weren't for them, we would be overwhelmed in an instant if we had to deal with so many monsters. The others also nodded in agreement. At this time, in Han Xing's territory, the corpses of tens of thousands of mutant monsters lay on the ground, looking messy. At this time, Chung Jianyong couldn't help but complain, this is too many monsters. I don't know how many monsters I killed. My hands are almost numb. Xin Yun was also very tired and looked at him helplessly. Be content. Most of the pressure was borne by the catapults and lightning towers. We look powerful, but we didn't suffer much damage. Chung Jianyong agreed with this point. That's true. This time, we relied on those thousands of attacking buildings. I don't know how other survivors coped. Xin Yun said, you don't have to worry about this. They won't face such great pressure like us. Didn't you see that there were not many calls for help in the local channel today? Chung Jianyong was stunned for a moment, then said, it seems so? Why is that? Xin Yun said speechlessly, why else? Because those monsters are all here to attack us. I dare say that if Brother Xing wasn't in this area, there would be at least 20% more casualties. Chung Jianyong was speechless after hearing this. It turned out that they killed too fiercely and were targeted by the monsters. But it was not bad. Han Xing and his team saved many lives in disguise this time. At this time, Chung Jianyong looked at the distant blood cloud in the sky and asked, by the way, did you see that thing just now? Everyone was silent for a moment, then nodded. At the last moment, they all saw the monster with human faces in the sky. It seemed that it was giving orders to the entire blood-tide monster group. At this time, Han Xing analyzed, I'm afraid that the guy in the sky is the leader of this group of monsters. And it looks like a lord creature of at least level 20. Hiss. After hearing this, everyone took a breath at the same time. Lord-level monsters above level 20 are completely different from creatures below level 20. If it had just attacked, the pressure on Han Xing would have been even more terrifying. But fortunately, they survived. At this time, See, the battle is over. A group of frightened little girls walked out of Xingyu City. Lan Lan took her friends and said carefully, Lord, are you all okay? Han Xing shook her head, we are fine. Lan Lan breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to ask, are you injured? I remember that being attacked by that group of monsters will add a cursed state, which can only be delayed by the purification of the priesthood. Xiao Lan and I are both priests. Do you need our help? Han Xing and the others looked at each other, but didn't say anything. After all, this woman has a good mentality. She didn't know that Han Xing had the blood curse agent in her hand, and was completely immune to that curse. At this time, Zhang Lianming took Lan Lan's hand and whispered, Thank you, Sister Lan Lan, but we are all fine. Brother Xing is very powerful, and will not let us get into trouble. Her tone was full of admiration. On the side, Lan Lan and her classmates nodded in agreement after hearing this. As personal experiencers, they witnessed the whole process of the 5 people fighting. When facing the siege of tens of thousands of monsters, they were like 5 war gods, killing countless blood-tied monsters. At the same time, these girls looked at Han Xing with a hint of admiration. That was a look at a strong person. At this time, Han Xing said, Since you are out, let's clean up the corpses in the territory. The corpses of those monsters were everywhere on the Sky Island, and blood was flowing all over the ground, which made people panic. After hearing this, the group of girls nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Okay, Lord, we will clean up the territory. As a condition of signing the contract at that time, one of the conditions was to clean up the sanitation in the territory. The girls had no complaints about this. They all rolled up their sleeves, and their faces were full of energy. At this time, Han Xing thought of something and added a sentence. By the way, when decomposing, pay special attention to those monsters to prevent them from suddenly resurrecting. If you encounter any situation, remember to call us as soon as possible. When the girls heard the reminder, they realized something and their faces changed. Then they nodded to Han Xing gratefully. At that time, in order to survive, they wanted to give up their freedom and work as laborers for Han Xing. Even last night, they had imagined being driven as slaves. However, the owner of this territory not only did not need them to fight, but also seemed to be kind. For a while, these girls also felt a sense of belonging to Xingyu City. 10 minutes later, when the tens of thousands of mutant corpses in the territory were decomposed, Lan Lan led her classmates to wash the blood on the territory. And Han Xing, with Shen Yuan, Cheng Jianyong and others, came to the hall of the Lord's mansion. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, Han Xing showed a relaxed smile. This time, although the battle was difficult, it also gained a lot. In addition to the huge amount of experience points, the most important thing is the military exploits. After hearing this, the other 4 people also showed joy on their faces. In the battle just now, the 5 people killed a lot of blood monsters. It is estimated that there are at least more than 20,000 of them. You know, when you are in a team, the experience will be shared. According to the calculation that an ordinary monster gives more than 7,400 experience points, more than 20,000 monsters are equivalent to more than 200 million experience points. With a huge amount of experience, the level of the 5 people and the wolf has increased by 1 to 2 levels. At this time, Han Xing has reached level 23, and the other 5 are between level 21 and 22. After the survivors complete the second transformation, the attributes of each level increase again. It is about 1.5 times the first turn. In addition to the improvement brought by the equipment, every time you level up, you can feel that you have become significantly stronger. Nothing can compare to the improvement of strength and give people a sense of security. Moreover, in addition to experience points, their biggest gain this time is the war merit. You know, these war merits can be exchanged for various treasure chests and puppets in the war merit store. At this time, Cheng Jianyong glanced at his war merits and said excitedly, Oh my god, I have 21,000 war merits. Hearing this number, everyone was also stunned. Although they knew that they had obtained a lot of war merits this time, they didn't expect that Cheng Jianyong had more than 20,000 points, which could be exchanged for 2 gold treasure chests. So many? Why do I only have more than 10,000 points? Shen Yun asked. Cheng Jianyong said proudly, Haha, Xiao Yunzi doesn't know. During the battle just now, I also activated the catapults in the territory to help fight monsters, which are all real military merits. Shen Yun rolled his eyes at him. You are so cunning. You actually used this method to steal Brother Xing's military merits. The number of catapults in Shen Yun's territory is about the same as Cheng Jianyong, but he was busy fighting monsters in the front and didn't think about it at all. After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong immediately looked at Shen Yun proudly and said, What's wrong? Brother Xing doesn't mind. Han Xing smiled and really didn't care about it. Cheng Jianyong asked again, by the way, how many military merits have you got? Zhang Liamen glanced at the panel and whispered, more than 15,000. Su Xiaoyang also replied, about 12,000. After reporting their own military exploits, the four felt that they had gained a lot. Although military exploits cannot be traded, they have accumulated more than 60,000 points. Each person can exchange for at least one gold treasure chest, which is equivalent to a gold equipment. The huge amount of military exploits made the four very happy. At this time, the four looked at Han Xing at the same time, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Because they knew clearly how terrifying the number of monsters Han Xing had just killed was. There were at least 100,000, if not 200,000. However, in fact, the number of monsters killed by Han Xing completely exceeded this number. Looking at the expectant eyes of the crowd, Han Xing slowly reported his military exploits. 270,000. His. Hearing this exaggerated number, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others were stunned, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. After a moment, Cheng Jianyong took a deep breath and said in shock, "Oh my god, although I know a lot, I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. You will get 300,000 merits in one battle. If you keep going like this, Brother Xing will soon be able to exchange for the 1 million points you a treasure box?" Everyone felt the same way. At this time, Shen Yun said, "By the way, Brother Xing, I remember that 300,000 merits can be exchanged for a lord-level puppet. Brother Xing, do you want to save a few tens of thousands more and exchange it directly?" Han Xing thought for a moment, looked at everyone's equipment, and shook his head. "Let's exchange the treasure box first. We still have 3 or 4 low-level purple equipment on us. If we can exchange them all for gold equipment, our combat power can be greatly improved. Relatively speaking, accumulating tens of thousands of military merits and exchanging them for a lord-level puppet is indeed the best solution. But for Han Xing, it is relatively simple to obtain military merits. He does not need to be so careful. Moreover, the battle just now also proved it. After the 5 people's second transformation, their combat power is not worse than those attacking buildings, and they are even more flexible. In addition, Han Xing also saw the lord-level monster with human faces all over its body. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Han Xing decided to improve his strength first. Everyone nodded. The next moment, Han Xing waved his hand and exchanged 25 gold treasure chests in one breath. The entire Parliament Hall was suddenly shrouded in golden light, even though they were prepared. But when 25 gold treasure chests were displayed in front of everyone at the same time, this scene was still a bit too shocking. At Han Xing's suggestion, Su Xiaoyang opened the treasure chest. Su Xiaoyang also went there happily. Click! Click! Golden treasure chests were opened one after another, revealing a dazzling array of materials inside. Successfully opened a golden treasure chest, obtained 17 eternal gold ingots, 1 burning heart, 1 execution axe, gold, *1. Successfully opened a golden treasure chest, obtained 11 eternal gold ingots, 1 emerald eye, 1 commander longbow, gold, *1. After more than a dozen prompts. Successfully opened a golden treasure chest, obtained 9 eternal gold ingots, obtained thug gloves, gold, *1. Successfully opened a golden treasure chest, obtained 13 eternal gold ingots, obtained the Dawn Goddess statue construction drawings *1. Successfully opened a golden treasure chest, obtained the Dark Knight Goddess statue construction drawings *1. All 25 treasure chests were opened. Everyone directly experienced the joy of opening treasure chests recklessly, and their faces were filled with excited smiles. Han Xing counted the harvest. This time 25 treasure chests. A total of 17 gold equipment, 3 purple equipment blueprints, 3 secret medicine blueprints, and 2 special building blueprints were opened. 17 gold equipment, excluding duplicate parts, 8 of which can be used by everyone, and Han Xing also distributed them one by one. Everyone got 1 or 2 gold equipment, and the attributes of the whole body skyrocketed. Now, the 5 of them are almost equipped with a full set of gold equipment, and the level is not low. It can be said that all members are gold warriors. Chapter 153. Han Xing and the others all received a major equipment upgrade. It is no exaggeration to say that with their current strength, they don't even need the help of thunder towers and catapults to fight some medium-sized monster waves. Of course, the number is within 20,000 to 30,000. If there are more, they can't beat them. After dealing with the equipment harvest, Han Xing looked at the other 2 special drawings. Dawn Goddess statue drawing. You can build a Dawn Goddess statue in the territory. Statue effect. When killing monsters, you can get an additional 10% experience points. Note that when building multiple statues, the effects cannot be superimposed. Hey, a building that adds experience points, what a good thing. Han Xing exclaimed. Don't look at the 10% experience bonus, but that is for other survivors. Like Han Xing and his team, they have gained hundreds of millions of experience points in just one wave of battles, and the 10% bonus is tens of millions of experience points. If he accumulates it continuously, the extra experience points he gains will even be enough for him to level up several times. And he can always maintain his level advantage and stay ahead of other survivors. Han Xing checked the properties of another construction blueprint. Dark Knight Goddess Statue Blueprint. You can build a Dark Knight Goddess statue in the territory. Statue effect. During the day, all attributes of all friendly units are increased by 10%. At night, all attributes of all friendly units are increased by 20%. Note that the effects of building multiple statues cannot be superimposed. This is also a good thing. Han Xing's eyes showed joy. The properties of these two blueprints from the gold treasure chest are very good. Moreover, they are all similar to the aura effect. As long as they are not destroyed, they will always be enhanced. However, Han Xing is not sure. Can the enhancement effect of this statue of the goddess of night bless the summoned creatures? For example, wolf riders, minotaurs, bear spirits, etc. If it can, it will be a big profit. After all, he has another special equipment in his hand. The Vim Divine Power Horn. When the horn is blown, all members enter a violent state, and their speed increases greatly. With the attack power enhancement of the statue of the goddess of night, it will be even more exciting. Thinking of this, he hurriedly checked the construction materials needed to build these two statues. Materials required to build the Dawn Goddess statue: 150,000 refined iron, 5,000 mithril, 200,000 spirit core, 10,000 sacred aurora. Materials required to build the Dark Knight Goddess statue: 250,000 refined iron, 10,000 mithril, 400,000 spirit core, 50,000 breath of Dark Knight. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the materials needed to build these two statues are relatively common. The only special ones are the Holy Aurora and the Breath of Dark Knight. He has a large reserve of the former. As for the Breath of Dark Knight, Han Xing currently does not have it in his warehouse. However, before the merger, Han Xing had seen this material in the trading channel. After the merger, billions of people will share a trading channel, and the number of items in it will surely increase by many times. Even the rarest materials will have a considerable reserve. A casual search for the Breath of Dark Knight will yield hundreds of thousands of consignment information. And the price is not high. About 200 spirit cores can be exchanged for one. Han Xing waved his hand and spent 1 million spirit cores to sweep down 50,000 Breath of Dark Knight. Then, he could not wait to find a suitable area to build the statue. Buildings with aura effects like this should be built as soon as possible. And it should be built in a safe enough place. And the safest place in the entire territory is his own Xingyu city. Han Xing walked along the main street twice, but did not find any suitable location. This is because a large number of residential houses occupied the area of the city, leaving only some roads for traffic. According to the proportion on the drawing, in order to build these two statues, at least hundreds of square meters of territory must be reserved. At this time, Han Xing touched his chin and thought, speaking of which, the scale of Xingyu city is a bit small. When this wave of blood tide ends, I will find a way to expand it a little bit and strive to build a complete city. Han Xing thought confidently. Just as he was looking for a suitable construction area, Han Xing suddenly saw a white building covering thousands of square meters next to the Lord's mansion. Well, what is that? He checked his territory buildings and found that the name corresponding to this building was called Church. Church, Special Territory Building. Defense value, 200 effect. People who believe in gods can come here to pray and seek peace of mind. Han Xing thought for a moment and said, it seems that Lamino is still a loyal believer. He actually built a church near the Lord's mansion. However, this place is now called Xingyu City. Here, I don't need to believe in any gods. Han Xing immediately decided to demolish the church and use it as an open space to build the statue. The next moment, he directly clicked on the building destruction function in the territory. Rumble, the white church collapsed, bricks and rubble fell, and it became a ruin in an instant. Listening to the noise coming from the center of the city, the girls lay on the small balcony on the second floor, looking blankly ahead. Next to Lan Lan, a little girl asked in confusion, Sister Lan Lan, what is the Lord doing? Lan Lan shook her head and said blankly, I don't know, maybe he is demolishing the house. Demolishing the house? The little girls looked at each other, and then they laughed out loud because they didn't know what they thought of. Han Xing didn't know what these little girls were talking about behind him. After the dust settled, he called a few puppet giants to pack up all the brick and stone fragments and take them away. Then, he began to flatten the bricks and put various granites directly on them. This place soon became a large flat square. Han Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Very good. As the only open space in Xingyu City, from now on, this place will be called Citizen Square." At this time, the system prompt appeared. Your territory building, Citizen Square, was named successfully. Han Xing was stunned for a moment. He just said it casually, can it really be named? At the same time, the residents of Xingyu City also heard the system prompt, and their faces showed unexpected expressions. Citizen Square, a name full of modern cities, seemed to evoke their memories of the time in Blue Star. After clearing the site, Han Xing directly started to click to build. The statue of the Goddess of Dawn is under construction. The estimated remaining time is 13:42. The statue of the Goddess of Night is under construction. The estimated remaining time is 15:23. 2 clouds of smoke covering more than 10 square meters appeared in the civic square. Han Xing calculated in his mind, according to the proportion on the drawing. These 2 statues are at least nearly 30 meters high. It is almost the same height as the highest building in his territory, the Lord's Mansion. In addition, Han Xing has seen the portraits of these 2 goddesses on the drawing. I don't know if the person who drew this drawing deliberately depicted it this way, or if the 2 goddesses look like this. They are both rare beauties in the world in terms of appearance and figure. The Goddess of Dawn wears a laurel crown on her head and a long white dress, but it can't hide her curvy figure, especially the size of her chest, which is even comparable to Zhang Yinming. She strokes a harp in her arms, and the musical notes, symbolizing holiness, surround her. The Goddess of the Dark Night was wearing a light gauze dress. Compared with Shuguang, the figure of the Dark Night was more skeletal, but it looked very tight. On the drawing, the Goddess of the Dark Night held the long sword of the night, looking ahead with a sharp gaze, revealing a heroic temperament. TSK, should I say she is worthy of being a goddess? Just based on the drawing, she is already a peerless beauty. If it were a real person, it would be even more amazing. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of the 2 goddesses is very stunning. When the time comes, when others see Xingyu City, they will probably be attracted by the 2 goddess statues at first sight. After building the 2 goddess statues, Han Xing was just about to take a rest. At this moment, another system prompt appeared. The wolf cavalry camp in your territory has been completed. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing's eyes lit up. Huh? The wolf cavalry camp is also completed. Great. He hurried to the open space below Xingyu City. In one of the places covered by soil, a building similar to a camp suddenly appeared. It covers an area of about dozens of square meters, and there is a slightly glowing teleportation array below it. This is the wolf cavalry camp. Han Xing can't wait to open the building interface. Wolf cavalry camp. You can summon wolf cavalry to fight for you by consuming spirit cores. Note, the level of the summoned wolf cavalry is the same as the technology level, and the current level is level 1. Technology. Primary Tamer LV1 currently can summon LV1 wolf cavalry, and the wolf cavalry level increases by 1 for every level increase. Upgrading technology again? Han Xing's eyes lit up. He was good at this. Do you want to consume materials? 50,000 refined iron, 1,000 mithril, to upgrade the technology of the primary beast trainer? Yes. Upgraded successfully, your wolf cavalry camp technology, the primary beast trainer has been upgraded to level 2. Han Xing began to click. Directly, 450,000 refined iron and 9,000 mithril were consumed, and the primary beast trainer was upgraded to the intermediate beast trainer level 1. Now, the level of the wolf cavalry summoned inside has reached level 11. After upgrading to the intermediate level, the materials required for upgrading technology have increased by nearly 1-fold. But fortunately, mithril and refined iron are among the materials he has the most reserves. Han Xing began to click continuously. From the intermediate beast trainer level 1, he clicked all the way to the advanced beast trainer level 3. At this time, the level of the summoned wolf cavalry has reached level 23. It's not that Han Xing doesn't want to click further. Instead, the system prompts that the technology level of the wolf cavalry camp cannot exceed that of the Lord itself. Han Xing then closed the technology interface helplessly. But it is normal to think about it. If there is no such restriction, with his material reserves, he can directly max out the beast tamer technology. At that time, if Han Xing can pull out a group of wolf cavalry of level 50 or 60, What blood tide, what lord-level creatures, will all be trampled by the iron hooves of the wolf cavalry. Chapter 154. However, being able to raise a level 23 wolf cavalry is also very good. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't wait to summon the wolf cavalry. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 2,300 spirit cores and summon a wolf cavalry *1 to fight for you? Yes. The next moment, the teleportation array under the wolf cavalry camp began to emit bursts of light. A 10-second progress bar appeared in front of him. When the progress bar reached the bottom, a human figure appeared. The next moment, Han Xing looked into a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. This is a creature with green skin and 2 thick fangs growing in its mouth. Under the green skin is a solid muscle. Nearly 2 meters tall, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. This is what a wolf cavalry looks like. The moment the wolf cavalryman looked at Han Xing, the fierce light in his eyes instantly subsided, and he showed a loyal look. It knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Lord, the wolf cavalryman is at your service." Han Xing was not surprised to see that the other party could speak. He saw the panel of this wolf cavalryman. Wolf cavalryman, 3-star ordinary creature. Level, LV 23 attributes, Strength 453, Agility 447, Spirit 374, Constitution 402. Skills, Intermediate Riding. When the wolf cavalryman rides the mount to fight, the attack power increases by 20%. Wolf cavalry charge. The wolf cavalryman rides the mount to charge rapidly, causing 130% attack damage to all enemies along the way. Seeing the attributes of this wolf cavalryman, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Compared to the general monsters of the same level, the wolf cavalryman is obviously stronger. At this time, Han Xing asked, "As a wolf cavalry, where is your mount?" The wolf cavalry shook his head and said, "My lord, the camp you built can only summon creatures with wolf cavalry blood. And our mounts were tamed in the later stage, so they were not teleported with us." After hearing the wolf cavalry's answer, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. If the mounts cannot be summoned, these wolf cavalry are actually equivalent to some ordinary 3-star monsters, and their combat power is greatly reduced. But even so, it is very good. After all, Han Xing mainly lets the wolf cavalry use the advantage of numbers to crush the monster group. As for the mounts, if there is a chance in the future, pay attention to it. See if you can build some more buildings such as the Black Cloud Horse Camp to equip the wolf cavalry with a batch of mounts. Of course, Han Xing can also catch a batch of wild beast cubs and tame them in the later stage, and use them as mounts. But in this case, the time period is too long. Han Xing waved his hand, asking the wolf cavalry to find a place to line up and wait. The other party retreated respectfully. The next moment, Han Xing directly began to summon a large number of wolf cavalry. Do you want to consume 23 million spirit cores and summon 10,000 wolf cavalry? Han Xing summoned nearly 10,000 wolf cavalry at one time. According to the progress of one wolf cavalry every 5 seconds, it would take a full 14 hours, but fortunately, the progress bars of these wolf cavalry are independent, and do not occupy his production interface progress. He is not in a hurry now. Instead, he waits silently. Every 10 seconds, a white light flashes in this wolf cavalry camp. The next moment, a tall wolf cavalry warrior with green skin appeared in the teleportation array. Han Xing set up a gathering place for them. The newly summoned wolf cavalry would come to the open space by themselves and line up to wait. Before receiving Han Xing's order, they would wait there. After observing for a while, Han Xing left with peace of mind. Now, he was going to do another big thing. That was trading. After building 2 statues and upgrading the technology of the wolf cavalry camp, his material reserves were completely exhausted. This made Han Xing feel a sense of urgency. Especially today, he experienced the incident of hundreds of thousands of monsters besieging him, which made Han Xing feel a strong sense of crisis, although there are already a terrifying number of siege buildings in Xingyu City. But it's not enough. Who knows if there will be more and stronger monsters to besiege him tomorrow? Therefore, Han Xing has to build a large number of attack buildings to ensure that everything is completely safe, but all this requires a lot of materials. But before the transaction, Han Xing also wanted to see what major events had happened among the survivors recently. Then, he clicked into the public chat channel. It was almost as expected. Now, survivors all over the world have been attacked by a terrifying number of monsters. In each area, there are hundreds of thousands and millions of monsters. No island where the survivors are located can be spared. In a short period of time, countless islands were destroyed. Thousands of survivors either died under the claws of those monsters, or were cursed with blood and turned into those terrible monsters. The casualty rate has soared, but fortunately, after the first wave of blood tide yesterday, everyone has realized that there is strength in numbers. More and more survivors have united together. Of course, they are not all signing Lord contracts, but fair cooperation. Some smaller teams have also gathered hundreds of survivors with combat capabilities. And for those large teams, the number of professionals at this time even exceeds 10,000, with so many people holding together for warmth. Although the battle is still difficult, the casualty rate is relatively lower. At this time, many quite large forces have been gathered in the public area. Like Kunlun in Area 2, the Temple in Area 3, Jeojo in Area 4, etc. They all announced their locations in the public area. In a short period of time, these teams have gathered tens of thousands of people, and the number of their relatives is more than hundreds of thousands. These people are really capable. As mentioned before, under the blood tide, the more people gather, the safer it is. And the more people there are, the more benefits they can bring. Now, more and more survivors want to join those big teams and seek shelter. But to join these big teams, they must sign a Lord contract, which makes many survivors very unwilling. It's too much. The Temple in District 3 has announced that if you want to join them, you must first sign a 2-year Lord contract and hand over 30% of the resources. Yes, there are even darker ones. The Shinue Club in District 5 directly signs for 3 years and must hand over 50% of the resources. Some small groups directly sign for 5 years. Too much. That's right. The survivors complained in the chat channel. But there's nothing we can do. Who told them to be strong? At this time, whoever has more than a dozen trebuchets in their territory is a strong man and can form his own power. I'd rather find those with similar strength to me and cooperate with each other. Anyway, I have 1 or 2 arrow towers in my territory. Brother, I also have a trebuchet in my territory, and I have a few friends with me. Do you want to form a team together? After hearing this, the man was overjoyed and said, "Sure? I come right over." More and more people joined together. At this time, a message appeared in the public chat channel. Strangely, the name of the spokesperson was actually Golden. The survivors were shocked at the same time. Oh my god, a golden name. Is this some kind of VIP privilege? Brother, how do you recharge your membership? Give me a recharge entrance. Ha ha ha, give me one too. A survivor named Yang Jun said, "Everyone be serious. Our team leader wants to say something very important." Your team leader? Is he the one with the golden name? What's your team called? The survivor named Yang Jun said slowly, Hui Alliance Zhou Huang. Hearing this name, the chat channel fell into silence. This Hui Alliance seems to be very famous. Less than a day after the merger, many people have heard of the name of this team. It seems that they are still recognized as the top team in the entire server. Their team leader Zhou Huang is even more of a legendary figure. Shortly after entering Sky Island Paradise, everyone's resources were very scarce, especially when they were troubled by water resources. Zhou Huang used some means to collect a large amount of freshwater resources and distributed them to the survivors in their Area 1 for free, saving countless people. Then, with his personal charm, he united more than 70% of the survivors in Area 1 and created the Hui Alliance. After the first merger, when all the major areas were hostile to each other and on guard, Zhou Huang led his Hui Alliance and conquered all the big teams from Area 1 to Area 100 in one fell swoop. In the end, there was only one team in Area 1, the Hui Alliance. And it took Zhou Huang only 1 month to do all this. Just listening to these deeds is enough to prove how good this person's methods are. After a moment, the survivor with the golden ID spoke. Hello, fellow countrymen, I am Zhou Huang. Maybe many people have heard of me, but maybe many people are unfamiliar with my name. I am the president of Hui Alliance in District 1. On the eve of the blood tide disaster, I have gathered tens of thousands of brothers to build a survivor shelter together. The area of this shelter island is very large. We have built many houses on it for you to live in. In addition, we have built dozens of flame catapults, hundreds of ordinary catapults, and various arrow towers, with sufficient firepower. We have resisted the strange tide just now, and there were no major casualties. After listening to Zhou Huang's story, everyone clearly realized how powerful this recognized first group in the entire server was. However, Zhou Huang's next words shocked the hundreds of millions of survivors who were watching in the chat channel. Zhou Huang continued, I am not saying this to show off in front of you. I am telling you that I have learned through some means that the next blood tide will become more and more terrifying. The scale of the monster group we encountered today is just an appetizer. The horror of the blood tide is actually far beyond our imagination. Chapter 155. The horror of the blood tide is far beyond our imagination. Zhou Huang reminded solemnly, his tone revealing seriousness. If there are compatriots who can't hold on at this time, you can come to us. No matter what your strength or background is, Hui Alliance welcomes you to join. And we don't need you to sign a lord contract, as long as you can help resist when the blood tide monster invades. Our goal is to develop together and build a survivor city that will not be invaded by monsters, and everyone can live a peaceful life on it. After listening to Zhou Huang's story, the chat channel was silent for a long time. It seems hard for them to believe that someone is willing to save so many unrelated people without asking for anything in return. It can be said that if Zhou Huang didn't lie to them, then it would definitely attract tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of survivors to join them. By then, Hui Alliance will have completely established the title of the first team in the entire server. Many people have begun to be tempted, but they will not blindly choose to believe because of what others say. So, they asked in the chat channel, Captain Zhou, are you serious? Anyone can join regardless of their ability? Captain Zhou, how many people are there now? Can we bring our families with us? Our Wazhilv agency was just attacked by a blood tide monster. Now there are less than 10 people left. Are you willing to accept us, Captain Zhou? Zhou Huang's answers to these questions were all yes. And in order to prevent others from worrying that he was a liar, Zhou Huang took the initiative to post a video. In the video, everyone saw a large empty island with many terrains. On the empty island, dozens of flame catapults were arranged side by side, and rows of lord huts were built in the center of the territory, which seemed to be a place for the survivors to live for a long time. At the same time, there were thousands of survivors on it, and the number of relatives exceeded 100,000. It looked like a human gathering place. After watching this video, the survivors completely believed what Zhou Huang said. At this time, Zhou Huang continued, our coordinates are 415211, 8741, 15112. Believe in me, Zhou Huang, or believe in our compatriots in Hui Alliance, you can gather at this coordinate. We will stay here for a day. After Zhou Huang finished speaking, the survivor said, Captain Zhou, we believe you. Yes, I will come right away. Thank you, Captain Zhou. For a while, I don't know how many empty islands gathered towards his location. After this incident, billions of survivors around the world will remember the name Zhou Huang. Seeing so many people respond, Zhou Huang's serious tone gradually relaxed. After a moment, Zhou Huang continued, by the way, there is one more thing. If there are compatriots infected by the blood curse during the battle, don't panic, let alone commit suicide. Although the purification of the priesthood cannot completely remove the blood curse, it can also delay the effect. As long as you survive, there is hope. In the battle just now, many of our brothers suffered from the blood curse. If you have a way to remove this curse, even if you only provide a little clue, Zhou will definitely reward you handsomely. At this time, in Han Xing's territory, Shen Yuan and others also saw Zhou Huang's speech. He seemed to have some special authority. When he spoke in the public channel, a flashing light would appear on the survivors' chat panel. It was as if the system had given him a privilege. Everyone knew that this Zhou Huang was definitely not simple. In the team channel, Cheng Jianyong said in surprise, Brother Xing, Xiao Yunzi, I just learned about Zhou Huang's deeds through other survivors, and found that this guy is really awesome. It only took 1 month to conquer hundreds of teams in 100 districts, big and small. His methods are really amazing. Xinyan also nodded, it's amazing. I also heard that the survivors around him are very loyal to him, and have risen to the level of fanaticism. I really don't know if it's his personal charm, or if Zhou Huang has other methods. The two were silent. However, the strength currently shown by Zhou Huang is still inferior to Han Xing. But it is hard to say that he has no other means. At this time, Cheng Jianyong said with a strange look, by the way, is there really such a saint? Not asking for anything in return, just thinking about saving more people? Han Xing thought for a moment, this Zhou Huang is quite capable. Whether he is a real saint or not, this wave of speeches can be said to have won him countless popularity. You know, today is the first day that the second batch of humans came to this world, and many people haven't even figured out the basic rules. When billions of survivors were at a loss, Zhou Huang said that they could be accepted unconditionally. Whether this thing succeeds or not, Zhou Huang and the Hui Alliance behind him will be remembered by these survivors. After hearing this, the two nodded. After closing the team chat, Han Xing whispered, I have to hurry up to improve my strength. Han Xing clicked on the trading channel and observed the recent market price. He started consignment directly. He first put the thousands of blue backpacks and more than 20,000 white backpacks he had hoarded. In addition, tens of thousands of bottles of intermediate life secret medicine, wild bear power secret medicine, etc. on the shelves. Then he started selling in large quantities. Although the number of items on the shelves at once was relatively large. But compared to the trading channel where more than 6 billion people were, it still did not cause any waves. However, those people in the two major areas before have always been thinking about the things in Han Xing's hands. After all, there is a saying that the products of the galaxy must be fine products. Even after billions of humans in the world merged into districts, they did not find anything in the trading channel that could compare with the quality of the props sold by Han Xing. Even if there are, the price has reached an extremely high level. When the name Xinghe appeared on the consignment platform, those who had been watching the transaction channel quickly noticed the direction of the wind. Huh? Xinghe has started to put up a large number of top-quality backpacks again? And this time, there are all kinds of secret medicines? Oh my god, the price is much lower than the market price. Sure enough, the great god Xinghe is still the same style as always. Stop talking, tell the team leader this news. For a while, the information about Han Xing was quickly transmitted to the ears of the teams in the two regions. At this time, the leader of Cybertron, Optimus Prime, had just solved a wave of blood monsters. After receiving the news, Optimus Prime said with a surprised look on his face, "Oh? Xinghe has started consignment again, and this time there is also a mid-level secret medicine for life? The price is 20% lower than the market price?" Optimus Prime was shocked and said quickly, "Go, no matter how much he has, take all of them for me first." Next to him, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face asked, "Captain, do you take as many as you have?" Optimus Prime nodded heavily, "Yes, if the materials are not enough, I allow you to use the materials in the team warehouse." The middle-aged man seemed a little surprised. "Captain, are you so impulsive? What's wrong? What if this batch of stuff is a waste?" However, Optimus Prime looked at him with disdain and said, "What do you know? Buying Xinghe's stuff is equivalent to financial management, which is a sure win. This is also the consensus of those people in our original two districts. Now is the time when everyone is most in need of the secret medicine of life. Even if I can't use it up, I can still make a fortune by selling it to others. Chen Tian, you just joined our Cybertron recently. I don't blame you for not knowing these things. But I hope you won't question my decision again in the future." Optimus Prime's tone was a little bad. The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard it. At this time, an old member of Cybertron next to him hurriedly came out to make peace and said, "Captain, I have already made arrangements here. The materials in the team warehouse have also been applied for transfer, which should be enough to buy a large amount of materials in Xinghe's hands." After listening, Optimus Prime nodded with satisfaction. After 2 days of fighting, although the Cybertron team suffered considerable casualties, they also gained a lot of military merits. These military merits can be exchanged for treasure chests to obtain many materials. Therefore, the Optimus Primes have accumulated a lot of resources. But it is obvious that more than one team, Cybertron, benefited from the Blood Tide incident. Other teams in the original District 2, such as Digital Team and Dominant Eternal Team, all got the news and began to flood into the trading channel. After all, buying items from Xinghe is equivalent to making money, which is the consensus of the survivors in District 2. For a time, a large number of survivors appeared in the trading channel to discuss the name Xinghe. The survivors in other districts were a little confused, but they didn't care. After all, before this, each district had a few celebrities. Over time, everyone got used to it. At the same time, Han Xing's side was also being swiped by the system prompts. Transaction successful, you get Spirit Core * 60,000, you lose Space Backpack, Blue, *1. Transaction successful, you get Mithril * 5213, you lose Intermediate Life Secret Medicine * 100. Transaction information appeared one after another. Soon, Han Xing's backpacks and potions were sold out. Compared with the previous transactions, Han Xing's price, this time was slightly higher. The exchanged materials were worth about 1 billion spirit cores. Han Xing's eyes showed a hint of joy, because this harvest was 200 million higher than his estimated 800 million. It seems that as long as the quality of the items is good, there will be no worries about no one buying them, but it is a pity. Han Xing did not exchange the Minotaur totem that he urgently needed. At this time, in the trading channel, most of the survivors who heard the news and wanted to get involved didn't get anything, because most of Han Xing's backpacks and potions were bought by those big teams. They had a lot of supplies in their hands, and the bids were hundreds or thousands, and they bought them in large quantities. This led to many survivors, who were a little slow, and lost them directly. "Brothers, did you get anything?" I didn't get any. Me neither, my hands are numb, and it keeps saying that the product is sold out. Damn. Who are those guys so quick? Who else could it be? Those teams. Some guys have been eyeing Star God for a long time. Hearing their discussion, Han Xing was also stunned. He really didn't expect that those big teams would be eyeing him and sweep up this batch of backpacks and potions so quickly. But he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the rules of consignment are like that. Whoever is quick can get it first. Unless Han Xing is willing to trade one by one, but that would take too much time. Han Xing shook his head and began to check the other two materials he had just obtained through the trade. The first one is the witchroot grass. As one of the main materials for making blood resistance, this trade has a total of more than 40,000 plants. The second one is the thunderstone. As the most lethal and powerful building in his territory, the Thunder Tower has made Han Xing deeply realize its strength. The main material for building the Thunder Tower is the Thunderstone. The number of Thunderstones obtained in this trade has also reached an astonishing 20,000. This means that Han Xing can build more than 20 Thunder Towers. Han Xing's face showed a hint of excitement. With a huge amount of materials coming in, he became rich again. Of course, there was still no key item like the Minotaur Totem. Han Xing said thoughtfully, "It seems that the blue backpack and these potions are not enough for them to take out precious items like the Minotaur Totem to trade with me. But it doesn't matter. Next, I have a batch of things to sell, and they are more valuable." Han Xing looked at the batch of purple space backpacks in his warehouse. There were more than 5,300 of them. Before that, Han Xing had checked the price of purple backpacks in the trading channel. Those rare purple backpacks have a space of 300 to 500, and the price is 150,000 to 200,000. The higher 600 to 700 grids are priced between 250,000 and 300,000. As for the full attribute, 800 grid space backpack, although you can occasionally see it in the trading channel. But people don't take it out for sale. In the seller's notes, he also clearly stated that this is for showing off. If you want it, you can exchange it with gold equipment. You know, at the current stage, even a level 15 gold equipment has reached a price of more than 500,000 spirit cores. Unless it is a particularly generous survivor, no one will really exchange gold equipment for a backpack at this time. Compared with Han Xing's expected price at the beginning, 250,000 spirit cores. The market price is generally much higher. And this also gives Han Xing room to raise the price. It seems that the market for purple backpacks is still quite large, and I can also raise the price a little bit. Thinking of this, Han Xing began to set the price, and then directly clicked on consignment. At the same time, in the trading channel, the survivors who thought Han Xing had sold all the things in his hands were about to disperse. When the name Xinghe appeared again, it instantly attracted the attention of tens of thousands of survivors. Chapter 156. Han Xing set the relevant consignment conditions again. Consignment items: space backpack, purple, quality rare, space, 800, special effect full of strength, physique plus 24, night rune, defense plus 13, magic resistance plus 9. Required items: spiritual core 300,000, mithril asterisk 3000, eternal gold ingot asterisk 125, ice heart asterisk 1, thunderstone asterisk 500. Consigner, Xinghe. Seller's message: purple top quality backpack, with a top quality rune, priced at 300,000 spiritual cores. If the spiritual core is insufficient, it can also be exchanged with other materials. Buying a large number of materials such as witchroot grass, thunderstone, strong animal hide, minotaur totem, and a large number of various architectural drawings. Those who have the above items can trade with me first. In the trading channel, many people were shocked when they saw the backpack with a full 800 grids of space. Oh my god! Purple backpack, 800 grids of space. Is this a warehouse that you carry with you? And that rune? What a powerful effect. Should I say that he is worthy of being a star god? Every time he makes a move, it is so extraordinary. Go and inform the leader that the transaction with the star god has not yet ended, and this time the purple backpack is for sale. At the same time, Cybertron, the top of the war, including Wujie, all got the news. Wujie said in surprise, "What? Purple backpack? Where did this Xinghe get the blueprint from?" At this time, the beautiful lady next to him asked, "Mr. Wu, the attributes of Xinghe's backpacks are top grade, and they also come with a very strong rune effect. In terms of attribute strength, it is equivalent to half a piece of equipment. If you equip 2 pieces, it is equivalent to having 1 more piece of equipment than others. Should we?" The beautiful woman did not continue to speak, because she knew that Wujia could understand what she meant. Wujia thought for a moment, nodded and said, I know, go and take out the materials from the team warehouse, and try to bid for as many as possible. If we want to build an elite team, these things can't be saved. The beautiful woman nodded gently yes. Optimus Prime just took advantage of the team's advantage, and snatched thousands of blue backpacks, and thousands of bottles of life secret medicine in one fell swoop. Just when he thought he was going to make a fortune this time, he suddenly heard the news. Xinghe consigned a batch of top-grade backpacks with more powerful attributes on the trading channel. Optimus Prime was stunned. Although he knew that Xinghe had a lot of good things in his hands, but unexpectedly, after such a short time, the other party took out a backpack with 800 space. As the leader of a large group, he knew the importance of this purple backpack. The treasure quality comes with more than 24-dimensional attributes, plus a night rune. If you equip 2 pieces, you will have dozens of extra defense points and dozens of attributes than others. At the current stage, the attributes of these top survivors are similar. The bonus of 2 backpacks can be said to directly widen the gap. No one wants to be inferior to others. After a while, Optimus Prime took a deep breath and said to his confidant beside him, Go, take pictures of these backpacks for me immediately, as many as you can. On the side, the man had a look of embarrassment in his eyes. Captain, I'm afraid I can't do it. Optimus Prime's eyes widened, and he asked quickly, Can't do it? Why? The middle-aged man stammered. Just now, when you asked us to take pictures of the batch of blue backpacks and life secret medicine, the resources in the team warehouse had been used up. Now, our material reserves are less than the value of 200,000 soul cores, you see. Optimus Prime was stunned after hearing this. Less than 200,000 soul cores? Didn't we Cybertron just recruit a few thousand new people? Are the resources they brought also used up? The confidant nodded. Optimus Prime was stunned. As a large team, Cybertron had quite impressive strength when it was originally in 2 regions. After the global survivors merged into one region this time, he expanded a lot in the past 2 days, and recruited a lot of new people. And they all signed Lord contracts with them, for at least 1 year. Optimus Prime also experienced the feeling of making a fortune every day. He thought that he was getting resources fast enough now. But he didn't expect that just buying a batch of backpacks and potions from Xinghe would almost drain his savings. Now, he deeply realized how fast Xinghe earned resources. Optimus Prime said helplessly, I know, let's see if we can borrow some resources from the brothers. We will return them after we sell these things. The confidant was stunned for a moment. It was a bit embarrassing to tell others about borrowing resources from the team members. But there was no way. After all, the temptation of the purple backpack was too great. Helplessly, he could only do as he was told. At the same time, more and more survivors, and the teams behind them got the news. Xinghe, the former big shot in the 2nd district, is making waves in the trading channel again. This time, it is a large number of purple backpacks that are top-notch and come with powerful attributes. After the invasion of the blood-tide monsters, the trading channel, which was originally a bit lifeless, started a heated discussion at this time. And the object of their discussion is a survivor named Xinghe. Brothers, this batch of backpacks from Xingchen is so awesome, I want to sell everything I have to buy them for him. 300,000 spirit cores, so expensive, but also much cheaper than what those people sell. I don't have enough materials on me. Who has some, lend me some? I pay you back later. Damn, I have to go find someone to borrow materials too. Watching more and more people discussing in the trading channel. The survivors in other areas finally couldn't help asking, who is the star god? Is he famous? However, no one paid any attention to them, but began to excitedly look for people to borrow materials everywhere, trying to buy as many purple backpacks as possible. After all, they all knew that such a top-quality backpack would be sold for 350,000 or even 400,000 spirit cores, and there would be people who would buy it. Buying it is making money. Seeing that the survivors in the 2 major areas did not answer them, those people's hearts were like being scratched by cat claws, and they were extremely itchy. For Xinghe, they had a strong curiosity in their hearts, and then began to find ways to investigate who Xinghe was. However, after they learned about Han Xing's deeds, they were immediately shocked. Since the beginning of the game, Xinghe sold spiritual spring water in large quantities, for the first time, and collected a large amount of resources. After several transactions, he became the recognized #1 in the region. Then, he dominated the rankings all the way. Not only did he win the first place in 3 rankings in a row, but he also helped his friends occupy the top 10. As more and more stories about Xinghe were dug up, everyone was surprised to find that this was actually a legendary figure, who was not inferior to Zhou Huang. However, his development path seemed different from Zhou Huang. Compared with Zhou Huang's team model, Xinghe was more inclined to concentrate all resources in his own hands. However, they also heard that Xinghe also had his own small group. This information about Han Xing also began to spread rapidly among the leaders of various regions. The temple in District 3, Kyushu in District 4, and the Immortal Mansion in District 5. These people learned that another legendary figure appeared in the trading channel. Moreover, the importance of this figure could no longer be ignored. After all, 2 purple backpacks were equivalent to the attributes of an extra piece of equipment. Those top existences did not want to fall behind others, especially when the blood tide disaster broke out. The appearance of the purple backpack directly caused a stir among the team leaders of various regions. For them, the price of 300,000 spirit cores was a bit high, but it was not unacceptable. For a while, Han Xing also received a lot of private chat messages. Usually, he always refused to receive messages from strangers. Now that he wanted to trade, Han Xing had to turn on the private chat function. He glanced at them. Among them, most of them invited him to join their team, such as the Temple and Jiuzhou, which are now in the limelight, and they offered generous treatment. Some teams even promised directly that they would let him be the deputy leader. But for Han Xing, these benefits they promised could not impress him at all. There were also some private chat messages, which wanted to trade a batch of purple backpacks from Han Xing in bulk, and hoped that the price could be cheaper. Han Xing also ignored them directly. He said speechlessly, "What are you thinking about? You want to buy from me, right? If you have the time, why don't I sell more in the trading channel? Anyway, the market for purple backpacks is very hot. At this time, the system prompts for successful transactions are constantly appearing. Transaction successful, you get Spirit Core asterisk 214000, you get Fine Iron asterisk 41121, you get Transaction successful, you get Spirit Core asterisk 114000, you get Thunderstone asterisk 124, you lose Space Backpack, purple, asterisk 1. The transaction was more popular than Han Xing expected. His batch of backpacks is not worried about selling at all. In just 5 minutes, Han Xing traded more than 2,000 backpacks and obtained materials worth 700 to 800 million yuan. Among them, there are also a lot of precious materials such as witch root grass, thunderstone, and tough animal skin. As time goes by, the hot trading market attracts more people's attention. More and more people enter the trading channel and learn about the news about Xinghe. At this time, on a huge island, there are various powerful attack buildings and rows of lord huts on it. This island is actually divided into living areas and combat areas. It seems that a large-scale battle has just ended, and thousands of fully equipped survivors are cleaning the battlefield. In the living area, 100,000 blue-starred humans, who have just arrived in this world, are moving around. It looks like a gathering place for humans. At this time, a man with regular features and firm eyes is standing on the edge of the territory. This person is Zhou Huang. He is managing with his team and accepting a group of survivors who have surrendered. Chapter 157. Among these survivors, there are more or less some physical problems. Some may be blind, some may be deaf, and some may simply be physically disabled. With their physical conditions, coming to this world is basically a death sentence. But people have a desire to survive, and no one is willing to die in obscurity like a roadside weed. This group of people with some physical defects began to speak actively in the chat channel, looking for other vulnerable groups, and forming a mutual aid association. Before they could organize themselves, they saw or heard Zhou Huang's speech on the public channel. At this time, among this group of survivors, a middle-aged man and woman with physical disabilities came forward to support each other, and they seemed to be a couple. The woman had no legs, and could only lie on the ground with her hands as support. Although she was physically disabled, you could still see the unyielding look in this woman's eyes. She looked at Zhou Huang and said gratefully, "Captain Zhou, thank you, you are such a good person. My husband and I have just come to this world. Because of our physical defects, we dare not follow the system prompts to fight monsters. Other people are unwilling to accept us. If I hadn't seen your message, my husband and I would have been ready to die. I kneel here to thank you." After saying that, the middle-aged couple knelt down and kowtowed to Zhou Huang. Zhou Huang hurriedly supported the two of them, shook his head with a serious face and said, "Aunt Lu, it's serious. Since you have come to our Hui Alliance's territory after so much hardship, I, Zhou Huang, will do what I say and will definitely take care of you." After hearing this, the middle-aged couple looked at each other with a look of gratitude on their faces. At this time, Zhou Huang looked at their bodies and frowned. "Aunt Lu, What about you and your husband? This question seemed a bit sharp and hurt their hearts. The woman without legs hesitated for a moment and explained, "To be honest, Captain Joe, my husband and I are both suffering from sequelae from a car accident. In order to save my life, the doctor amputated my legs and my husband lost an arm. Now we are both useless." At this point, the middle-aged woman bit her lip and said firmly, "If Captain Joe feels embarrassed, we can leave, and we don't want to be a burden to you." After that, the middle-aged woman was on the ground, using both hands, ready to crawl back to her territory. Seeing this, Joe Huang quickly grabbed the other party and said, "Aunt Lu, you misunderstood. I'm not saying I want to drive you away, I just want to see if your bodies can still recover." "Recover?" The middle-aged couple showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Joe Huang nodded and said, "Yes. Now, everyone has only experienced the dangers of this world, but has not discovered the huge opportunities of this world. The magic and power of this world are beyond your imagination." Opportunities? Behind the middle-aged couple, the group of survivors with physical defects were looking at Joe Huang at this moment. Joe Long smiled and continued, "That's right. First of all, the first opportunity in front of you is to upgrade the system. We survivors from Blue Star gain experience by killing monsters and then level up. Every level up will enhance our physical fitness. Although you are a little weak now, as long as you level up a few levels, all your physical indices will soar. By then, not to mention that you will reach the level of Superman, but it will be enough to maintain your daily life." After listening to Joe Huang's explanation, not only the middle-aged couple, but also other survivors who came, showed surprise in their eyes. As the second batch of survivors to be released, they were far behind others in level and equipment due to physical reasons or because they needed to take care of relatives. Most of them were only level 0 and had not killed even a monster. So, they have not yet experienced the benefits of attribute improvement. At this time, the group of people couldn't help asking, "Captain Joe, do you mean that we can become as powerful as you in the future?" Joe Huang nodded, "That's for sure. Not only that, as you continue to become stronger, your body will regain vitality and your lifespan will increase. And I will try my best to find items that can restore your body." Hearing this, all the survivors showed shock in their eyes. Joe Huang continued, "Don't doubt it, as I just told you, the power of this world is far beyond your imagination. Even the resurrection of the dead can be done, not to mention just repairing the defects of the body. And our Hui Alliance will also provide shelter for you before you grow up." This sentence can be said to have accurately grasped their lifeline. Recovering their bodies and being able to live like normal people is something they long for, and this man promised them that he would help them realize this dream in the future. For a moment, the eyes of this group of people looking at Joe Huang, in addition to gratitude, have been filled with respect and even admiration. At this time, the middle-aged man next to the disabled woman said with red eyes, "Captain Joe, let's not talk about anything else. If you can help me heal this leg, I, Old Chun, will be willing to work for you for the rest of my life." "So will I, Old Huang. Captain Joe, I am willing to go to the fire for you." Plop, plop, the group of survivors knelt down in unison. Joe Huang waved his hands repeatedly saying, "Everyone, get up quickly. You are exaggerating. As human beings, even if we come to this world, we are compatriots, with the same blood flowing in our bodies, and it is my duty to help you. Besides, I haven't cured you yet. It's not too late to thank me when you all recover." After that, Joe Huang personally walked over and helped the survivors up one by one. The survivors were all moved. Then, under Joe Huang's arrangement, the survivors followed the others in the territory and settled down. It must be said that Joe Huang does have a unique ability. With just a few words, he made all the survivors return to their hearts. And when he said these words, people could not feel the hypocrisy and affectation at all. It was as if this person was really so bright and fair. At this time, next to Joe Huang, a serious middle-aged man came over and whispered a few words. Joe Huang's face, which had always been smiling gently, suddenly showed a bit of surprise. "Oh, there is such a person. You mean, his name is Xinghe?" The middle-aged man nodded and asked solemnly, "Colonel." "No, Captain Joe, I'm thinking about whether to contact him and try to pull him into our team. After all, according to the information I got, this Xinghe doesn't seem to have established a team. Moreover, according to the amount of resources he has, according to estimates, at least thousands of flame catapults can be built. Such a powerful force, I think we should hold it in our own hands." Joe Huang looked at him seriously, and after a moment, he chuckled and asked, "Uncle June, do you think that people of my level would be willing to live under others?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. as if he couldn't believe that Zhou Huang's evaluation of Xinghe actually came directly to the same level as him. He knew clearly how powerful the man in front of him was. Being able to make his team recognized as the best among billions of people is enough to show his ability. Seeing Zhou Huang's refusal, the middle-aged man asked cautiously, "Then do you want me to ask the brothers to find the location of this galaxy?" After all, he hasn't formed a team yet. The meaning of this sentence is very clear, that is, he thinks Han Xing is weak, and it is the best time to take action. Zhou Huang didn't answer after hearing this. Instead, he looked at him with an inexplicable smile. The middle-aged man was a little creepy by his smile, and hurriedly explained, "Captain, I don't want to do anything to him, I just want him to contribute a batch of resources." After all, since the leader released that message, a large number of survivors have been gathering towards us every moment. Now, the number of these low-level survivors has exceeded 200,000. At the current stage, these people can't provide us with help, and just eating and drinking every day is a huge expense. For the overall situation, we do need more resources to expand our territory, even if it's to reclaim farmland and grow some crops, at least give them something to do. After saying that, the middle-aged man looked at Zhou Huang cautiously. Zhou Huang thought for a moment, patted his shoulder and said, "I know, I don't mean to blame you, you are also thinking about the overall situation." After hearing this, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Huang continued, "I also know about the difficulties you mentioned. But things will be solved soon. Uncle June, believe me. No matter how big the difficulties are, I will lead everyone to survive. Even, lead all mankind to victory. By then, I will be the emperor of the new world." Listening to Zhou Huang's heroic declaration, the middle-aged man did not have a trace of doubt. Instead, they all looked at the man in front of them with admiration, because he believed that this man could do it. At this time, Han Xing was still trading frantically. 20 minutes later, more than 5,200 backpacks were sold. At the same time, Han Xing also harvested nearly 1.6 billion materials. With uncontrollable joy in his eyes, Han Xing said excitedly, "It's great. This wave really made a lot of money." This transaction made Han Xing see the popularity of purple backpacks. More than 5,200 backpacks can't meet the huge market demand at all. Chapter 158. This number of backpacks cannot meet the huge market demand at all. Han Xing can make more backpacks and make a lot of profits from them. For this reason, Han Xing deliberately exchanged more strong animal skins when trading materials. He looked at the materials in his warehouse, and fell into deep ecstasy. Fuck. 40,000 strong animal skins, these alone can make another 7 or 8,000 purple backpacks. Converted into spirit cores, it is worth 2.4 billion. Han Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. And this is only a small part of his gains from this transaction. In addition to strong animal skins, he also has more than 30,000 thunderstones, plus more than 20,000 from selling blue backpacks. Now, his thunderstone reserves have reached 50,000. This number is enough for Han Xing to build more than 50 lightning towers, doubling the number. In addition, there are a large amount of refined iron, mithril, and even tens of thousands of eternal gold ingots. These materials can pull up thousands of flame catapults. Thinking of this, Han Xing seemed more excited now. As long as all the resources obtained from this transaction are digested and converted into combat power, then, the defense strength of his territory will usher in a qualitative change again. By then, he will truly be fearless of the crisis of the blood tide. However, after all these purple backpacks were sold, Han Xing's resources were almost emptied. In a short period of time, it is no longer possible to obtain a large amount of resources like today. It seems that we have to prepare for the next transaction as soon as possible. But what should I sell next time? Han Xing's eyes fell into thought. He now has sufficient material reserves. If all the more than 40,000 tough animal skins are processed, more than 8,000 purple backpacks can be made. If they are still sold at the current price, Han Xing can once again harvest materials worth more than 2.4 billion. Moreover, he can continue this model. But there is a prerequisite. That is, it takes time to make a purple backpack. According to the calculation that it takes 200 seconds to make a purple backpack, it also takes 100 seconds after the addition of advanced assembly line technology. 8,000, that is more than 200 hours. It takes at least 9 days, but now, Han Xing can't spare so much time to make purple backpacks. He also needs to make a large number of cursed blood anti-agents. During the blood tide, cursed blood anti-agents are the most urgently needed items for all survivors. In this transaction, a lot of 3 materials were harvested, and cursed blood anti-agents alone can directly produce more than 100,000 bottles. However, although the time required to make cursed blood anti-agents is much less than that of purple backpacks, the quantity is huge. More than 100,000 bottles. If the production time is 10 seconds per bottle, it will take more than 200 hours, nearly 12 days. After the technological acceleration of the weapon refining workshop, it will take 6 days, which is equivalent to only producing more than 10,000 bottles a day. This output is completely unable to meet the needs of billions of survivors on Blue Star. Han Xing frowned. It seems that we must get some props that can speed up the production time as soon as possible, or build a territory with acceleration function. Otherwise, there is no way to maximize the value of this cursed blood anti-agent formula in my hand. At this time, Han Xing said with some regret. Although I earned a lot of materials this time, I didn't receive the tower and totem, and the architectural drawings that I wanted most. Although Han Xing specially noted the needs of related props, and was even willing to sell purple backpacks in bulk for exchange. But those big group leaders were also very cunning. They would rather pay more spirit cores than trade those precious things. Thinking of this, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. He whispered, after the whole server merges this time, there should be a lot of good things among the billions of people. Although the total value of the purple backpack is very high, it is still impossible to hand over all the treasures in their hands if we only talk about one. Only by taking out more precious things can we get the treasures in these people's hands out. Han Xing glanced at his backpack. Now, the thing that can make them excited should be the blood curse resistance. But this thing, the value of a bottle is not as great as imagined. After all, unless the number of blood curse layers is really stacked to an unbearable level. Before that, the survivors can still use the purification of the priesthood to maintain their lives. Han Xing fell into thought. The blood curse resistance agent doesn't work, so what other valuable things do I have? Han Xing opened his warehouse and searched among the vast amount of materials. This search really made him find a lot of good things. That is, there are more than a dozen pieces of golden equipment piled in the corner of the warehouse. Han Xing counted them, and found that there were 18 pieces. Those were the more than a dozen pieces of golden equipment that Han Xing got when he just opened the gold treasure chest. He didn't need them. The level was above level 20. These equipments, in terms of total value, may not be comparable to those thousands of backpacks. But things are rare and valuable. In the current trading channel, there are very few such high-level golden equipments. According to the market price, the value of these golden equipments is between 1 million and 2 million spiritual cores. Those with legendary special effects are sold for more than 2.5 million. At present, most of the survivors are still hovering at level 15 or 16, and only a small number of top people have reached level 20 at this time. After thinking for a while, Han Xing took out all the golden equipments in the backpack. Then he began to set the trading conditions one by one. Consignment item information: Commander Longbow, gold; Blood Axe, gold; Cutter Dagger, gold; Soul Heart Short Blade. Consignment requirements: gold equipment of the same level, territory building blueprints, tower and totem, Ice Heart. Consigner: Xinghe. Seller's note: we are buying a large number of gold equipment, blueprints, tower and totems, rare materials, and other items of the same value. If you are unsure about the price, you can chat with me privately. After setting these, Han Xing clicked to put it on the shelf. When 18 pieces of level 20 gold equipment appeared in the trading channel, and the consigner was still the same name, it caused a sensation tonight again. When everyone looked at the powerful attributes of the 18 gold equipment, they were all shocked. So many gold equipment, legendary quality. They are all gold equipment above level 20, with strong attributes. The consigner is Xinghe again. This is the third time tonight. Yes, I said that the Star God has been silent for so long. This move is extraordinary. That night, the millions of survivors who experienced the 3 waves of trading events remembered the name Xinghe deeply in their hearts. And they also remembered a sentence. Xinghe's products must be top-notch. As long as he sells something, you will never lose money if you buy it. Oh my god, this blood axe is actually of legendary quality, and it also has a special effect of killing. That commander's longbow is not bad either. Trap damage increased by 30%. It is simply a hunter's artifact. There are other gold equipment with equally powerful attributes. Who of you is building drawings? Go and trade with the Star God. As the news of a large number of gold equipment appearing in the trading channel spread, more and more survivors poured in. Such gold equipment with powerful attributes is more popular among the top existences. At the same time, Han Xing also received a lot of private chats from survivors. Giant rock barrier drawings for Blood Axe? Iron Guardian drawings for Shadow Great Sword. Excuse me, Is the Star God willing to join us in Penglai? Compound artillery drawings. Han Xing glanced at it and eliminated some useless information. He really found a lot of good things in it. Han Xing's eyes also showed some joy. Sure enough, as long as the things you bring out are precious enough, there is no need to worry that these people will not hand over the treasures in their hands. Among the hundreds of private chat messages, Han Xing even saw a lot of blueprints that made him a little excited. Most of them are offensive buildings, without any special effects. Many of these blueprints have the same functions as the buildings in his territory. With this material, he would rather make more catapults and lightning towers. However, among them, Han Xing did find a few interesting blueprints. One of them is called the Territory Core Accelerator. Its function is that after consuming a large number of spirit cores, the movement speed of the territory can be tripled. This thing, if used well, is a life-saving artifact. Han Xing thought it was worth a golden weapon, so he decisively exchanged it. The transaction is successful. You get the Territory Core Accelerator blueprint. You lose the Commander Longbow, gold, *1. He also thinks there is another blueprint that is very good. Natural Goddess Statue Construction Blueprint. Accelerate the growth rate of all plants in the territory by 30%. With the additional effect, all things grow. This blueprint is also one of the ones he urgently needs at present. With this, he can realize the idea of mass planting witch root grass and greatly shorten its production cycle. After all, the number of witch root grass in the trading channel is limited. Even if all of them are swept down, there is no way to meet his needs for making blood curse resistance. Therefore, the best way is to be self-sufficient. If the source of materials such as witch root grass can be solved, then Han Xing can really mass-produce the blood curse resistance now. Han Xing also clicked the transaction directly. Transaction successful. You get the Goddess of Nature Statue Blueprint *1. You lose the Black Fire Staff, gold, *1 next. Han Xing began to check the messages one by one. However, the blueprints sent later all seemed to be a bit of a filler. Among them, someone even sent the toilet construction blueprint. Han Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although, he specifically marked the items that needed to speed up the construction speed of the territory, and the speed of forging equipment. But I don't know whether everyone is none, or those people are unwilling to take them out. So far, Han Xing has not seen any relevant props information. However, they also have other parts of gold equipment. Although the properties of these equipment are somewhat inferior to those sold by Han Xing. But if it happens to be a part that he doesn't have, or Zhang Lianmeng and the others can use it, Han Xing will choose to trade. When all these dozen pieces of gold equipment were traded, Han Xing exchanged for a total of 14 gold equipment. There are cloth armor, leather armor, light armor, as well as bracelets, necklaces, rings, etc. Han Xing is going to distribute these equipment in a while. By then, the 5 of them will almost have a full set of gold equipment, and their strength can be improved to another level. In addition, Han Xing also traded 3 architectural drawings and a small totem. They are Ice Arrow Tower, Goddess of Nature Statue, Territory Core Accelerator, and Minotaur Totem. Although he didn't get the acceleration props he wanted most, Han Xing still breathed a sigh of relief. So far, Han Xing has traded out all the things he had stored in the warehouse these days. It's finally over. This time, I really got a rich harvest. Han Xing's eyes were filled with joy. More than rich. After an hour, 3 waves of transactions. Han Xing obtained a total of materials worth about 3.5 billion spirit cores. What is the concept of 3.5 billion? Since Han Xing entered the Sky Island Paradise, the total value of various props he exchanged for several times did not exceed 1.5 billion, and these props allowed him to build thousands of siege crossbow launchers, more than 400 flame catapults, and 27 lightning towers. And this time, it almost doubled. Han Xing was also excited to check the other 3 things he had just exchanged. The first one was an attack building blueprint called Ice Arrow Tower. Ice Arrow Tower, territory type defensive building. Building effect. Every 5 seconds, an ice arrow with a deceleration effect is sent out, causing 1,000 ice attribute damage to the enemy, with a maximum range of 10,000 meters, and causing a 2.5 second deceleration effect on the enemy. Materials required for construction: refined iron *80, 000, mithril *3000, eternal gold ingot *150, ether *500, 000, ice crystal stone *2, 000. This Ice Arrow Tower is also a pretty good defensive building. But compared to the Thunder Tower, it is still a long way behind. First of all, the ice arrows it fired are not range damage. If there is no deceleration effect, It is at best an enhanced version of a siege crossbow. And it requires a lot of materials, and ordinary survivors simply cannot build it in batches. However, the Ice Arrow Tower has an advantage, that is, the attack frequency is fast enough. Ice arrows are fired once every 5 seconds, with a 2.5-second deceleration state. In other words, there is only a 2.5-second gap in the middle. As long as enough ice arrow towers are built, a continuous deceleration effect can be achieved. In this way, not only the speed of those monsters is slowed down, but also the charging time of other siege equipment can be increased. Han Xing also decided to pull out 100 or 200 ice arrow towers to serve as auxiliary towers for the Thunder Tower. The second blueprint is the Goddess Statue. Statue of the Goddess of Nature, Special Building. Building Effect. Accelerate the growth rate of all plants in the territory by 30%. The statue can autonomously absorb the natural power of heaven and earth, and can release the growth effect of all things once every 72 hours. Growth of all things. Accelerate the growth cycle of plants in the 100 by 100 meter area in the territory by 7 days. You can also directly invest 720,000 spirit cores to directly release the growth effect of all things. Huh? This additional effect is interesting? Han Xing's eyes lit up when he saw the additional growth of all things at the back. He thought that this statue could only speed up the growth cycle by 30%. Now, he found an unexpected surprise. Chapter 159. Han Xing found a surprise on this statue. Moreover, this surprise is of great help to him. The most planted material in his current territory is witchroot grass. According to the effect recorded on the drawing. Once all things grow, it can shorten the growth cycle of all plants in the 100 by 100 meter area by 7 days. An area of tens of thousands of square meters can plant at least 100,000 witchroot grasses. According to their 30-day growth cycle, after 30% acceleration, it is almost 21 days. After that, as long as there are 3 more waves of all things growing, all these witchroot grasses can be ripened directly. In other words, Han Xing only needs to invest 2.16 million spirit cores from the time of witchroot grass sowing, and he can pick it directly. Calculated, this is a completely profitable deal. Han Xing's mood has become better. Witchroot grass can be ripened in large quantities, and the cursed blood is now on the trading channel, at least tens of millions. And the Holy Aurora. He can also build hundreds of Aurora aggregators again, and the output per hour is amazing. In this way, the 3 sources of materials for making cursed blood are all solved. Very good, I will expedite the production of cursed blood now, and by tomorrow, I should have 50,000 bottles on hand. By then, I can take out a batch of anti-agents depending on the situation. Han Xing couldn't help but clench his fist. Then, he took out the small totem from his backpack, and the item introduction appeared on it. Tauren Totem, a special item. With this totem, you can get the recognition of the Tauren tribe. Good. With this totem, I can raise a new batch of soldiers. Han Xing was very excited. This totem was what he had been looking for. However, he still didn't have the props that accelerated the time to make equipment, or the territory buildings with similar functions, which he wanted most. However, Han Xing's gains from this transaction were already terrifying enough. The most urgent task now was to convert all these resources into combat power as soon as possible. Han Xing was also excited, and came to the wall of Xingyu City. His eyes were eager, because he could finally build various defense towers. The first thing to build was, of course, the most powerful lightning tower. The main material required was thunderstone. In this transaction, he exchanged 52,241. A total of 52 lightning towers, including the 28 already built in the territory, that is 80. At that time, 80 lightning towers would explode at the same time. Just thinking about that scene would make people excited. Han Xing clicked on the construction directly. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume materials? Refined iron * 300, 000, mithril * 50, 000, eternal gold ingot * 500, magic crystal * 200, 000, rare earth * 500, 000, thunderstone * 1, 000, and build a lightning tower * 1? Yes. Construction in progress. The acceleration effect of the City Lord's Mansion takes effect, and the estimated remaining time is 18 to 34. Han Xing began to build lightning towers in batches. Every few dozen meters, Han Xing would find an open space and click to build. He clicked 50 times in a row, and a large amount of materials were consumed. Among them, refined iron consumed more than 15 million, mithril consumed more than 2.5 million, and 25,000 eternal gold ingots. These 50 lightning towers alone almost emptied 1/3 of Han Xing's material reserves. But it's all worth it. When he saw the more than 50 smoking bases around the territory, he was excited. Okay, in another 18 hours, I will own 80 lightning towers. Then let's see if those blood-tide monsters dare to besiege me. I kill as many as they come. Han Xing thought proudly. By the way, I need to build another batch of ice arrow towers to help the lightning towers survive the energy storage period. Han Xing looked at his drawing interface. A building similar to an arrow tower appeared. However, the arrow tower was blue as a whole. This thing is an attack building of the same level as the flame catapult, and the main material consumed is ice crystal stone. Han Xing's current ice crystal stone reserves are about 300,000. If all of them are invested, 150 ice arrow towers can be built, which is also quite good. Near each lightning tower, Han Xing found an open space and clicked to build directly. Do you want to consume materials? Refined iron *80,000, mithril *3000, eternal gold ingot *150, ether *500000, ice crystal stone *2000, build ice arrow tower *1. Yes. Under construction, the Lord's Mansion acceleration effect has taken effect, and the remaining time is 7 hours and 42 minutes. This construction time is much shorter than that of the Thunder Tower. Han Xing continued to click frantically. After a while, 300,000 ice crystal stones were consumed. In addition, tens of millions of refined iron and hundreds of thousands of mithril were consumed. Although Han Xing's resources came quickly, they were also consumed quickly. These two buildings alone consumed about half of the material reserves in Han Xing's warehouse. Han Xing didn't care, because he still had to build other buildings. Flame Trebuchet. This thing is a killer weapon second only to the Thunder Tower, except that it is a little short. The effect is really good. Not only does it cause large-scale explosion damage, but the injured target will also have a burning effect. Han Xing began to build flame trebuchets in batches outside the city wall. Do you want to consume materials and build a flame trebuchet *1? Yes. This time, Han Xing directly built 800 flame trebuchets. Once again, the value of materials consumed was nearly 1 billion. Now, the edge of the Xingyu city wall is almost surrounded by these attack devices. Just wait until tomorrow, and the firepower of his territory will double or triple. By then, even if he faces more monster armies, he will not be afraid at all. Then, Han Xing went to the citizen square without stopping to build another important prop. The statue of the goddess of nature. This thing can accelerate the growth rate of the plants in the territory, and investing a large number of spirit cores can accelerate the growth cycle of the plants in the territory. It is also one of the important buildings that must be built as soon as possible. Click on the blueprint interface. An image of a goddess wearing a grass crown and leaves woven clothes, covering only the private parts, appears. She holds a short wooden bow in her hand, with clear eyes and a firm gaze ahead, as if nothing can stop her will. Compared with the dawn and the dark night, the goddess of nature has a hotter figure and a wild beauty. Han Xing whispered, Goddess of dawn, Goddess of dark night, and Goddess of nature. Now, there are 3 goddess statues in my civic square. I don't know how many goddesses there are in this world. If possible, I really want to collect all these statues and do a goddess match. Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. Then, he directly clicked to build. Do you want to consume materials? Build a statue of the goddess of nature *1? Yes. The construction time of the statue of the goddess of nature is about the same as the other 2 goddess statues, which also takes 7 or 8 hours. At this time, Han Xing began to check the last special blueprint he obtained. Territory Core Accelerator. Building effect. You can build an accelerator on the territory core to increase its movement speed by 50%. Each time you invest 20,000 spirit cores, you can use the acceleration effect, and within 60 seconds, the territory's movement speed will increase by 200%. Interesting, 20,000 spirit cores accelerate for 1 minute. According to the current speed of my territory, a 50% acceleration is 900 kilometers per hour, and a 2-fold increase is nearly 3,000 kilometers per hour. Hiss. After a quick calculation, Han Xing couldn't help but take a breath. Don't think it's just a simple acceleration effect. But this thing can be used to save lives at critical moments. For example, when Han Xing was besieged today, if he couldn't hold on. If there was this acceleration device at that time, he could directly control the territory to escape, and those monsters couldn't catch up with him at all. Han Xing could even imagine the scene of his sky island running at high speed in front, and a large number of monsters running wildly behind. Oh my god, isn't this going to be a game of Fast and Furious? Han Xing couldn't help but laugh strangely, and then went straight to the basement of the city lord's mansion. More than 10 meters deep in the basement is Han Xing's core territory. Looking at this small square of 1 square meter, Han Xing also sighed. It was from this small square that he built this huge Xingyu city step by step. All the way. Hey, it doesn't seem to be difficult, after all, except for some difficulties when he first came to this world. Later, his territory development can be said to be quite smooth. Even Xingyu City was robbed. Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled knowingly. Then, he clicked on the construction directly. Do you want to consume materials? Build a core accelerator *1? Yes. Under construction, the acceleration function of the Lord's Mansion has taken effect, and the remaining time is 12 to 32. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. After all these were completed, he came to the open space below without stopping. Because, he is now going to build another important building, the Tower Camp. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. I am such a hard-working and good lord. Then, he took out the bullhorn totem from his backpack. After selecting the location, he also clicked on the construction. The Tower Camp is being built, remaining time, 14:13. When all these were processed, Han Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 hours of trading made the overall strength of his territory soar several times. This means that in the future, unless he encounters a blood-tied monster that is several times more than today or a higher level, Han Xing can rest assured. At this time, Han Xing glanced at the hundreds of green figures at the foot of Xingyu City. There is the location where he built the wolf cavalry camp. Now, more than 300 wolf cavalry have appeared. Before Han Xing's order, they will stand by in place and not move. Han Xing directly clicked 10,000 this time. At the rate of 1 every 10 seconds, it would take 28 hours to summon all of them. Chapter 160. After more than 20 hours, Han Xing will have his first army of wolf cavalry. At that time, it will also bring him a lot of help. Han Xing was just about to give these wolf cavalry special training. At this time, a beautiful figure walked out of Xingyu City. It was Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang's starry eyes turned slightly, her red lips slightly opened, looking at Han Xing, and wanted to say something. But after making eye contact with Han Xing, her face instantly turned red, and then she lowered her head shyly. Although they have been together for a while, this little girl still looks shy every time she sees Han Xing. Han Xing knew her personality, so he took the initiative to ask, What's wrong, Xiaoyang? Is there anything? Su Xiaoyang looked shy, secretly glanced at her, and said in a mosquito-like voice, No. Nothing. Han Xing looked strange. The next moment, Su Xiaoyang hurriedly explained. It's just, I was on the city wall, and I saw you busying around by yourself, so I wanted to ask if there was anything I could help you with. You, don't be too tired, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Everyone saw Han Xing's efforts. But Han Xing never said anything, and he didn't seem to care. It was Su Xiaoyang, a careful little girl, who noticed these. However, Han Xing was stunned for a moment, and he really didn't feel any pressure. At the current stage of the blood-tide outbreak, except for the time being a little tight, it was not to the extent of great pressure. Han Xing was about to say it was okay. But at this moment, he suddenly had the idea of teasing this little girl. He pretended to be tired and said, You are right, Xiaoyang, I am a little stressed recently, too nervous. Thank you for understanding me. After hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's eyes immediately showed a look of heartache. She immediately put aside her shyness, hurried forward, looked at Han Xing with a face full of heartache and said, Han Xing brother has worked hard. If you need my help, as long as you say it, Xiaoyang will do it. Listening to the girl blurting out some words that are easy to be misunderstood, Han Xing's eyes were strange, and after a moment, he asked with a strange smile, Can you do everything? Yeah. Su Xiaoyang nodded heavily, and seemed to be very happy to be able to help Han Xing. She didn't seem to understand the meaning of Han Xing's words at all. Looking at Su Xiaoyang's innocent eyes, with a little expectation, Han Xing was embarrassed to tease her for a while. He coughed twice, shook his head and said, I'm fine. The expectation in Su Xiaoyang's eyes was dashed, and there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Brother Han Xing, don't you like Xiaoyang's help? Then, I go call Sister Lian Ming over. Han Xing waved his hands and said, No, that's not what I meant. I mean, I really don't need your help, and I don't feel any pressure. Compared to other survivors, we are much better off here. You know, they don't have so many defense towers, and it's extremely difficult to survive. Han Xing has always been very self-aware. He knows that his situation is much better than those survivors. Because of his unique god-level talent, Han Xing can always maintain his advantage. Even when facing the terrifying blood tide, he can deal with it easily. If you have enjoyed the benefits, admit it generously. There is no need to become a vested interest, and then blame other survivors for not working hard enough. Who doesn't work hard to survive in this world? After Su Xiaoyang heard this, the disappointment on her face gradually disappeared. After a moment, she whispered then if Brother Han Xing needs any other help, be sure to tell us. Han Xing nodded. Don't worry, I will call you if there is anything. Yeah. Su Xiaoyang nodded happily after hearing this, then took a light step and trotted back to Xingyu City. After dealing with the Minotaur and the Wolf Cavalry, Han Xing summoned everyone again and came to the meeting hall of the Lord's mansion. Su Xiaoyang's face was still a little shy. Zhang Lianmeng looked at Han Xing, then at Su Xiaoyang, with an inexplicable smile on her lips. Han Xing coughed twice and said, Okay, our next plan is to get more combat merits and level up to speed up our pace of becoming stronger. The system prompts that those blood-tide monsters will become stronger day by day. In addition to more numbers, the levels will continue to increase. We must maintain our level advantage, and always be a few levels higher than those monsters to ensure safety. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Then, Han Xing distributed the 14 pieces of gold equipment he had exchanged with others in the trading channel. Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong's eyes lit up after receiving them. This is the third time they have changed their equipment since the blood tide broke out. Not only did they eliminate all the low-level purple equipment on their bodies, but they also replaced them with more advanced gold equipment. In addition, Han Xing got them so many gold suits this time, so now they have a full set of gold. In this world, the attributes of equipment are very powerful. Compared to before the blood tide broke out, everyone's attributes have at least doubled. This disaster not only did not cause them to suffer losses, but also gained a lot of benefits from it, and they also know that all this is based on that man. If there is no Han Xing, they can only keep warm like other survivors. After all the equipment was replaced, Han Xing began to control Xingyu City and continued to wander around in the air. Not far away, a huge blood-tide monster appeared in front of everyone. Roughly estimated, the number of this wave of monsters is no less than 20,000. Those monsters flew in the air, and it seemed that they had just successfully raided an island where survivors were. Among them, they also saw several monsters with several human corpses hanging on their bodies. Those corpses were like pieces of rags hanging in the air, and blood kept dripping. This bloody scene made the two girls present change their expressions. They also understood that not all sky islands could easily resist the attacks of the blood-tide monsters like them. Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but curse. This group of damn monsters. At this moment, after seeing Han Xing and others, the group of monsters also swooped down directly. They howled to the sky and waved thousands of tentacles. It seemed that they wanted to tear the humans in front of them to pieces. Han Xing had a cold face, without a trace of fear in his heart. A group of monsters like this, controlling the attacking buildings in the territory, can be completely destroyed with a wave of concentrated fire. But in this way, it is simple, but there is no experience reward. In order to maximize the benefits and to upgrade quickly, Han Xing's eyes turned cold, and he said directly, More than 20,000 monsters? We can solve them by ourselves, are you sure? Everyone looked at each other. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yuan and others nodded at the same time. After today's wave of equipment replacement, the 5 people successively changed into 3 to 5 gold equipment, which can be said to be greatly increased in strength. Before, they could deal with less than 10,000 monsters. Now that everyone's strength has been improved, there are more monsters, and they are not afraid, including Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang. They also held their weapons tightly, ready to fight at any time. At this time, the 20,000 blood-tide monsters were less than 1,000 meters away from Han Xing's territory. At this time, the monster group had entered the attack range of everyone. Everyone did not move, but waited for Han Xing's instructions. After many cooperations, they have been very obedient to Han Xing's orders, and the monster tide is 800 meters away from the territory. The bloody torrent has already swept in, and it is about to touch the territory's protective shield. Under the siege of so many monsters, the shield with only 1,200 defense points will be destroyed in an instant. Just when the monster group is about to touch the protective shield, Han Xing directly removed the protective shield. The next moment, the mighty blood-tide monsters swooped down. At this time, they were less than 500 meters away from everyone. The 5 people held their weapons tightly. 400 meters. They could already feel the strong wind blowing in their faces, and the bloody smell of these monsters. Han Xing suddenly said, "Get ready." Shen Yuan instantly threw 2 blessings to Han Xing, and then cast an angel's protection on himself. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger. Han Xing slowly exhaled and said solemnly, "Attack." The next moment, the 5 people used their burst skills. Swish! In the sky, a huge sword flew over and passed straight through the monster group. A sword broke through the air. Broken flesh and broken limbs flew everywhere. Behind him, Su Shuyang's nimble figure instantly jumped into the air. Waves of arrows rained down, and hundreds of blood-tide monsters were shot into a hornet's nest. Then, there was a terrifying thundercloud and an arrow burning with fire. Hiss! Hiss! Boom! Flames and thunder danced together. After the huge explosion, the torrent formed by more than 20,000 blood-tide creatures was directly torn open by a big hole. The corpses of the monsters began to fall like raindrops. The system prompts directly refreshed the screen. The 5 people looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. In this wave of explosion, everyone killed at least more than 5,000 monsters. However, at this time, there were more monsters rushing on the field. Before the CD of the previous wave of explosion skills expired, if they were surrounded by monsters at this time, everyone could only engage in close combat. However, considering everyone's profession, this was obviously not a good choice. Han Xing did not panic, because he still had many trump cards that he had not used. Han Xing thought quickly in his mind, and then whispered, "Speaking of which, since I made this ice burial longbow, I haven't really played its effect. Today, let me see your actual combat ability." The next moment, everyone saw him holding up the crystal longbow in his hand. The red veins on the bow body began to flow instantly, as if the red spider lily was sealed under the ice layer and blooming. Chung Jianyong suddenly shivered and asked in confusion, "Xiao Yunzi, do you feel that it seems to have suddenly become cold?" Shen Yun also nodded. The next moment, a shocking chill was released from the longbow that Han Xing held high. Chapter 161. An astonishing chill was released from the longbow held high by Han Xing. It was the special effect of the longbow ice burial, the extreme cold field. Extreme cold field, a legendary special effect. After turning on this special effect, a 200-meter diameter extreme cold field will be formed with the survivor as the center. Enemy creatures in the field will receive 150% ice damage per second, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 20% each time, which can be stacked up to 5 times. The effect lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 40 minutes. With Han Xing as the center, thousands of monsters in the nearby 200-meter range were instantly covered with a layer of frost. Han Xing's current attack power is extremely terrifying. Add Shen Yun's 2 blessings, and the 150% damage effect of the extreme cold field itself, with a click. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of the ice breaking. Puff! Puff! The sound of the flesh breaking came. The first wave of blood-tide monsters that suffered from the extreme cold field special effects fell into a state of serious injury, and fell directly from the sky. The next second, the second sound of ice crystals breaking came. The group of mutants on the ground, their bodies instantly collapsed on the spot, turning into stiff corpses all over the ground. The system prompts instantly refreshed the screen. Blood-tide mutants *1123 have been killed, and 1142 combat merits have been obtained in 2 seconds. More than 1,000 blood-tide mutants were killed. With Han Xing as the center, the surrounding 200-meter area was instantly cleared. After everyone looked at the powerful effect caused by Han Xing, they suddenly felt a chill rising from their backs. Chung Jianyong hugged his arms, and said in a trembling voice, "What a terrifying special effect! And this is the effect of the first wave of attack from the extreme cold field. This legendary special effect can last for 10 seconds, and can release 10 such terrifying group attacks, the next 8 seconds. The other 4 did not make a move, and stayed where they were. The blood-tide monsters rushed forward fearlessly. However, after coming into contact with Han Xing's extreme cold field, they were frozen into ice cubes in an instant. Crack! 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 Waves of ice breaking sounds came. Every time it broke, it meant that thousands of blood-tide monsters were blown into pieces. It was over in 10 seconds. The territory was covered with corpses. At this time, Han Xing was like an ice and snow emperor, dominating the life and death of these monsters. On the side, Shen Yun exhaled lightly, and said with shock on his face, "It is indeed an epic quality weapon. This legendary special effect is so terrible." Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva. He looked at the lion-hard great sword in his hand, and then looked at the ice burial in Han Xing's hand. Suddenly, I felt that my door panel greatsword didn't seem so good. Han Xing also had a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. The legendary special effect of ice burial exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he only used one of the special effects of ice burial. You know, this weapon has a more perverted epic special effect, ice burial. Ice burial, epic special effect. After it is turned on, 10 layers of ice burial effect are added to all enemy creatures in the surrounding 800-meter area. Each layer of ice burial effect reduces the enemy's movement speed and attack speed by 10% and detonates it after 10 seconds. Each layer of ice burial effect causes an additional 50% damage. 800-meter area, super large range. It can be said that if Han Xing uses this special effect, one strike can kill at least tens of thousands of blood-tied monsters. However, Han Xing felt that there was no need to use epic special effects attacks at the moment, because the blood-tied monsters that attacked them. After 2 outbreaks, the number of blood-tied monsters has dropped sharply from more than 20,000 to less than 8,000. This number is enough for 5 people to deal with easily. There is no suspense in the next battle. When this wave of blood-tied monsters was killed by them, leaving large pieces of corpses, the remaining hundreds of mutants flapped their wings together and flew into the air and fled. At this time, a white light appeared on the coal ball again, and it rose to level 21. Chung Jianyong said with emotion while decomposing the monster corpses on the ground. Wow, the little coal ball has upgraded again, it's pretty fast. Shen Yun also nodded and said, it's pretty fast. Although these blood-tied monsters are not high in level, they are in large numbers. One monster can also give 4,000 to 5,000 experience points. If we accumulate them, the experience points gained in one wave are quite terrifying. If we keep up this trend, our upgrade speed will not be slower than that in the Cloud Secret Realm. Everyone nodded in agreement. Next, Han Xing began to lead everyone to continue fighting everywhere, from early morning to sunset. Han Xing's Sky Island has been fighting for thousands of kilometers. All the blood-tied monsters encountered on the road were directly cleared by them. During this period, they also rescued at least more than 20 survivor Sky Islands. However, Han Xing would leave directly after each battle. He didn't even give the survivors a chance to communicate. They could only look at the backs of Han Xing and others, with a look of gratitude or speculation in their eyes. In addition, Han Xing was also exploring the Sky Islands covered by clouds. As long as the area of the cloud was less than 10,000, Han Xing would not refuse, and would directly click in to explore. However, in most cases, the monsters inside were solved by the 5 of them themselves. Only when they encountered monsters that were difficult to defeat would they use the defense towers on the territory. Explore, fight monsters, and annex. After a set of processes, the 5 people cooperated smoothly. The area of the territory began to expand wildly. Successfully merge the ownerless Sky Island. You have obtained territory resources. Rich mithril mine *1, limestone *17451, iron ore. Successfully killed 4,122 blood-tied creatures, and obtained 4,745 military merits. Successfully merged the ownerless Sky Island. You have obtained territory resources. Poor constant gold mine *1, rich emerald mine *1, coal *41221. After a whole day of continuous fighting, 5 people and 1 wolf, all of them have been upgraded by 1 to 2 levels. Han Xing has now reached level 24, and the levels of the others are between level 21 and level 23. In addition, the area of Han Xing's territory has also been greatly expanded. As the area of the clouds he is challenging is getting larger and larger, various new terrains are constantly appearing, such as small volcanoes, ponds, mines, etc. In one day, the overall scale of Han Xing's Sky Island has expanded by 30%, reaching nearly 400,000 square meters. After a day of fighting, everyone began to repair. In the meeting hall of the Lord's Mansion, Han Xing said, "Today is the 2nd day of the Blood Tide. Through the experience of the past 2 days, we have roughly figured out a little pattern. That is, these Blood Tide monsters will gather a terrifying number of monsters every day to attack our territory. But this is just a guess. No one knows what will happen next. We don't know these Blood Tide monsters, nor do we know their exact number. So tonight, the 3 of us will take turns to guard the night. If we encounter any situation, we will notify others as soon as possible." The 3 Han Xing mentioned are naturally him, Chung Jianyong, and Shen Yun. Everyone nodded. It's not just Han Xing who has such an idea. The other survivor teams also remained vigilant and arranged people to take turns to guard the night. Of course, more survivors, under the pressure of the blood tide, could not fall asleep. That night, most of the billions of humans from Blue Star spent a sleepless night. The next day, when the first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon, all the survivors held their weapons in their hands and walked out of their shelters at the same time. They stared at the horizon, as if they were afraid that endless blood monsters would come with the sun. The survivors of Blue Star waited anxiously. The red sun rose slowly, until the daybreak. Still nothing happened. In the chat channel, many survivors asked doubtfully, "Hey, no monsters attacked us today. Did you encounter any over there?" "I didn't see any over here either. I can occasionally see a small group over here, but not many." Hearing the words of other survivors, everyone was confused. What's going on? Is this blood tide disaster over? No way, the system didn't prompt, and even the ranking of the battle merit list hasn't been made public yet. Maybe they won't make it public, and they just give out the rewards. Impossible, I saw a terrible monster among those monsters yesterday. How could that monster not be killed? So how could it end so quickly? Han Xing and the others were also confused. The four of them looked at him at the same time. Han Xing was stunned, spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on either." Everyone smiled embarrassedly, because Han Xing knew about the blood tide outbreak half a month in advance. Everyone subconsciously thought that he knew something else. Han Xing continued, "It's really strange that the blood tide didn't break out today. However, no matter what, we should keep our own pace, continue to upgrade, and hurry up to become stronger." After hearing this, everyone nodded together. For the next whole day, Han Xing continued to explore and fight monsters with the 5 people, until the afternoon sunset. They only encountered 3 or 4 waves of blood tide, and the number of monsters was less than 10,000. Compared with the mighty force of the previous 2 days, it now feels as if all the blood tide monsters have been killed by them. Although they were puzzled, they did not think much about it. At this time in Xingyu City, the 5 people were excited and counted today's gains. First of all, the biggest gain is everyone's level, with the accumulation of massive experience points. Han Xing has now reached level 25, and the others are between level 22 and 24. In addition, the expansion of territory. Today, since we didn't encounter a few waves of blood tide monsters, most of the time was spent exploring those giant sky islands. And Han Xing Xingyu City has also expanded from more than 300,000 square meters to more than 500,000 square meters, close to 600,000, and this is while ensuring that the thickness of his territory remains unchanged. There are now many more terrains in his territory. Mountains, islands, woods, and even a small piece of desert. These terrains often contain some resources. The most of them are naturally the veins buried deep underground. According to rough statistics, the number of Han Xing's veins has reached a terrifying number, such as various constant gold mines, rich mithril mines, refined iron mines, and emerald mines. If they can all be mined, it will also be a considerable income. But now, he has no time to mine, and his subordinates have no tools or NPCs who can be used for mining. Although, Han Xing can completely order those wolf cavalry to be miners. But every profession has its own specialty. Wolf cavalry, a type of soldier that is only suitable for combat, may accidentally destroy an entire vein of, or if they are asked to mine. Therefore, Han Xing decided to put the mining issue on hold for the time being and make a long-term plan later. Anyway, he is not short of resources now. In addition, there are various large tracts of fertile land, ponds, small rivers, etc. Han Xing has no time to make plans now. When the territory reaches a larger scale later, it will be unified and organized. On the 3rd day, the 4th day, it was still the same. The 5 people upgraded and fought monsters all the way, while their levels were increasing. The area of Han Xing's territory, the Sky Island, is also expanding rapidly. Now, the area of his territory has exceeded 1 million square meters, which is a huge breakthrough. After the battles in the past few days, the harvest is amazing. The 4 people all have joyful smiles on their faces. Except Han Xing. Although the battles in the past few days were very easy. However, Han Xing has been frowning since yesterday afternoon. This feeling is hard to describe, as if there is always a pair of invisible eyes watching him. However, every time Han Xing stopped the Sky Island and took the opportunity to look around, he still didn't find anything unusual. At this time, the sharp-minded Shen Yun seemed to find that Han Xing's face was a little wrong. After everyone dispersed, Shen Yun came to Han Xing and asked with a chuckle, "Brother Xing, what happened these days? Why do you seem to have something on your mind?" Seeing Shen Yun asking questions, Han Xing didn't want to be a riddle man. He said directly, Shen Yun, do you have a feeling that our Sky Island is being watched? Shen Yun frowned after hearing this. He thought for a moment in his mind, then shook his head and said, No, Brother Xing, I don't have this feeling. Brother Xing, do you mean that you feel that something is watching us? Han Xing nodded. Yes, I don't know if I think too much or it's my illusion. Shen Yun said, Brother Xing's intuition has always been very accurate. There must be a reason for everything. Whether it is an illusion or not, we still can't let down our guard. Tonight, let's continue to take turns to keep watch. Han Xing nodded, also agreeing with this decision. He called Cheng Jianyong over and explained the situation, and he also said he had no objection. Everyone began to take turns to keep watch. Time passed slowly. The chat channel tonight was surprisingly quiet. It was as if the group of blood-tide monsters had all disappeared, and only one or two cries for help could be heard occasionally in it. However, just when everyone was somewhat relaxed. Late at night, when the bloody moon climbed up the tree branches again, every corner of the abandoned land of the gods, the number of monsters gathered around the altars had reached a terrifying scale. It covered the sky and the sun. It was like a bloody ocean. Compared with this number, the size of the group of monsters that attacked the survivors the next day was nothing compared to this. Chapter 162. In a corner that no survivor in the world can see. In the blood altars, Jean has gathered an astonishing number of blood-tide monsters that can be said to be overwhelming. At the same time, in the center of the altar, there are even larger monsters coming out from it. Some look like sea creatures, covered with scales and various wriggling parasites. Some have curved claws and are covered with scales. But they all have one thing in common. That is, they all have the same momentum as the 100-faced monster. You know, the monster with hundreds of human faces has at least the strength of a 3-star lord. Only one can bring nightmares to countless players. However, the number of 3-star lord monsters here has even exceeded double digits. And what's more terrifying is, the blood altar is still squeezing out monsters. And this time, the power is far greater than before. Gurgle. Gurgle. Bursts of sound, like the surging waves on the seabed, came out. The terrifying bloody energy continued to spread, and even condensed into substance around it. The next moment, a blood-colored tentacle over 100 meters long emerged from it. The tentacle was covered with white nails, waving in the wind, and mucus and blood were splattered. Sticky and slippery. At this moment, including those 3-star lords and the millions of blood-tide monsters, they all took a few steps back. When the terrifying creature completely drilled out of the altar, a monster made up of the organs of tens of thousands of different creatures appeared out of nowhere. It was as if the scene of hell was projected onto the human world. At this moment, millions of blood-colored monsters actually knelt down in the air at the same time. The next day. Today is the 6th day of the blood tide. After Han Xing woke up from the Lord's mansion, he went straight to the city wall. Cheng Jianyong frowned and said, Brother Xing, no monsters appeared last night. Not only that, there are fewer and fewer survivors in the chat channel who say they encountered blood-tide monsters. It seems that the blood tide has really ended. Han Xing heard a slight surprise in his eyes, and then fell into thought. Cheng Jianyong saw Han Xing thinking, and did not disturb him, but walked into Xingyu City silently. Han Xing was alone, whispering, logically speaking, the blood tide cannot end so easily. But it is really strange that there are no blood-tide monsters for several consecutive days. And I always feel that the feeling of being watched is getting stronger and stronger. Weird. Han Xing's eyes flickered slightly, and his brows were frowned. It would be fine if he just felt that he was being watched. The key is that Han Xing is still in it, and feels a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis only appeared last time in the night trial field, when fighting against Lord-level monsters. And this time, this premonition is even stronger. Han Xing frowned and wondered, what is it? At this time, Han Xing suddenly noticed many system prompts. Your territory building, the lightning tower has been built. Your territory building, the ice arrow tower has been built. Your territory building, the flame catapult has been built. In the past 2 days, Han Xing has gathered some resources, and built a batch of defense towers. Now, the number of lightning towers has exceeded 100. At this time, a bit of joy appeared on his face. So many system prompts, representing the completion of another batch of powerful territory buildings, also seemed to dispel the sense of crisis in Han Xing's heart. Very good. In this way, my territory's defense ability can be multiplied several times. At the same time, Han Xing couldn't wait to walk to the city wall and check the completed buildings. First, there are hundreds of lightning towers covering more than 100 square meters, and 20 meters high surrounding Xingyu City. The lighting tower is blue-black in color, with dense blue magic patterns on the surface. The sound of electric current sizzles from time to time. Surrounded by so many lightning towers, just one look can imagine how safe it is to live in Xingyu City, and on the left and right sides of each lighting tower, there are 2 or 3 octagonal towers about 10 meters high and in aqua blue. These octagonal towers exude amazing coldness, ready to release amazing ice arrow attacks at any time. Moreover, the attacks from the ice arrow towers also have a deceleration effect, and the attacks from the thunder and lightning towers have a paralysis effect. It can be said that the firepower of 2 ice arrow towers plus 1 thunder and lightning tower is enough to suppress a 2-star Lord creature. Now, the attack buildings in his territory are 102 thunder and lightning towers, 274 ice arrow towers, plus 2,000 flame catapults and more than 3,000 siege crossbow launchers. Looking at the densely packed catapults and siege crossbow launchers on the city wall, even the sense of crisis in his heart was dispelled a little. Han Xing suddenly felt confident. Okay, who cares what monsters he is, as long as he dares to come, I will let him feel what it means to be washed by firepower. At the same time, Han Xing also noticed a prompt. Your territory building, the Minotaur camp has been built. Huh? This is also completed? Han Xing was delighted again, and he couldn't wait to come to the bottom of the territory. In the open space in front, there appeared a huge building made of stones and logs, with a rough style. This building is similar to a hexagonal stone tower, with a height of about 8 meters, and an area of more than 100 square meters. This is the Minotaur camp. At the same time, the attributes of the Minotaur camp also appeared in front of Han Xing Minotaur camp. You can summon Minotaur to fight for you by consuming spirit cores, and you can increase the probability of summoning elite Minotaur, and upgrade the level by improving technology. Technology 1. Barbarian Bloodline LV1. Currently the probability of summoning an elite Tauren is 0.1%, and the probability increases by 0.1% for every level increase. Technology 2. Beast Power LV1. Currently, a LV1 Tauren can be summoned, and the Tauren level increases by 1 for every level increase. Huh? This Tauren camp actually has 2 technologies. The first Barbarian Bloodline technology can actually increase the probability of summoning elite monsters. Han Xing's eyes showed an uncontrollable joy, and his breathing became a little rapid. According to the calculation that the probability of one level of technology increases by 0.1, as long as this Barbarian Bloodline is upgraded to level 10, won't the probability reach 1%? Doesn't this mean that for every 100 Taurens I summon, there will be one elite creature among them? Han Xing's pupils shrank immediately. This probability cannot be said to be low, on the contrary, it is already very high. You know, ordinary elite monsters are weak against ordinary monsters of the same level. At least 7 or 8 ordinary monsters of the same level are needed to deal with an elite monster. Moreover, with Han Xing's background, he certainly cannot summon only a few hundred Minotaurs. Here, he summons tens of thousands of them. And when the base number of summoned monsters is large enough, the number of elite monsters will also rise sharply. At that time, Han Xing can even directly pull out an elite Minotaur army. After the ecstasy, Han Xing turned calm again. I just don't know what the upper limit of the level of this technology is. Is there any limit? He was a little uncertain. With an expectant look, Han Xing began to click to upgrade. Do you want to consume materials? Spiritual cores * 200, 000, refined iron * 100, 000, mithril * 5, 000, power crystals * 100, 000, and upgrade the technology. Barbarian Bloodline? The materials required to upgrade this technology are a bit exaggerated, but it is worth it. Han Xing directly clicked yes. Upgraded successfully, your Tauren camp technology. Barbarian Bloodline has been upgraded to level 2. The probability of summoning elite Tauren has been increased. The current probability is 0.2%. Han Xing raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, continue. Then, he began to click continuously, consuming more than 60 million spiritual cores in a row, plus millions of refined iron and other materials. Directly click the Barbarian Bloodline technology to level 30. Now, the name of this technology has become Barbarian King Bloodline LV1. The probability of summoning elite Tauren has reached 3%. At the same time, Han Xing saw that the plus sign behind this technology was still lit. This means that Han Xing can continue to upgrade. Great. It seems that this Barbarian Bloodline technology is like the assembly line technology, and is not limited by my level. Han Xing was very excited. because this means that if there are enough materials, Han Xing can always upgrade it to the maximum level. After reaching level 30, the materials required to upgrade the technology doubled again. But Han Xing didn't care. He continued to click frantically, consumed tens of millions of spirit cores in a row, plus millions of refined iron. Finally, the barbarian bloodline has been upgraded to level 50, which is the maximum level. Now, the barbarian bloodline has become the barbarian god bloodline LV max. The probability of summoning elite level minotaurs is as high as 5%. For every 10,000 minotaurs Han Xing summons, there are 500 elite level monsters. Not only that, Han Xing also found that when the barbarian god bloodline technology was upgraded to the maximum level by him, an additional effect appeared. Barbarian god bloodline max. When summoning a minotaur, there is a 5% chance of summoning an elite minotaur. Additional effect, savage god calling. There is a 0.5% chance of summoning a leader level minotaur. Fuck leader monster. Han Xing exclaimed. He didn't expect that after upgrading this technology to the maximum level, there would be such an additional effect. Not only the probability of summoning elite monsters is greatly increased, but also leader level minotaurs can be summoned, and the probability is not low. 0.5% means that 5 leader monsters can appear among 1,000 minotaurs. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. These tens of millions of spirit cores are really worth it. The strength of the minotaur camp is beyond Han Xing's expectations. Han Xing is also eager to summon a group of minotaurs. But before that, he has to upgrade another technology to increase the level of the summoned minotaurs. The second technology, Beast Power, is similar to the Beast Tamer technology of the Wolf Cavalry camp. Han Xing was also familiar with it, and started clicking on this technology. Chapter 163. Han Xing began to click to upgrade the second technology. Do you want to consume materials? 70,000 refined iron, 2,000 mithril, and upgrade the Beast Power technology? Upgrading the technology of the Tauren camp requires more materials than the Wolf Cavalry, which is not too outrageous. Han Xing directly clicked yes. Upgraded successfully, your Tauren camp technology, Beast Power, has been upgraded to level 2. Then, Han Xing clicked 10 times in a row, and the technology, Beast Power LV1, also became Fierce Beast Power LV1. After continuing to click to the maximum level, Fierce Beast Power also became Beast King Power. Han Xing clicked until Beast King Power LV5. Now, the level of the Summoned Tauren has reached level 25. Like the Wolf Cavalry camp, this thing is also limited by Han Xing's level. It cannot exceed the level of the survivors. When both technologies are upgraded, Han Xing directly consumed 500,000 spirit cores and summoned 1,000 minotaurs at once. At the same time, progress bars appeared on the minotaur camp. The countdown was 10 seconds, much slower than summoning Wolf Cavalry. Han Xing was also waiting silently. At the same time, the original largest group in Area 2, the location of Kunlun Sky Island. Wu Jie's silver hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at the huge Sky Island under his feet, and a bit of joy appeared in his cold expression. Since the merger, Wu Jie's team size has been expanding rapidly. In just 2 days, the number of professionals above level 15 has exceeded 30,000, plus 150,000 relatives. Exclude the companions who died in the middle of the battle or died due to the outbreak of the blood curse. Now, the number of people in Kunlun's team on the Sky Island is approaching 200,000. The faces of those managers are always excited. Walking in the territory, you can enjoy the respectful eyes of many survivors. And as the number of people increases, the speed of resource acquisition is also getting faster and faster. Their territory area is also beginning to expand rapidly. Now, the Kunlun team is always in a state of vigorous development. Wu Jie just smiled at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly his expression changed. He looked around the entire camp, as if he had discovered an enemy. Moreover, he looked around from time to time, staring closely at the faces of the survivors in the territory. Dangerous light flashed in Wu Jie's cold pupils. The survivors who accidentally came into contact with his sight froze instantly. They were so scared that they dared not move, and they seemed to not know which of their actions angered the serious leader. However, Wu Jie just glanced at them, and quickly moved his eyes away. Even the beautiful woman, who had been following him, could see that he was not in a good state. At this time, the beautiful woman's eyes were rolling, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. She came close to Wu Jie and asked, "Mr. Wu, what's wrong with you recently? Is it because there are too many new people joining, and you feel a little uncomfortable?" Wu Jie didn't answer. The beautiful woman seemed to understand something. She skillfully took Wu Jie's wrist, and put it under her armpit. She was wearing a close-fitting robe, and Wujia's hand was tightly against her. Wujia felt the soft touch on his arm and glanced at her. She chuckled, "Mr. Wu, if you feel too much pressure recently, you can come to me." The beautiful woman smiled lightly, looked at Wujia with seductive eyes, and said, "Although I am not good at other things, this is my strong point. I promise to serve young Master Wu comfortably." Wujia's expression moved slightly, and he felt a heat in his abdomen when he looked at the beautiful woman's rosy face. After hesitating for a while, he finally pulled his hand back. "Let's talk about it later. I'm not in the mood now." Wujia waved his hand. The beautiful woman wanted to say something but stopped, but finally didn't ask any more. At this time, Wujia came to the castle in the core of the territory, frowning. These 2 days, he also felt that he was being watched. Especially since last night, the feeling has become stronger. At first, Wujia thought that there was another team inside his territory to find out the information about his territory. However, everyone here has signed a Lord contract with him. According to the restrictions of the contract, these people cannot betray the Lord or do anything that harms the Lord's interests. This includes selling the intelligence on the territory to others, which is also not allowed. After confirming that these survivors are fine, Wujia has been observing the surrounding situation. However, he also found nothing. "What is it?" After a moment, Wujia shook his head and said, "Am I overthinking?" On the other side, Zhou Huang is patrolling his territory. In just 2 days, the scale of Zhou Huang's territory has expanded several times. From the original more than 20 square meters, it has directly soared to nearly 1 million square meters. This expansion speed is even faster than Han Xing. At this time, the middle-aged man Yang Jun was excited and reported, "Captain, according to your instructions, the team members have been exploring the cloud-covered islands in the past 2 days. As you expected, the monsters inside are relatively not too strong. After those brothers went in, they all ended the battle safely and brought back abundant resources. Now, we don't have to worry about food and drink in the short term. When we start agriculture in the future, there will be no pressure even if we accept 1 million people." At this point, the middle-aged man named Yang Jun looked at Zhou Huang with deep admiration and respect. Since Zhou Huang sent that message, there are more than 100,000 survivors coming to them every day. And Zhou Huang also accepts everyone, no matter what your strength or identity is. Even those people with low intelligence and survivors, who will not help the team in the future, he also accepts them. However, as the number of people in the territory increases, the living space of everyone is also being compressed. And with more people, there are more disputes. Because of the competition for limited resources and living space, there have been more than a dozen riots among the survivors in the past few days. In addition, they were not asked to sign the Lord contract, so effective control could not be formed. For this reason, Yang Jun and other management were also busy. At this time, Zhou Huang began to act. He divided the tens of thousands of survivors of Hui Alliance into small teams and asked them to go out and explore. In addition, Zhou Huang also seriously requested that they must act according to his instructions and not touch other sky islands in the middle. Everyone found that following the coordinates given by Zhou Huang, the destination was a small empty island. It ranged from about 1,000 to 5,000 square meters. The survivors of Hui Alliance carefully clicked on the clouds, but they found that most of the empty islands were filled with low-level monsters. Some of them even had no monsters at all. The team members also brought back various resources from them without any danger. Mineral veins, fertile fields, pools, rivers. As more and more team members returned safely, the territory area began to expand rapidly. After the resources became abundant, the disputes were easily resolved. At the same time, after Zhou Huang cleared the cloud-empty islands in this area, he would immediately change to another place and give instructions again, asking the team members to contact those safe empty islands. They were surprised to find that Zhou Huang seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Before entering those clouds, he knew what was inside. And he could also make the most correct judgment and the most reasonable allocation according to the strength of the team members. Under Zhou Huang's leadership, their territory expanded rapidly. And as the number of people increased, this model not only did not collapse, but became smoother. Every moment, Zhou Huang was constantly giving instructions and making plans for the team members. He was like a computer running at high speed 24 hours a day. No one knew how this man's brain worked, but he just had unparalleled coordination ability. Not only that, when the team members left the team station and went out to explore, Zhou Huang was not idle either. He controlled his sky island and found a ruined town. This town had no important buildings, but there were a large number of residences. In it, there was a 2-star lord-level creature. Zhou Huang used the powerful firepower in his territory to shoot it to death. After annexing this town, not only did he solve the residents' housing problem in one fell swoop, but he also saved a lot of resources to build more siege buildings. In just 2 days, the number of flame catapults in Zhou Huang's territory exceeded 100. In addition, there were arrow towers, trap net launchers, rotating blade launchers and other buildings, which added up to more than 1,000. And this was not the most powerful place in his territory. The most powerful place was the number of survivors above level 15 in the territory that exceeded 100,000. Together, with those affiliated relatives, the total number of people exceeded 500,000. Now, Hui Alliance is already the well-deserved number 1 group in the 100 servers. Yang Jun said with excitement, "Captain, are we going to continue to announce the coordinates today and recruit other survivors?" Compared to the previous few days, Yang Jun was still somewhat opposed to Zhou Huang's decision, but now, he has completely praised it. He will no longer doubt Zhou Huang's words, and he has been convinced. I thought Zhou Huang would agree directly. However, he shook his head and said, "Uncle Jun, stop recruiting people today. And let all the brothers outside stay on the Sky Island and don't go out." Yang Jun was stunned after hearing this. Although he would no longer doubt Zhou Huang's decision. But the current situation is very good. Under the pressure of the blood tide, their recruitment went very smoothly. Once the blood tide ends, those survivors will no longer be so obedient. And for some reason, he always felt that Zhou Huang was a little anxious these 2 days. Seeing that Zhou Huang did not explain, Yang Jun also nodded and left. After Yang Jun left, the smile on Zhou Huang's face disappeared, and turned into a frown. Chapter 164. At this time, a bead the size of an eyeball was hanging on the necklace on Zhou Huang's chest. The bead suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, and there was a hint of blood in the golden light. Zhou Huang seemed to have gotten used to it, and whispered, "Today, this is the 3rd time I have been warned. Crisis, what exactly is it? Is it aimed at me alone, or at all humans?" At this time, Zhou Huang seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly took off the necklace on his neck, held the bead in his hand, and stroked it carefully. After a moment, a picture seemed to appear in his eyes. The picture was blood red. Zhou Huang suddenly opened his eyes. He said with a little fear, "Damn it! Such a terrifying creature has appeared among the monsters. And they know how to use tactics. If they succeed, then humanity will be finished." Zhou Huang's heart was pounding, and his voice trembled. "No, we must spread this news as soon as possible. Otherwise, humanity will be in danger." However, before Zhou Huang could react, he suddenly found that his lord's mansion was suddenly covered with blood. Here so soon? Zhou Huang was shocked. At the same time, Han Xing stood in the open space below Xingyu City. In front of him, hundreds of monsters, with a height of 2 meters and 5 meters and yellowish skin appeared. They had huge bull heads on their heads, and a huge totem on their shoulders. The sturdy muscles were as hard as stones. Just looking at this look, you can imagine how terrible the damage caused by the strength of these monsters when they swing the totem to attack the enemy. In front of this group of 2-meter-tall minotaurs, there were several minotaurs nearly 3 meters tall. With eyes as big as copper bells, they looked down at the human below. However, the moment Han Xing raised his head, a white mist suddenly came out of the nose of the minotaurs. Hum! Dear Lord, the minotaurs are at your service." As soon as the words fell, the minotaurs knelt down in unison. This group of minotaurs were the 100 soldiers that Han Xing had just summoned. The attributes of these monsters also appeared in front of Han Xing Minotaur's warrior, 3-star ordinary creature. Level, LV 25 attributes, Strength 514, Agility 403, Spirit 354, Constitution 493. Skill, Crush, Barbarian Charge. Tauren Vanguard, 3-star elite creature. Level, LV 25 attributes, Strength 557, Agility 431, Spirit 402, Constitution 541. Skill, Crush, Barbarian Charge. War Trampling, Crush. The Tauren wields a huge totem, and when it hits the enemy, there is a 50% chance of causing armor-piercing damage. Barbarian Charge. The Tauren exerts the barbarian power in its body, and its speed soars, causing 150% damage to all enemies along the way. If the creature has a lower strength than the Tauren, it will be knocked away by the charge. War Trampling. The Tauren Vanguard wields a huge totem, causing 200% damage to enemies within a 5-meter range, and comes with a 2-second stun effect. So strong, Han Xing said excitedly. This group of minotaurs, the attributes completely crush the wolf cavalry and are much stronger than ordinary level 25 monsters, especially those Minotaur vanguards, whose attributes are even stronger than those of ordinary leader monsters. Seeing Han Xing's satisfied expression, the Minotaur vanguard standing in front of the team snorted and blew out a white mist. Han Xing said excitedly, "You, and you, show me a war trampling." For Han Xing's strange order. Several Minotaur vanguards looked at each other, but did it. "Yes, Lord." After the words fell, 2 Minotaur vanguards rushed directly to the open space in front. They lifted up a huge totem that was more than 3 meters long and as thick as a bucket, and jumped high. Then, they fell down suddenly while holding the totem. Boom! The ground was like being hit by a meteorite, and the original place was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The violent vibration made even Han Xing feel unstable under his feet. If you are in the center of the Minotaur vanguard's attack range, just thinking about it is a bit scary. Han Xing's eyes showed joy, and he nodded. "Okay, you did a good job. From now on, you will be called Nyo Da, you will be called Nyo Air, and you, just line up in order." "Thank you, Lord, for the name." The 5 elite Minotaurs knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Han Xing patted their shoulders. It was just like patting a few walls, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, so strong!" after checking the properties of this group of Minotaurs. At this time, Han Xing looked at another open space in the territory. There was a large green figure there. This is another type of soldier that Han Xing summoned recently, the wolf cavalry. There are as many as 10,000 of them. They lined up respectfully, like a group of well-trained soldiers, standing in front of Han Xing waiting for inspection. Looking at his wolf cavalry army, Han Xing said with satisfaction, "Wolf cavalry, raise your weapons." The next moment, tens of thousands of wolf cavalry raised their silver swords at the same time. An amazing momentum emanated from them. Wolf cavalry itself is a very warlike creature. Tens of thousands of eyes stared at Han Xing at the same time. Their eyes were bright, as if waiting for his next instruction. Just when they thought that their lord wanted them to show their skills. But they saw Han Xing waved his hand and said, Okay, put down your weapons. I see how good your execution is. You don't need to fight now." The group of wolf cavalry was stunned, but they all put down their weapons. Han Xing clapped his hands and said with satisfaction, "Very good, you are all quite obedient." At this time, Han Xing looked at his warehouse again. Through the 24-hour production in the past few days, the number of blood curse resistance agents has also exceeded 100,000 bottles. Han Xing's eyes showed a touch of joy. There must be many survivors of the blood curse in the past few days around the world. 100,000 bottles of blood curse resistance may be a little too little for billions of survivors, but it should be enough to sell a batch. Thinking of this, Han Xing prepared to return to Xingyu City to sell the first batch of medicine. And just at this moment, a series of prompts suddenly came in front of Han Xing. Alert! Alert! Your territory defense shield is under attack, and the remaining defense value is 164. The moment he saw this prompt, Han Xing turned his head sharply. Who the hell is attacking me? Han Xing cursed. At this moment, another system prompt appeared. Alert! Your territory defense shield has been destroyed. Less than a second had passed. The territory defense shield with a defense value of 1,200 points was instantly blown up. Fuck. At this moment, Han Xing felt a chill behind him. When he wanted to see clearly who was attacking him. Suddenly, he saw a monster with blood-colored smoke all over its body, rushing to Han Xing's territory. At the same time, the name of this monster also appeared in front of Han Xing mutation. Touch of the Evil God, 3-star Lord level. Seeing the bright red note, Han Xing was almost shocked beyond words. Fuck! Han Xing shouted, ready to run away on the spot. The monster seemed to have been prepared, at the moment when the territory defense shield was broken. It rushed straight towards Han Xing. Before it got close, Han Xing felt the almost terrifying sense of crisis. Damn! It's actually a Lord-level creature, and it's an assassination type. Han Xing almost didn't think about it, and directly activated all the lightning towers and ice arrow towers in the territory. Prepare to let those territory buildings deal with it. The next moment, hundreds of high-level buildings all emitted dazzling light. Hundreds of thick arcs and more than 200 huge ice spears poured directly towards this side at the same time. However, the speed of that Lord-level monster was too terrifying. For this assassination, it seemed to have been brewing for a long time. The blood and energy in its body surged dozens of meters. In an instant, it had already approached Han Xing. Even the arcs emitted by the lightning tower could not arrive in the first time. Life and death crisis is coming, at the same time. As soon as they heard the alarm, Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaoyang and the other four put down what they were doing and rushed out of Xingyu City. The next moment, they saw hundreds of destructive blue light beams passing over their heads. And they also saw a figure standing on the open space below Xingyu City. It was Han Xing. In front of him, there was a monster covered in blood mist, with a powerful and terrifying aura. At this time, the monster was less than 5 meters away from Han Xing. A bloody bone blade was handed out from the blood mist, and it slashed towards Han Xing at a speed that was almost at the peak. This knife was so fast that it was terrifying, and even the air was constantly filled with a hissing sound. The four people exclaimed almost at the same time, "Be careful." However, Lord-level creatures are still proficient in assassination. How could its burst skill be easily avoided? Even a Lord monster of the same level would be seriously injured if not killed by this attack. However, when the bone blade was less than half a meter away from Han Xing's face, a smile appeared on Han Xing's lips. The next moment, a terrifying force burst out from Han Xing. The whole person was like a rocket taking off from the spot, and instantly exploded back dozens of meters. It was the exclusive skill of the Wild Ranger. Mad Instinct plus Flash. The former can increase the movement speed by 500% within 10 seconds. And Flash allows Han Xing to advance a distance instantly. These two skills, combined with each other, become a terrible burst skill. Even a 3-star Lord-level creature was shocked by the sudden speed of Han Xing. In Xingyu City, the four people who were running towards this side suddenly froze. This almost fatal situation in front of him. However, it was directly resolved under Han Xing's outburst. Even the Lord-level creature that attacked Han Xing was a little confused. How did this guy achieve such a terrifying speed? It even faintly exceeded the scope of 3-star creatures. However, before it could think more, in the sky, hundreds of lightning towers and more than 200 ice arrow towers have already attacked. Once hit, even if it is a 3-star Lord-level creature, it will definitely be wiped out. It felt the threat of death at this moment. Han Xing saw the blood mist on the monster's body began to surge, and instantly turned into a blood-colored lightning, rushing out of the territory. However, how could Han Xing let it escape? "You bastard! You want to run away after attacking me? Stay here." Han Xing shook the longbow directly and activated the epic special effects on the weapon. Ice Burial. Instant level epic special effects. The terrifying chill was released in an instant. Crack! Crack! A series of ice crystal covering sounds came. The effects of 10 layers of Ice Burial were all applied to this Lord-level monster, freezing it layer by layer. Snap! A huge ice sculpture fell to the ground. This ice sculpture is about 10 meters high, and the ice layer is 4 or 5 meters thick. It is like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice, sealing the evil existence inside. And, not only this Lord-level monster was frozen, but even the invisible blood and energy coming out of it was completely frozen. The epic special effect, the first appearance of Ice Burial, shocked everyone. But this guy's 3-star Lord-level strength is not false. It took less than half a second. The huge black ice condensed by 10 layers of Ice Burial has already appeared with a few cracks. Crack! Crack! 1 second later, with a crisp explosion, the blood-colored monster escaped from inside. With a smile on its face, the monster was about to escape, but it was too late, although the Ice Burial only delayed it for less than 2 seconds. But it was these 2 seconds of delay that cut off its last chance of escape. The next moment, the sky full of lightning pillars and ice spears had arrived. Boom! The dazzling electric light almost condensed into substance, and even evolved into plasma. The next moment, the large area in front of the eyes directly turned into a sea of plasma. Hundreds of lightning towers that can kill 3-star elite monsters in seconds, attacking one target at the same time. In addition, more than 200 ice arrow towers with slightly less damage. Their firepower is enough to kill any creature below 4 stars in seconds. At this time, the entire Xingyu City was shaking violently. When the movement ended, the 3-star Lord-level blood-tide monster on the ground was directly blasted into ashes. Not even a corpse was left. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the mutant. Touch of the Evil God. 3-star Lord-level. You get War Merit *5000. You get a Holy Relic Fragment *1. There was an extra glowing fragment in Han Xing's backpack. Before he could check it, at this time, a server-wide announcement appeared. System announcement. All survivors, please note that the first survivor who killed the Lord-level blood-tie creature has appeared. The ranking of the War Merit list has been opened. Now, all survivors can check their ranking and related rewards through the War Merit list. On the other side, Shen Yuan and the other 4 breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Han Xing was fine. The next moment, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Shaoang ran over together. The two of them grabbed Han Xing's left and right hands, one on the left and one on the right, and began to check his injuries inch by inch. Han Xing opened his hands, helpless, and let the two women grope him up and down. After confirming that Han Xing was really fine, Zhang Lianmeng burst into tears. Wow! I was scared to death. However, before Han Xing could say anything to comfort him, the next moment, his face changed drastically again. Everyone noticed. A red line appeared in the sky around them. This red line seemed to form a huge circle, and Han Xing's island was at the center of this circle. The next moment, these red lines gradually extended and turned into an impenetrable red blood cloud. Moreover, this blood cloud was still showing a trend of encirclement, constantly converging towards Han Xing's island. Everyone knew that these blood clouds hid a nearly huge number of blood-tied monsters. But this number was completely beyond their expectations. At this moment, including Han Xing, everyone felt that a shadow was shrouded in their hearts. Chapter 165. The terrifying number of blood-tied creatures gathered into a blood cloud that covered the sky. They attacked Xingyu City with an encirclement. At this time, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun also murmured in a daze. Damn! This is too exaggerated. When they reacted, the sky had completely darkened, and there was no light at all. The hearts of the 5 people were shrouded in a shadow. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in everyone's ears. Warning! Warning! All survivors, please note that the blood-tide disaster has entered the second stage. In this stage, the blood-tide monsters will become more cunning and more powerful, and there are a large number of elite monsters and leader monsters. Mutated creatures above the Lord have appeared. Survivors from Blue Star, please speed up the progress, find the blood altar as soon as possible, and prevent more blood-tied monsters from appearing. At this time, the Sky Island territory where the Kunlun team is located is already full of corpses. A 3-star Lord-level creature similar to Han Xing's was slaughtering people in Wujia's territory. Mutation. Fang of the Evil God, 3-star Lord level, the moment he saw the attributes of this monster. For the first time, a panic appeared in Wujia's cold pupils. He had no idea how this lord appeared. In its hands, their primary defense shield could not even block it for a moment. It was like a thin piece of paper, which broke at the touch. Before Wujia could react, the lord-level creature was already heading straight for him. Even though Wujia was wearing a set of gold equipment, he did not dare to confront it. At this moment, Wujia was also extremely decisive, and directly controlled all the catapults and rotating blades in the territory to attack him. The lord-level creature's momentum was slightly stagnant. It seemed to be shocked by Wujia's decisiveness. And taking advantage of this little time, Wujia burst out with terrifying blood and slashed out an amazing sword energy, forcing the lord-level monster back. However, the monster saw that it could not kill it instantly, so it turned around and rushed to the survivors and began to kill them. Then, this scene appeared. In just less than a few seconds, at least dozens of brothers died at the hands of this monster. Among them, many were his confidants. Wujia's heart was bleeding. The next moment, his eyes turned blood red in an instant. Damn it, I'm going to kill you! He raised the golden sword and rushed towards the Lord monster. Moreover, he immediately drove various attack buildings in the territory and focused all of them on the Lord creature. However, the strength of the Lord-level creatures is beyond Wujia's imagination. Even when faced with a siege by many people, it can easily deal with it. And every time it attacks, dozens of survivors will die tragically under its sharp-toothed blade. Even if Wujia urges various territory buildings to focus fire on it, this Lord-level monster will also dodge with its terrifying speed. Wujia and others do not have the strong control skills of Han Xing, in the case of being unable to limit the speed of this monster. It is almost like a wolf king who breaks into a flock of sheep, strolling in it, and slaughtering at will. Wujia is almost crazy. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some important decision. Wujia gnashed his teeth. Damn you, you forced me to do this. The next moment, an ancient gargoyle mask suddenly appeared in his hand. The mask revealed a hint of black aura. However, the Lord-level creature felt a strong sense of threat from it. People like Wujia are already top-level survivors of the human race. More or less, they all have their own opportunities. For example, the gargoyle mask in his hand, and the pendant on Zhou Huang's neck. Wujia found that as long as he put on this mask, his vampire warrior characteristics would be maximized. Not only did all attributes soar several times, but even his blood-sucking talent would be maximized. No matter how serious the injury, he could instantly absorb blood to recover, which could be called immortal. It was as if this mask was specially made for his profession. But correspondingly, there were also very serious side effects. That is, when wearing this mask, it would continuously absorb the vitality of the body. In other words, it would absorb life. Once it exceeds a certain limit, it will even transform the wearer into another form. In that form, Wujia will become a terrifying creature that loses its mind and only knows how to kill. However, Wujia was already extremely angry at this time. You are dead. Today, no matter how much it costs, I will kill you. At this time, the Lord-level creature seemed to realize something. It suddenly jumped into the air, as if ready to escape. As soon as Wujia put on the mask, a terrifying aura emanated from him. At this moment, the Lord-level creature lightly dropped a ball of blood towards the place where the group of ordinary people gathered. Wujia, who was about to explode, suddenly turned green. When he looked back, he found that thousands of ordinary people had been soaked in blood and rolled on the ground in pain. And all kinds of mutations had appeared on their bodies. Damn it! Damn it! Wujia was almost furious. The Lord-level creature left safely. However, this was not the most desperate thing for Wujia. When he saw the sky in all directions, for blood-colored oceans flew over and slowly approached him. A trace of fear finally appeared in Wujia's eyes. At the same time, many large-scale sky islands encountered the same situation. Cybertron, Temple, Kyushu, Xianfu, Duanwan-gu, Hui Alliance. These large teams encountered similar situations to Wujia. This group of blood-colored creatures seemed to be premeditated and organized. First, a Lord-level creature raided to delay time. However, before they could react, millions, even tens of millions of blood-tide monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them, directly eliminated their possibility of escape. At this time, the chat channel exploded instantly. Every second, there were tens of thousands of messages on the screen. Fuck. This is completely leaving no way for people to survive? Lord-level monsters. Damn, you come as soon as you say? We are Fenghua Jotian, and there are more than 1 million blood tides here. Are there any teams nearby? Please ask for support. I also have hundreds of thousands of blood tide monsters here. This is really the end. In every corner of the abandoned land of the gods, a large number of blood tide monsters were dispatched. There are so many of them that most of the survivors have encountered blood tides of varying sizes. Especially those large teams, which have received the focus of attention from the blood tide monsters. The number of blood tide monsters besieging their territory, Sky Island, ranges from millions to tens of millions. Those large teams have sent out distress messages in the chat channel. At this time, Han Xing stood in his own territory, his face solemn. All directions have been surrounded by blood tide monsters. Everyone also saw the system announcement and chat channel information. At this time, Chung Jianyong smiled bitterly. Damn! We have more than 1 million monsters, right? Xinyun also turned pale and said, I'm afraid there are more than this number. I haven't heard of anyone encountering so many monsters in the entire chat channel. It's really unlucky. I actually encountered such a terrifying scale all of a sudden. Everyone's heart was shrouded in a thick shadow. At this time, Han Xing shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's not because we are unlucky. It's because we have been targeted by these guys for a long time. Everyone was confused after hearing this. Xinyun realized something instantly. He felt that Han Xing was not in a good state these 2 days. So, it was because of this? Han Xing continued at this time. The system prompts that the blood tide monsters have become more cunning, which indirectly shows that they are intelligent. Maybe there is a person who gives orders to the entire blood tide monster. And the last time the blood tide broke out, we killed too many monsters and attracted the attention of these guys. So we are the focus of attention. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Then they smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that the system said that the blood tide monsters would become stronger day by day. This strength is not only reflected in their strength, but also in their wisdom. These monsters have evolved to the point where they can use tactics in just 2 days. If it continues, it will be terrible. Xinyun said with a worried face. This is really a bit troublesome. Now those blood tide monsters are only a dozen levels, so it's easy to deal with them. Once they are all upgraded to level 20 or above, then, facing so many 3-star monsters, it will really be a disaster. Chung Jianyong also realized this, and while worried, he couldn't help but look at Han Xing. Brother Xing, is there no way to stop these monsters? Chung Jianyong asked. Han Xing glanced at Chung Jianyong and replied directly, yes. After hearing this, Chung Jianyong was immediately happy. What's the solution, Brother Xing? Han Xing paused and replied, that is to find the location of the altar as the system said. I guess that altar is where these monsters were born. Everyone was stunned for a moment. although they had heard relevant system prompts. But so far, what their altar looks like and where it is, they have no idea. While everyone was talking, the overwhelming blood-tide monsters were about to attack. Chung Jianyong asked at this time, "Brother Xing, what should we do now? Can we escape now?" After hearing this, Shen Yun also had some retreat in his eyes. Even if they knew that Han Xing was very strong, everyone's strength was not weak either. But these were tens of millions of monsters. They were not of the same size at all. Okay, so, from beginning to end, Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun had no intention of fighting, but were thinking about how to escape. However, after hearing this, Han Xing asked in confusion, "Escape? Why do you want to escape?" Chapter 166. Why do you want to escape? Han Xing asked in confusion. Chung Jianyong looked confused. But he wanted to say that if he didn't escape, he would die. However, he met Han Xing's gaze. It was a gaze with strong confidence. Han Xing waved his hand and said directly, "Don't worry. Although these blood-tide monsters are getting stronger, aren't we getting stronger? I haven't been idle these 2 days." Everyone heard the calmness and surging fighting spirit in Han Xing's tone. Yes, from the beginning, they didn't seem to hear Han Xing say that he wanted to escape. And from the tone, Han Xing seemed to be looking forward to a battle with these monsters. But is this possible? This scale of monster tide is not something that a single person can fight against. Even Zhou Huang can't do it. Unless the 5 strongest teams from Area 1 to Area 5 can be brought together, there will be a chance of confrontation. Han Xing did not speak, but looked at the black giant towers that were 20 meters high in his territory. The surge in the number of defense towers gave him the confidence to fight more monsters. This confidence even infected Chung Jianyong and others. Everyone looked at Han Xing, and the fear in their eyes seemed to gradually dissipate, even if it looked like a scene of seeking death. But at this moment, these 5 people did not hesitate. At this time, endless blood-tide monsters have come from all directions. The first wave of troops is still more than 10,000 meters away from Xingyu City. This distance has entered the attack range of the Thunder Tower. But Han Xing did not rush to attack. He controlled the territory building page. There are more than 3,000 siege crossbow launchers and 2,000 flame catapults. In addition, there are more than 180 ice arrow towers and 80 lightning towers. Compared to the previous 2 days, Han Xing's territory defense capability has ushered in a qualitative change. The number of attack buildings has more than tripled. This is not as simple as 1 plus 1. This means, as long as Han Xing can reasonably control the attack rhythm of these territory buildings, he can achieve uninterrupted, all-round firepower coverage and attack. No matter how many monsters there are, they can handle it, and what they have to worry about is only the Lord-level monsters. At the same time, the monster army in the sky has approached Han Xing's territory, less than 5,000 meters. At this time, Xingyu City is like a submarine falling into the deep sea, and it is already in danger. There is seawater coming from all directions, and it is about to be submerged. This scene, just looking at it, gives people a deep sense of despair and suffocation. Everyone subconsciously holds their breath. The blood-tide army was rapidly approaching, with less than 3,000 meters left. At this time, they could even see those horrible and twisted faces. Xingyu City was about to be engulfed by the huge blood tide, and at this moment, dazzling fire and lightning suddenly broke out on this small ship. Boom! More than 800 basin-sized flame shells, with thick smoke, whistled out. Thousands of huge crossbow arrows shot. In addition, more than 20 blue light beams with a diameter of more than 20 meters and a length of more than 20,000 meters cut through the sky. The next moment, all these attacks fell on the dense group of monsters. Boom! Hundreds of shells exploded, like gorgeous fireworks blooming on the seabed. Dazzling. The explosion was deafening. At this moment, it seemed as if the sky was shattered. Countless monsters died tragically in the horrific artillery fire and turned into ashes. With the density of this group of monsters, the first wave of bombardment directly took away the lives of more than 30,000 or 40,000 blood-tide monsters. Han Xing's military exploits almost skyrocketed by 50,000 or 60,000 in an instant. So strong. Such terrifying firepower. Everyone murmured blankly, although they have seen it many times. But every time the catapult and lightning tower burst out with power and showed destructive power, it still brings a strong sense of security. The source of all fear comes from insufficient firepower. As long as the explosion of thunder and fire is still roaring, they believe that Xingyu City will never fall. However, just after clearing out the surrounding monsters, the monsters in the sky filled the gap again and rushed towards Han Xing's territory with a fearless attitude. Han Xing was not polite to them either. The monsters were greeted by a second wave of attacks with the same firepower. The dazzling blue beam of light emitted by the lightning tower, wherever it passed, all the monsters stiffened instantly, and the terrifying electric energy raged in their bodies, after a burst of crackling noises. The surrounding 3,000-meter area was cleared again. The monsters still rushed forward fearlessly. Han Xing would also help them, and once again drove the catapult and lightning tower to attack. Repeatedly, when the 4 waves of attacks ended, in Han Xing's territory, almost all the attacking buildings had already been attacked once. The bloody monsters saw that the firepower had finally stopped, and twisted grins appeared on their faces, and they rushed forward frantically. On the field, Cheng Jianyong and others looked at Han Xing nervously. Including the relatives in the Lord's mansion, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tightened. However, the firepower stagnated for less than a second. The buildings that launched the first round of attacks, including the Thunder Tower, have all been fully charged. Han Xing also showed a bit of joy at the corner of his mouth. Very good, the time is the same as I calculated. The Thunder Tower has completed 4 rounds of attacks, and the 20-second charging time has just ended. In this way, you can achieve a seamless, all-round attack. The next moment, whistling shells and destructive blue light beams rushed in. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The monster group that finally rushed to the vicinity of the Sky Island within 1,000 meters was cleared out again. Then, the cycle began. Each wave of charge killed at least 40,000 to 50,000 monsters. Han Xing clenched his fists and smiled. Come on, let me feel the pleasure of a surge in military merit. Let's see who will collapse first, me or these monsters. In the Lord's mansion, the hundreds of relatives have adapted to the rhythm of this world in the past few days. Especially when they encounter blood-tide monsters, they know what they should do. That is, hide in the Lord's mansion as soon as possible, and don't cause trouble for Han Xing and others. Because in this level of disaster, everything they do is in vain. If they can't even stop those people, they can only wait to die. All hope can only be placed on them. No, it is placed on the man with the crystal longbow. And this man lived up to expectations, and easily solved the monsters every time. But today is a little different. Even though these people know that Han Xing is very strong, stronger than they can imagine. But the number of monsters is far beyond everyone's expectations. Tens of millions. What does this mean? Every monster spit can flood their territory. But in such a terrifying monster tide, the man once again showed his amazing strength and terrifying development speed. In just 2 days, he has built several times more attack buildings than before. Moreover, he has withstood the impact of this group of monsters, and stood firm in the siege of tens of millions of monsters. Everyone was almost dumbfounded. At this time, Lan Lan and a group of little girls looked at the figure in the open space in the distance with almost worshipful eyes. This is their lord. At this time, Lan Lan couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he took the initiative to ask Han Xing to sign a lord contract with him. Otherwise, if they were allowed to encounter such a monster tide, they would probably have been torn to pieces by these monsters in the first second. She also thanked Han Xing in her heart for agreeing to their request at that time. Lord, we will definitely win. Come on, Lord. All the little girls prayed silently in their hearts, cheering for Han Xing. At this time, the loud noises in the sky came one after another. Han Xing had already launched 12 rounds of attacks, and almost more than 400,000 blood-tide monsters died. It seemed that the attack would not be successful. At this time, in the blood-tide army, suddenly, several lines split, like a blood-colored curtain torn from the middle. In these cracks, terrifying creatures with a body size of more than 100 meters and different shapes appeared. From a distance, everyone could see that these monsters were not simple, and the meticulous Xinyan saw a familiar figure among them. That monster with human faces all over its body. Before, according to everyone's speculation, the strength of this monster is likely to be 3-star Lord level. Xinyan hurriedly warned, Brother Xing, be careful, those Lord level guys may take action. Everyone's face was instantly stern after hearing this. Any Lord level creature can bring nightmares to the survivors. And now, they just glanced over and saw at least a dozen, if so many Lord monsters attack their territory at the same time. If they can't stop them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Brother Xing, is it our turn to take action? Cheng Jianyong swung his sword and said seriously. Xin Yun and others also went into combat directly. They were worried that if those Lord monsters rushed over collectively, they might not be able to stop them with these defense towers. In order to achieve zero-interval all-round bombing, Han Xing divided the attack buildings on the territory into 4 rounds. The lethality of the defense tower is naturally weakened. although it can kill ordinary monsters and elite monsters in seconds, and even seriously injure the leader monster. But if it is against the Lord, after a round of attack, it is likely that it will not cause effective damage to it. At that time, if these Lord creatures attack the territory against the firepower of the lightning tower and the catapult, at that time, they will be in a dilemma. Lord-level creatures are not wild monsters on the roadside. Each one has terrifying strength. Once they can't stop it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous, and even prepared to face the impact of Lord-level monsters. At this time, Han Xing waved his hand and said, "No need, observe the situation first." After hearing this, everyone stopped where they were. Without Han Xing's order, they would not act rashly. The atmosphere fell into a weird stalemate. The four people stared at the air, every move of those Lord monsters. Chapter 167. However, after watching for a while, these Lord monsters, I don't know whether they were afraid of the firepower in Han Xing's territory, or for other reasons. In the end, they did not personally go down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, although those Lord creatures did not go down, they saw that they could not conquer Han Xing's territory for a long time. They began to make strange sounds. Woo! Like the cry of a baby, and like the sound of a whale under the sea. And as their sounds were transmitted to tens of millions of blood-tide monsters. The next moment, huge monsters with surging blood appeared one after another. These monsters, at least, have the strength of elite monsters, and there are many leader monsters among them. There are so many of them, that there are tens of thousands of leader monsters, and elite monsters near each Lord-level creature. However, they only showed their faces and hid in the monster group again. Shen Yun and others, including Han Xing, did not notice these leaders and elite monsters. However, they found that the attack of the blood-tide monsters became more fierce. Countless monsters came one after another. After one wave died, the next wave came again without a break. The intensity was far greater than before. Damn, are these monsters crazy? They are so desperate. Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion. Everyone frowned. If the attack rhythm of these monsters before was equivalent to a breeze, then now it is a storm. The pressure on the defense tower increased dramatically. Han Xing did not answer. The lightning tower and the flame catapult exploded again. Boom! This time the monster group was more dense. 1/4 of the attack buildings directly killed more than 100,000 monsters. This wave directly increased nearly 150,000 military merits, which is a huge amount, and at this moment, everyone suddenly saw in horror. When those ordinary monsters were killed, and their bodies fell in the sky. Hidden in the monster group, huge and twisted monsters appeared. At this moment, tens of thousands of leaders and elite monsters all showed their bodies. Everyone's face changed wildly. It's the leader monsters and elite monsters. There are so many. Cheng Jianyong hurriedly warned. Shen Yun took a look at the situation and understood something in an instant. His face changed wildly. Damn it! I didn't expect the second stage blood-tide monsters to become so cunning. They actually let these leaders and elites lurk in those ordinary monsters and wait for an opportunity to approach us. The catapult and thunder tower can't kill them in one wave of attacks. This is really troublesome. After hearing this, everyone also realized something. At this point, the lightning tower and catapult cannot kill these monsters instantly, so there are only two solutions. The first is that Han Xing mobilizes more attack buildings to deal with these Lord creatures. But in this way, the blood-tide monsters will seize the opportunity and forcefully land on Han Xing's territory. At that time, not only will the attack rhythm of the defense tower be disrupted, but even their territory will be impacted. The second option is that Han Xing simply ignores these Lord creatures and lets them come to the territory. They will deal with them personally, that is, conduct a frontal battle. There is no doubt that the second method can reduce the risk of the territory. Correspondingly, this risk is transferred to the 5 people. Everyone also looked at Han Xing solemnly at the same time. At this time, this group of leader monsters and elite monsters formed a raiding army and also seized the opportunity to rush directly to a place less than 500 meters away from Han Xing's territory. Soon, they would collectively land on Han Xing's Sky Island. Seeing the monsters getting closer and closer, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun shouted at the same time, "Brother Xing, are we going down?" They were all ready to rush down to fight, including Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaong. However, Han Xing still stopped them. Don't worry. The 4 were stunned. Now, those leaders and elite monsters are almost rushing to the territory. Not in a hurry, however, Han Xing did not speak, but looked at the open space below. Boom. Boom. The lightning tower is still venting its terrifying energy. More and more monsters withstood these waves of attacks and approached Han Xing's territory in the blink of an eye. At least thousands of leaders and elite monsters appeared in all directions. Brother Xing. Chung Jianyong was already a little impatient. Han Xing continued calmly, "Don't be nervous. The difference between the leader monsters and elite monsters and those ordinary monster groups is nothing more than thicker skin. The firepower in our territory is sufficient. Even if they can hide in the monster group, they have also suffered a round of damage. So, these guys must have different degrees of injuries. We don't need to take action to deal with these seriously injured guys." Chung Jianyong was stunned again. They don't need to take action, which means that Han Xing still has a trump card? Han Xing did not explain, but looked at the territory below. It was exactly as Han Xing said. These elite monsters staggered, and their bodies were also injured to varying degrees. Under such intensive artillery fire, even the leaders and elite monsters would suffer serious injuries. However, although these blood-tied monsters paid a heavy price, they finally landed on Han Xing's territory. They couldn't wait to tear the group of humans apart. Thousands of bloody figures rushed towards Han Xing and others. Everyone looked nervous. At this time, Han Xing looked at the open area in the territory. There was a green and a yellow army. It was the Wolf Cavalry and the Minotaur army, and they had been waiting for a long time. The next moment, Han Xing said directly, "Wolf Cavalry, it's time for you to go to the battlefield." After the words fell, tens of thousands of Wolf Cavalry raised their proud heads at the same time and looked at Han Xing, their lord, on the city wall. "I am willing to fight to the death for the Lord. It is our honor to fight for the Lord." Summoned alien creatures like this are absolutely loyal to the Lord. After dying in battle, their consciousness will return to this world, so they regard death in battle as a kind of honor. Han Xing also nodded. "I will not command you in this battle. It all depends on your own combat experience. You must kill more enemies while ensuring the lowest casualties. Let me see if the Wolf Cavalry clan is as brave and good at fighting as the legend says." There is no doubt that Han Xing's request is quite difficult. However, there is no fear in the eyes of these Wolf Cavalry, but the battle is high. They raise their swords at the same time. The Wolf Cavalry clan is invincible. Let the Lord see our strength. Wolf Cavalry, all of you go. The next moment, the Wolf Cavalry stood up one after another, and they all shouted, "Charge! For the Lord, charge forward!" Boom, boom, boom. The scene of tens of thousands of Wolf Cavalry charging at the same time was really shocking. Although they had no mounts, they still showed amazing momentum. On the side, more than 100 Minotaurs were also unwilling to be outdone. They put down the totems on their shoulders and smashed them to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The totems hit the ground in unison, like heavy drums beating in everyone's hearts. More than 100 Minotaurs moved forward in unison. Coordinating with their pace, it seemed that what was coming towards them was not a group of creatures, but a war weapon. Looking at the surging fighting spirit in the eyes of the Wolf Cavalry and the Minotaurs, Han Xing also smiled. The next moment, he took out a golden horn from his backpack. Woo! After a long horn sound, tens of thousands of wolf riders and more than 100 Minotaurs seemed to feel a call from the depths of their souls. They felt the surging fighting spirit in their bodies. Roar! Moo! At this time, the army of Minotaurs and wolf riders finally fought with the invading blood monsters. A leader-level monster with scales all over its body and huge claws rushed over. It seemed to want to break up the formation of the wolf riders. Then at this moment, an elite Minotaur raised his head high and roared. Die! It raised the giant totem in its hand and smashed it fiercely at the leader-level blood-tied monster. When the leader monster saw the Minotaur vanguard attacking, a look of contempt appeared in its deep pupils. An elite-level creature dared to attack itself? It also instantly raised its crab-like blood-colored claws, trying to take the Minotaur vanguard's totem. Bang! The stump-like thick totem came into contact with the leader monster. The leader monster only felt an unimaginable force coming. Crack! After a crisp breaking sound, the two claws it raised were directly broken. At this time, a look of fear appeared in the eyes of this leader-level mutant. In the first wave of fighting, it was completely defeated by this elite-level Minotaur. This is because the current stage of the blood-tied monster leader is only level 20, and has not yet transformed into a 3-star monster. And the Minotaur Vanguard is a 3-star elite creature of level 25. In terms of attributes, the Minotaur Vanguard is much stronger than it. In addition, Han Xing's Vim Divine Power Horn and the Dark Knight Goddess statue's attack power bonus. At this time, the Minotaur Vanguard, in terms of actual combat power, is not even weaker than a 3-star leader monster. Dealing with them is as easy as bullying a child. The next moment, this leader-level monster was smashed and flew more than 10 meters away. Before it could react, a muscular monster over 3 meters tall had already jumped high. War trampling. The huge totem covered the entire field of vision and smashed directly at its head. Boom, puff, blood splashed everywhere, and the ground cracked. This leader-level monster was instantly smashed into meat paste. In the first round of confrontation, the Minotaur Vanguard won a great victory. This scene, it made the armies on both sides change differently. The momentum of the evil god mutants seemed to be extinguished instantly. And at this moment, the morale of Han Xing's army was high. They looked at the Minotaur Vanguard showing its might, and the surging fighting spirit surged in their hearts. Fight! Kill! The Wolf Cavalry army and the Minotaur rushed over directly. The formation formed by the blood-tide monsters was directly dispersed. Especially the more than 100 Minotaur. They jumped into the monster army, just like war machines. The huge totem weighing thousands of pounds was wielded by them with great vigor, sweeping through thousands of troops all the way. Wherever there was a Minotaur figure, it was completely crushed. Ordinary Minotaur crushed elite monsters. Minotaur Vanguard crushed leader monsters. At this moment, the Minotaur clan showed amazing combat power. Everyone standing on the city wall was already stunned. Shen Yun couldn't help swallowing his saliva. These Minotaurs are born violent. The power of this fight is too terrifying. Chung Jianyong also said with a guilty conscience, I feel that if it's a one-on-one fight, I can only fight a dozen or 20 at most, and it will be a bit overwhelming if there are more. Everyone agreed with this. Chung Jianyong is a melee profession, although he has luxurious equipment. But if he doesn't have the help of his teammates, he will be besieged by this group of Minotaurs and may be trampled to death. On the other side, the Wolf Cavalry also showed amazing cooperation. In terms of single combat power, they may not be as good as the Minotaurs. However, they know how to use the advantage of numbers to encircle and suppress these monsters. 10 Wolf Cavalrymen form a squad, and 100 Wolf Cavalrymen form a brigade. They turned into sharp blades that pierced the blood-tide army. The blood-tide monster formation was directly broken up. Elite monsters and leader monsters were isolated by them, and then divided into small battlefields. Unable to break through, they finally died tragically under the chaotic swords of this group of Wolf Cavalrymen. Seeing this, Han Xing was completely relieved. In the first wave of direct contact, both arms showed strong combat power and had the upper hand. In this way, even if those lightning towers and catapults missed some monsters, there was no need to worry at all. Very good, the combat effectiveness of the Minotaur and Wolf Cavalry is very good. When this monster outbreak is over, I will directly pull out hundreds of thousands of troops. Han Xing thought with hope. By then, his territory defensibility will really be as solid as an iron barrel. In the air, the dozen or so Lord-level monsters, seeing their elite troops being frustrated, became more and more anxious. Since the encirclement was formed, less than 10 minutes had passed. They had already killed more than 2 million blood-tide monsters by the attack equipment on the territory. Among them, there were at least tens of thousands of elites, plus hundreds of leaders. If this continued, they would be completely passive. At this time, they all looked into the depths of the monster tide at the same time. It seemed that they were waiting for the order of a certain existence. At the same time, in the territory where the Hui Alliance team was located, Zhou Huang was also assassinated by a lord-level creature. But at the moment of life and death, Zhou Huang also burst out with amazing combat power. As the number one person in a large area, how could he not have any means of his own? The next moment, Zhou Huang took out a golden sword full of cracks, and the terrifying golden light emanated from his body. Slay the dragon! A sword came out, like the water of a surging river. One could even faintly hear the roar of a dragon. The lord-level creature felt a fatal threat, and was forced back by the sword. The next moment, the lord-level creature turned into a ball of blood mist and fled. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly saw that in the distant sky, an army of tens of millions of blood-tide monsters appeared. Chapter 168. Zhou Huang used his sword to force back the lord-level creature. However, before the survivors of Hui Alliance could breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly saw that in the distant sky, there appeared an army of tens of millions of blood-tide monsters. Such a terrifying number directly made the more than 500,000 humans on the Hui Alliance Sky Island fall into a stagnation. Among all the human survivors, the scale of the monsters they encountered was second only to Han Xing. If it were an ordinary team, they would have given up resistance when encountering monsters of this scale. But fortunately, Zhou Huang's character was also very tough. Although his face was ugly, he also issued various instructions and commanded at the first time. Zhou Huang's strength did not lie in his own combat power, but in his unparalleled coordination ability. Because of his identity in Blue Star, he was very good at commanding those large-scale wars. When the first merge was made, Zhou Huang made it clear that he wanted to unify the entire region, that is, there could only be one team named Hui Alliance. This naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of other teams, and they organized a siege against Zhou Huang. At that time, Zhou Huang, relying on only more than 5,000 people, killed those 7 or 8 teams and more than 40,000 survivors. His terrible war consciousness, endless backup plans, and outrageous coordination ability for details once frightened his opponents. After that battle, all the teams in Zone 1 surrendered to Zhou Huang. Therefore, he was able to become the recognized #1 team in the entire server in such a short period of time. At this time, facing the blood-tide monsters of tens of millions, Zhou Huang was also in an orderly manner, constantly issuing various instructions. However, although Zhou Huang had squeezed all the power he could mobilize to the limit, facing a terrifying number of enemies that were 100 times their number, it was still increasingly difficult to hold on. The battle circle formed by the survivors was compressed step by step, and gradually retreated to the living area. They knew that they could not retreat any further. Further back was the living area, where there were hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Among them, there were also their relatives and friends. Critical moment. Zhou Huang seemed to have made some kind of decision. He raised the golden sword in his hand. The dazzling holy light covered 1,000,000 meters around. At the same time, the golden long sword full of cracks had more and more cracks on it, and it was about to break. This golden light did not cause any substantial damage, but it reached the depths of the blood tide that filled the sky. Including those lord-level creatures, they all looked at this golden light blankly. However, in it, a creature with a body size of more than 10,000 meters and a breath strength far exceeding those lords, but in this golden light, it sensed a dangerous breath. After hesitating for a while, the monster issued some kind of order. The next moment, tens of millions of blood-tide troops retreated like a tide. In the territory, 100,000 survivors, and more than 400,000 affiliated relatives, all felt fortunate. Then, they all looked at Zhou Huang with strong admiration. They knew that the golden light was emitted by Zhou Huang, and he once again turned the tide and rescued everyone from danger. After the crisis was resolved, although Zhou Huang's expression did not change much, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He whispered, "Fortunately, the sword of the first-generation Night King can still deliver the last blow. But unfortunately, the power of the rules above has been completely used up. After this time, this sword will really become a piece of scrap metal." Zhou Huang couldn't help but show a look of regret on his face. At this moment, he suddenly took off the beads on his neck. It was completely covered with blood. Zhou Huang said solemnly, "It seems that the revelation given to me by the Dragon Ball of the Golden Dragon Hawthorn Glasser is true. In the blood tide, a terrifying existence with extraordinary intelligence has been born. This news must be spread as soon as possible." Zhou Huang quickly opened the public channel and made a statement. "All human compatriots, I am Zhou Huang. I got the news that a creature above the Lord has been born among the blood-tide monsters, with extraordinary intelligence. This level of creatures is extremely terrifying. We call it the Master. The creatures at the Master level are extremely terrifying. The creatures have unimaginable power and wisdom beyond ordinary people. Now, they have concentrated their forces and are attacking our elite human team. Hui Alliance, Kunlun, Jojo, and other teams are all under siege by a large number of monsters. Now, if there are still survivors, please go to these locations as soon as possible to rescue these teams. This matter is of great importance. Once this group of elite human beings is destroyed, the offensive of the blood-tide monsters will no longer be stopped by anyone. The moment of human extinction is now." After the words fell, Zhou Huang sent more than 30 coordinates in a row. The distribution range of these coordinates is extremely far, and among them is also the location of Hanxing Xingyu City. No one knows how Zhou Huang got these coordinates. However, everyone also heard the seriousness in Zhou Huang's words. The monsters of the Overlord level united and planned a siege operation against their elite teams of humans. If they succeed, the elites of humanity will be wiped out, and when these elites die, it will be their turn next. The chat channel was in a heated discussion. Damn, these monsters are so cunning. After holding back for a few days, they actually thought about attacking those elite teams. Too despicable. Billions of survivors also felt a chill. The Overlord level is a creature more powerful than the Lord, and currently, among all the human beings, billions of people, less than 1 in 10,000 can fight against the Lord alone, not to mention the more terrifying Overlord. At this time, other survivors, who encountered a small-scale monster tide, asked one after another, "Have you all seen the coordinates sent by Captain Joe? Are there any brothers nearby? Hurry up and support them. We have 8 squirrels here, but we are also being besieged by the blood tide monsters. We can't split ourselves up. It's the same for our spectrum. There are too many monsters, and we can't handle them at all. The blood tide monsters have been holding back for a few days. The accumulated number has reached a terrifying number. But despite this, they can't take care of all the survivors of the human race. And in order to deal with those elite human beings, most of the lords and creatures of the blood tide monsters are concentrated in the 30 coordinates set by Zhou Huang. At this time, the monsters encountered by other ordinary survivors are not as terrible as imagined. Now, some teams have ended the battle ahead of time. At this time, a survivor named Feng Tiandi said in the chat channel, "Dude Wanwangu is about to finish the battle. Go to the target location for support immediately. Brothers nearby, hold on. Xinyue Club will defeat these monsters immediately. Where are the brothers in District 5? Come with me to rescue the green shirt goddess in the Immortal Mansion. The Temple of the God of War is in danger. Where are the brothers in District 7? Come quickly." In the team channel, some teams kept calling for help. They have finished the battle. During this period, it is not only the blood tide monsters that are getting stronger. The huge number of blood tide monsters, while bringing crisis, also brought a lot of experience and military merits to all survivors. These military merits can be exchanged for bronze and silver treasure chests in the military merit shop. The survivors with many military merits have even exchanged for 1 or 2 gold treasure chests. Before this, most survivors were wearing a mix of blue and purple. If you have 1 or 2 purple equipment, you can be called a master. But with the promotion of the military merit shop, a large number of silver treasure chests appeared. The purple equipment that is rarely seen at ordinary times has gradually increased. Now, many survivors have been equipped with a full set of purple equipment. Compared to before the blood tide broke out, the attributes of all members have been greatly improved. And those large teams that already had an advantage have gained even more military merits. In this mode, their development speed has also achieved a qualitative leap. Now, many large teams have resolved the battle. And they immediately went to the 30 coordinates sent by Zhou Huang to provide reinforcements. Under tremendous pressure, at this moment, billions of humans showed amazing unity. This would never happen on Blue Star. But now, because they have a common enemy. If they don't defeat it, it will be the moment of human extinction. Under the crisis of genocide, humans abandoned the concept of race and nationality and began to unite spontaneously. At this time, there were more than 100,000 people on a large sky island. Among them, there were more than 20,000 professionals above level 15. The blood tide monsters surrounded it. On the castle in the center of the territory, a beautiful woman in green was standing on the castle of the territory and commanding the battle. It was Luo Chan, the most popular goddess-level figure in the original 5 regions. This sky island was the fairy palace she founded and the team's base. Luo Chan glanced at her beautiful eyebrows and commanded calmly. In the air, waves of flame catapults bombarded and cut off the air supremacy of this group of blood tide monsters. On the territory, more than 20,000 professionals cooperated tacitly to block the invading blood tide creatures at the edge of the territory. However, no matter how much they resisted, the number of monsters was too large. Although they had more than 50 flame catapults, they were still too few compared to the millions of blood tide monsters. At this time, Luo Chan frowned, bit her lower lip, and looked helplessly at the tsunami-like monster tide nearby. The battle line formed by the survivors was compressed step by step, and they were about to retreat to the living area of the territory. There were hundreds of thousands of ordinary people with no fighting power. At this time, the melee professions who were blocking the blood tide monster shouted, "Hold on! Hold on! Brothers, hold on! Captain Joe has sent out our location, and someone will come to rescue us soon. Be sure to hold on." Luo Chan also heard about the upcoming reinforcements in the chat channel. At this time, she bit her lips, and a strong desire to fight emerged again in her already desperate pupils. Chapter 169. Luo Chan said with a firm tone, "Brothers and sisters of the Immortal Mansion, reinforcements are on the way, we must hold on. Remember, behind you are your relatives, friends, and lovers. They have just arrived in this world, and have no fighting ability. If they are left to face these monsters, they will only become victims. Now, all their hopes are pinned on us. If even we retreat, who can save them? No matter what, we must hold on to the end. And I, Luo-chan, will fight with you until the last moment. After hearing this, everyone rekindled their fighting spirit again. Goddess Luo-chan, we will advance and retreat with you. That's right, as long as the people are in the tower, I will live and die with the immortal mansion. With the support of hope, many survivors were also mobilized to fight. There's an elite monster over there, Hunter, throw a spike trap. Illusionist, give the leader monster a mind induction and lead it into the attack range. Those with more than 5 layers of blood curse, retreat to the back of the battle line immediately, and wait for the priesthood to purify. The army of more than 20,000 survivors was also commanded in an orderly manner. Although it was difficult, they could barely hold on. On the other side, Kunlun's leader Wujia and the temple's leader Chandali were also struggling to resist. Everyone was gritting their teeth, because Zhou Huang's words rekindled their hope. At this time, as long as it was not the last moment, they would never give up. Compared to the difficulties of these people, although the number of monsters Han Xing faced was the largest among all humans on Blue Star, he still fought them easily. Up to now, none of the 5 of them had taken action. All the invading monsters were cleared by the Lord buildings and the Wolf Cavalry army below. At this time, Han Xing had killed more than 4 million monsters with the defense tower alone, and he had already gained 5 million war merits. Although he was still in a state of war, Han Xing was almost trembling with excitement. What is the concept of 5 million war merits? This means that he can exchange all 5 Haoyue treasure chests in the war merit store. You know, there is a high probability that orange equipment can be opened in the Haoyue treasure chest. Even if the luck is a little worse, and no orange equipment is opened, the other props in the treasure chest are still amazing. Han Xing thought excitedly, blood-tide monsters, keep attacking me, don't stop. It would be best if I could accumulate 100 million war merits and replace that sun treasure box. He was already looking forward to the moment when he would accumulate 100 million war merits. By then, maybe he would have the first artifact-level equipment in the entire human race, and this time would not be too far away. When he thought of this, Han Xing was very excited. As if hearing Han Xing's request, these blood-tide monsters also cooperated. No matter how many were killed, they still kept going forward, swarming forward fearlessly. It seemed that they would not stop until they conquered Han Xing's territory. At this time, they were still hundreds of kilometers away from Han Xing Xingyu City. More and more survivors have solved the monsters near the Sky Island and are heading here for support. The system prompts that they have arrived at a new area and automatically entered the nearby regional channel. However, when the survivors on the dozens of Sky Islands saw the bloody ocean from afar, they couldn't help but feel pale. At this moment, they all stopped at the same time. A survivor said in a trembling voice in the chat channel, Damn! This is too exaggerated, right? So many monsters besieging a Sky Island. Even if 100,000 heavenly soldiers besieged the Monkey King, there would not be such a scene, right? Other survivors also agreed and said, too scary, there are at least tens of millions of monsters here, right? How many leaders and elite monsters are hidden inside? Hearing this person mention it, everyone also thought of something, and their faces turned pale in an instant. You know, the more monsters there are, the more elite monsters and leaders there are inside. This is the law that the survivors have studied in the past few days. Sometimes, 1 or 2 Lord-level creatures will appear in the blood tide. However, what they don't know is that there are not 2 Lord-level creatures hidden inside, but an astonishing dozen. Among them, there is an even more terrifying Overlord-level creature. At this time, even the survivors who were preparing to rescue felt a little scared. Everyone swallowed their saliva and said, too exaggerated, which team can survive this? With our limited number of people, even if we all go together, I guess it won't be enough to fill the teeth of these monsters? After this reminder, everyone was also shocked. They knew that with the weight of these Sky Islands, running over to rescue them was like throwing a few stones into the sea, which would not cause any waves. Moreover, there was a great probability that they would be swallowed by the monsters inside. Compared with the initial enthusiasm, now, the survivors also had a trace of retreat in their hearts. After a moment of silence, a survivor named Dong Yinhua said, Everyone, our fire demon group will withdraw first. There are too many monsters, and we can't help them. We don't want to lose our lives here. After saying that, Dong Yinhua controlled his Sky Island with a huge territory and turned away directly. The local channel suddenly fell into silence. The number of these tens of millions of monsters was like a basin of cold water poured on their heads, extinguishing everyone's enthusiasm. What Dong Lianhua said was indeed reasonable. It's not that they don't want to save, but they really don't have the ability. Thinking of this, more and more Sky Islands sighed in their hearts and chose to leave. Seeing that the number of nearby Sky Islands was decreasing, a survivor named Chu Jiangtianguo shouted in the local channel, "Why are you running? Come back. Can you run away for a while? But can you run away forever?" There was some anger in his tone. However, the survivors ignored him and quickly controlled the territory to leave. Chu Jiangtianguo froze in place, but still wanted to make a final struggle. "Don't leave. Wait here for a while, wait for more people to come, and there will be hope to rescue the people inside." In the chat channel, the survivors who left said, "Captain Chu, it's not that we don't save people, but we can't save them at all. If we go, we will die. You've also seen that even if Zhou Huang is called, it won't help with this scale of monster tide. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you'll be in big trouble if you're targeted by those monsters." After saying that, they turned around and left quickly without looking back. At this time, only a dozen Sky Islands remained in the nearby area. The survivors looked at each other. On a huge Sky Island with a territory area of more than 200,000 square meters, a man in his 20s was standing on the territory, his face flushed with anger. He was the leader of Yunshui Pavilion, Chu Jiangtianguo. A bunch of trash. They know how to run before they even fight. Chu Jiangtianguo cursed angrily. Although he cursed, Chu Jiangtianguo also knew that it was not their fault. It was really the number of these monsters that made people despair. At this time, a team member asked cautiously, "Captain, those guys are almost all gone now. What should we do now? How about we run too?" After all, what they said makes sense. It's not that we don't help them, but there is no hope of rescue at all. After hearing this, the anger on Chu Jiangtianguo's face gradually faded and turned into a solemn expression. Now, there are fewer and fewer Sky Islands left in the original place, which means that more people are leaving. He seems to be considering whether to continue to persist and wait for more people to rescue the survivors inside. It's really because there are too many monsters. Even if he wants to, he doesn't have the ability. After a moment, he seems to have made a difficult decision. Chu Jiangtianguo said with a trembling voice, "So many monsters, it's really exaggerated." Everyone thought that Chu Jiangtianguo had finally changed his mind and was ready to leave. But he gritted his teeth and said, "Today, I still don't believe this evil, and I won't leave." At this time, the survivors asked blankly, "Captain?" Chu Jiangtianguo took a deep breath. "Go to the chat channel and call people, and then upload the video here. Tell them that there are tens of millions of blood-tide monsters here. If they don't come, wait until everyone inside dies, and these monsters will come and swallow them all. A bunch of idiots. Do you think it's okay to run away now? Let me see which team has the confidence to survive such a terrifying monster tide." After hearing this, the team members' faces were instantly stern. But they also knew that their captain was such a person. Once he made up his mind, it would be difficult to persuade him. As he said before, "Can you run away for a while, but can you run away forever? When everyone inside dies, who will be the next one? When the nest is overturned, no egg can be left intact." The team members looked at each other and nodded. Then, they uploaded the shocking scene they took and called for help. Even the leaders of the big groups were dumbfounded when they saw the blood-tide monsters with a number of more than 10 million. Does anyone know which team the brothers who are besieged here are from? Are they from the Hui Alliance? However, the people from the Hui Alliance immediately came out to prove that it was not them. Everyone was confused. At this time, another survivor said, "Everyone, don't care who is inside, so many monsters must be wiped out." As Captain Chu said, "Even if we escape now, what will happen next? When the people inside can't hold on, it will be our turn." Chapter 170. When the people inside can't hold on any longer, it will be our turn. After this person finished speaking, he received a response. Other survivors also said one after another, "That's right. Who of you has the confidence to survive the siege of tens of millions of monsters?" After this reminder, the survivors also realized this. "I go there right away. Captain Chu, wait for us." And us. At the same time, Han Xing and others who were fighting suddenly saw a large number of survivors speaking in the regional chat channel. "Brothers here, I heard that you are being targeted. You must hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The bathing city will arrive soon. Beidou will arrive soon. Wait for us. Hold on." Seeing the news on the local channel, Han Xing and others were stunned for a moment. They didn't know that Zhou Huang had sent a warning message in the chat channel. And Zhou Huang was still calling on the majority of survivors to rescue the elite human race, who were under siege. Han Xing and others also quickly checked the chat records and understood the whole story. Everyone was stunned. Not only did they not wait for the joy of reinforcements, but they were a little surprised. After a moment, Chung Jianyong asked blankly, "Brother Xing, if other survivors come to help, will it have any impact on us?" Han Xing also nodded helplessly. "It should be. It is very likely that those monsters will choose to withdraw when they see that they can't attack us and reinforcements have arrived." Chung Jianyong was stunned and asked quickly, "Oh my god, if these blood-tide monsters withdraw, then Brother Xing, will you not be able to brush up your military merits?" During this period, the other survivors were busy fighting and had no time to check the battle merit list. But Shen Yuan and Chung Jianyong did not have to fight, but they kept an eye on the ranking of the battle merit list. Now the first place on the battle merit list is Han Xing's virtual name, Xinghe. And with 7.42 million battle merits, it ranks first. At this time, the second place has just exceeded 300,000 battle merits. Such a huge gap is hard not to attract everyone's attention. They are also looking forward to it in their hearts. If these blood-tide monsters continue to besiege, can Han Xing directly brush up 100 million battle merits? Then, let them see what the legendary Sun treasure box looks like. However, if other survivors rush to rescue together, the blood-tide monsters will probably retreat directly when they see that they cannot take down Han Xing. At this time, Chung Jianyong asked again, "Well, should we tell them that we don't need their rescue here?" Han Xing thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Let me tell you." He opened the regional chat channel and said in it, "Hello, brothers nearby, I am Xinghe, and I am also the one being besieged by this group of blood-tide monsters." The main person spoke. Among the thousands of sky islands that rushed over, some survivors looked blank, and some showed surprise on their faces. Just now, he said he was Xinghe. Who is Xinghe? No one spoke. For the name Xinghe, many people are either familiar with it or feel very unfamiliar. At this time, someone said, "Brother, you can see who Xinghe is by looking at the current battle merit list." After speaking, this person also quickly opened the battle merit list. When they saw the 7.34 million. No, it was now 7.52 million. A 7-digit military merit, they were stunned. Fuck. More than 7 million military merit, what kind of ruthless person is this? So scary. For a moment, everyone was completely stunned looking at the astronomical military merit. Moreover, the name of this ruthless person with millions of military merit is Xinghe. However, when they thought of the number of monsters besieging them, they were relieved. At this time, on a large sky island with an area of more than 400,000 square meters, stood a man in his 30s. It was the leader of the digital group, Alpha. He said in the local chat channel, "So it's Star God, I've heard of your name for a long time. I'm wondering where this strongman came from, who could withstand the siege of tens of millions of monsters and hold on for so long." Alpha continued, "Looking at this situation, it seems that Star God can easily deal with it without our rescue." Han Xing also seemed to have some impression of Alpha's name. Before the global human region was merged, Digital Group was also one of the 2 largest regions, one of the best groups. In the Cloud Secret Realm rankings, Alpha was also in the top 10. After a pause, Han Xing replied, "It's not easy, but it can still hold on for a while." Listening to Han Xing's reply, everyone looked at each other. Including Chu Jiangtianku of Yunshui Pavilion, he was speechless. Was he still thinking that the people inside were already in danger and could be destroyed at any time? He was almost in a hurry to dive in. As a result, he was still chatting with everyone in a relaxed manner. At the same time, more and more people learned about Han Xing's deeds. For this legendary figure, everyone roughly understood his strength in their hearts, although they couldn't see what was happening inside. But no matter what means Xinghe used, it was able to withstand the impact of tens of millions of blood tides, which was enough to prove its strong strength. Even stronger than the currently recognized largest team, Hui Alliance. And this is why Han Xing dared to speak out his identity generously. Even if others knew his identity, they also knew the huge amount of materials he had collected through several transactions. Even because of this, some evil intentions arose. But if you want to take advantage of me, you have to weigh it first. Compared with these tens of millions of monsters, who is stronger? Han Xing said at this time, "You don't need to worry about us here. Although there are many monsters, we can still barely hold on. Besides, I am worried that your gathering will attract the attention of the blood-tide monsters and be attacked by them. If you still have spare energy at this time, you can go to help other human compatriots." Han Xing's words, on the one hand, concealed a little bit of his own strength. On the other hand, He told these survivors that they don't need to take risks to save themselves. Hearing this, some survivors also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. To be honest, if possible, they don't want to deal with such a terrifying monster tide. At this time, Han Xing said again. However, Xing has remembered your favor. After this battle is over, I will give you a small gift. Everyone's eyes lit up. During this time, even the survivors who didn't know Han Xing quickly collected information about him. And they also knew that Han Xing had a huge amount of resources. The small gift he mentioned must be worth a lot. At this time, Alpha took the lead and said, in this case, our digital team will leave first. If Brother Xinghe needs help, just shout in the chat channel, and we will rush there immediately. Seeing this, other teams also said, Brother Xinghe, the same is true for our Beidou. And our bathing city. Han Xing replied, okay, I remember it. After a while, one sky island after another gradually left this place, and went to another area for rescue in teams of 3 or 2. When this group of survivors gradually retreated, they looked at the blood-colored monsters in the sky from a distance, and they were relieved. Han Xing was right. Under the siege of so many monsters, the combat power of the alliance formed by these survivors was still a little too low, and it was not enough to deal with this level of blood tide. If we attract the attention of the blood tide creatures at this time, they will rush over in a wave. These teams may be destroyed in an instant. Although these people retreated. However, the story of Han Xing and others resisting tens of millions of blood tide monsters has spread rapidly among the survivors. After today, everyone will remember that there is a man named Xinghe. With miraculous means, he resisted the attack of tens of millions of blood tide monsters. At this time, the lightning tower on the territory is still venting its firepower wantonly. During this period, there were even 3 or 4 Lord-level creatures attacking their territory. But they were intercepted by Han Xing and others with their powerful fighting power. Moreover, at the cost of the death of more than 500 wolf cavalrymen, they also killed 2 Lord-level creatures. After the other 2 lords were severely injured, they fled back to the Blood Tide monster group in panic. Since then, the Blood Tide monsters have never been able to organize a decent offensive again. Moreover, as waves of monsters were killed into slag, his military exploits are also steadily increasing. In just 10 minutes, the military exploits points have officially exceeded 8 million. At this time, the excitement in Han Xing's eyes can hardly be concealed. 8 million military exploits. Even if all of them are exchanged for gold treasure chests, they can be exchanged for 800, although there is still some distance from the target of 100 million military exploits. But at least, Han Xing saw hope. At this time, nearly 1/5 of the monster group had been killed by Han Xing. The density of the monster group is much thinner, which can be seen by the naked eye. It seems that the attack will not be successful. The remaining Lord-level creatures became even more anxious. They looked at the depths of the blood tide at the same time, and a creature with blood bubbles all over its body, which seemed to be stitched together by various animal tissues, and was over a kilometer long, suddenly appeared. The next moment, the figure trembled and suddenly made a strange sound. Goo. This sound was like the cry of some animal. At the moment of hearing this sound, everyone felt a sense of tightness in their chests at the same time. At the same time, they also saw, hidden in the depths of the blood tide, that monster was so huge that it almost covered the sky and the earth. Everyone just took a look at the monster and instantly felt that their consciousness was polluted. Various weird pictures kept appearing. In the blood sea world, endless corpses floated and sank on the sea surface, surging up and down. They seemed to be under some kind of strong illusion. At this time, Han Xing hurriedly reminded, "Don't look at the monster." After this reminder, everyone also realized it and turned their eyes away. Shen Yun reacted immediately and quickly cast a purification spell on everyone. With his current mental power, the purification spell he cast was very powerful. Unless it is a negative state like the blood curse that cannot be cleared, it can be lifted almost instantly. Everyone also felt a burst of clarity in their minds. After the illusion disappeared, the vision returned to normal. At this time, Cheng Jianyong's face was pale, and he said with lingering fear, "Damn, what the hell is that? I just took a look and almost got caught." Everyone was also scared. This monster's method is too weird. Han Xing frowned and analyzed. This monster is probably the Overlord-level creature that Zhou Huang mentioned in the chat channel. Overlord? Hearing this word, Shen Yun's eyes also showed some surprise. Before this, they thought that the Lord level was the most terrifying monster below the legend. Unexpectedly, there is an even more terrifying Overlord above the Lord, before everyone recovered from the shock. The monster in the depths of the blood tide suddenly became agitated. It was like a wave of tide spreading out. Han Xing's face froze, and he quickly reminded, "Be careful, the Overlord monster may attack." Hearing this, everyone's face was stern, and they raised their weapons and waited for it. However, the expected scene of the Overlord-level creature attacking did not appear. Everyone only saw. As the dominant creature let out a cry, a blood-colored bubble floated from the blood tide. This bubble seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, it crossed a distance of tens of thousands of meters and came to the vicinity of Han Xing's Sky Island. Moreover, it seemed to be immune to all attacks. No matter how violent the lightning tower's electricity was or the bombing of the catapult, it had no effect on it. "Something strange, retreat," Han Xing ordered hurriedly. Everyone also rushed to the Lord's mansion as soon as possible. And at this time, the blood-colored bubble had already reached the edge of the territory. However, the expected attack effect did not appear. The blood-colored bubble rapidly enlarged when it approached Han Xing's territory. The next moment, it directly enveloped Han Xing's entire Sky Island. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. Now, they are like small fish trapped in a bubble, looking at the outside world in confusion? "What is this?" Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion. Han Xing did not speak, but directly controlled various defense towers to attack, trying to break this bubble. However, everyone was surprised to find that these defense towers had no effect on this bubble. Not only did the magic damage buildings such as the lightning tower have no effect, including siege crossbows, flame catapults, and other physical damage towers, they also could not shake this bloody bubble at all. Cheng Jianyong also tried to use the skill, Sky Sword. But it was still the same, no effect. "Oh my god, is the Overlord creature so terrifying?" One skill directly destroyed all the defense towers in the territory. Cheng Jianyong exclaimed. At the same time, because the attacks of the lightning tower and catapult were ineffective, the group of monsters rushed to Han Xing's Sky Island in an instant, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. At this time, Han Xing suddenly asked everyone to stop. "No need to run, I guess. This blood bubble prevents our attack from being transmitted to the outside world. But correspondingly, those blood tide monsters probably can't get in." After hearing this, everyone also stopped where they were, and then looked around nervously. The next moment, the blood tide monsters rushed over. But as Han Xing expected, when those monsters came into contact with that thin layer of bubbles, it was like hitting a wall, and they couldn't move forward at all. Seeing this, everyone was relieved. However, the crisis did not come into contact. At this time, the territory Sky Island was fully covered by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Those monsters were baring their teeth and claws outside the bubble. Cheng Jianyong asked tentatively, "Brother Xing, what should we do now? We won't be trapped in this bubble forever, will we?" Han Xing shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. A skill like this that ignores all attacks and exists like the power of rules can't last too long. I estimate that it will only last a few dozen seconds at most. Sure enough, in the 15th second that the blood-colored bubble enveloped them, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the bubble, and they were spreading rapidly. 20th second. The blood-colored bubble shattered with a sound. Chapter 171. After only 20 seconds, the blood bubble burst directly. It was shorter than Han Xing expected, however, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. The blood tide monsters that had been waiting for a long time poured in. At this time, they were less than 100 meters away from Han Xing's territory. At this distance, with the speed of these blood tide monsters, it only takes less than a second to rush directly to it, under normal circumstances. In panic, the other survivors might directly activate all the defense towers in the territory to repel these monsters. But in this way, they fell into the trap of the dominant creature. When all the defense towers entered the reloading time, taking advantage of this empty island, the endless blood tide monsters will directly flood the territory. However, Han Xing did not panic. He still maintained his own rhythm. He activated a quarter of the defense towers to attack. Boom! Thunder vented, artillery roared. The shells of the flame catapult exploded at close range, and countless monsters were blown into pulp under this wave of attacks. However, at this time, more monsters rushed to the territory. With the combat power of this group of wolf cavalry and minotaurs, they could not stop so many monsters at all. Looking at the surging monster tide below, everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. At this time, Han Xing said with a calm look on his face, "Okay, now it's time for us to come out." After hearing this, the 4 people seemed to have a ball of light in their eyes. There was no fear in their eyes, and even a hint of excitement could be seen. Before, They had been watching the defense towers and the territories show their power, and they had nothing to do. Even if the lords and elite monsters attacked in groups, they were blocked by the wolf cavalry army below. Now, it's finally time for them to appear. The fighting spirit surged in their hearts. The 5 people drank a bottle of blood curse resistance at the same time. The next moment, 5 figures jumped off the city wall like arrows from a bow, and rushed towards the blood-tide army that was swarming in. At this time, the army composed of wolf cavalry and minotaurs was facing the siege of monsters that far exceeded their number, and they were already feeling exhausted. Even though they were brave and good at fighting, and were fearless of death. But in front of the enemy that far exceeded their number, they were still suppressed in all aspects. Even among the wolf cavalry, there were already considerable casualties. And at this moment, Han Xing and others came down. The huge thunderclouds, the fierce rain of arrows, and the terrifying explosive arrows, like missile explosions, directly destroyed a large number of blood-tide monsters. The wolf cavalry army that resisted bravely suddenly felt the pressure relieved. They looked at the 5 people behind them at the same time, and admired their powerful fighting power. The Lord is mighty. The wolf cavalry tribe worships the strong, and the fighting power shown by Han Xing at this time completely convinced them. However, the first wave of the crowd's burst was just an appetizer. The next moment, they saw their Lord jump high. The whole person was like a running arrow, rushing hundreds of meters in an instant. Han Xing directly activated the new skill of the Wild Ranger after the second transformation, Instant Shadow Flash. All the monsters along the way, the moment they came into contact with Han Xing's figure, were like being hit by a storm and flew backwards. And at this moment, Han Xing, who had already rushed to the center of the monster group. Suddenly, the legendary special effect on the ice burial weapon, the Extreme Cold Field, was activated. Like a mountain lotus blooming, the sky was filled with cold. The blood-tide monsters hundreds of meters away were frozen into ice, and fell from the sky. Large numbers of monsters died. At this time, Han Xing once again transformed into the Emperor, who dominated the death and ice. After one skill, tens of thousands of corpses were lying. This scene gave people a strong visual shock. In this wave alone, at least tens of thousands of monsters died. The next moment, a white light rose directly from Han Xing's body. The death of tens of thousands of monsters also brought him a huge amount of experience. Coupled with the additional experience blessing of the statue of the Goddess of Dawn, Han Xing also directly rose to level 26. The group of wolf cavalry was very excited. After Han Xing's wave of clearing the field, Zhang Lianming and Su Xiaoliang also began to explode. They also showed a terrifying lethality that was not inferior to the Thunder Tower, and they were more flexible. Waves of monsters died one after another. Every moment, a lot of combat merits and experience points were recorded. A white light rose on everyone's body one after another. And as the number of monsters they killed increased, the blood-tide monster group that finally approached the territory Sky Island was beaten back again. The blood-tide monsters within 1,000 meters around were almost cleared. In the air, the behemoth, with a body length of more than 1,000 meters, suddenly trembled. This dominant creature seemed to have seriously underestimated the combat power of the human race on this Sky Island. It didn't expect that in addition to the large number of defense towers on the Sky Island, the combat power of the human race itself was so terrifying. With just these 5 people, they can even deal with a monster tide of less than 100,000. The dominant creature seemed more and more anxious. Because in the current situation, if the Lord-level creatures are not sent out, there is no way to take down this group of humans. At this time, this dominant creature seemed to be hesitating. Should we go all out and send all the Lord-level creatures directly to attack the territory of that group of humans? Doing so has a chance of success. But it is hard to guarantee whether these survivors have other cards in their hands. After all, it is not the first time that these humans have given it a surprise. And it does not have many Lord creatures in its hands. In the previous wave of attacks, they killed 2 of them. The next moment, it seemed to have made a decision. That is, withdraw. Goo. A low voice sounded. The remaining blood-tide monsters received the order and stopped the trend of attacking at the same time. Hua la la, the blood-tide monsters in the sky withdrew. The dark sky suddenly shone with sunlight. At this time, Shen Yuan and others who were fighting bravely in the territory also looked up at the sky. Huh? Are these monsters going to run away? Everyone was also staring at the gradually receding figures of the monsters. After a moment, Han Xing replied, "It should be, after all, they have lost tens of millions of troops here. Even if these blood-tide monsters are born faster, they can't keep up with this level of loss. Moreover, That dominant monster doesn't seem to want to put all its troops here. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just when they were about to clean up the battlefield, Han Xing suddenly had an idea, as if he thought of something. He said quickly, "Everyone, keep fighting. We can't let these monsters get away." After hearing this, everyone looked at Han Xing. "We finally beat back these monsters. Why are you saying now that we can't let them get away?" Han Xing explained. "That overlord creature is very intelligent. It doesn't want to put all its forces here, which means it has other purposes. This guy thinks he can't do anything to us, so he must want to attack other survivors." After hearing this, everyone instantly understood what Han Xing meant, and their faces were stern. The number of blood-tied monsters is huge. Even if Han Xing killed tens of millions, there are still nearly 30 to 40 million. Although they can't deal with Han Xing, it doesn't mean that other survivors can stop their impact. With such a terrifying number, almost no Sky Island can survive wherever they pass. Chung Jianyong said in disbelief, "Damn, these monsters are too cunning. Does that overlord really have such high intelligence?" Han Xing didn't say anything, and the answer was beyond words. Shen Yun also had a solemn expression on his face and asked, "Brother Xing, how can we catch up? This group of blood-tied monsters is much faster than us, and Sky Island can't catch up at all. In addition to the unparalleled number of blood-tied troops, they also have strong mobility. According to the speed calculation, the speed of the monster army is more than 1,500 kilometers per hour. Even in the current Xingyu city, the fastest moving speed can only reach 900 kilometers. The Sky Island of other survivors is even slower. So when facing the siege of the blood-tied army, few survivors can escape." However, Han Xing's heart moved. Because just 2 days ago, he exchanged for a territory core acceleration device in the trading channel. Its effect is that it can invest in spirit cores and double the territory's movement speed. Before, he was going to use it to run away when he couldn't win. But now, it seems to help them chase these blood-tied monsters. The next moment, a smile appeared on Han Xing's mouth. "Damn, I didn't expect this thing to come in handy so soon." After hearing this, Chung Jianyong asked in confusion, "Brother Xing, what is it?" Han Xing did not answer, but said to all the residents in the city lord's mansion, "Everyone, hold on tight. It's better to tie yourself to the pillar with a rope. Next, I'm going to sprint at full speed." In Xingyu City, Lon Lon and others listened to Han Xing's speech, a little confused. However, the next moment, they knew what Han Xing meant. Boom, 20,000 spirit cores were invested. The territory core acceleration device started to run at full speed. Instantly, the speed of the Sky Island increased several times. Only 3 seconds passed. The speed of Han Xing's huge Sky Island broke through from 0 to 500 kilometers per hour. 3 more seconds passed. It reached a speed of 2,500 kilometers per hour. The huge momentum almost made those relatives float in the air. If there is no air resistance in this world, otherwise, the instant acceleration would be enough to throw them out. "Damn! Too fast, Brother Xing." Chung Jianyong hugged the catapult on the city wall tightly and exclaimed. Everyone also grabbed something around them that could support their bodies. Su Xiaoang and Zhang Lianmeng were frightened and panicked. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, subconsciously grabbed Han Xing's arms. Originally, Han Xing was fine. With his attribute strength, he could still adapt to this speed quickly. But after being held by the two women, Han Xing couldn't help but lean back due to inertia. Then, the three of them rolled down together to the bottom of the city wall. Chapter 172. The three of them rolled down to the bottom of the city wall. During the rolling process, Han Xing felt two soft bodies. From time to time, 1 or 2 numbing moans came to his ears. Hum. After a while, the three bodies stopped rolling and lay on the ground. The picture at this time looked quite. Zhang Lianmeng maintained a supine position, pressing on Han Xing's head. Su Xiaoang pressed Han Xing's belly, and the three of them did not move, as if they were caught in a wonderful atmosphere. Then, the two girls didn't know what they thought of, and their faces turned red in an instant. They stood up from the ground in a hurry, and then lowered their heads with shy faces. Cough cough. Han Xing on the ground coughed twice. The two girls also reacted, and stretched out their hands at the same time, ready to pull Han Xing up from the ground. But Han Xing had stood up and patted the dirt off his body, indicating that he was fine. To be honest, with their weight, even if 10 more people pressed on Han Xing, it would not have any impact on him. Moreover, this was just a small episode, and Han Xing did not care. After a while, everyone adapted to the rhythm at this speed and gradually stood firm. However, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoan could see the shyness in each other's eyes from time to time. At this time, Xingyu City was moving forward at a high speed, chasing in the direction where the monsters flew away. In the area closest to Hanxing, there was also an empty island that was paid special attention by the blood-tide monsters. It was one of the 30 coordinates sent by Zhou Huang. Now, the survivors on the empty island are being besieged by millions of blood-tide monsters. A beautiful figure stood on the territory castle and gave orders. It was the Sky Island where the Immortal Mansion team was located. The green-shirt goddess Luo Chan was leading tens of thousands of professionals in her territory to fight bravely. However, no matter how well they cooperated, and how clearly they divided the work, but they were still inevitably attacked by those blood-tide monsters. Especially those melee professions. It was okay once or twice. When the number of survivors attacked reached more than 5 times, the number of layers of blood curse was superimposed crazily. They only had less than half an hour left. At this time, these survivors had to retreat to the second line and wait for the treatment of the priest purification spell. This consumption continued. Although the number of monster groups was decreasing, their effective combat power was also constantly decreasing. Luo Chan was so anxious that her eyebrows were almost twisted together, and her beautiful facial features were also worried. And at this moment, she suddenly heard an exciting news. Led by Xinyu Club, dozens of teams rushed here. In the local channel, the survivor shouted, "Hold on, brothers of Xianfu, Xinyu Club is coming. The city light is on the way, Goddess Luo Chan, I'm coming. And our Fenghe Club, Goddess Luo Chan, hold on." Luo Chan's eyes showed a touching look. Everyone. Thank you. Hearing the news of reinforcements. Below, the survivors of Xianfu also showed amazing fighting spirit again. However, before Luo Chan could express his gratitude in the local channel. In this area, all the survivors of hundreds of kilometers raised their heads at the same time and looked at the horizon, a bloody tide that is far more terrifying and larger than Luo Chan's. It is approaching at a terrifying speed. The number is more than 10 times that of Luo Chan. At this moment, dozens of nearby sky islands stopped at the same time. Anyone who sees that exaggerated scene will be shocked beyond words. The local chat channel suddenly fell into a deathly silence. At this time, even more than a dozen sky islands turned around and left without saying a word. The survivors in the Immortal Mansion saw this and hurriedly said, "Brothers, why are you all running away? Come back quickly. Friends of Fenghui, don't leave." Even if the survivors of the Immortal Mansion frantically tried to keep them, they pretended not to hear it. Just kidding. It's okay to let them add icing on the cake, even if it's just a timely help. If they can gain the favor of Goddess Luo Chan, they are willing to take certain risks. However, staying now is obviously equivalent to sending themselves to death. Even those survivors who came to rescue because they coveted Luo Chan's beauty retreated directly in their hearts. More and more sky islands left. Only a few scattered sky islands remained on the field. The scale of these sky islands is quite large. Among them, there is also the Xinyu Club, the second largest group in the original 5 regions. As a staunch ally of the Immortal Mansion, the leader of the Xinyu Club, Song Kai Tongzi is said to have been pursuing the goddess Luo Chan. But at this moment, even Song Kai Tongzi couldn't help but have a tangled look in his eyes. They couldn't leave, and they couldn't stay. Now everyone knows that Song Kai Tongzi is fond of Luo Chan. But at this critical moment, if Song Kai Tongzi left, his so-called pursuit would become a joke. If it spread out, it would also cause a serious blow to the reputation of Xinyu Club. But if he stayed, it would be even more stupid. Not only could he not save Luo Chan, but he might also have to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people in Xinyu Club. It was completely equivalent to seeking death. Watching more and more sky islands leave. Luo Chan lowered her eyes, with a faint mist in her pupils. She asked softly on the local channel, "Mr. Song, are you really going to leave?" Her voice was full of despair and requests. In the face of death, even if Luo Chan was very strong-willed, she could even face life and death calmly. However, since the establishment of the Immortal Mansion, it is no longer her own Immortal Mansion. There are more than 30,000 survivors and their relatives on it. That's hundreds of thousands of lives. As their leader, Luo Chan promised to take them alive. If the Xinyu Club also abandons them at this time, then it means that they have been sentenced to death and have completely lost hope. When Song Kai heard the pitiful cry for help from the goddess Luo Chan, he couldn't bear it. But under the persuasion of the team members, Song Kai waited in his heart. After a moment, he made a difficult decision. "Goddess Luo Chan. It's not that we don't save her, but we are really powerless. You also saw that more and more people are leaving. Even if we are willing to rescue from the Shinua Club, we can't make any waves in the face of such a monster. It will only increase casualties. There was helplessness in Song Kai's tone. After hearing this, Luo Chan's beautiful face also showed a deep despair. One look at it made people feel distressed. But Luo Chan also knew that in this situation, even if Shinua Club came to help, it would be tantamount to sending themselves to death. After a moment, the despair in Luo Chan's eyes dissipated and turned into a kind of firmness. She said on the local area network, "Friends of Shinua Club, Luo Chan understands what you mean. Please leave as soon as possible. Luo Chan is grateful that you can come, and you must not increase casualties and weaken the power of the human race." After hearing this, Song Kai sighed. Then he turned around and controlled the Sky Island to move away from here. At this time, she bit her lip and said, "Brothers and sisters of the Immortal Mansion, even if there is no external help, even if you are destined to die today, Luo Chan, I will definitely fight with you until the last moment." Under the atmosphere of despair, the survivors of the Immortal Mansion were silent. They looked behind them, where hundreds of thousands of blank eyes were looking at them. There were their families, friends, and the most important people. After a moment, someone shouted softly, "Kill!" The remaining survivors of the Immortal Mansion seemed to be infected by the resolute word of killing. A firm look appeared in their eyes. Because even their staunch ally, the Shinua Club, turned away under the pressure of the blood tide. Now, they can only rely on themselves. Even if they die, they must fight to the last moment. But, with the strength of the Immortal Mansion, they could only barely maintain their ability to deal with millions of blood monsters before. Now the number has increased tenfold. There are still countless leaders and elites hidden here, and even lord monsters. At this time, unless a miracle happens. Otherwise, they will not have any chance of turning the tables. At this time, tens of millions of blood-colored monsters have completely enveloped the Fairy Palace Island. From a distance, the group of people from the Shinua Club saw the Fairy Palace Island being swallowed up, and they couldn't help but sigh. Alas, so many monsters can't be stopped at all. Yes, it's a pity for Goddess Luo Chan. After saying that, they were also ready to control the island and leave quickly. They were afraid that the wave of blood-tide monsters would come to them again after destroying the Fairy Palace. At this time, the group of blood-tide monsters seemed to want to make a quick decision. The dominant creature hidden in the monster group ordered to directly dispatch 8 Lord-level creatures to attack the Fairy Palace territory. Luo Chan gritted her teeth and tried her best to resist to the last moment. However, when she saw 8 Lord monsters with overwhelming aura rushing towards her, at this moment, she deeply felt what despair was. 8 Lord monsters. Even if any one of them appeared, it could cause serious damage to the Immortal Mansion. No matter how much the survivors of the Immortal Mansion resisted, in the face of absolute strength, there was no chance at all. "Oh God! Don't you really give us a little hope?" The survivors of the Immortal Mansion wailed and cried. However, at this moment, 20 blue light beams shot up from afar. Like thunder that shattered the dark night sky, the blood cloud covering the sky was forcefully broken. The survivors of the Immortal Mansion looked up blankly, and they didn't know what happened at this time. The next moment, they saw hundreds of burning flame shells, whistling in with destructive might. Boom! The sky, which was originally torn into cracks, was completely blown apart at this moment. The desperate picture woven by tens of millions of blood-tide monsters was torn apart by the flames and thunder. Chapter 173. In the territory of the Immortal Mansion, tens of thousands of survivors and hundreds of thousands of relatives all look confused. The monster group is under attack. Am I hallucinating? Could it be that a miracle really happened? At this time, another male survivor shouted loudly. "It's not a miracle, it's a flame catapult. A lot of catapults. Someone is coming to save us." After hearing this, everyone's confused eyes showed ecstasy. They all looked. When they saw the Sky Island not far away that was like a war fortress and vented firepower wantonly, their eyes suddenly widened. What a strong firepower! Someone really came to save us. Brothers, hold on. Who is the person on that Sky Island? Zhou Huang. At the current stage, except for the Hui Alliance, they don't think there is any other force that dares to risk tens of millions of monsters to rescue them. Because they have long heard that the Hui Alliance already has more than 100,000 survivors above level 15, and the number of flame catapults exceeds 100. If it was Zhou Huang, maybe he could really save them from the monster tide. However, when the first wave of defense tower bombing ended and the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw there was no huge army of survivors on the Sky Island, but only a few strange figures standing on the city wall. Everyone couldn't help but look disappointed at the same time. Just 5 people? Oh my god, am I seeing right? They dared to come to save us with just these few people? Although the scene just now was indeed shocking. But the number of people on this sky island is too small after all. If you can't form a strong defense line, like them, after being surrounded by monsters, you will be swallowed up almost instantly. At this time, the survivors also thought of this, and their faces suddenly changed. Quickly remind the brothers on the sky island to run away. Don't be targeted by these monsters, otherwise you will be really finished. Although they are very grateful to the people on the sky island for taking such a big risk to help them. However, the number of survivors on the sky island is too small after all. At this time, Luo-chan also reacted almost immediately. She saw that Han Xing's sky island was still outside the monster tide, and hurriedly said, "Friends outside, thank you for your rescue. Luo-chan is grateful. But please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once surrounded by the monster tide, you will lose the chance to escape." However, the sky island did not listen to her words at all. Instead, it plunged into the monster tide like crazy. The group of people in the fairy house were dumbfounded. What do these people want to do? Don't die with us! The survivor shouted desperately below. However, the next moment when the huge sky island was submerged by the blood tide. As expected, the monsters rushed onto the sky island and tore them into pieces. Instead, more than 200,000-meter-long lightning beams blasted out. Sizzle! The dazzling lightning, the terrifying killing power. Where the blue beam passed, tens of thousands of blood-tide monsters were directly killed. This scene once again made hundreds of thousands of people in the Immortal Palace sluggish. However, before they could react, they saw that the Sky Island did not hesitate for a moment, and it continued to kill the monsters with an overwhelming force. Moreover, it was approaching the area where the Immortal Mansion was at a very fast speed. The target was the Lord-level creatures, who were preparing to besiege the Immortal Mansion, when they were about to touch the Sky Island territory where the Immortal Mansion was located. Han Xing stood on the territory wall and suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Although the people in the Immortal Mansion looked confused, they still subconsciously chose to obey. The next moment, dozens of shocking blue light beams passed over their heads. In an instant, 3 or 4 Lord-level creatures were unable to dodge, and were covered by the light beams of the lightning tower. Hiss! Hiss! The terrifying electric energy raged in their bodies, although it was not enough to kill them instantly. However, they still fell into a short state of paralysis. The 8 lords were shocked at the same time. At this moment, they even felt the crisis of death before these lords could react. The next moment, hundreds of ice spears had already shot out. The paralyzed lord monsters became live targets in the air. Puff, puff, puff. Ice crystal fragments and blood splashed. These terrifying creatures with a body size of more than 100 meters were directly beaten into sieves by this wave of concentrated fire. In an instant, 4 Lord-level creatures were killed on the spot. The system prompt appeared. Kill mutant. Evil God's Eye, 3-star Lord level. Get military merit * 5000. Get holy fragment * 1. Kill mutant. Evil God's Tongue, 3-star Lord level. Get military merit * 5000. Get holy fragment * 1. Luo-chan, who thought he was going to die today, had more confusion in his eyes besides shock. What is that? A defense tower? But this power is so terrifying. And those ice spears have such powerful killing power. Who is the master of this sky island? At this moment, even in the face of death, the goddess Luo-chan, who was very calm, couldn't help but tremble. She looked at the 5 figures on the wall with a strong curiosity in her eyes. In the air, 4 lords were killed, and the remaining blood-tide lords showed anger and fear in their eyes. They were about to fight Han Xing at all costs, but at this moment, they received the order from that existence again. Quack! The master-level creature issued an order. All retreat. Hua la la. Tens of millions of blood-tide monsters, including those that were originally besieging, retreated like a tide again. Damn, you want to run again? Han Xing was about to pursue the victory. But he found that a blood bubble flew over from the monster tide again. This bubble seems to have an automatic tracking function, and it is impossible to dodge it. The next moment, Xingyu City was once again covered by the blood-colored bubble, and could not move forward at all. Again! Han Xing was also helpless, and stayed where he was, waiting for the duration of the blood-colored bubble to end. 20 seconds. The duration of this thing is not long, nor short. But it is disgusting. At this time, the survivors of the Immortal Mansion experienced the ups and downs of life and death in just a few minutes. After the crisis was resolved, I don't know how many people collapsed on the ground. When they looked at the blood-colored clouds in the sky and the scene that faded away at a rapid speed, they still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. At this moment, after the panic, everyone showed a look of curiosity. In front of them, there was an island covered by blood-colored bubbles, on which stood 5 young-looking humans, both men and women. It was they who, like divine soldiers from heaven, forcefully broke this doomed situation. At this time, everyone had some questions in their hearts. Who are these 5 people? Even Zhou Huang, a legendary figure of the first group, could not do this, right? At this time, a green figure walked out of the crowd. Luo Chan has a special temperament, and her whole body exudes an elegant temperament that makes people unable to take their eyes off. No wonder Luo Chan was selected as the recognized goddess-level figure in the original 5th district. Han Xing also noticed the beautiful figure. Luo Chan came over gracefully, with a grateful look on her face, and said solemnly, "Thank you for your help. Luo Chan and the hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters in the Immortal Palace will always remember your kindness." After saying that, she bowed deeply to Han Xing and others with a dignified manner. Seeing their leader bow his head, the members of the Immortal Palace also saluted Han Xing and others. Han Xing nodded gently, as if accepting their thanks. Seeing this, Luo Chan lowered her eyes slightly. Although there was still a distance, with the eyesight of these professionals, they could still easily see the other person's face. At this time, she also noticed the figure carrying a longbow among the 5 people. It seemed that he was giving orders. In other words, this person was the owner of this huge sky island. Luo Chan stared at Han Xing closely, as if he wanted to remember his appearance in his heart. The two sides fell into silence for a moment. After a moment, Luo Chan showed a faint smile. A gentle smile, peerless. She said, "Several benefactors, I wonder if you are willing to come to our Xianfu territory to have a chat. We have hundreds of thousands of people in Xianfu, and we all want to express our gratitude to you solemnly." After Luo Chan finished speaking, the survivors of Xianfu looked at Han Xing with expectation. Luo Chan was right. They really wanted to get to know this level of strong people. At this moment, the blood-colored bubble covering Han Xing's sky island had broken. At this time, Han Xing's eyes were no longer on Luo Chan. Instead, he was looking at the blood-tide army that had gone far away in the sky. It can be seen that Luo Chan really wanted to thank him. However, Han Xing had no intention of dealing with these people at all. He just wanted to kill the blood-tide monsters as soon as possible and then accumulate 100 million points. Han Xing refused directly. "You're welcome. I am also partly responsible for your distress. This rescue is just a casualty." After saying that, without waiting for Luo Chan to reply, Han Xing continued, "I have other things to do, so let's say goodbye." After saying that, Han Xing suddenly urged the sky island to accelerate. His eyes were fixed on the blood tide in the distance, as if he was looking at his prey. In the territory of the Immortal Mansion, tens of thousands of survivors looked at each other blankly. A huge floating island suddenly passed over their heads, chasing the tail of the blood tide monster. The survivors of the Immortal Mansion were all dumbfounded. Brothers, am I seeing right? They seem to be chasing the blood tide monsters? The other survivors were also shocked beyond words. It seems like this. Come to think of it, they just came here this way. Could it be that this group of monsters came here to deal with us just to avoid their pursuit? This guess made everyone stunned. This is very likely the fact. Because just now, the mysterious man also said that they were in danger, and they were also partly responsible. The survivors of the Immortal Mansion moved their throats, and said helplessly, "Should we say that he is worthy of saving our existence? This is too fierce. Yes, he can kill tens of millions of blood-tide monsters, and chase them around like dogs. I guess there is only this one person in the world. Does anyone know what the brother on the Sky Island is called? This peerless fierce man, I really want to get to know him." This person spoke out what everyone was thinking. Including the green-shirt goddess Luo Chan on the side, there was also a curious look in her eyes. She vaguely saw the appearance of the 5 people. She also knew that the man with the longbow was the owner of that territory. But unfortunately, the other party seemed to be in a hurry to deal with those blood-tide monsters, and had no intention of communicating with them. At this time, a survivor in the Immortal Mansion speculated, "I guess the owner of the Sky Island should be called Xinghe." Xinghe? Hearing this name, Luo Chan's heart trembled. It's him! The last transaction of the purple backpack also alarmed many leaders of large groups. As the leader of the Immortal Mansion, Luo Chan naturally heard of Han Xing's name. At this time, some survivors of the Immortal Mansion asked in confusion, "Xinghe? I haven't heard of him. Is he a celebrity?" Another survivor came out and said, I don't know if Xinghe is a celebrity, but after today, I estimate that billions of survivors around the world will remember his name. So exaggerated? Why? Everyone asked in confusion. Look at the current battle merit list, and you will know why. Battle merit list? Hearing this, the survivors of the Immortal Mansion seemed to have thought of something, with a hint of curiosity and expectation in their eyes. After hearing this, Luo Chan also directly clicked on the battle merit list. When she saw Xinghe's name, with 8-digit battle merits, topped the list, she opened her mouth slightly in surprise. My god, tens of millions of battle merits. His. For a while, the survivors of the entire Immortal Mansion gasped. At present, most of the survivors have hundreds or even thousands of battle merits. Even some leaders of large groups have only tens of thousands of battle merits. At this time, Han Xing's 8-digit, tens of millions of military exploits were an astronomical figure. I don't know how many people around the world were shocked. In Luo Chan's heart, he also had a strong curiosity about this man who had only met once. At this time, Han Xing didn't know what everyone was talking about him. He was investing his spiritual core regardless of consumption, madly accelerating the core territory. The target was the overwhelming blood-tide army. After escaping from Han Xing's pursuit, they quickly came to another area and attacked a survivor's island. The target they chose was also a team island, named Trilobite. Just like the group of people in the Immortal Mansion. When they saw the scene of tens of millions of monsters sweeping in, they all felt a sense of despair. Some people even wrote suicide notes on the spot. However, this sense of despair did not last long. The next moment, they saw an island coming at a high speed from a distance. And it sent out dozens of lightning beams that were enough to destroy everything. Chapter 174. When the blood-tide monsters were about to destroy the survivor's island, Han Xing came in forcefully. Tens of thousands of monsters died directly under this wave of attacks. Not even a single body was left. Then, Han Xing controlled the island and rushed into the monster tide recklessly, starting to bomb wantonly. This scene gave people a strong sense of unreality. It even made the survivors of the Trilobites sluggish for a long time without coming back to their senses. They believed that even after many years, they would never forget this shocking scene today, at this time. The creature hidden in the blood tide, the dominant level. When seeing Han Xing chasing again, he couldn't help but show an impatient look in his eyes. The annoying bug was so entangled, however, no matter how strong its killing intention towards Han Xing was, it could do nothing. Unless it took action personally, there was no way to capture this island. However, even as a dominant creature, it dared not say that it could withstand a wave of attacks from thousands of defense towers on the Sky Island without dying. In desperation, it was forced to withdraw again. At this time, Han Xing was once again shrouded in the blood-colored bubble. In front, the survivors on the Trilobite Sky Island were almost dumbfounded. What kind of fierce man is this? As soon as they came, those tens of millions of monsters were killed in batches as if they had met their nemesis. Moreover, when the group of monsters saw them, they didn't even resist and ran away directly, ignoring the shock in the eyes of those survivors. When the duration of the blood-colored bubble ended, without a moment's hesitation, Han Xing once again invested a large amount of spiritual cores and rushed out like an accelerating rocket. Faintly, they seemed to hear someone shouting, "Don't run, my military exploits," and other confusing words. When Han Xing's Sky Island left, one of the survivors swallowed and asked the person next to him, "Just now, did you record it?" The others nodded, with an unbelievable look in their eyes. Recorded it. Okay. Hurry up and upload this video to let others see that among our human survivors, there is such a peerless fierce man. By the way, advertise our Trilobite. The survivor nodded immediately after hearing this. When this video was uploaded, a heated discussion broke out in the chat channel. Moreover, the Trilobite group also made a big fuss in it. They said that they saw with their own eyes that there were only 5 people on the Sky Island. But the combat power they showed was far beyond everyone's imagination. At first, the survivors who heard about this matter were still very unconvinced and were sure that this was impossible. After all, 5 survivors were hunting down tens of millions of blood monsters. This sounds too fantastic. However, as more and more videos were uploaded from all angles, the disdain in many people's eyes has turned into shock. On this day, the land abandoned by the gods. Countless survivors witnessed the amazing scene. In front, tens of millions of blood monsters were running at high speed. Behind them, there was an empty island. Hunting down these tens of millions of monsters with one's own strength, they have completely believed this thing that sounds a bit outrageous. At this moment, the chat channel completely exploded. Brothers, have you seen a ruthless person? This is the real ruthless person. What does it mean to chase tens of millions of troops by yourself? Whose general is this? I would like to call him the most powerful person on Blue Star. The other survivors were very curious about the above person. Does anyone know who the ruthless person is? You don't need to guess. Just look at the battle merit list, and you will know. At the same time, many people clicked on the battle merit list. Now on the battle merit list, there is only one person whose battle merit has exceeded 8 digits. They all know that the ruthless person on the Sky Island is called Xinghe. And, as Han Xing continued to chase the group of blood-tide monsters, his battle merits were still growing at a terrifying speed. On this day, Xinghe had another title. The ruthless person who chased the natural disaster. Han Xing was constantly chasing the blood-tide monsters. He also rescued countless survivors along the way. This also included many large teams. These people, as soon as they got out of trouble, also joined more survivors to rescue nearby humans. A little bit of advantage accumulates, and then it snowballs. The situation of humanity is already developing in a good direction. More and more survivors are pulling out their hands and actively rescuing other islands that are under siege. With the concerted efforts of all mankind. After a whole day of fighting, the blood-tide crisis that had been brewing for 5 days was finally gradually broken. From the failure of tens of millions of monsters to besiege Han Xing, to Han Xing taking advantage of the victory to pursue and kill the blood-tide creatures. Nearly a dozen hours have passed. From morning to sunset, Han Xing almost kept activating the territory core accelerator, so that his Sky Island kept a speed that surpassed the monster army. Of course, this consumption was also very terrifying. The territory core consumed 20,000 spirit cores in 1 minute, and 1.2 million in 1 hour. So far, Han Xing has consumed tens of millions of spirit cores just for acceleration. However, his gains were also amazing. Han Xing's military exploits alone reached more than 30 million. After a whole day of hunting, Han Xing showed the monsters what it meant to fight to the death. He was almost like a mad dog, biting the back of the blood-tide monsters tightly. He was caught up again, and was eaten again and again. The number of monsters has been reduced by nearly half. Among them, many Lord monsters died in Han Xing's firepower bombing. Now, he has 8 holy fragments in his backpack. Although there is still a distance to exchange for the human race's exclusive holy relic, at least it gives Han Xing hope. Just then, the dominant monster seemed to have activated some skill, and the speed of the tens of millions of blood-tide troops increased again. Han Xing also hurriedly urged the Sky Island territory to keep up. They fought for tens of thousands of kilometers all day. Now, even Han Xing himself didn't know where they were. At this time, the sky was getting dark. The blood-red moon climbed over everyone's heads again. However, after continuing to chase the monsters for a distance, Han Xing suddenly saw a dazzling blood-red in front of him. There seemed to be more blood-tide monsters in front of him. When they got closer, they found that the scale of the blood-red was far beyond everyone's imagination. There, it was simply a world condensed by blood-colored fog. Just one look at it made everyone feel their scalps tingling at the same time. Damn it! At this moment, Han Xing did not hesitate at all. Directly controlled the Sky Island to escape at high speed. During the escape, the 5 people kept their nerves tense at all times, fearing that something would catch up with them from behind. After escaping for nearly an hour and more than 3,000 kilometers, Han Xing finally stopped the Sky Island. Even so, when everyone thought of that scene, they still felt pale and frightened. At this time, Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty, "Just now, what was that?" "Don't tell me, that large area is all blood-tide monsters, right?" Everyone's eyes were also somewhat unbelievable. While chasing the large area of blood-tide monsters, Han Xing saw them suddenly drill into a larger blood mist. If there are monsters in there, the number alone is probably many times larger than the monster group that surrounded Han Xing and others this time. Han Xing also said with some lingering fear, "I vaguely saw that there was a floating object in the blood mist. I'm afraid that's where the altar is mentioned by the system." After hearing this, everyone's faces showed a look of realization. If that's where the altar is, it makes sense. After all, everyone already knows that the blood-tide monsters came to the abandoned land of the gods through the altar. No wonder the scale of the monsters there is so terrifying. When the Sky Island finally stopped, after experiencing a day of speed and passion, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After coming back to their senses from the shocking scene of witnessing the blood altar, Chung Jianyong gasped and sighed. "Damn, today was really awesome. Killing tens of millions of monsters, how many military merits did that get? Just thinking about it makes me tremble all over." Shen Yun nodded in agreement. Brother Xing has become famous this time. All day long, Xinghe's name was on the screen, and even Zhou Huang was rarely mentioned. It's not just Cheng Jianyong and his friends. In the territory, Lan Lan and others looked at Han Xing with deep admiration. Compared to the video clips that are circulating everywhere now, they, as personal experiencers, have a deeper feeling. They also clearly know that the strength of Han Xing's territory is far beyond everyone's imagination. At least, so far, high-level buildings like the Thunder Tower have not appeared in the entire trading channel. Han Xing also showed a relieved smile on his face. A whole day of high-intensity combat keeps people on edge. But at the same time, the gains are also amazing. Especially, when Han Xing saw his war merits, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. War merits, 34.32 million. More than 30 million. Such a terrifying number of war merits. If all of them were exchanged for gold treasure chests, it would be nearly 3,000 pieces of gold equipment. It can even arm a large group of 1,000 people. Of course, Han Xing will definitely not use all of them to exchange for gold treasure chests. Because this way, the benefits of these war merits cannot be maximized. After all, there are many good things in the war merit store. In addition to gold treasure chests, there are also puppets of various grades. And the limited 5 more precious Haoyue treasure chests have not been exchanged. Han Xing rubbed his hands excitedly. At this time, Cheng Jianyong also asked expectantly, "Brother Xing, are you going to exchange for the Haoyue treasure chest now?" Hearing this, everyone also cast their eyes over the Haoyue treasure chest. There is a high probability of opening orange-grade equipment. So far, no one has seen it, let alone opening it. They can't help but be curious. Korean stars are also really looking forward to it. Chapter 175. But after thinking for a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Let's exchange the Haoyue treasure chest later. I exchanged the Lord Puppet first." Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this. Lord Puppets are also rare good things. They have seen the strength of Lord-level creatures. Especially puppets, because of their special body structure, they are immune to the blood curse and are the most suitable troops to deal with this blood-tide outbreak. Coupled with the powerful combat power of the Lord-level puppets, it is not difficult to resist the monster tide of tens of thousands with one's own strength. Then, Han Xing waved his hand and clicked on the exchange. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to consume military merit? 300,000. Exchange for Moon Armor Puppet *1. Yes." The next moment, in front of everyone, a 50-meter tall, silver-white armored giant appeared out of thin air. This giant was wearing silver-white chain mail, which was covered with fish scale-like patterns. The thickness of its armor was so great that one could imagine how terrifying its defense was just by looking at it. And, the next moment after this giant appeared, Han Xing and the other 5 felt as if they were wrapped in a strange power, and their defense increased greatly. It was the skill of the Lord-level puppet, the domain of the Puppet King, increased the defense of all friendly creatures by 20%. This effect is really good, Shen Yun said in surprise. He was wearing a heavy golden armor, which already had extremely high defense. At this time, after the bonus of the Puppet King domain, it reached an exaggerated level. Compared to other people, the skill of the Lord-level puppet was more helpful to Shen Yun. But the one who benefits the most is, of course, Han Xing. The domain can increase the defense of all friendly forces. This friendly force, of course, also includes the Wolf Cavalry Army and the Minotaur Army below. More than 10,000 Wolf Cavalry have a 20% defense increase. What does that mean? Especially, there are the statues of the Goddess of Night and the Horn of Vim's power. Under the triple increase, the frontal combat capability of the Wolf Cavalry has been greatly enhanced. It can be said that now any Wolf Cavalry's attributes can beat elite monsters of the same level. Just the existence of this domain skill. Even if the Moon Armor Puppet has no combat power, it is already extremely powerful. In front of Han Xing, the attributes of the Moon Armor Puppet also appeared. Moon Armor Puppet, 3-star Lord Creature, Special Enhanced Puppet, can only move within the territory. Level 25. Attributes, Strength 764, Agility 653, Spirit 633, Constitution 754. Skills, Steel Bones, Flame Spray, Blood Cutting, Heavy Hammer Strike, Metal Blast, Puppet Master Domain, Exclusive Domain Skill. Han Xing had a similar golden armor puppet before, which was a leader creature. But as Han Xing's level continued to rise, the level of the golden armor puppet could no longer keep up, and it never appeared again. But it is undeniable that the combat power of this kind of puppet creature is very strong. Han Xing thought at this time, The Lord level Moon Armor Puppet is limited to 1 exchange, while the Leader level Golden Armor Puppet is unlimited. However, the Golden Armor Puppet also requires 50,000 points to exchange. If the military merits are overflowing, exchanging a batch of Golden Armor Puppets to form a puppet army is also a good choice. But at this stage, we should accumulate more merits and exchange for the Sun Treasure Box with 100 million merits. Everyone also looked up and looked at the 50-meter tall chain armor giant in shock, and couldn't help feeling a sense of security. At this time, Chung Jianyong said in shock, "It is really a Lord-level creature. This domain skill alone is comparable to the improvement brought by a top-grade equipment. Moreover, it is an overall increase, and the benefits are even more terrifying." Xinyun also nodded and said, "Yes, I think all human teams, as long as they have enough points, should exchange for a Lord-level puppet as soon as possible. This thing has a huge improvement." Xinyun is right, the Lord-level puppet is the most helpful to the team. But 300,000 merits is also a big number. For other survivors, 300,000 merits will take at least 1 or 2 months of fighting to accumulate this number. Even the leaders of those large groups need at least 1 or 2 weeks. But for Han Xing, these 300,000 war merits came too easily and too simply. It only takes a few waves of bombing on the territory defense tower to accumulate this number. After exchanging the Lord Puppet, Han Xing still has 34 million war merits. It just cost him a small fraction. Now, he is going to exchange for another precious item in the war merit store. Han Xing rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Finally, I'm going to open the first Haoyue treasure chest in my life." After hearing this, Chung Jianyong and others also put down their work and looked at Han Xing expectantly. The next moment, Han Xing directly exchanged for the first Haoyue treasure chest. Do you want to consume 1 million war merits to exchange for 1 Haoyue treasure chest? Yes. Exchange successful, remaining exchange times 4. The prompt ends. Clang! In front of everyone, a box that looked like a crystal sculpture and glowed with white light appeared. The appearance of this treasure chest alone makes people feel how precious it is. There must be even rarer treasures hidden inside. Han Xing was just about to ask Su Xiaoyang to help open the box. But he saw the prompt on the treasure chest. It can only be opened by the treasure chest exchanger. Han Xing was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect that the Haoyue treasure chest had such a restriction. He was a little unconfident about his luck. But since there was such a restriction, he had no choice. Han Xing came to the treasure chest that looked like a work of art and clicked to open it directly. The next moment, the dazzling orange light illuminated the entire territory. That was the light emitted by the orange suit. When the light faded, under the crystal treasure chest, a pile of materials of different colors and strange shapes appeared. There were several black stones that looked like liquid and metal. There were also several strange burning objects, which looked like flames and seeds of some plants. The shapes of the materials in the Haoyue treasure chest are quite unique. Han Xing's mouth twitched. On the pile of materials, he also saw a pair of quaint boots. The boots looked very ordinary, black in appearance, and made of unknown materials. However, everyone saw the strong light with their own eyes. Presumably, this pair of boots is not that simple. Han Xing collected all the materials in one breath, and the system prompt appeared. Successfully opened the Haoyue treasure chest, obtained Hingjin ingot * 74, rhythm black iron * 11, ancient fire * 3. Obtained the virtual spirit boots, orange, *1. Sure enough, there is orange equipment. Han Xing was very excited. Just as he expected. Now, it depends on whether this orange equipment is legendary or epic. With excitement, Han Xing clicked to check the attributes of the pair of boots. Void Spirit Boots, Orange, LV 25, Quality, Legend, Defense, 72 to 87, Agility plus 55, Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 30. Additional special effects, Void Spirit, when attacked, there is a 50% chance to convert 100 points of spirit into agility attributes. Additional special effects, Absolute Shadow, increases movement speed by 25%. Additional special effects, traveling 1,000 miles a day. Legendary special effects, after entering combat state, each meter moved increases 1 point of agility attribute, the upper limit is 100, and the effect lasts until the combat state ends. When seeing the above attributes, even with Han Xing's concentration, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although it is only legendary quality, its attributes are much stronger than the pair of golden boots he is currently equipped with. Moreover, the 3 special effects are also very powerful. Especially the legendary special effect, The actual effect it causes is actually stronger than the description. When entering combat state, agility is increased, and there is no cooldown time. The only limitation is that you need to move 100 meters to stack to the full state. As for Han Xing's current moving speed, 100 meters, it only takes 2 seconds to reach instantly. This special effect is equivalent to adding 100 points of agility to him for a long time. Combined with Han Xing's current basic attributes, it has even exceeded the S+ growth Cold Ball. When they saw Han Xing's shocked expression, they had guessed that the attributes of this equipment must be very strong. At this time, Chung Jianyong said expectantly, "Brother Xing, what are the attributes of this pair of boots? Show us quickly." Han Xing also satisfied their curiosity, and directly pasted the attributes of the void boots. The next moment, Chung Jianyong screamed directly, "Oh my god, such high agility!" Xin Yun also expressed his agreement. Indeed, and it is worthy of being an orange equipment. The increased attributes of one piece are almost 30% stronger than those of gold equipment. If you were a set of this, won't you be invincible directly? Everyone also nodded in agreement. There is no doubt that the improvement of an orange piece of equipment is very large. Even if it is only of legendary quality, it is much stronger than the gold equipment of the same level. As long as 2 more pieces can be obtained, the strength of the survivors will usher in a terrifying qualitative change. At this time, they all looked at Han Xing at the same time, because they knew that Han Xing still had more than 30 million war merits. He could exchange 4 more treasure chests of this level. Han Xing also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he was also looking forward to the harvest in the treasure chest next. But before that, Han Xing had to check what the other 2 new materials he had just obtained were used for. The first one was the black material that looked like liquid and stone. Rhythm black iron, some unknown ancient material, which contained powerful energy and could be used to create some powerful weapons. It was once loved by the master craftsmen of the dwarfs. Note, collect a certain amount of rhythm black iron, and you can find the chief craftsman of the dwarfs to exchange for ancient weapon drawings. Huh? Seeing the above description, Han Xing was surprised. The material of rhythmic black iron seems to be quite extraordinary. It is actually one of the raw materials for making ancient weapons. Chapter 176. Rhythm black iron is actually one of the main materials for making ancient weapons. So far, Han Xing has only come into contact with one ancient weapon, that is the molten gold cannon. Although it is only a level 10 equipment, Han Xing has relied on it to crush countless level 15 and 20 monsters. And it was with the help of the molten gold cannon that he won the first place in the Secret Realm ranking list. These 2 points alone are enough to prove that any ancient weapon is very powerful. Collect a certain amount of rhythm black iron, and then you can go to the dwarves to exchange for the blueprints of ancient weapons. Han Xing's eyes showed an expectant look. Speaking of which, he already has 2 props in his hand, both related to the dwarves. The first one is the blueprint of the psychic puppet. Because of the lack of its key psychic core device, Han Xing's dream of building a puppet army fell through. The second one is the rhythm black iron. If we can really exchange for a few blueprints of ancient weapons, combined with Han Xing's talent, we might be able to mass produce them. It seems that if there is a chance, we must find the location of the dwarves. Han Xing made up his mind. Of course, the premise is that all humans can survive this blood crisis. Then, Han Xing began to check another item. Ancient fire, a fire with an ancient aura. After it is ignited, it can be used to find the location of the Dragon Road. Fire? Ancient aura? Han Xing looked puzzled. This thing seems to be used as a guide. But what is the Dragon Road? A more advanced copy, or a special area? After thinking for a while, Han Xing still couldn't figure out the relevant information. Although he didn't know its specific purpose, the things opened from the Haoyue treasure chest must not be too bad. Thinking of this, Han Xing put it back into his backpack. Now, he was going to exchange for another 4 Haoyue treasure chests. Han Xing waved his hand, and directly consumed 4 million points. Clang! Clang! 4 crystal treasure chests full of artistic atmosphere appeared. Han Xing didn't drag his feet, and opened all 4 directly. Waves of orange light flashed. The entire Xingyu city seemed to be showing a series of slides, confusing the relatives in the Lord's mansion. Han Xing also put away all the materials in the treasure chest. The system prompt appeared. Successfully opened the Haoyue treasure chest, obtained Hingjin ingots *78, obtained rhythmic black iron *14, obtained witch emblem *3, obtained silent thorn orange *1. Successfully opened the Haoyue treasure chest, obtained Hingjin ingots *64, obtained rhythmic black iron *15, obtained ancient fire *4, Obtain the Yellow Sand Shield Production Drawing Gold, *1. Obtain the Heart of Origin, Orange, *1. Obtain the Toucan Nest Drawing *1. Even with Han Xing's concentration, he couldn't help shouting. In the 4 Haoyue treasure chests, a total of 2 orange equipment, a golden shield production drawing, and a military camp construction drawing were opened. In these, except for Silent Thorn, there is an orange dagger. Han Xing can use the other 3 things, and they are very helpful to him. Among them, the first Yellow Sand Shield is a level 25 golden equipment drawing. You know, in the Sky Island Paradise, the shield is the second most difficult equipment to appear besides accessories. Even Shen Yun is still using the level 10 gold shield, the Immortal Shield. However, compared to the Immortal Shield, the Yellow Sand Shield has more than double the defense power. What's more, this is a blueprint. You know, the golden equipment made by Han Xing is most likely of legendary quality. It will also come with a powerful legendary special effect. Once such rare golden equipment appears in the trading channel, it will definitely cause a scramble among the crowd. In particular, after experiencing this blood-tide incident, those teams understand the importance of shield riders more. The defensive front formed by shield riders can block the blood-tide monsters and reduce the casualties. Now, all major teams are recruiting shield riders everywhere in the chat channel and offering generous treatment. If you really can't find a shield rider, even the milk rider will not be spared. Especially those shield riders with good equipment will be warmly welcomed by those big teams at this time. Han Xing also clapped his hands and clicked on this blueprint to learn. Successfully learn the Yellow Sand Shield, Gold, production drawings. Then, Han Xing checked the materials needed to make the Yellow Sand Shield. Material required for production: Eternal Gold Ingot *100, Purple Gold Stone *50, Mithril *1200, Dusk Sand *20. The first 3 materials are relatively common, but the last one, Dusk Sand, is a bit troublesome. However, this did not bother Han Xing. He searched the keywords directly in the trading channel, and hundreds of consignment information immediately appeared. Han Xing took a look and found that the price of Dusk Sand was not high. About 10,000 spirit cores could be exchanged for 1 unit. Han Xing also waved his hand and took 100 Dusk Sands. After the materials were gathered, he clicked on the production. Do you want to consume materials to make Yellow Sand Shield Gold *1? Yes. The next moment, a 300-second progress bar appeared on the production interface. While waiting, Han Xing checked another piece of equipment. Heart of Origin. This thing, the name sounds a bit strange, but it is a special equipment, similar to badges and other accessories. Each survivor can only equip one. The attributes of this equipment also appeared in front of Han Xing. Heart of Origin, Orange, LV 25, Quality, Epic, Defense 39 to 45, Strength plus 37, Agility plus 42, Spirit plus 45, Constitution plus 53. Additional effects: Omniscient Instinct, Hit rate plus 10%, Dodge rate plus 10%, Life Rhythm, Crit rate plus 10%, Recovery effect plus 10%. Original Shelter, Legendary Special Effect: At the moment of being attacked, there is a 50% chance to convert 50% of the physical strength into armor. Original Life, Epic Special Effect: Physical strength increases by 30%, and when being treated, the recovery effect is increased by an additional 30%. Oh my god! Is the attribute of this equipment so strange? Listening to Han Xing's puzzled speech, everyone also looked over curiously. Then, Han Xing directly posed to the attributes of this equipment. It's really a strange equipment. The attributes are too comprehensive, but it seems to be more inclined to defense. Shen Yun said puzzledly, Brother Xing, is this equipment an accessory? Han Xing nodded. A look of realization appeared in Shen Yun's eyes. Speaking of which, so far, no one has obtained a high-grade jewelry equipment. Except for Han Xing, when the system rewarded a hunter's medal when he killed the first Lord monster. Moreover, the hunter's medal is a growth equipment, which needs to kill Lord-level creatures to upgrade. Now, its upgrade progress has reached September 10th. Han Xing discovered that the Lord-level creatures killed by the territory buildings can actually increase the upgrade progress of the hunter's medal. At this time, Han Xing thought in his heart, the hunter's medal may not be as good as the Heart of Origin in terms of attributes, but the attributes are more suitable for me. Moreover, the hunter's medal will be upgraded soon, and there should be other changes at that time. So, this Heart of Origin should be given to those who need it. There is no doubt that the most suitable person for this equipment on the field is Shen Yun. When Shen Yun noticed Han Xing's gaze, he immediately understood what he meant. However, Shen Yun evaded the question and said, Brother Xing, you don't need to give me this equipment. Give it to Sister Lianmeng. Zhang Lianmeng, who was standing by, was a little stunned after hearing this. She is a mage. Why would she need such a high physique equipment? Zhang Lianmeng waved her hands quickly. However, Shen Yun explained at this time, Brother Xing, Sister Lianmeng, listen to me. So far, our levels are higher than those blood-tied monsters, so in battle, we can basically crush them with our attributes. Besides, with the help of Brother Xing, my equipment is already quite luxurious. Even without this originating heart, those monsters can't beat me at all. On the contrary, Sister Lianmeng, as a mage, has the weakest defense among the 5 of us. If we encounter any unexpected situation later, such as our formation being broken up, Sister Lianmeng can still protect herself with this equipment. After hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they thought about it carefully in their minds. It must be said that Shen Yun's analysis is indeed very reasonable. The mage profession is fragile. Even if equipped with a full set of gold equipment, it is not much better. However, the equipment of this Heart of Origin is different. Its armor and physique are extremely high, plus the 2 special effects. They can all be used to save lives. The actual effect is even equivalent to the improvement brought by a shield. Even on the mage profession equipment, it can greatly increase defense. And Zhang Lianmeng is equivalent to making up for the shortcomings. Han Xing nodded, and then directly handed this ball of equipment with a green aura, like jade, to Zhang Lianmeng. Zhang Lianmeng did not shirk, because she knew that Han Xing did not want to get into trouble. This charming woman looked at Han Xing with deep infatuation. At this time, a dazzling golden light flashed. The system prompt appeared. Production successful. Get yellow sand shield, gold, *1. Seeing this golden light, Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion. Huh? This movement? Brother Xing just made a gold suit again? Han Xing nodded yes. Then, he also checked the properties of the equipment he had just made. Yellow sand shield, gold, LV25, quality, legend, defense 107 to 115, spirit plus 50, constitution plus 55. Attached special effects. Intermediate force unloading. When attacked by physical attacks, reduce the damage caused by the opponent's strength by 100 points. Intermediate magic resistance. When attacked by magic, the damage caused is reduced by 20%. Yellow sand barrier, a legendary special effect. After it is turned on, it can add a layer of yellow sand shield to itself and all team members, which lasts for 60 seconds. During the duration of the yellow sand shield, all physical damage received is reduced by 60%, and all magic damage is reduced by 30%. Cooling time, 60 minutes. After reading the properties of the yellow sand shield, Han Xing's eyes were filled with joy again. The effects of shield equipment are very pure, all of which reduce damage. Compared with the level 10 immortal shield, the defense of the yellow sand shield is more than doubled. Especially the legendary special effect, the yellow sand barrier, is even more powerful. A rectangular khaki shield suddenly appeared in Han Xing's hand. The appearance of the yellow sand shield looks very simple, like a smooth slate. There are no complex patterns on it, only a flat khaki. It seems that this is really a shield made of sand. Han Xing threw it directly to Shen Yun. Shen Yun was a little confused at first, but after seeing the attributes of the yellow sand shield, his pupils dilated instantly, and he exclaimed, "Fuck! Legendary shield." Hearing Shen Yun's exclamation, Cheng Jianyong rushed over instantly. "What legendary shield? Show me!" Cheng Jianyong asked impatiently. After hearing this, Shen Yun also pasted the attributes of the yellow sand shield. The next moment, Cheng Jianyong exclaimed, "Oh my god! Such a high defense, almost equal to 2 pieces of equipment on me. There is also a legendary special effect, 60% physical damage reduction. Fuck." Instantly, Cheng Jianyong's eyes were red. However, it is not surprising that he was so surprised. After all, the legendary special effect of the yellow sand shield is indeed a bit abnormal. The 60% reduction in physical damage, combined with the strong equipment quality of everyone. It can be said that during the duration of the yellow sand shield special effect, everyone is basically immune to the damage of ordinary monsters. Fuck. Why do you use all the good things? Fortunately, the Heart of Origin was not given to you. Cheng Jianyong said angrily. Shen Yun ignored him, but happily looked at the khaki shield in his hand and stroked it up and down. Now, even without the Heart of Origin, this yellow sand shield has also improved Shen Yun's defense to a higher level. In particular, with the blessing of the puppet domain, it can be improved again, and it has reached a very terrifying height. Now, even if Shen Yun is asked to take on a 3-star Lord monster, he will not be at all inferior. Han Xing looked at the daily bickering of the two, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, 4 of the rewards in the 5 Haoyue treasure chests have been checked. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. Should we say it's really worthy of being a Haoyue treasure chest? Any equipment or props opened in it will be of great help to me. These 5 million military merits are really worth it. At this time, there is still a reward in the last treasure chest that has not been checked. It is a blueprint. In Han Xing's eyes, the importance of this blueprint is even more precious than an orange equipment. Toucan Nest Construction Blueprint. Special Territory Building. A toucan nest can be built in the territory, and the Lord can consume spirit cores to exchange toucan eggs for hatching. Toucan, as the name suggests, is a winged creature. In other words, they have the ability to fly. Toucan, flying monster. Han Xing was very excited. Great, this way, I can have the first batch of flying soldiers. He also couldn't wait to check the materials needed to build this bird's nest. Materials required to build a toucan nest: 1 toucan totem, 1 million wood, 500,000 hay, 200,000 refined iron, 100,000 dark firestone, 5,000 mithril. Han Xing whispered, the materials needed for this thing are somewhat different from those for the wolf cavalry camp. The key material is the toucan totem. Chapter 177. The key material needed to build a toucan nest is the toucan totem. Han Xing looked at the trading channel with a tentative mentality. After a moment, he shook his head with some regret. Sure enough, key items like this are not so easy to obtain. However, Han Xing was also satisfied. The rewards in the 5 Haoyue treasure chests have been checked out, and they have brought him great help. However, Han Xing still has 29 million war merits in his hands at this time. With so many war merits, he didn't know how to spend them for a while. After everyone dispersed, Han Xing stood alone on the wall of Xingyu City, staring at the night sky ahead. The night sky was cold and windy. When the excited mind gradually sobered up, Han Xing's eyes also had a little more worry. Ahead, it was where he saw the bloody altar today. Han Xing whispered, what Zhou Huang said is true. The speed at which those altars give birth to monsters is actually far beyond our imagination. I thought that after I killed tens of millions of blood-tide monsters today, the scale of the blood tide would be weakened a little. In fact, I thought too much. The number of monsters killed today is just the scale of an altar, and there are who knows how many similar altars there are in the abandoned land of the gods. If we don't destroy the altar, we will never be able to defeat the blood tide. Han Xing's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. It seems that the altar is the key to solving the blood tide. Similarly, those blood tide creatures also understand this truth, so they did not send out their entire army, but left more troops to protect the altar. To solve the blood tide, the altar must be destroyed to prevent more monsters from coming to the world. But to destroy the altar, it means facing the threat of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of monsters, and rushing in forcefully. Obviously, this is almost impossible. No human beings in the world can do it, including Han Xing. Unless the elites of all mankind can be gathered together, then most of the survivors on the Sky Island can be united to form a huge force. With the accumulation of people, maybe they can face the blood tide head-on, push all the way through, and then destroy the altars one by one. A bright color flashed in Han Xing's eyes. He guessed, this may be a solution left by the system for humans to solve the blood tide. Therefore, it will directly merge all the humans in the world together and directly lift the restriction of the server. Of course, this plan is based on the absence of an alien like Han Xing. In today's battle, Han Xing has proved it with actual actions. Even the overwhelming blood tide monsters cannot shake his Xingyu City, and he can still chase them all the way. Although, when he saw the large group of monsters near the altar, even he felt a sense of pressure. But this does not mean that Han Xing has no way out. The source of all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Han Xing suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, as long as the number of lightning towers and catapults can be increased by 1 or 2 times, I should be able to withstand the monster tide and rush to the vicinity of the bloody altar. But to be on the safe side, at least 2 or 3 times more lightning towers and catapults should be pulled up. But similarly, the resources required are also a terrifying number. Thinking of this, Han Xing clenched his fist. Resources, I need more resources. Then, Han Xing opened his warehouse again and checked his material reserves. These days, Han Xing has been on the production interface 24 hours a day, except for making some urgently needed items in the middle, and pause for a while. The rest of the time, all used to make blood curse resistance. After 6 days, the number of blood curse resistance in Han Xing's hands has reached more than 125,000 bottles. It seems a lot, But compared to the number of humans in the world, it is still too little, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a drop in the bucket. But there is no way. It takes 5 seconds to make blood curse resistance, and the daily output is limited. 120,000 bottles of blood curse resistance should be sold. Thinking of this, Han Xing also clicked into the public channel. After today's chaos, a heated discussion broke out in the chat channel. The survivor said in it, "Brothers, the blood-tide monsters are getting stronger day by day, and their numbers are increasing. This forces us to unite together." That's right, and now the small groups of normal size have no way to resist that level of disaster. Not to mention the small groups, the same is true for the big groups. Except for Hui Alliance and Kunlun, no one dares to say that they can still stop the invasion of the next wave of blood-tide monsters. After hearing this, everyone was also stunned. Oh my god, so outrageous? The Temple and Jojo can't do it either. No, their strength is still a little worse than those two behemoths. I heard that the Immortal Mansion in District 5 was almost wiped out by a group today. At the critical moment, it was the Star God who arrived and saved their lives. At this time, other survivors also spoke after hearing this. We Star Class were also saved by Star God today. We are so grateful to him. Our red roses are the same. Speaking of which, Star God saved at least millions of lives today. I really don't know how to thank him. Yeah, it's a pity that Star God refuses to accept messages from strangers. You can't even chat with him privately. At this time, someone else asked, by the way, who knows how Star God developed? The firepower in his territory is really terrifying. I don't want to know how Star God developed. I just want to know if he is still recruiting people. Even if I sign a 10-year Lord contract, I am willing. You sign for 10 years? Then I sign for 20 years. I sign for a lifetime, as long as Star God is willing to take me in. Forget it, the above. Star God refuses to accept messages from strangers. This shows that he doesn't want to recruit people at all. Really? That's a pity. Today, the chat channel has been discussing the name Xinghe all day long. Even Zhou Huan from Zone 1 and Wu Jie from Zone 2 were overshadowed by his fame. Now, Han Xing can be said to have done it, and he is truly a household name. After a heated discussion, the topic shifted to how to deal with this blood-tide disaster. Alas! From now on, the situation of mankind will become more and more difficult. Who said it wasn't? If the source is not solved, these monsters will be born endlessly, and we humans can't afford it. In the past 2 days, more and more brothers in our team have reached the 5th level of blood curse. If we continue like this, even if the blood-tide monsters don't swallow us, we won't have much fighting power left. The blood curse is a headache for everyone. Now the whole world is looking for a way to lift this curse. Han Xing also knows the situation of the global human beings, so he has been continuously producing this potion in the past few days. Now, the potion reserves on hand have finally reached 120,000 bottles. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing directly opened the chat channel and spoke in it. Hello fellow human beings, I am Xinghe. This is the first time he has spoken in a public chat channel. The moment this message appeared, the entire chat channel suddenly fell into a moment of stagnation. Almost everyone wiped their eyes, wanting to confirm whether they had seen it wrong. After confirming that the ID of the spokesperson was exactly the same as the one on the current battle merit list. Then, it was a crazy screen swipe message. Star God. You finally showed up. Do you remember me? My name is Wang Diaomao. You saved my life today. Star God, look at me, look at me. I am your loyal fan. I am Star God's dog. The messages that were flooding the screen kept appearing. At this time, Han Xing said again, please be quiet, I have an important announcement. Hearing this, the messages that were flooding the screen gradually stopped. Now, Xinghe's name is passed on by word of mouth. Everyone knows that he saved many people today. Even some survivors, who did not notice the information, and were still flooding the screen were quickly stopped by their friends. After seeing the flooding messages finally quiet down, Han Xing said slowly, I think everyone is worried about the blood curse now. There is no effective way to remove this difficult curse. I won't keep you in suspense. I will say straight to the point. I have a batch of potions that can remove the blood curse. The chat channel was silent for a moment. The next moment, it caused a strong sensation again, and this time, it was more than any previous time. The survivor seemed to have heard something incredible, and asked almost frantically, Star God. Excuse me, is it true that you have potions that can remove the blood curse? How many potions do you have? Star God, please save me. I am almost crazy because of the blood curse. Star God. The information on the screen was so fast that Han Xing couldn't see what those people said. At the same time, survivors all over the world got the news. In the chat channel, there is a method to solve the blood curse. This news shocked everyone as much as the blood tide outbreak today. At the current stage, the most eye-catching thing is naturally the information about the blood tide monster, especially the method to remove the blood curse. After the battles in the past few days, I don't know how many survivors have been cursed by blood. The number of curses on them may be high or low, but even if there is only one layer, they have to endure the torture of this curse all the time. Those survivors who have been cursed by blood want to remove this curse all the time. But they have been searching for so many days, but there is still no clue. Moreover, many people take advantage of their psychology to cheat in the chat channel, and many people have been fooled for this. And now, someone said that he has a batch of potions to remove the blood curse. And this person is the most legendary figure at present, Xinghe. At this time, the chat channel has entered the most lively time in history. Chapter 178. Chat channel, unprecedented grand occasion. Even during the first merge, it was not so lively. The survivors were swiping the screen frantically, constantly asking various questions. But it was obvious that no one saw their comments. As soon as the last question was asked, it was immediately drowned by a huge amount of information. And this situation is getting worse and worse. Even Han Xing's comments were instantly drowned in a huge amount of information. After all, it is a trading channel where billions of people are. This situation is expected. However, this also caused some trouble for Han Xing. And at this time, a survivor with a golden ID appeared. Zhou Huang spoke in the chat channel. Be quiet for a while. Listen to what Xinghe has to say. After the words fell, the entire chat channel fell into silence. The survivors were about to speak, but were prompted by the system. The administrator has enabled the mute function for all members. You cannot speak within 3 minutes. Everyone was stunned, including Han Xing, who was also banned from speaking. Before, he knew that Zhou Huang might have some special features. But he didn't expect that he actually had this authority to directly turn on the mute function of the entire chat channel. In his heart, Han Xing also became curious about Zhou Huang. At this time, a system prompt appeared in front of Han Xing. You have been granted special permissions, and can now speak in the public chat channel. Oh! Special permissions? Han Xing's eyes were strange. Without thinking, he knew that Zhou Huang had opened it for him. But now is not the time to delve into these things. Han Xing opened the chat channel, but heard Zhou Huang say in it, I'm sorry, everyone. Now is an extraordinary period, so we can only use this compulsory method. I know that you have many questions about Xinghe, and the method of removing the blood curse potion. But there are too many people, and no one can explain it clearly, and Xinghe can't answer it either. So, I think each group should send a representative to speak. What do you think? The chat channel was silent. The survivors wanted to complain in their hearts. Damn, you don't even let us speak, and you ask us what we think? Of course, Zhou Huang would not really ask the survivors for their opinions, he said directly. In that case, let's do it this way. At the same time, the leaders of those large groups, such as Wu Jie, Chen Dachui, Long Yuan, Luo Chan, etc. More than 100 people received the same prompt. They were given special permissions, and can now speak in the chat channel. At this time, Zhou Huang took the lead and said, the representatives have been selected. Then, I will ask the question that everyone wants to know the most. How about it? After speaking, Chen Dachui, Long Yuan and others said one after another. Okay. Captain Zhou, you ask first. Zhou Huang nodded and asked directly. Excuse me, Xinghe, you said before that you have a batch of potions to remove the curse. Is it true? Seeing this, Han Xing also said directly, it's true or not, you can see for yourself. Then, he posted the item attributes of the blood curse resistance agent. When everyone saw the description above that completely removed the blood curse, and was immune within an hour. Suddenly, billions of survivors around the world took a deep breath at the same time. Surprisingly, there really is such a potion, especially those survivors who have been hit by the 5th layer of blood curse and have large-scale signs of festering all over their bodies. Their eyes suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance. You know, before the blood curse breaks out, it will continue to erode the survivors' bodies. During this period, they all felt what it was like to be tortured, like living a life worse than death. Every time when the pain is unbearable, they will think about their families. Only at this time can they have some motivation to live. But there are also a small number of survivors who really can't stand this torture and have taken the initiative to end their lives. I thought they would have to endure this pain for a long time. But now, the highly anticipated Xinghe has actually taken out an antidote that can completely remove this curse. In the desperate pupils of these survivors, a strong desire appeared at the same time. If they hadn't been banned, the current chat channel would probably fall into complete madness. At this time, Qin asked hurriedly. Xinghe, do you have a lot of medicine in reserve? His voice was trembling. As the leader of the 3rd District Temple, Qin also has more than 100,000 survivors under his command. Similarly, he has more survivors with the blood curse. And the question he asked was what everyone wanted to know. Including Wu Jie, Luo Chan and others who were standing aside, they all listened attentively. However, Han Xing sighed and said, I know that there are many patients with the blood curse all over the world now. But in fact, I don't have much reserve of anti-drugs, barely only 100,000 bottles. Hearing this number, billions of survivors around the world also showed disappointment in their eyes. 100,000 blood curse anti-drugs are really few compared to the global human population. It is equivalent to a few thousand people to get one bottle. And now, there are tens of millions of people who are cursed by the blood, if not 100 million, but they also understand that such precious potions cannot be too many. After all, Han Xing is just one person. At this time, Long Yuan suddenly asked, Then may I ask Star God, how are you going to price this batch of potions? Everyone pricked up their ears. This question is also one of the most concerned issues. After all, there are only a limited 100,000 bottles, let alone satisfying the global human population. Even their few delegations may not be able to get much. In addition, things are precious because they are rare. Like this life-saving potion, its effect is comparable to the water resources when you first enter this game. No matter how high Han Xing's offer is, there will definitely be someone who will buy it. Especially the leaders of the big groups, the resources they have in their hands have reached a very terrifying number. However, in this way, those ordinary people will not be able to get the blood curse resistance. Han Xing thought for a moment and said slowly, To be honest, I know your difficulties. There are so many blood curse patients in the world now, and the amount of medicine I have is not enough. But I can't give it to you for free. After all, I have paid a lot of resources and costs to make this batch of medicine. The leaders of the big groups were silent. At this time, the green-shirt goddess Luo Chan said softly, Star God, we understand. You can take out so many potions to save everyone from the water and fire, and we are grateful. If it were in modern times, you would be the real savior and hero. If we let you give it to us for free, we would feel guilty. After Luo Chan finished speaking, she also gained the resonance of many people. At this time, several other group leaders echoed. That's right, Star God has done his best to release this batch of potions. Star God, you name the price, we will definitely not let you suffer a loss. Everyone was looking forward to the final price offered by Han Xing. After a moment, Han Xing slowly said, In view of the small number of anti-agents I have, let's temporarily set the price at 10,000 spirit cores per bottle. Hearing this price, everyone was stunned at first, and then a little bit unbelievable. Luo Chan asked tentatively, Star God, did you say the wrong price? At this time, including billions of survivors around the world, were staring at the chat channel in shock. However, Han Xing frowned and said slowly, Do you think it's too high? 10,000 spirit cores are already my limit. If it's lower, I will lose money. After listening, Luo Chan explained, It's not like that, Star God, I don't think your price is high, but I think it's too low. Other team leaders also said, Yes, Star God, 10,000 spirit cores are too cheap. Star God, you are doing charity. 10,000 spirit cores, for most of the current survivors, although it is a large number, it is also possible to take it out. Especially those big group leaders, there are quite a few who have tens of millions of spiritual core resources. So, they not only don't think that Han Xing's price is high, but it is too cheap. Especially some people with ulterior motives. They wanted to use their resources to buy a large number of potions when Han Xing was selling them. Then, they hoarded them and sold them at a higher market price. But at this price, even ordinary survivors can participate in the auction. And the number of anti-agents is limited. By then, even those big teams are unlikely to get a few bottles. At this time, Han Xing said again, Don't get excited. Although I set the price at 10,000 spiritual cores, there is an additional restriction. That is, only survivors with more than 3 layers of blood curse can trade with me. Hearing this condition, all the group leaders were stunned. On the contrary, those ordinary survivors showed ecstasy in their eyes. Everyone is not a fool. They immediately understood Han Xing's plan. He added this condition for two purposes. First, to prevent those teams from buying up the blood curse resistance in bulk, causing a phenomenon of hoarding rare goods and reselling them. Second, the blood curse resistance can be distributed to those who need it most. At this moment, even the survivors who have never been very interested in Han Xing showed gratitude in their eyes. At this time, Qin, the leader of the temple, spoke first. Star God is righteous. Other leaders also spoke. Yes, Star God is really the savior of mankind. At the team station where the immortal mansion is located, Luo Chan gently pulled the corner of her clothes, and her chest rose and fell. Her eyes were full of strong colors, looking into the distance. Beside her, a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth and beautiful features looked at Luo Chan strangely. After a moment, the girl couldn't help asking, "Sister Luo Chan, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 179. Sister Luo Chan, what's wrong with you? The girl next to her asked. Luo Chan replied softly, "It's okay, it's just that this is the first time I've met a man with such charisma, I'm so surprised." Star God, you deserve the title of the savior of the human race. The little girl next to her rolled her eyes and chuckled. Sister Luo Chan, you don't have any ideas about Star God, do you? Luo Chan, who had always maintained a dignified attitude, blushed instantly after hearing this. Where? What are you talking about? Star God is such a bright and righteous person. Isn't it normal for me to admire him? Don't make random guesses here. However, the little girl named Yuer showed an expression of I understand on her face after hearing this. Luo Chan was also angry when she saw that the explanation didn't make sense. At this time, Han Xing listened to the flattery of the crowd, and his heart was unmoved. Then, he said again in the chat channel. Okay, I've said almost everything I need to say. Now, those who meet the conditions I mentioned can come to the trading channel to trade with me. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Then, billions of survivors clicked on the trading channel. Han Xing also opened the consignment window directly. First, he put 100,000 bottles of blood curse resistance on the shelf for the first batch. Then, he began to set the trading conditions. In addition to the two conditions of 10,000 spirit cores, and the need for survivors above the third level of blood curse to trade, Han Xing also added an extra one. Each person is limited to one bottle. The consignment function of the system is convenient. As long as you set the trading conditions, it will make corresponding restrictions. Only those who meet the above conditions can trade. In this way, almost all loopholes are plugged. Han Xing thought. After thinking for a moment, after confirming that there was no loophole that those merchants could exploit, Han Xing directly clicked to put it on the shelves. However, although he set 3 conditions. But the moment the blood curse resistance was put on the shelves, it still triggered a rush of millions of people. After all, there are too many people under the blood curse now. Those survivors shouted in the chat channel. Star God has put the blood curse resistance agent on the shelves. Hurry up. Limited to 100,000 bottles, damn. Hurry up and bid, or it will be gone if you are slow. Brothers, let me grab a bottle. I have been hit by 4 layers of blood curse, and I am almost going crazy. What's your 4th layer? I have been hit by 6 layers, and I am still standing. That's right, each person is limited to 1 bottle, whoever grabs it gets it, it's fair. The chat bar of the trading channel also began to refresh the screen frantically. System prompts kept appearing. Transaction successful, you get Spirit Core * 10,000, you lose Blood Curse Antidote * 1. Transaction successful, you get. I got it! Ha ha ha! I got it too, great! Mom and Dad, your son is saved, I won't become a half-human, half-ghost monster, woo woo woo. Daughter, Dad got a bottle, you are saved. The survivors who got it vented their emotions in the chat bar. These days, the blood curse really tortured them crazy. Moreover, the first batch of survivors who grabbed the potion had already drunk it at the first time. Less than 3 seconds later, they felt that the festering skin on their bodies was returning to normal, and the curse in their bodies was like spring snow meeting the scorching sun, melting instantly. At this moment, many survivors covered their faces and cried excitedly. Wow! Finally, I got rid of this damn curse. Great, I finally don't have to suffer that kind of torture anymore. They also came to the chat channel and kept thanking Han Xing. Star God, thank you so much. Star God, I will always remember your kindness. When 100,000 bottles of blood curse resistance were sold out. At this time, those survivors who didn't grab it were all regretting in the chat channel. Some extreme ones even wanted to end their lives on the spot. However, at this time, Han Xing comforted them again, Don't worry, everyone. These 100,000 bottles of blood curse resistance are just the first batch. I will continue to make more potions later. Before that, I hope you can continue to persevere. Han Xing's comfort had a very good effect. Human nature is fragile and tenacious. They are not afraid of suffering, but they are afraid of losing hope. At this time, when Han Xing said that he would continue to put blood curse resistance on the shelves, those people immediately rekindled the idea of living in their hearts. After the first wave of transactions ended, Han Xing also looked at the extra 1 billion materials in his backpack, and a hint of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although his price is relatively low, but the number of resistances is large. The production of blood curse resistance is still relatively simple. After deducting the cost, Han Xing still has nearly 9 times the profit. If there is number 5-second production time limit, Han Xing can reach a huge number of profits every day just by mass producing this kind of anti-agent. Now, he really needs props that can shorten the production time. No matter how precious it is, he has to find a way to get it. And this is why Han Xing sold this batch of blood anti-agent at a low price. At this time, Han Xing suddenly raised his head and whispered, "It's about time." Now, it has attracted enough attention. It is estimated that 80% of the people in the entire Blue Star are paying attention to the trading channel. And with so many people paying attention, the probability of props that can shorten the production time will become higher. Next, just take out precious items that are enough to attract them, and you should be able to exchange them smoothly. At this time, Han Xing thought, "So now, what do I have in my hand that can make them so excited that they can't refuse?" Han Xing flipped through his warehouse. Most of the things in it were not expensive when taken out separately. For example, the Hingjin ingot. 1 Hingjin ingot is almost equal to the value of 10,000 spirit cores. A level 20 gold equipment is equal to the value of 3 million spirit cores. But if you say that you take 300 Hingjin ingots to exchange for gold equipment, it is highly likely that you can't get it. After all, things are precious because they are rare. No one will take finished gold equipment to exchange for raw materials. After all, even if you use this batch of raw materials to make equipment, there is still a chance of success. If it fails, it will be a total loss. However, Han Xing did not have this problem. At this time, he flipped through his blueprint column. There are 5 gold equipment blueprints and 1 orange equipment blueprint. There is no doubt that the 2 most precious blueprints are orange weapons, Ice Burial, and the gold shield, Yellow Sand Shield. Of these 2 equipment, the former is a bow and arrow, and hunter is also a relatively unpopular profession. But in the world, there must be many survivors who choose the hunter profession. As for the second Yellow Sand Shield, although this thing is a gold suit, but as the most popular profession now, the leaders of those big groups are also trying their best to buy shields with strong attributes everywhere. So, the value of the Yellow Sand Shield is even comparable to the longbow Ice Burial. If possible, Han Xing even wants to mass-produce more top-quality equipment for sale. But in addition to the backpack, those equipment require some specific materials. For example, to make Ice Burial, you need the material Ice Heart. The Yellow Sand Shield requires Dusk Sand. There are not many of these 2 materials on the market. Han Xing took a look at his material reserves. Among the large amount of precious materials, he saw 2 cold hearts and a small pile of dusk sand. The current materials are enough for me to make 2 Ice Burial longbows and 3 Yellow Sand Shields. These top-quality equipment should be able to exchange for a lot of good things. Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately decided to make it immediately. He paused the production of the blood curse anti-agent and first started to make the orange weapon, Ice Burial. The orange beam of light that shot up into the sky lit up in Xingyu City. 2 500-second progress bars appeared in front of him, which was nearly 17 minutes. Han Xing also waited patiently. When the progress bar reached the bottom, 2 crystal-like longbows appeared in front of him. Ice Burial, Orange, LV20, Quality Epic, Attack Power 574 to 632, Agility plus 100, Strength plus 50, Hit Rate plus 20%. Attached Special Effects, Ice Source Energy, Crushed Ice, Extreme Cold Field, Ice Burial. Ice Burial, Orange, LV20, Quality Legend, Attack Power 514 to 572, Agility plus 80, Strength plus 40, Hit Rate plus 10%. Attached Special Effects, Ice Source Energy, Crushed Ice, Extreme Cold Field. 2 Ice Burial Longbows, 1 Legendary Quality, 1 Epic. At this time, Han Xing thought, there are too many orange weapons like this on the trading channel at once, which is a bit too shocking. At the current stage, we can put the legendary Ice Burial Longbow on consignment first. As for the other epic ice burial, we can give it directly to Xiaoyang. Han Xing made a decision. Then, he began to check another key material, the dusk sand. The remaining dusk sand was enough for him to forge 3 yellow sand shields. Han Xing also began to forge. Golden light flashed one after another. After more than 10 minutes. In front of Han Xing, there were 3 more khaki shields with almost the same attributes. And their quality has reached the legendary level. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he began to put these pieces of equipment on the shelf one by one. On the consignment channel, Xinghe's name appeared again. Consignment item information. Ice burial longbow, orange, items required by the seller, orange equipment of the same level, or territory building blueprints. Consigner, Xinghe. Seller's note. Orange longbow, with 3 special effects, explosive damage, requires various camp blueprints. Survivors with props that accelerate production time can chat privately first. Consignment item information. Yellow sand shield, gold, items required by the seller. Various defense tower building blueprints, various camp blueprints, various statue blueprints. Consigner, Xinghe. Seller's note. Top quality gold shield, also with 3 special effects. Amazing defense power, requires various totems, statue blueprints, defense tower blueprints, and accelerated production props. At this time, Han Xing, who had just sold a wave of blood curse anti-agents, can be said to be the focus of everyone. His every move can attract the attention of thousands of people. What the survivors didn't expect was that Han Xing had just sold the anti-agents and actually put a batch of top-quality equipment on the shelves. Moreover, the attributes of these equipments are enough to make people drool. Brothers, Star God has put up some good stuff again. Another good stuff? Is it the blood curse resistance? No, it's orange weapons and gold shields. Oh, I thought there was another batch of resistances. No, what did you say? Orange weapons. At this stage, most survivors have never touched a piece of gold equipment. Even the team leaders only have 1 or 2 gold equipment. So, when they heard that Han Xing was selling orange equipment, their shock can be imagined. Including the former top players in those regions, they received an orange weapon blueprint in the last ranking reward. But it is obvious that even up to now, few people can make orange weapons. First of all, the low success rate of orange weapon blueprints limits most of the strong. In addition, the materials needed to make orange weapons are also very precious. Even the strongest person in the previous merged area, many people now only use golden weapons. Han Xing also received a lot of private messages immediately. Hello, Star God. I am the leader of Beigang Village, Ao Guanhai. I have a hurricane wall blueprint in my hand, and I want to exchange it for the yellow sand shield in your hand. I am the president of the Hell Club, Shura. I will use a golden weapon blueprint to exchange for the yellow sand shield in your hand, okay? I am. These people came up and introduced themselves. It was exactly what Han Xing expected. Those who chatted with him privately were all important figures in some teams. They had some special things in their hands, more or less. Among them, Han Xing did see a lot of things that made him excited. Territory buildings such as hurricane walls, poison arrow towers, and corrosion towers. He even saw a key material he needed urgently, the toucan totem. Sure enough, there are many capable people in this world, and everyone has their own opportunities. However, Han Xing discovered. Compared to the orange weapon ice burial, the yellow sand shield is obviously more popular. The items taken out by the leaders of the big groups are also used to exchange for the yellow sand shield. Han Xing selected 3 items that most attracted him in this private chat. They are the poison arrow tower, the corrosion tower, and the toucan totem. Then, the transaction was made. The system prompt appears. The transaction is successful. You get the construction drawing of the poison arrow tower *1, and you lose the yellow sand shield, gold, *1. The transaction is successful. You get the corrosion tower. All 3 yellow sand shields were traded out, and Han Xing got what he wanted as he wished. Among them, the first 2 defense towers are territory buildings of the same level as the ice arrow tower, with similar attack power and range. The only difference is that the poison arrow tower has an additional poisoning effect, which can make the target fall into a poison state for 10 seconds. The corrosion tower can weaken the enemy's defense value. Ice arrow, poison arrow, corrosion. The 3 defense towers have different functions, and when they work together, they can produce unexpected effects. Plus a more violent lightning tower. Now, there are more and more types of defense towers in Han Xing's territory. Chapter 180. After the transaction, Han Xing also showed a satisfied expression on his face. At this time, a small totem appeared in his hand. It was engraved with a bird that looked like a blue star pelican, but with a sharper beak and larger wings. I got the toucan totem, so I can start to build my first batch of flying soldiers, Han Xing said with a smile. Today is really a smooth day. However, although the transaction went smoothly, but the props that he needed most at present, which accelerated the production time, still did not appear. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but complain. Is this thing so difficult to get? I have read tens of thousands of private chat messages, and there is not one. Han Xing knew that there must be such a speed-up prop. After all, there is related technology in the weapon forging workshop in Xingyu City. Now, there is only one orange longbow left in the consignment channel, which is attracting discussions from many survivors. Han Xing is still receiving private chat messages. Most of them were asking for information, such as when the next batch of blood curse resistance would be available, and whether they could buy a batch in advance. Some were asking if Han Xing was hiring. Few people actually came to Han Xing to trade, because he was worried that he would miss some key information. He was patient and checked them one by one. It took more than an hour to read tens of thousands of private messages. Han Xing also sighed with regret. It seems that it is impossible to speed up the production of blood curse resistance. Han Xing was also preparing to cancel the consignment and close the private chat with strangers. After all, there are thousands of private messages sent every moment, which still makes people feel a little scalp numb. However, before closing the private chat, Han Xing still tried to clean up the private chat messages again. After checking more than 3,000 private chat messages, a survivor named Paratrooper Commander sent a message that attracted Han Xing's attention. Paratrooper Commander, hello Star God, do you need a prop to speed up the production time? Han Xing saw the message and quickly replied, yes, do you have it? The Paratrooper Commander paused for a moment, then sent a message. There is Star God, but I don't know if this thing is what you want. The tone of the Paratrooper Commander was a little guilty. Han Xing also heard that his tone was a little wrong, frowned and said, send it first to see. Okay. The Paratrooper Commander also quickly sent the item information. Cursed Craftsman Hammer, Special Item Attributes. For survivors holding this item, when making any item, the item making time will be shortened by 4 seconds. At the same time, you will be cursed and the success rate of making equipment will be reduced by 25%. Seeing the attributes of this item, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. This thing is actually a cursed item. As long as you put it on your body, the success rate of making equipment will be reduced by 25%. In the Sky Island Paradise, based on the pitifully low success rate of those blueprints, it is equivalent to reducing it all at once. No wonder the Paratrooper Commander would take it out for trading. This item is an ominous thing for anyone. The curse effect alone is unbearable. But for Han Xing, this curse effect is equivalent to nothing, because his SSS level talent will not fail when making any equipment. For him, there is no such thing as success rate. At this time, Han Xing felt his breathing become a little rapid. According to the calculation that it takes 5 seconds to make a bottle of blood curse resistance, shortening the production time by 4 seconds is equivalent to only needing 1 second to make a bottle. Before, I kept the production interface open 24 hours a day, and I could only make more than 17,000 bottles a day. The output efficiency was too low. But now, with this cursed item, it is equivalent to making more than 80,000 bottles a day, and the effect has increased 5 times. Fuck. At this moment, Han Xing made up his mind to replace this cursed item. At this time, the survivor called the Paratrooper Commander was also very nervous. He knew that this thing was not a good thing. Since it fell into his hands, he has never taken it out once. I am afraid of bad luck if I put it in the warehouse. There were several times when he failed to make equipment, and he would doubt whether it was the effect of this thing. The Paratrooper Commander had long wanted to throw away this broken hammer. This time, he also heard the team members discussing in the team channel that Star God was consigning orange weapons in the trading channel. And it was a longbow. Coincidentally, he was also a hunter, so he paid more attention. Then, he saw Han Xing's note. At that moment, the Paratrooper Commander's heartbeat almost slowed down by half a beat. Although he knew that the hammer in his hand was not a good thing. But what if the Star God just needs this? So, with a triad mentality, the Paratrooper Commander sent a message to Han Xing. He had already given up hope. After all, how could there be a fool who would trade a precious orange weapon for a cursed item? But at this moment, Han Xing sent a message. Xinghe, trade. The 3 words were concise and clear, and the Paratrooper Commander wiped his eyes. When he confirmed that he was not mistaken, his face was full of disbelief. At this time, it seemed that the other side had been waiting for a long time. Han Xing continued to send messages. What's wrong? Don't you want to exchange? The paratrooper commander immediately came to his senses, and he quickly sent a message. Exchange. Exchange now. The next moment, as if he was afraid that Han Xing would regret it, the paratrooper commander clicked the trade button for Han Xing. On the trading window, the two put items on each other. A longbow that exuded an amazing chill, and a rusty iron hammer. Then, the paratrooper commander clicked the transaction with trembling hands. When the prompt of successful transaction came, both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The paratrooper commander sent a message to Han Xing. Thank you, Master Xinghe. After Han Xing completed the transaction, he also showed a relaxed smile on his face. He casually said, You're welcome, just take what you need. Then, Han Xing directly turned off the stranger private chat function. At this time, after getting the ice burial longbow, the paratrooper commander couldn't wait to send it to his team chat channel to show off. Brothers, look at what this is. When his team members saw the attributes of the orange weapon, they all took a breath of cold air. Fuck, ice burial. Isn't this the orange weapon that Xing is now consigning? Listening to the surprised voices of the team members, the paratrooper commander's face was full of pride. Paratrooper, did you get Xing's weapon? Everyone couldn't help asking. After getting the affirmative answer from the paratrooper commander, the team members were immediately envious and jealous. Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? At this time, a survivor named Sun Eru said, Xinghe took such a precious weapon to exchange for a cursed item. Is he stupid? After this person said this, the other team members hurriedly stopped him and said, Shh. Eru, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that it will be spread by someone with ulterior motives. By then, we can't protect you. The survivor named Sun Eru was stunned for a moment, as if he thought of something, and quickly closed his mouth. After experiencing today's large-scale outbreak of blood tide, coupled with the blood curse anti-agent transaction tonight, Han Xing's prestige has been praised to an extremely high level. Now I don't know how many people regard Han Xing as their savior. As the team member said, if someone told others about Sun Eru's mockery of Han Xing, many people would definitely come to trouble him. The next moment, Sun Eru returned to his territory with a pale face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. At the same time, the paratrooper commander also received all kinds of envious looks and flattery. But what he didn't know was that the information that he had exchanged for the ice burial longbow had been leaked by some people with ulterior motives. And their team was also targeted by some people. Of course, these are not things Han Xing needs to worry about. At this time, he looked at the rusty iron hammer in his hand with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. The hammer was covered with all kinds of strange patterns. Just holding it in his hand, he could feel a cold breath. This iron hammer has the same acceleration effect as the advanced assembly line in the weapon forging workshop. But the only difference is that it directly shortens the time by seconds. For example, it originally took 2 minutes to make a purple backpack. After the advanced assembly line shortened the time by 50%, it became 1 minute. After the 4-second special effect of the cursed hammer, it became 56 seconds. It doesn't sound like much reduction, but that is for this kind of props with a long production time. And like the blood curse anti-agent, its production time itself is not long. Now, Han Xing's production efficiency has directly increased several times. Before, he saved up for 6 days to save more than 100,000 bottles of blood curse anti-agent. Now, it only takes 1 day to produce more than 80,000 bottles of curse resistance. Even if all are sold at a price of 10,000 spirit cores per bottle, Han Xing's spirit core income per day is at least more than 800 million. This terrifying speed of collecting resources makes Han Xing himself feel a little scared. Very good, in this way, we only need to stabilize for a few more days to pull up more defense towers. Then the next step is to achieve a counterattack and take the initiative to find those altars. Thinking of this, Han Xing was also very excited. Then, he waved his hand and clicked on the spot to produce 500,000 bottles. Looking at the blood curse resistance in the warehouse, which was growing every second, Han Xing couldn't help but show excitement in his eyes. At this time, he suddenly thought of something. Han Xing searched by name in the many private chat messages just now. Then, he found the team leaders who came to rescue him during the day. Although, they did not help Han Xing. But in that situation, they knew that they could not fight against that scale of monster tide. And even if they were not careful and would be swallowed up, they still chose to rescue. This heart alone is enough for Han Xing to appreciate their efforts. Chapter 181. The first person Han Xing found was Chu Jiangtianguo, the leader of Yunshui Pavilion. At this time, Chu Jiangtiankuo was stunned after seeing the transaction application initiated by Han Xing. After a moment, he blankly clicked to accept. Then, he saw the full 500 bottles of blood curse resistance on the transaction column. At this moment, Chu Jiangtiankuo subconsciously exclaimed. He ***. Not, star god. So many bottles of resistance you. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Han Xing smiled. Of course I am not mistaken. I promised you that I would give you a small gift. After hearing this, Chu Jiangtiankuo shook his head helplessly and said, Star God, this is not a small gift, this thing is too expensive. As the leader of a large group, Chu Jiangtiankuo is very clear about the importance and value of the blood curse resistance. Although Han Xing has just put more than 100,000 bottles on the shelf. But it is difficult to grab it with so many people. Including Chu Jiangtiankuo's own team members, only a few people got the antidote. Now, there are still hundreds of brothers in his team who are suffering from the blood curse. And now, Han Xing directly brought him 500 bottles, which is equivalent to directly solving his urgent needs. Not only can the curse of the team members be completely lifted, but there are also surpluses. You know, since the consignment sale on Han Xing's side ended. Now in the trading channel, the price of a bottle of blood curse antidote has been hiked up. Even if the price is 100,000, I don't know how many people are rushing to buy it. At this time, many survivors realized that Han Xing's price of 10,000 spirit cores was really a charity. Chu Jiangtiankuo also felt grateful to Han Xing. After the transaction, Han Xing gave 100 bottles to each of the other group leaders. As the group leaders kept thanking him, Han Xing closed the private chat. At this time, it was late at night. Han Xing was going to rest after finishing the last thing. That is, building a toucan nest. As a newly acquired flying army camp, Han Xing was also eager to see the effect of the toucan nest after it was built. Now, the area of Han Xing's Sky Island has exceeded more than 800,000 square meters, which can be said to be quite large. There is also a lot of space on it that can be used to build more buildings. After searching for a while, Han Xing found a deep mine at the foot of the mountain, with bursts of red light coming out of it. This mine contains rich dark flint resources. Han Xing whispered, I remember that among the materials needed for the toucan nest, there is the option of dark flint. I wonder if I build it directly in the dark flint mine cave, will it have the same effect? Thinking of this, Han Xing entered the huge mine cave. After passing through a passage, he came to a wide area. The view in front of him suddenly became clear. Here is the inside of the mine cave. Han Xing thought this place was good, and then he clicked to build it directly. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume materials? Toucan Tribe Totem *1, Wood *1 million, Hay *500, 000, Fine Iron *200, 000, Mithril *5000, Build Toucan Nest *1? Han Xing noticed that the option of dark flint was indeed missing from the required materials. It seems that my decision to build the toucan nest in the mine was correct. Han Xing directly clicked yes. Under construction, the Lord's Mansion acceleration function has taken effect, and the remaining time is 16 hours and 32 minutes. In the warehouse, a large amount of materials disappeared. The next moment, the mine began to automatically build the framework of a bird's nest, and smoke was everywhere. Han Xing clapped his hands with satisfaction. Then he went back to his Lord's Mansion to rest. The next day, as soon as Han Xing got up, he saw that there were more than 30,000 bottles of blood curse resistance in his warehouse. This represents at least hundreds of millions of yuan worth of materials. Han Xing also showed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. This speed of making money is really terrifying. At the same time, various large-scale blood tides still appeared all over the world today. But compared to yesterday, survivors around the world have made corresponding preparations, and more people have united together. Small groups merged into large groups. Large groups merged into super large groups. With the number of people, it is no longer so difficult to deal with a large-scale monster tide. Therefore, there are fewer cries for help today. Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others appeared in the meeting hall of the Lord's Mansion early in the morning. The four of them were ready to go, looking at Han Xing with expectation in their eyes. Han Xing nodded and said directly, Today, we will mainly focus on brushing military merits and upgrading levels. While ensuring safety, we will try our best to kill those monsters by ourselves. The four nodded, and their eyes also revealed surging fighting spirit. For the next whole day, the four of them were paying attention to the chat channel and the local channel. When they heard about the blood tide monsters, they would rush over immediately and kill them with all their might. If it was a small-scale monster tied with a number of less than 50,000, Han Xing would lead 4 people to fight head-on. All day long, Xingyu City was in a state of constant attack and fighting. At the same time, their experience was also growing rapidly. The white light representing the upgrade kept flashing on the 5 people and the wolf. By sunset, Han Xing's level had risen to level 27, and the levels of the others had also reached level 25 to 26. Compared to the current level, most of the survivors are around level 20, and are preparing to complete the advanced tasks. Han Xing and others are already far ahead of him. At this time, Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but say happily, "Teaming up is good, our leveling speed is really fast." Shen Yun nodded. "It's a pity that a team can only share experience with a maximum of 5 people, otherwise, we can bring our relatives in our territory." Everyone was stunned for a moment and thought of this. At the current stage, the second batch of survivors who came to Sky Island Paradise have little combat power. Now, there are blood-tied monsters everywhere outside. To deal with those blood-tied monsters of more than 10 or 20 levels at their level is no different from seeking death. So far, Han Xing has no intention of letting them participate in the battle. At least, they have to wait until the blood tide ends. Han Xing suddenly said at this time, "If they want to upgrade their level, there is another way." Everyone looked at Han Xing instantly. "What method, Brother Xing?" Shen Yun asked. "Then the 5 of us will lead the team separately, and each of us will lead 4 teammates. When we encounter monsters, we will solve them head-on. Then, when it is safe, let your relatives touch the monsters, so that they can also get experience." Hearing this method, the 4 people's eyes lit up at the same time. Because, according to Han Xing's plan, it is feasible. And this is a method that can quickly let them catch up with the main force. At this time, Han Xing reminded again, "Don't be too happy too soon, those blood-tied monsters are too high for them. Even if we lead the team, we can't guarantee that we can take care of the battle situation completely. At that time, as long as one monster is missed, it will be a disaster for them. So, you have to explain these situations to them. As for whether they are willing to take this risk, it is up to them to decide." Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun also frowned after hearing this. After a moment, the 2 nodded and said, "I understand, Brother Xing, I will explain these situations to them." After that, they walked toward Xingyu City separately. Han Xing also had a lot of things to do. First of all, he had to consign all the 80,000 bottles of blood curse resistance that were newly produced in the warehouse in exchange for resources. Since Han Xing sold the first batch of 100,000 bottles of resistance last night, the core combat power of many teams has been restored. Today, the battles of the major teams have become a little easier. At this time, they were already looking forward to Han Xing being able to sell more blood curse resistance. And Han Xing did not disappoint them, because he consigned 80,000 bottles of blood curse resistance on the trading channel. However, the price has increased a lot compared to yesterday. Now, Han Xing's price is 20,000 spirit cores per bottle, and it is still limited to 1 bottle per person. This time, he did not notify the trading channel in advance. But the moment the blood curse potion was put on the shelves, it still caused a strong sensation. "Fuck. Brothers, the second batch of blood curse resistance is out. Go to the trading channel to grab it. Star God is Star God." Another batch is put on the shelves so quickly, and we didn't have to wait too long. For a while, hundreds of millions of survivors got the news and began to pour into the trading channel. And when they saw that the price of blood curse resistance today was different, some people were stunned. "Huh? Why is the price of today's resistance so much higher all of a sudden?" "Yes, it's 20,000 per bottle." This group of survivors seemed a little dissatisfied. However, someone immediately retorted, "What else do you think? Yesterday, the Star God said that he could only break even if he sold the blood curse antidote for 10,000 spirit cores. Do you think others are really doing charity?" "That's right. After the transaction ended yesterday, I saw that the price of a bottle of antidote was hiked up to 100,000 or even 150,000, but there were still a lot of people rushing to buy it. 20,000 a bottle. I guess the Star God is taking care of ordinary people like us." "Stop chatting. There are only 80,000 bottles this time. If you are a little slower, they will be gone." After this reminder, the survivors who were chatting also realized something, and their faces changed. The next moment, when they clicked on the consignment channel, they saw the 3 big words "sold out" on it. "Damn, it's sold out? This is too fast. I was just chatting for a day, and it was gone." In the gap between their conversations, it really only took less than 10 seconds. Han Xing's 80,000 bottles of blood curse resistance were snapped up. For a moment, the survivors who didn't get any felt very regretful. Chapter 182. At this time, Han Xing also looked at his warehouse with a happy look. This wave of transactions earned him another 1.6 billion in material resources. No one dared to believe this speed of resource acquisition. With the resources, Han Xing also began to build various defense towers to improve his combat power. The first batch was the Lightning Tower, with the highest damage and the most powerful. Now, the circle around Xingyu City has been almost surrounded. At this time, Han Xing thought in a low voice. The firepower intensity near Xingyu City has been saturated, but we can choose to build defense towers in other places. Then, he scanned the territory. Finally decided. Build a new batch of defense towers on the hillside. After choosing the location, Han Xing also started to build directly. Do you want to consume materials? Build a Lightning Tower *1? Do you want to consume materials? Build a Corrosion Tower *1? Do you want to? Han Xing clicked continuously. Under construction. System prompts kept appearing. Bang! Bang! Han Xing also built more than 30 lightning towers in a row, consuming a lot of resources. Then, next to the lightning tower, he built hundreds of ice arrow towers, corrosion towers, and poison arrow towers. Looking at the materials in the warehouse, that were almost empty again, Han Xing also smiled helplessly. I am too wasteful. I make tens of billions a day and spend tens of billions. I have no awareness of being a hoarder. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh that he spent money like water. However, it is worthwhile to consume these resources. In the words of a certain Master Ma, your money didn't disappear, but it changed to accompany you in a different state. And his resources also turned into more defense towers to protect the territory. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Your territory building, the Toucan Bird's Nest, has been built successfully. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing's eyes lit up. The bird's nest is built. He immediately came to the dark flint mine. He found that the scene inside had completely changed. In the originally empty mine, a huge bird's nest frame made of fine iron and wood appeared. A thick layer of hay was laid on top of the frame. The dark flint continued to emit a scorching breath nearby, and the whole mine exuded a warm breath. At this time, Han Xing stepped on the soft hay and thought to himself, "Oh, it's quite warm here, making me want to lie down and take a nap." I have to say that the environment of this bird's nest is really good. It's like a natural breeding room. It is indeed very suitable for nurturing life. In front of Han Xing, the relevant information of this bird's nest also appeared. Toucan nest. You can consume spirit cores to exchange for toucan eggs for hatching. You can increase the number of toucan nests that can be hatched at the same time by improving the technology level, and increase the hatching speed and growth rate of toucans. Technology 1. Primary bird's nest LV1. Currently 1,000 toucan eggs can be hatched at the same time, and the toucan hatching time is 36 hours. Technology 2. Accelerated growth LV1. You can increase the level of toucans by feeding spirit cores. For every level up, the upper limit of the toucan level increases by 1. This thing is a little different from the wolf cavalry and the minotaur. It's hatched in batches. Han Xing was a little surprised. He tried to click the plus sign behind the primary bird nest technology, and the system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume materials? Refined iron *10,000, wood *50,000, dark firestone *5,000, mithril *250 to upgrade the primary bird nest LV1? Yes. The upgrade is successful. The bird nest can currently hatch 1,100 toucans eggs at the same time, and the hatching time is shortened to 35 hours and 50 minutes. Han Xing's eyes were happy. It's interesting. Upgrading to level 1 is equivalent to increasing the capacity of hatching bird eggs by 100, and also shortening the hatching time by 10 minutes, right? Then, Han Xing continued to click to upgrade. Clicked 48 times in a row, and it was directly maxed out. Now, this technology has become Giant Bird Nest LV, Max. Currently, 6,000 toucan eggs can be hatched at the same time. The hatching time of toucan is 27:40. 6,000 eggs. That means we only need to wait until tomorrow for the first batch of toucan troops to appear in my territory. Han Xing was delighted, and then he waved his hand and directly spent 3 million spirit cores to exchange for 6,000 toucan eggs. The next moment, a large number of white giant eggs appeared in this huge bird's nest. The 6,000 giant eggs were scattered in various corners of the bird's nest. In a warm environment, these eggs will hatch soon. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Soon, we will have the first batch of flying soldiers. Then, he looked at the Minotaur camp and the wolf cavalry camp below. Through the 2 days of uninterrupted summoning. Every day, Han Xing has to spend almost a huge amount of spirit cores to summon Minotaur and wolf riders. But correspondingly, the effect is also very obvious. One wolf rider can appear every 5 seconds, and one Minotaur needs 10 seconds to summon. Now, the number of wolf riders has exceeded 30,000, and the number of Minotaur has exceeded 10,000. Among them, there are also many leaders and elite Minotaur. Now, the entire territory is in a state of hot development. Every day, a new defense tower is successfully built. Every day, more Minotaur and wolf riders appear. Moreover, it is not only the strength of the territory that is getting stronger. The strength of Han Xing and others is also rapidly increasing. Everything is moving in a good direction. After doing all this, Han Xing also ended a busy day. Returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. The next day, before Han Xing got up, he saw a large number of people standing at the door of the Lord's mansion. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun were followed by their relatives. Looking at their fearful yet determined eyes, Han Xing understood what they meant. So, Han Xing asked directly, "Have you considered it all?" Yesterday, he asked Shen Yun and others to consult their relatives and ask if they were willing to fight with them and gain experience and level up. So, Han Xing's question was meant to tell them. Once they decide to participate in the battle, they must accept the possible risks, even death. After hearing this, the relatives looked at each other. Although there was still some fear in their eyes, they had already considered it all night. So looking at Han Xing, everyone nodded firmly. Han Xing said no more, and was about to redistribute the team. What surprised him was that among this group of people, Lan Lan and her friends were also there. They were fully armed and looked at Han Xing with expectation in their eyes. Han Xing asked at this time, "Are you sure you want to participate in the battle?" After hearing this, Lan Lan and others nodded and said, "Yes. We also want to become stronger and be able to help the Lord." Compared with the second batch of survivors who came to this world, Lan Lan and others have corresponding survival experience. Their levels are all at level 17 or 18. Thinking of this, Han Xing said no more. Then, Han Xing and others created a team, and one person led 4 relatives to form a team. Next, Xingyu City continued to move forward at a high speed at a height of thousands of miles. In the next battle, the 5 people still maintained tacit cooperation, and waves of monsters were killed by everyone. And those relatives also stood aside obediently, throwing 1 or 2 skills from time to time to get some experience. Although, they could only get very little experience, and occasionally they only dared to attack 1 or 2 seriously injured monsters. However, you have to know that they are all at level 0 now, and most of them have never killed a monster. As time goes by, most of these blood-tied monsters have reached level 20, and are about to become 3-star monsters. So, they are equivalent to crossing nearly 20 levels to fight monsters. The experience gained from any monster is enough for them to level up several levels. For a whole morning, white light flashed on the survivors in the territory, and their levels were constantly increasing. These people experienced the pleasure of upgrading for the first time, and the attributes of each level increase made them feel that their strength had skyrocketed, the feeling of being stronger and full of vitality. The older relatives were intoxicated, as if they had returned to their youth. No, they were even many times stronger than when they were young. At this time, the relatives looked at Han Xing and his friends with surprise and gratitude. It was these people who helped these helpless survivors to quickly improve their strength. These relatives fought harder. They almost saw the opportunity and stabbed the seriously injured monsters. After a whole day, everyone gained a lot. But Han Xing had the biggest gain. Along the way, if other survivors encountered those large-scale monster waves, they would avoid them like snakes and scorpions, and they would not have time to run. But Han Xing, as if he saw a treasure, immediately controlled the Sky Island to violently crash into the monster wave. Before the monsters could react, the dazzling blue beams and thousands of flame shells were already in sight. Under the dense firepower coverage, countless monsters were killed on the spot. Compared to the previous 2 days, Han Xing's number of defense towers has doubled again. One wave of bombing can take away at least hundreds of thousands of monsters. When encountering those million-level blood tides, it only takes 2 rounds to clear them all. And this also means that every time the lightning tower explodes, it can bring him hundreds of thousands of war merits. After a day of fighting, Han Xing's war merits range from 6 million to 10 million. Now, on the war merit list, Han Xing is at the top with a cumulative war merit of up to 54 million. The second place Zhou Huang now has only 800,000 war merits. Everyone had long given up hope that someone could surpass Xinghe. After a whole day of fighting, everyone felt both excited and exhausted. Soon, the third day came. Today was the 9th day of the blood tide. After finishing a day of fighting as usual, Han Xing gained more than 9 million military merits. Now, his military merits have exceeded 60 million. At this time, Han Xing was on the wall of the Lord's mansion, his eyes excited. Very good. As the defense towers in the territory are completed one after another, it has become easier to deal with those blood-tide monsters. Now, the military merits alone are almost tens of millions every day. It's just a matter of time before we can exchange for that Sun treasure box. Then, Han Xing looked at his warehouse again. The number of blood curse resistance agents exceeded 120,000 again. Han Xing said excitedly, 120,000 bottles of anti-drugs can be sold again, but today, the price should be appropriately raised a little bit. After the second batch of blood curse anti-drug transactions ended yesterday, Han Xing found that many survivors who grabbed the potion did not use it on themselves. Instead, they threw it on the trading channel and sold it at 50,000 or even 100,000. For these people, Han Xing could not do a better job of restricting them. After all, he had stipulated that only those who were cursed by blood could participate in the rush to buy. Since they would rather endure the curse and make more profits, Han Xing could not stop them. So, Han Xing decided to raise the price appropriately. Now it has reached 30,000 spirit cores per bottle. And an additional restriction was made. That is, the same survivor can only buy one bottle within 7 days. This restriction once again cut off most of the survivors who wanted to resell the blood curse resistance. Because you can't guarantee that the next batch of blood curse resistance can still be grabbed. When 120,000 bottles of blood curse resistance were put on the shelf and sold out within 30 seconds. This means that Han Xing has earned nearly 3.6 billion resources. Han Xing also showed a satisfied smile. Very good. Even if the price is raised to 30,000 per bottle, there is still no worry about selling. However, there is no need to continue to raise the price later. At this price, I can also harvest about 2.8 billion material resources every day. I am almost there to achieve my goal. Han Xing's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. After the last blood tide outbreak, he decided to triple the number of defense towers in the territory and then attack the blood altar. And only 3 days have passed, and the goal has been nearly halfway achieved. According to this progress, in a few days, I will be able to reach 100 million war merits, exchange for that Sun treasure box, and get the first artifact in the whole server. Then, the number of defense towers can also meet my expectations. Next, it is to start with those blood pool altars and completely solve the blood tide disaster. Han Xing has made a detailed plan for his future development. Early in the morning of the next day, Han Xing was like a chicken blood, and he called everyone up. Brothers, get up and work. Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others looked at the excited Han Xing with puzzled faces. What's wrong, Brother Xing? What good thing did you encounter? Han Xing did not answer, but had an inexplicable smile on his face. All day today, Xingyu City was moving forward at a high speed. Along the way, the monster tides encountered were crushed by them, and directly crushed. The level of everyone is constantly improving. At sunset, Han Xing's level has been upgraded to level 28. Shen Yun and others were also at levels 26 to 27. In addition, all the relatives had broken through level 10 and completed the first transformation. Moreover, Han Xing had killed more than 8 million blood tide monsters today, earning nearly 10 million in combat merits. Now, his accumulated combat merits have reached 64 million. Chapter 183. At present, Han Xing's accumulated military merit has reached 64 million. He also looked at this number with satisfaction, and then glanced at his warehouse. After a whole day of production, the number of blood curse resistance agents has exceeded 80,000 bottles again. If all of them are traded out, it will be another huge resource. Just when Han Xing was about to trade this batch of curse resistance agents, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Your territory creature, the toucan, has hatched successfully. Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly. The first batch of toucans came out. He rushed to the foot of the mountain with joy, and then drilled into the huge mine. Before he got close, Han Xing heard dense and chirping sounds coming from inside. The sound continued, as if thousands of hungry young birds were calling for their mothers. In fact, there were indeed thousands of young birds inside. As soon as Han Xing walked in, he saw broken eggshells everywhere on the bird's nest. The newly born chicks, with only a few hairs on their bodies, stretched their necks and called out. This is what a toucan looks like when it is just born. The long beak, which is half the size of its body, is its most obvious feature. The moment they saw Han Xing coming in, the chicks opened their mouths and shouted at the top of their lungs. Chirp! 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 The chicks' calls came one after another, and the ears of the listeners were buzzing. Han Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then, Han Xing also saw the attributes of these chicks. Toucan newborn. Level, LV0 attributes, none skills, to be activated status, to be fed. Note, Lord, please feed the toucan as soon as possible to allow it to grow. Each time you feed it, the toucan's level will increase by LV1. This thing needs to be fed with spirit cores to upgrade. Han Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Looking at the thousands of hungry mouths, Han Xing felt that he might not have the patience to feed them one by one. So, he opened the territory residence interface and prepared to call people. A few minutes. Lazy and other little girls woke up from their sleep with puzzled eyes. When the little girls heard Han Xing's call, they quickly put on their pajamas and walked out of the room. Then, they followed the location given by Han Xing and soon came to the entrance of the mine at the foot of the mountain. Han Xing waited outside the mine. At this time, Lan asked with some sleepy eyes, Lord, what's wrong? The little girls were a little uneasy, and seemed to not know why Han Xing called them out in the middle of the night. Moreover, it was a place like a mine cave, which could arouse people's reverie. Han Xing did not explain, but turned and walked into the mine cave, letting Lan and others follow. As soon as they entered the mine cave, everyone heard the dense bird calls. Several little girls looked at each other, and saw the astonishment and panic in each other's eyes. Lord, what's inside? Next to Lan, a beautiful female assassin, wearing a leather jacket, was trembling slightly. As girls, they seemed to have a natural fear of creatures in this cave. Birds, Han Xing said simply and directly. Ah? Several little girls looked confused, and seemed to not understand what Han Xing meant. However, their confusion did not last long, because they had seen the huge bird's nest in the mine. And on the bird's nest, there were thousands of big-mouthed strange birds flapping their wings and quacking. Han Xing said directly, I give you a task. Help me feed the spirit cores to these young birds. Only then did Lan understand the purpose of Han Xing calling them over. Then, Lan quickly agreed, Okay, Lord, leave it to us. There was a hint of joy in her tone, as if she was a little excited because Han Xing gave them a task for the first time. Han Xing nodded, and gave each of them 500,000 spirit cores. The little girls were shocked when they saw such a huge number for the first time. Before they could say anything, but they saw that Han Xing had turned around, took out a spirit core, and fed one of the toucans. Han Xing saw that after swallowing the spirit core, the toucans experienced rapid growth. From the size of the head when it was just born, it quickly grew to the size of an old hen. And the white fluff on its body also became more and more. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Feeding successful, the toucan level increased by 1. Han Xing thought, from level 0 to level 1, only 1 spirit core is needed, this consumption is okay. Then, Han Xing continued to feed. However, to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 10 spirit cores are needed. The lazy little girls also followed suit, and kept feeding these toucans with spirit cores. In front of Han Xing, the young bird closed its eyes, and opened its huge mouth, as if expecting Han Xing to feed it. Han Xing threw down the spirit cores one by one. The toucan swallowed them all like swallowing sugar beans. 40 spirit cores were thrown in one after another. The news of the toucan's level upgrade continued to come. Then, Han Xing found that the toucan's level had been upgraded to level 5. In addition to the level upgrade, the size of this little guy was also growing rapidly. It was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now it has become the same size as an adult goose. Moreover, the color of its feathers began to deepen, gradually turning into dark blue. When it stood up with its slender legs, it was almost 1 meter tall. The attributes of this toucan also appeared in front of Han Xing toucan, growth period. Level, LV5 attributes, strength 15, agility 17, spirit 13, constitution 16. Skills, giant mouth bite, swift attack. Status, hungry. Han Xing whispered, according to the technological level of the toucan nest, these young birds can grow to level 28. It seems that they can continue to grow. At this time, the toucan came over again, as if it was still expecting Han Xing to feed it. However, after Han Xing found that this guy could already walk on his own, he grabbed its neck and threw it in front of a large box. There were hundreds of thousands of spirit cores in the box. Han Xing pointed at the toucan, and then at the spirit cores in the box. The toucan looked at Han Xing blankly. It seemed that it didn't understand what he meant, and flapped its wings again, ready to pounce on Han Xing. Han Xing grabbed its big mouth directly, and then threw it next to the box and said, "Since you can walk, you have to learn to eat by yourself. Don't always think about waiting for others to feed you, understand?" This time, the toucan understood what Han Xing meant. It turned its head, and buried its head in the box pitifully. Han Xing chuckled. "Little guy." Then, he put a few more large boxes next to it, and put hundreds of thousands of spirit cores in them as feeding troughs for these toucans. At this time, Han Xing said to Lan Lan and the others, "Just feed these young birds to level 5. They will come to eat by themselves." At this time, Lan Lan and others who were surrounded by hundreds of young birds were already a little flustered. Hearing Han Xing's voice, Lan Lan hurriedly said, Okay, Lord." However, before Lan Lan and others could react, the toucans had already taken the initiative to pounce on them, and snatched the spirit cores in their hands. Lan Lan and other little girls hurriedly shouted, "Little birds, stop fighting, come one by one. Ah! Don't pull my clothes, you bad bird. Don't bite there." These toucans were also very hungry, biting the corners of the clothes of the little girls, and refused to let go. At this moment, Han Xing heard a strange sound. With a swish, the thin pajamas on Lan Lan were directly bitten by the toucans, revealing a large area of white skin on the back. Hearing the sound, Han Xing turned his head and saw this scene. However, Lan Lan and others seemed to have not noticed it, because they were busy feeding the toucans. At this time, Han Xing coughed awkwardly twice. Ahem. The little girls seemed to realize something. They looked at each other, and then looked at Lan Lan at the same time, feeling the gazes of the crowd, and the sound of wind coming from behind. Lan Lan already understood what happened. Instantly, his face turned red. However, Han Xing did not say much, but reminded, "Wear those equipment with levels, the toucans can't bite them." After that, he turned around and left the mine directly, leaving a few little girls looking at each other. Lan Lan hugged her arms at this time. Her face was red. Beside, the girls also reacted and asked, "Sister Lan Lan, why did you come out in pajamas?" Lan Lan replied in a mosquito-like voice, I didn't know this would happen. Besides, this is my living habit. You know it, and you make fun of me. I ignore you." After that, Lan Lan buried his head in the haystack. At this time, the female assassin couldn't help but sigh. "Speaking of which, Sister Lan Lan's figure is still so good. I wonder what the Lord thought just now." After hearing this, the girls also had evil smiles on their faces. You still say?" Lan Lan was ashamed. At this time, Han Xing didn't know about the fight between the girls. He now has a few things to do. That is to sell the blood curse resistance in his hand, to obtain more resources to build defense towers. Today, Han Xing still sells it at the price of 30,000 spirit cores per bottle. Similarly, it was sold out in 30 seconds. Han Xing smiled. Very good, more than 2 billion resources are in hand. Then, Han Xing used these resources to build defense towers, as usual, and converted them into his own combat power. After finishing all these, Han Xing fell asleep peacefully. The next day. Today is the 10th day of the Blood Tide. Since last night, the chat channel has been saying that the level of Blood Tide monsters has generally increased a lot. In the past, no matter how many Blood Tides there were, except for those Lord-level creatures, at most, they were level 20 monsters. Chapter 184. But today, many level 21 creatures, that is, 3-star creatures, have appeared among the Blood Tide monsters. From 2 stars to 3 stars is a huge leap. The intensity of the monster tide is getting higher and higher. But fortunately, the strength of the survivors has been constantly improving in the past few days. More and more survivors have completed the advanced tasks and become second-level professionals. So far, they can still barely compete. When Han Xing got up early in the morning, he saw all kinds of chirping sounds coming from the territory. As soon as he walked out of the Lord's mansion, he saw several huge figures flying over his head. And around the territory, there were thousands of huge figures circling back and forth in the sky. At this time, the residents of Xingyu City came out and looked at the sky curiously. At this time, Lan Lan and other little girls came over with a tired look and said, Lord, all these toucans have been fed. They are too naughty. They refuse to stay quiet after eating, and all fly out of the nest. Moreover, these toucans don't listen to us. We can't call them back." After listening to Lan Lan's narration, Han Xing roughly understood what happened. After these toucans had eaten and drunk their fill, They had nowhere to vent their energy and began to circle around the entire Xingyu city. All night long, the Lord's mansion was in a panic. Han Xing's mouth twitched. Then, he directly opened the territory resident interface and called a toucan over. In the sky, a huge figure quickly fell and stopped directly beside Han Xing. Han Xing saw that the toucan lowered its head. It was about 4 meters long, with dark blue feathers, slender legs, and a huge beak about 1 meter long. Now, it was already a giant. At this time, the attributes of this giant bird appeared in front of Han Xing Toucan, 3-star ordinary creature. Level, LV28. Attributes, 504, Agility 534, Spirit 498, Constitution 513. Skills, Giant Mouth Bite, Swift Attack Status, Good. The 28-level toucan was nearly 2 meters tall. With a pair of wings spread out, it reached an astonishing length of 6 meters. At this time, the toucan's eyes revealed a proud look. However, when it met Han Xing's gaze, the arrogance in its eyes instantly disappeared and turned directly into a docile look. Cheng Jianyong was surprised and said, "Brother Xing, are these the new soldiers you have recently recruited?" Han Xing nodded. "I see. I was wondering why there are so many flying monsters around our territory." Cheng Jianyong showed a look of realization on his face. Xinyan also sighed. Speaking of which, these toucans are really strong. They are comparable to minotaurs, and their attributes are more comprehensive. In addition, they are flying creatures. In terms of frontal combat capabilities, they may be stronger than minotaurs. Everyone nodded in agreement. As a level 28 creature, the toucans are huge, and even the elite minotaur vanguards are not as good as them. Although, in the Sky Island Paradise, being big does not mean being stronger than a small creature. However, among large creatures, there are rarely weak ones. At this time, Han Xing suddenly had an idea. He asked the toucan to lower its body. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Han Xing jumped onto its broad back. The next moment, Han Xing grabbed 2 tufts of feathers on the toucan's back and ordered, "Fly for me!" Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the toucan spread its wings. Hurry, huff, and the huge sound of wind kept coming. Then, they saw that the toucan took Han Xing and jumped into the sky in an instant with a fierce momentum. Lord, Brother Han Xing. Below, Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaoyang and others stared blankly at the figure in the air. At this time, Cheng Jianyong said dully, "It actually really flew." At this time, Han Xing sat on the broad back of the toucan with excitement in his eyes. "Ha ha ha! So fast! This flying speed is even faster than those 3-star elites. So, this is the real purpose of the toucan. As a flying creature, the toucan can naturally take others with it. The 28th level toucan has a moving speed of more than 2,000 kilometers per hour. It is the real extreme speed." Han Xing was very excited in the air. There was a whistling airflow in his ears. In front of him was an endless blue sky. Then, Han Xing controlled the toucan and circled several times in the sky, which made Shen Yun, Cheng Jianyong and others below very excited. At this moment, several huge figures flew to the crowd together. At this time, Han Xing stood on the back of the toucan, looked at them and said, "How about it, do you want to experience it together?" Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong's eyes lit up. At this time, Cheng Jianyong asked with expectation in his tone, Can it be done? Brother Xing." Han Xing laughed and scolded, "What nonsense, hurry up and get up." Seeing this, the two of them were no longer polite. They looked excited, each of them chose a toucan, and then jumped on the bird's back. At this time, Han Xing looked at Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang below and asked, "Do you want to join us?" The two girls looked at each other, and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. After all, who didn't have a dream of flying in the sky when they were young? The next moment, the 5 people stood on the back of a toucan bird respectively. In the excited eyes of everyone, Cheng Jianyong shouted, "Woohoo! Take off!" Swoosh! 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 5 figures soared into the sky. This scene shocked the relatives in the territory with a hint of envy. Until the 5 figures turned into a black dot and disappeared, everyone slowly came back to their senses. The 5 people controlled the toucans and flew for half an hour. In the sky, the exclamations of Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun continued to be heard. "Woohoo! It's so cool! Xiao Yunzi, cooperate with me and do a set of stunts." Shen Yun didn't want to pay attention to Cheng Jianyong's childish request. But seeing the eagerness in the other's eyes, he nodded in agreement. The next moment, the 2 toucans approached each other. Then, they spiraled up, entangled with each other, and took off at high speed. Ha ha ha. So flexible. 5 toucans soared in the sky for about 10 minutes, which made the relatives in the territory worried and envious. They landed slowly in Xingyu City only after they had enough fun. Even the 2 girls were excited when they came down. At this time, Xinyun patted the toucans beside him and said, "By the way, Brother Xing, these toucans can also be used as mounts. Then the wolf cavalry in your territory just lacks a batch of mounts, don't they?" Han Xing nodded. He just thought of this. And now he is ready to experiment. Then, Han Xing came to the wolf cavalry corps below. When they saw Han Xing coming, tens of thousands of wolf cavalry saluted respectfully at the same time. Han Xing nodded, and then called all the 6,000 toucans over. It was so crowded that tens of thousands of wolf cavalry were shocked. At this time, Han Xing said, "Wolf cavalry, you are known as a race on horseback, so these toucans are handed over to you as your flying mounts. Do you have confidence?" After hearing this, the wolf cavalry looked at each other. Because, in terms of individual combat power, these toucans are actually much stronger than wolf cavalry. It takes almost 2 wolf cavalry of the same level to deal with a toucan. It is still a big guilty to let them control such a huge creature. At this time, the wolf cavalry wanted to say, "I am a land cavalry, not a sky cavalry." However, when they saw the expectant look on Han Xing's face, they nodded one after another. Because they also wanted to perform well in front of Han Xing. "We will definitely live up to the Lord's expectations," the wolf cavalry said respectfully. Then, more than 40,000 wolf cavalry, with 6,000 toucans, began training. Because of Han Xing's order, the toucans did not dare to resist the wolf cavalry's orders. Therefore, the training of the wolf cavalry was relatively smooth. After all, they themselves have rich riding experience. It's just that the mounts are slightly different. As long as they run in for a period of time, the wolf cavalry will be able to adapt to creatures like toucans. By then, it may produce unexpected results. Han Xing thought at this time, toucans are really a good type of soldiers. We have to pull out another batch. Thinking of this, Han Xing came to the toucan's nest and added another 6,000 giant eggs, waiting for hatching. After doing this, Han Xing began to lead everyone to hunt blood-tide monsters everywhere. A whole day of fighting passed. Everyone's level is also rapidly improving. Han Xing reached level 29 today. In addition to a huge amount of experience, Han Xing also gained more than 8 million military merits as usual. At night, he sold a batch of blood curse resistance produced today, and built more defense towers. The days went on like this. 3 days later, time came to the 13th day of the blood tide. These days, the situation of mankind is also constantly changing. First, it was the Hui Alliance led by Zhou Huang that merged the first team temples of the original 3 regions. Then the Kunlun team of Wujia also began to recruit survivors on a large scale, and formed a huge alliance with Jiuzhou in the 4th region and Xianfu in the 5th region. Other survivors also found their own teams. The overall model of mankind began to develop towards the team. Of course, during this period, several supergroups were buried in the blood tide. Famous groups such as the original Cybertron, Rainbow Between, and Guardians of the Galaxy were all submerged in the monster tide. It has only been 5 days since the blood tide broke out. At least 200 million people have died in the increasingly terrifying blood tide. Such a high death rate has also made people all over the world nervous. Chapter 185. However, during this period, humans have not made no progress at all. At least, through the expansion of the scope of exploration by the survivors, the locations of blood altars have been discovered one by one, and they have been sorted out by people with intentions. At present, the number of altars discovered around the world has exceeded 500. This is an astonishing number, not counting those altars that have not been discovered. With the current number of altars, countless monsters come to this world through the altars every day. Moreover, there are also the most terrifying monsters around these altars. With 500 altars, it is estimated that the total number of blood-tide monsters has reached tens of billions. Now, the survivors around the world regard these altars as a major threat. However, no one is sure can withstand the pressure of hundreds of millions of blood-tide monsters, launch a strong surprise attack, and destroy the altar hidden in the depths. At the same time, this morning, 2 sky islands with a volume of more than 10 million square meters, like a large city, are connected to each other. There are more than 1 million humans on both sides. The survivors on both sides looked at each other with curiosity or vigilance in their eyes. These 2 sky islands. One belongs to Zhou Huang of Hui Alliance, and the other belongs to Wujia of Kunlun. At this moment, the two most powerful men in the world have made their first direct contact. At the edge of Zhou Huang's territory, there is a small pavilion. There is a stone table, and several stone benches on it. The two of them found a place to sit down. Wujie has silver hair, and from time to time he exudes a bloodthirsty aura that is more terrifying than those blood-tied monsters. Zhou Huang, on the other side, always had a gentle smile on his face, as if his whole body was emitting a holy light. Two men with completely different temperaments sat face to face at this moment. At this moment, Zhou Huang bowed and said, "Brother Wujie, I have long admired you. I have long admired you." On the other side, Wujie nodded slightly, being frugal with words. Zhou Huang was not angry either, but chuckled and said, "Brother Wujie, although this is our first meeting, I will not say any unnecessary nonsense. You should know the purpose of my visit to you this time." Zhou Huang got straight to the point. On the other side, Wujie frowned. After a moment, Wujie slowly said, "Zhou Huang, I know what you want to do, but I have to say that your decision is very bold and crazy. You know, if our operation fails this time, the two strongest forces of the human race will suffer a heavy blow. By then, humanity will be in danger." However, Zhou Huang chuckled after hearing this. If we don't take a gamble, where will the opportunity come from? Now, the blood-tied monsters are getting more and more intense. It won't be long before the human situation will not be much better even if we don't take this step. Wujie thought for a moment, still shook his head and said, "To be honest, I'm not sure. Besides, I don't believe you either. You guys, you act too great and glorious. I don't think there are pure people like you in the world." Zhou Huang did not explain this question. He still said with a faint smile, "Brother Wujie, if this can succeed, how much benefit can we reap in one fell swoop? Have you thought about it? In the face of huge interests, what kind of person am I? Does this matter?" Wujie's heart moved. At this time, Zhou Huang said again, "Brother Wujie, I see that your military exploits have surpassed mine recently. Did you find some treasure?" Wujie's face did not change. "Why, it can't be that my strength is stronger than yours?" Zhou Huang smiled and said, "Impossible, I know your situation. Although the cursed item on you is very powerful, it also has corresponding side effects. If you use it too many times and suffer from its backlash, you will sooner or later become that kind of creature. But recently, I see that you have not shown any symptoms of backlash, and it has even improved. It seems that you have completely solved the curse on this item, right?" Wujie's fingers trembled slightly after hearing this. He found that talking to this man was really helpless. There is always a feeling of being seen through. Zhou Huang did not waste more time on this topic, but continued, "Wujie, you should know the current situation of mankind. If we do not destroy the blood altar, it is impossible to solve the blood tide. And we are already the two strongest forces in the whole human race. Only by combining the strength of both sides can we lead other teams to work together to break through the terrifying blood tide and destroy the altar." Wujie also knew that what Zhou Huang said was indeed reasonable. But he just didn't want to be led by this man. At this time, Wujie asked, "Why don't you call Xinghe? If he is here, our battle will be much easier, right?" After hearing this, Zhou Huang smiled and asked, "It is much smaller, but if he is around, do you think we can still gain something?" Wujie was stunned, and after a moment, he also shook his head helplessly. That man is different from them, and is completely on another level. After thinking for a moment, Wujie asked, "Okay, when do we act?" Zhou Huang stood up and said slowly, "Now." Wujie's face was stern. Just when Zhou Huang and Wujie were discussing about taking action on the blood altar, Han Xing was standing on the wall of Xingyu City, looking at the territory with satisfaction. "Very good, after a few days of development, the strength of my territory has undergone a qualitative change. First, it is the large green figure below the territory. That is an army of nearly 90,000 wolf cavalry. Next to the wolf cavalry, there is a group of khaki army with a larger size, but slightly less number. Minotaur. An army of more than 40,000 Minotaurs is like a group of war weapons. Among them, there are more than 2,000 elite Minotaur vanguards, plus more than 30 Minotaur leaders with a height of more than 5 meters and amazing momentum. These two types of soldiers alone are enough to strangle the blood-tied creatures with a number of less than 1 million. In addition, there are more than 20,000 huge flying creatures in the air, circling around Xingyu City. The three types of soldiers, when combined, can exert unimaginable power. Of course, this is not the main combat power of Xingyu City. Now the most powerful part of the entire Xingyu City is the densely packed defense towers, the number of which has exceeded 10,000, among them the number of flame catapults that have both lethality and attack range has exceeded 8,000. Then, there are ice arrows, corrosion, and venom. The total number of the 3 arrow towers has exceeded 2,000. Then, there are the lightning towers with the strongest lethality and the strongest attack range. Now it has directly exceeded 500. 5 days ago, Han Xing said that he would expand the number of territory defense towers by 2 or 3 times. Now, he not only did it, but also completely exceeded this number. At this time, Han Xing was very excited. 5 days of high-intensity development. Finally, he achieved his goal. Now, he can finally implement the next plan, beside Han Xing. Shen Yun, Cheng Jianyong and others also looked at Han Xing with excitement. Anyone who sees the scene in Han Xing's territory will be moved. This kind of defense strength is almost watertight. Not to mention monsters, even a mosquito can't fly over. Han Xing also smiled and said, "Are you all ready? Now, it's time to find trouble with those guys." There was no trace of fear in the eyes of the crowd, but they looked at Han Xing with a surging fighting spirit. They seemed to be looking forward to a head-on collision with those blood-tied creatures. Han Xing also nodded with a smile. The next moment, the huge Xingyu city suddenly accelerated. At a speed of 3,500 kilometers per hour, it drove towards a coordinate location at a high speed. Along the way, the blood-tied creatures encountered were blasted into debris by hundreds of lightning beams before they could react. There were also some sky islands that were besieged by blood-tied monsters, and the moment Han Xing arrived, the monster tide was blasted away. Wherever Xingyu City went, it was invincible. Many survivors who were rescued by Han Xing saw that the battle was over before they could react. Hundreds of thousands of blood-tied monsters gathered into a blood cloud, and were killed by the opponent in one wave, until Xingyu City slowly drifted forward. Those survivors looked at the back of the sky island blankly, and still couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. 1 hour later, Xingyu City, which was moving at a high speed, finally stopped. In front of everyone, a red tide like a sea wave appeared. This is their destination this time. It is also the place where one of the blood altars is located. Han Xing said at this time, "We are here, get ready. In 30 seconds, I will directly attack the blood-tied creatures." Everyone's expression was stern. Han Xing's words meant that they would take the initiative to attack. This means that they will face the impact of hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions of monsters head-on, then smash the altar and destroy their birthplace. Just at this moment, the vast sea of blood monsters seemed to have discovered Han Xing's sky island. The next moment, at least millions of monsters rushed towards them. Han Xing counted silently in his heart. 10 seconds later, below, 20,000 wolf cavalrymen jumped onto the broad back of the toucan. The remaining wolf cavalrymen and minotaurs stared at the sky in the distance, ready for battle. At the same time, the relatives also hid in the Lord's mansion. They knew that in such a large-scale battle, Han Xing and others could not take care of them. Now is not the time to gain experience. 20 seconds later, the first wave of monsters was getting closer and closer. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun nodded, indicating that they were ready. As the 30-second countdown ended, the group of blood-colored monsters was less than 1 kilometer away from Han Xing. The next moment, Han Xing directly invested 20,000 spirit cores to activate the core acceleration device of the territory. The huge Xingyu City, like a meteorite floating in space, began to move forward at a high speed. At this time, the blood-colored monster tide formed by millions of blood-colored monsters was still a little confused when they saw Han Xing and others rushing over. Before this, those human survivors encountered them and were afraid to avoid them. But this group of humans, I don't know what went crazy. When they saw them, not only did they not run away, but they rushed over more actively. However, the next moment, these monsters knew why. On the huge sky island, hundreds of extremely thick blue light beams emitting dazzling electric light suddenly broke out. At this time, the distance between the two sides was less than 1 kilometer. At such a close distance, these beams of light almost penetrated the entire blood tide from beginning to end. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of monsters died under the explosion of the first wave of thunder and lightning towers. However, before these monsters could react, they immediately saw an even more terrifying scene. 2,000 flame catapults fired at the same time. The shells burning with blazing flames suddenly fell into the monster group. Boom! The sky was shaking continuously. This scene was no less shocking than the scene of a nuclear bomb explosion. The blood tide, which was originally terrifying in scale, was directly wiped out under this wave of bombing. A bright and sunny sky was blasted out. Even the blood tide army guarding the altar in the distance was stunned. The combat power displayed by the Sky Island in front of them was far beyond their imagination. At this time, Han Xing smiled and said, "Blood-Tide monsters, you have been arrogant for so many days. Now, it's our turn to fight back." At the same time, the human alliance formed by Zhou Huang and Wujie also began to act at this time. This time, they gathered Hui Alliance, Kunlun, Temple, Immortal Mansion, etc. A total of 13 super-large teams formed a huge force. Among them, the number of survivors above level 20 alone exceeded 1 million. In addition, the catapults, rotating blade launchers, and other miscellaneous territory buildings on their respective territories. Added together, it has exceeded tens of thousands. This is a very powerful force. Zhou Huang, Wujie, and other 13 group leaders stood in the core area of the Sky Island and looked ahead. A moment later, in front of them, a bloody monster tide appeared, which was as large as Han Xing's. And it was the same as Han Xing's. The moment they saw the dozen Sky Islands, millions or even tens of millions of bloody monsters were separated from the bloody monster tide to stop them. At this time, Zhou Huang still said with a smile, "Everyone, as agreed, this time we will temporarily form an alliance. When encountering a battle, fight the monster tide together. You can each command your brothers, but when necessary, I will still coordinate the battle situation. Remember, don't disperse your actions." Everyone nodded. The next moment, the bloody army of tens of millions has arrived. The two armies fought together. At this time, Han Xing finished dealing with this wave of bloody monsters. Without stopping for a moment, he directly controlled the Sky Island and rushed towards the blood altar. The group of monsters seemed very angry. These days, the blood-tide monsters have been chasing humans everywhere. This weak race has been able to survive until today, which has made them lose patience. And today, that group of humans actually dared to take the initiative to attack their birthplace. This completely aroused the anger in their hearts. Chapter 186. The blood-tide monsters were very angry about Han Xing and others' initiative to attack, but soon, the anger in their eyes turned into fear. Because, in Han Xing's territory, 1/5 of the defense towers had burst into dazzling light. The lightning beams blasted into the sea of blood, like a searchlight shining into the deep sea, directly and forcefully cleared several empty areas. And, ice arrows, corrosion, poison arrows, siege crossbows. The 4 types of territory buildings launched their attacks at the same time. Add to that the bombing of more than 1,000 catapults. This wave directly tore a big hole in the blood-colored curtain covering the sky and the earth. The monster tide shook constantly, and corpses fell like raindrops. The firepower intensity in this territory was completely beyond their imagination, but at this moment, Han Xing launched a second wave of attacks. Boom! Millions of monsters died again under this wave of concentrated fire, and their bodies were gone. Looking at the information that was flashing on the screen, Han Xing also showed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. 2 bombings, he gained nearly 2 million military merits. From the distance of 100 million, he only needed the last 8 million points to exchange for the Sun Treasure Box. Han Xing knew that as long as he cleared this wave of blood-tide monsters, it would be more than enough to collect 100 million points. At this time, the group of monsters seemed to be stunned by Han Xing's attack. However, before they could react, the third wave of bombing has arrived. More than 1,000 blood-colored shells, hundreds of heavenly punishment death rays, all burst out. Boom! The blood-tide monsters in the sky were blown into pieces. At this time, the group of blood-tide creatures finally realized the horror of this Sky Island. Moreover, the newcomers are not friendly. A familiar low humming sound came from the center of the blood tide. Tens of millions of blood-tide monsters came out in full force. The target was Han Xing's Sky Island territory. Compared to the scene of tens of millions of monsters besieging Han Xing 5 days ago, this scene was equally shocking. Moreover, the level of the monsters inside was also improved. In 5 days, the monster group evolved rapidly. However, Han Xing's development was even faster. It is not enough to describe it as a complete transformation. That was a real qualitative change. Before, he could withstand the siege of tens of millions of blood-tide monsters, with hundreds of lightning towers, and more than 2,000 flame catapults. Now the firepower has been expanded several times. There is no reason why he can't deal with monsters of this scale. Boom! The lightning towers and flame catapults kept bombing, and the monster tide was cleared and eaten away by waves. Every moment, Han Xing's military exploits were growing at a terrifying rate. Less than a minute later, Han Xing's war merit had increased by more than 8 million. In Han Xing's excited eyes, he saw with his own eyes that his war merit had officially broken through from 8 digits to 9 digits. At the same time, the first person with more than 100 million war merits appeared on the war merit list. At this moment, countless survivors who were paying attention to the war merit list made incredible exclamations. Good news! Star God has officially exceeded 100 million war merits. Strong, this speed of gaining war merits is really something we look up to. This is Star God, the man who fought against natural disasters. At this time, the monster tide was really angry when they saw that they could not defeat Han Xing for a long time. The next moment, they were directly led by 10 Lord creatures. In addition, the elite troops composed of tens of thousands of leaders and elites began to attack Han Xing's territory frantically. At this time, 10 lords hid in the monster group and let their monsters rush fearlessly. Under this fierce attack, Han Xing divided the defense tower into 5 waves of attacks, and after one round, he couldn't kill the elite monsters and leader monsters. Even, a part of the Blood Tide army was missed to come to his territory. This did cause a little pressure on Han Xing. But it was only a little. Han Xing's face was not panicked at all. Before the monsters that landed in Xingyu City launched an attack. The next moment, a golden horn suddenly appeared in the hand of the human on the city wall. Beep. A long and exciting horn sounded. At this moment, the wolf cavalry and minotaur troops below, numbering more than 100,000. At the same time, they rushed towards the monster army. At this time, the monster army that attacked Han Xing's territory was barely less than 20,000. Even if there were leaders and elite monsters among them, they were no match for the 2 arms in Han Xing's territory. Even in a one-on-one battle, they could not beat the wolf cavalry and the minotaur. After losing their numerical advantage, and their individual strength was crushed, these mist monsters could not make any waves at all. They were all trampled into meat paste by the minotaur's iron hooves, and they died as dead as could not be. Han Xing did not even send out the batch of flying arms. The monster tide was stunned at this moment. There were still 10 lord-level monsters left in the sky, looking blankly at the bottom, and the elite they sent out were crushed into slag. Before they came down, they saw thousands of attacks on the territory all focused on them. At this moment, these lord creatures, which originally symbolized terror and nightmares, suddenly became so frightened that their facial features were piled together, and their whole bodies were shaking wildly. Then, these lord creatures chose to escape at the same time. Everyone was stunned. Fuck, are these lord creatures so cowardly? As soon as they saw that the situation was not right, they ran away directly. Chung Jianyong complained. Han Xing was also stunned. He did not expect these lord creatures to escape. But the next moment, he immediately reacted and urged the defense tower to kill them. Boom boom boom. At this time, the attacks of the 4-arrow tower shot out. Among them, 5 or 6 lord monsters reacted a little slower. The dense arrows had penetrated their bodies. The corrosion tower weakened their defense. The poison arrow tower eroded their nerves. The ice arrow tower froze their bodies. The next moment, these 6 lord creatures were directly beaten into sieves by this wave of concentrated fire. System prompts kept appearing. Kill 3-star lord creature, mouth of the evil god, get 5,000 war merits, get 1 holy fragment. Kill 3-star lord creature, scale of the evil god, get 5,000 war merits, get 1 holy fragment. Kill 6 lord creatures brought him 30,000 war merits and 6 holy fragments again. Han Xing stared at the monsters in the sky, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. There are about 10 to 20 lord monsters near an altar. According to this number, if all are cleared, it can provide me with at least 20 holy fragments. Counting the 10 fragments given by destroying the altar, that is about 30. To exchange for that exclusive holy object, you need 10,000 holy fragments. In other words, I have to clear at least 300 altars to collect 10,000 fragments. This number sounds very outrageous. After all, there are hundreds of millions of monsters next to each altar. More than 300, at least more than 30 billion monsters. With so many monsters, even if they just stand still, Han Xing will have to bomb them for a long time. But Han Xing was not discouraged. After all, it's a holy object. It's a higher level item than a divine weapon. Even the leaders of the Elf King and Giant King regard it as a treasure. This shows how precious the holy object is. Very good, I must get this holy object. Han Xing also began to pursue the victory. And the momentum was even more fierce. He directly controlled the Sky Island and rushed into the ocean, where the blood-colored monsters gathered. The next moment, brilliant lightning and fire broke out. Another large group of monsters were swept away. Along the way, almost no creature could stop Han Xing for a moment. Even the lord-level monsters did not dare to confront him. Less than 2 minutes passed. Han Xing was like a killing god, killing his way into the depths of the monster tide. Then, everyone finally came to the altar. From a distance, he saw the altar floating in the air and constantly filled with blood. Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun looked at each other, and both saw excitement in each other's eyes. Because next, as long as this altar is destroyed, it is equivalent to removing the teleportation point of the blood tide monster in this world. And this also means that humans have officially fired the first shot of the counterattack against the blood tide. Compared to Han Xingzi's. After dealing with the first wave of bloody monsters, Zhou Huang and his companions were immediately met with a crazy attack of those monsters. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of monsters were dispatched. At this time, Zhou Huang said with a serious face, "Everyone, line up on the Sky Islands and stretch the battle line." Luo Chan, Wu Jie and others nodded after hearing this. Because it was agreed at the beginning that Zhou Huang would be the commander-in-chief of this battle. After receiving the order, more than a dozen large Sky Islands were lined up. More than 1 million survivors stood on the edge of the territory, ready to deal with the impact of the monster group at any time. At this time, the bloody monsters in the sky were less than 1 kilometer away from them. More than a dozen group leaders looked at Zhou Huang at the same time. The next moment, Zhou Huang gave a direct order. Fire! At the same time, thousands of rotating blade launchers, crossbow launchers, and catapults. They all roared puff, puff, boom. The dense monsters were penetrated by waves. Hundreds of thousands of monsters died. A touch of joy appeared on the faces of several captains at the same time. Because, just that wave of volleys. The defense towers on their territory brought them tens of thousands of military merits. Almost equivalent to the total military merits of the previous day. And now, with the accumulation of a large number of monsters, their military merits began to grow wildly. At this time, more monsters rushed towards them. The priests holding up their shields below were at the forefront, and their hearts were trembling. Even when they saw the exaggerated scale of the monsters, they couldn't help but take a step back. And at this moment, Zhou Huang's voice came from behind. "Don't retreat, believe me." At the same time, these melee professions stopped. The next moment, everyone saw a giant 50 meters tall, wearing silver-white chain mail, falling from the sky. Boom! The might created by the Lord-level puppets directly trampled a large number of blood monsters into bloody residue. At the same time, all the survivors of the Hui Alliance felt a strange force enveloping them. The defense power increased greatly. Chapter 187. Moreover, this increase is not targeted at a certain group. It includes all creatures in the entire territory. Kill! Someone uttered a soft sound. All the shield warriors took a step forward in unison and resisted the impact of the blood tide monster head-on. At the same time, on the other 14 Sky Islands, a 50-meter-tall Lord Giant also appeared one after another. At this moment, the leaders of the big groups also contributed their own military exploits. Although, compared with the warriors of Hui Alliance, these people seemed to be a bit mixed. However, with the advantage of numbers and the increase of the Lord-level puppets, they still successfully blocked the blood tide impact. When those monsters were about to fly into the air for a surprise attack, everyone would immediately launch a rotating blade to knock them down from the air. At the same time, the catapults and arrow towers on the territory were also constantly venting their firepower. Seeing the military exploits that were increasing every moment, these big group leaders also showed joy in their eyes. So cool! In just a few minutes, I have gained more than 80,000 combat merits, said a survivor named Long Yuan. I have gained 90,000 combat merits. Me too, so awesome. Next to him, Chen Dachui said in surprise. So that's how Xinghe kills monsters? This is so cool. According to this momentum, we also have a chance to surpass him, right? However, just after Chen Dachui finished this sentence, he saw that everyone was looking at him like an idiot. Long Yuan said speechlessly, "What are you thinking? You want to surpass Xinghe? Don't you see how many combat merits he has now?" After hearing this, Chen Dachui opened the battle merit list immediately. However, when he saw Han Xing's 110 million battle merits, he was stunned. At this time, Chen Dachui wiped his eyes and asked blankly, "If I remember correctly, Xinghe's battle merits just broke 100 million 10 minutes ago, right? 10 minutes, 10 million battle merits, is this really something a person can do?" The shock in the eyes of the other captains was no less than Chen Dachui. Including Wu Jie, who was standing aside, he was also a little out of control. Only Zhou Huang was a little calmer. He looked at everyone and whispered, "I guess Xinghe is also doing the same thing as us at this time." After hearing this, everyone was stunned. You mean, Xinghe is attacking the blood altar? Impossible? No matter how strong he He is only one person after all. However, Zhou Huang smiled and said, nothing is impossible. Don't forget how many bottles of blood curse resistant Xinghe has sold these days. The resources he has are beyond the imagination of all of us. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. At this time, Han Xing, after clearing the blood-tied monsters around him, was preparing to bomb the blood altar. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The figure was more than a kilometer in size, and it seemed to be made up of organs of various animals, with blood bubbles all over its body. Han Xing immediately reminded, be careful, the dominant creature is about to take action. Goo. As the familiar strange cry sounded, everyone's faces were also stern. The next moment, all the blood-tied creatures in the area of thousands of meters around his body suddenly changed their forms. A blood-colored bubble appeared on all of them. It was the same bubble that covered Han Xing's island, but a little smaller. And, the next moment, those monsters covered by the bubble rushed over like crazy with a torrential rain. There were thousands of them, like a death squad, rushing towards Han Xing's territory. Moreover, these monsters covered by the blood-colored bubble also have the characteristic of being immune to damage. The attacks of those defense towers fell on these monsters, and were all offset by the blood-colored bubbles, including the lightning tower. Han Xing frowned. Seeing that he could not stop this group of blood-tied monsters, Han Xing simply stopped intercepting them. And at this moment, after those monsters surrounded by bubbles came to the sky above Han Xing's territory, they rushed directly into the army of minotaurs and wolf cavalry. The next moment, the blood-colored bubbles suddenly exploded. Including the blood-tied monsters inside, they were directly blown into a blood mist. The blood mist containing the curse of the evil god stained the wolf riders and minotaurs. They were now all imposed with a layer of blood curse, and their bodies quickly showed various signs of infection. And this was just the beginning. More blood-tied monsters rushed into Han Xing's territory and launched a self-destructive attack. At the same time, the blood curse levels of the minotaurs and wolf riders, who were bombed, were soaring wildly. In an instant, it had reached more than 5 levels. Seeing this, Han Xing hurriedly said, disperse quickly. Below, the group of minotaurs and wolf riders had a strong fighting consciousness. Without Han Xing's reminder, they had already begun to evacuate the team. At the same time, Han Xing frowned. Unexpectedly, this dominant creature was so difficult to deal with. Before it officially attacked, some casualties occurred in its territory. At this time, the dominant creatures in the distance saw that this trick was effective, and were about to pursue and launch a second wave of attacks. But they saw the abnormal behavior of the wolf riders and minotaurs, who were cursed by blood. In front of the monsters, from the belt or under the leather pants, they took out a bottle of blood-colored potion. Then, they drank it. The next moment, these wolf riders and minotaurs regained their combat power and became more fierce. This scene made the dominant creature dumbfounded. What the hell? There is such an operation? Give these summoned creatures medicine? At this time, Han Xing was also a little angry. Just now, at least 5,000 bottles of blood curse potion were consumed. Converted into spirit cores, it is worth nearly 100 million. Compared to summoning a wolf rider and a minotaur, it only takes a few thousand spirit cores. This is obviously not a good deal. But Han Xing is a normal person with flesh and blood after all. He can't bear to see these summoned creatures die in front of him. Some things cannot be measured by value. Now, Han Xing can only vent his anger on this dominant monster. Damn, you're throwing shit at me, right? Just wait. Han Xing waved his hand. The next moment, thousands of golden, 10-meter-high metal giants fell from the sky. After spending 10 million military merits, Han Xing directly exchanged for 1,000-liter level golden armor puppets. Puppet creatures not only have superior combat power, but also have one most important characteristic. That is immunity to the blood curse. The next moment, when more blood-tied death squads rushed over, thousands of golden armor puppets jumped up. They stretched out their arms, and took the initiative to embrace the blood bubbles in their arms. Puh, puh, after the sound of bubbles bursting, the second wave of blood-tied death squad's offensive was directly disintegrated. Han Xing's eyes were filled with joy. It's my turn now. Han Xing invested 20,000 spirit cores. Sky Island's speed increased instantly. With the momentum of leaving the bow, it rushed straight towards the dominant creature. As soon as it entered the attack range of the lightning tower, Han Xing directly drove 100 of the lightning towers and blasted them together. Buzz, the dazzling blue light carried the power to destroy everything, and all blasted towards one target. The next moment, this dominant creature was covered by plasma. From a distance, Everyone saw that the dominant creature was twitching all over and rolling in the air. Goo goo. The dominant creature was constantly making strange noises due to the electric shock. Han Xing showed a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, I told you to throw shit at me, I electrocute you to death. Han Xing was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue. But he saw that the dominant creature suddenly had a blood-colored bubble on its body, covering itself. At this moment, the blood-colored bubble directly made it immune to all attacks. Han Xing's mouth twitched. Damn, this bubble is really unreasonable. It is directly immune to physical and magical attacks. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, although the dominant creature is immune to damage, but correspondingly, it cannot attack outside. At this time, Han Xing only needs to wait silently for the duration of the blood-colored bubble to end. Han Xing counted down silently in his heart. 20 seconds passed. Dozens of lightning beams, plus hundreds of arrow tower attacks, suddenly bombarded the Overlord creature. At this time, the Overlord felt a fatal sense of crisis. If it was hit by this wave of concentrated fire, even if it didn't die, it would probably be seriously injured. However, it had just surrendered the life-saving skill, and it was still in the cooling time for a short time before it could react. The dazzling lightning and 3 colors of arrows had already attacked. Puff! Puff puff puff. All attacks hit the huge body of the Overlord creature. It howled miserably in the air. Everyone even saw that blood bubbles exploded on its body surface, revealing the bright red flesh and blood inside. At this time, the Overlord creature also reacted. The Overlord looked at Han Xing hatefully, and then threw another blood bubble towards Han Xing's Sky Island. The Sky Island was once again covered by blood bubbles. But it seemed to have given up attacking Han Xing and his team, and chose to retreat. At the same time, the remaining blood-tied monsters also followed this dominant creature to withdraw. Damn, don't run, let me brush some more military merits. Han Xing shouted while standing in place. However, the monster group retreated quickly like a tide. Han Xing and others were trapped in the blood bubbles, and could only watch them go away helplessly. As the monster group in the sky dispersed, the front of everyone became empty. Only a square blood pool of tens of thousands of square meters was left in the original place. On it, blood bubbles were still bubbling. Shen Yun looked at Han Xing and asked, Brother Xing, is this the altar that the system mentioned? Han Xing nodded. In front of him, the relevant attributes of this thing also appeared. Evil God Altar, Alien Space Building. Defense value, 100,000 attributes. 100 blood-tied monsters can be summoned from the alien space every second, among which the probability of elite monsters appearing is 0.5%, the probability of leader monsters appearing is 0.05%, and the probability of lord-level creatures appearing is 0.005%. When the number of monsters summoned by the altar reaches 100 million, a minion of the evil god, a dominant-level creature, can be summoned. Chapter 188. When they saw the properties of this thing, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, Chung Jianyong was surprised and said, Oh my god, the speed of this altar's explosion is too terrifying, right? 100 per second, more than 8 million a day. No wonder the system said that we should destroy the altar as soon as possible. If we let it continue to summon, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, for some unknown reason, this evil god altar has begun to stop summoning blood-tied monsters. Han Xing didn't want to go into it anymore. Now, the blood-tied monster has left, and there is no obstacle in front of everyone. This means that he can attack this altar at any time. Han Xing didn't drag his feet. The next moment, he directly activated more than 100 lightning towers and thousands of flame catapults to bomb them together. The dazzling light column burst out in an instant. Boom! The entire blood pool was covered by a sea of plasma. Crack! Crack! Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the altar. Then, as the shells of the flame catapult exploded, a mushroom cloud rose to the sky. Boom! After a crisp explosion, everyone witnessed with their own eyes that the blood pool that transported hundreds of millions of monsters collapsed into pieces at this moment. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully destroyed the blood altar *1, obtained military merit *100000, and obtained holy fragments *10. Because you are the first survivor in the world to destroy the blood pool, you will get extra rewards. Holy fragments *100, Hellfire silo construction drawings *1. Han Xing was a little surprised. Damn, there are extra rewards. What is this Hellfire silo? Before Han Xing checked the relevant attributes. At this time, a system announcement appeared in the ears of humans all over the world. Announcement. The first survivor who destroyed the blood pool in the server has appeared. Because of your outstanding performance, the attributes of all humans have increased by 10%. Congratulations, you have taken the first step to fight back against the blood tide. Please keep working hard, destroy more altars, and completely eliminate the blood curse. At the same time, billions of survivors around the world were stunned for a moment when they heard this announcement. Then, there was an uproar. Fuck. Someone destroyed the altar. Who is it? So fierce. Below, a survivor immediately said, "Do you even need to ask who it is? Among all humans, who has this kind of strength except Star God?" That's right, look at the current battle merit list. Star God's cumulative battle merit has reached 130 million, it must be him. After this reminder, hundreds of millions of survivors also reacted. Then, they showed a look of shock in their eyes. Because, in the morning, they saw that Han Xing's military merit was only 92 million. In less than an hour, his military merit has become 130 million. In 1 hour, the military merit increased by nearly 40 million. What a terrifying number. At this time, Han Xing suddenly received a different prompt. Attention, because you destroyed a blood altar, you have been marked by the evil god of another space. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing was a little confused. Evil god mark? What is that? With a strange look, Han Xing opened his status bar. Status: 1 level of evil god mark in another dimension. Note: the creatures marked with the mark will be hated by the evil gods in another dimension. When the evil gods are in the same world with you, their location will be sensed by the other party. The higher the number of marks, the more hostile they will be to you. After reading the description of the evil god mark, Han Xing said with a strange look in his eyes, "These evil gods in another dimension are quite vengeful. Isn't it just that I blew up one of your altars, and I was marked? Will I be hunted down in the future?" If an ordinary person saw the description of this mark, he would not dare to continue to attack the altar. After all, the reputation of the evil gods is there. Even the giant king and the elf king, who are so powerful, can't do anything to them. Being targeted by such a being will be under unimaginable pressure. Having said that, Han Xing didn't care. Let's not talk about the fact that this mark has no effect on him now. Even if those evil gods from other dimensions want to hunt him down, that will be a matter for the future. Moreover, they should first find a way to descend into this world. At the current stage, this mark can only be regarded as a threat or warning at most. At this time, Han Xing opened his backpack again, and a strong joy appeared on his face again. Because he saw another thing that the system had just rewarded, the Hellfire Silo. Hellfire Silo, Abyss Technology. Building effect. Every 60 seconds, communicate with the power of the Abyss and summon a Hellfire to blast the target area. After the Hellfire lands, it will cause 5,000 points of magic damage to enemies within a 500*500 m area, and stun all enemies for 1 second. Maximum range of the silo, 50,000 m. Note: the summoned Hellfire can help in the battle, and after 30 seconds, the Hellfire will automatically dissipate. Hellfire, 4-star elite creature. Level, LV 35. Attributes, Strength 834, Agility 756, Spirit 773, Constitution 813. Skills. Floating. Hellfire has its own floating power, and can fight in the air. Hellburning. Hellfire has an inextinguishable hellburning, which can cause 100 points of burning damage per second to creatures within 100 m nearby. Fiery Burst. All attacks of Hellfire come with a flame splash effect, causing splash damage of 80% of the attack power to the enemy. After reading the attributes of the blueprint of this building, Han Xing exclaimed, "Fuck, 50 kilometers of effective range, 5,000 points of magic damage. What kind of intercontinental cruise missile is that? And the summoned Hellfire is actually a 4-star elite monster. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck." Han Xing shouted several times in a row. It's because the effect of this silo is too terrifying. According to the above description, if it is well controlled, it can almost achieve ultra-long distance fixed-point blasting. Han Xing just needs to build a few more Hell Tower silos. In the future, no matter what enemy you encounter, he can directly send a wave of Hellfire from the sky, and it can blow up your nest from dozens of kilometers away. Even if it can't be killed in one wave, there are still a few 4-star elite Hellfires behind, blocking your fountain. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. Moreover, as he builds more and more launch silos later, the effect will become more terrifying. Okay, this way, I have another trump card and killer," Han Xing said excitedly. Then, Han Xing clapped his hands, and clicked on this blueprint to study. At the same time, He couldn't wait to check the materials needed to build the Hellfire launch silo. Materials required to build the Hellfire launch silo: Eternal Gold Ingot * 10, 000, Mithril * 200, 000, Refined Iron * 2 million, Rare Earth * 5 million, Abyss Magic Stone * 10, 000. Han Xing was a little surprised and said, "Gosh, the materials needed to build a launch silo are really a bit exaggerated. Let's not talk about the Abyss Magic Stone in the back. Just these materials in the front will cost at least more than 500 million spirit cores. No wonder the attributes of this blueprint are so supermodel." Han Xing also showed a look of realization on his face. Because this is not something that can be built at the current stage. Ordinary survivors may not be able to gather so many materials even if they spend 1 or 2 years. Even those large teams will need at least 1 or 2 months to gather the materials for building a launch silo. Of course, except for himself. For Han Xing. Although 500 million is a lot, it only takes about half a day at his current speed of collecting resources. He looked at his material reserves. Among them, the reserves of Hengine ingots and mithril are sufficient, enough to build 4 launch silos. However, Han Xing did not have any reserves of the last Abyss Magic Stone. With a try-it attitude, Han Xing opened the trading channel. After searching for keywords, hundreds of trading information popped up instantly. Han Xing's eyes lit up. In the trading channel, there was actually a material called Abyss Magic Stone, and there were quite a few, more than 700 consignment information, totaling more than 23,000 Abyss Magic Stones. If all were photographed, 2 Hellfire launch silos could be built. Han Xing looked at the properties of the material Abyss Magic Stone. Abyss Magic Stone, special material, can be obtained from Abyss monsters with a small probability. Abyss monster? Han Xing looked puzzled. Isn't the Abyss realm closed? Where did these people come into contact with Abyss monsters? At this time, Han Xing seemed to remember something. He took out a special item from his backpack. Strong fragment, special material. Use. After collecting 100 fragments, you can synthesize a strong mark, which can be used for Abyss Rift Challenge. This material appeared as early as the first merge. Every time you pass the Cloud Secret Realm, you will be given a lot of strong fragments. It seems that you can get the strong mark through synthesis, and then teleport to the Abyss Rift. As a battlefield between the 2 worlds, there are naturally many Abyss monsters in it. Han Xing thought, it seems that someone has entered the Abyss Rift through the strong mark. And these magic stones should be brought back from the Abyss Rift. Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Now, he has a large number of strong fragments in his hands. If all are synthesized, he can even synthesize 100,000 strong marks. But since entering the Sky Island Paradise, various events have occurred one after another. So Han Xing forgot about it. At this time, Han Xing thought, after this Blood Tide event is over, we can go to the Abyss Rift to have a look. After all, even those survivors can come out safely from it, so the difficulty of the Abyss Rift must not be too high. Now, Han Xing is preparing to bid for all the Abyss Magic Stones in the trading channel. However, the market price of this kind of magic stone is a bit high, which is almost the same as the Hengine ingot, 10,000 spirit cores per piece. Just 10,000 Abyss Magic Stones will consume 100 million spirit core resources. Han Xing knows that this is because most of the survivors have not entered the Abyss Rift yet, so the output of Abyss Magic Stones is relatively small. After this Blood Tide event is over, there should be more and more people entering the Abyss Rift. By then, the price of this magic stone should drop. But at the current stage, Han Xing can only bid at this price. The prompt of successful transaction keeps appearing. More than 200 million spirit cores are consumed again. Han Xing also gathered the materials needed for 2 Hellfire silos. Then, he came to a hillside near Xingyu City. Next to it was where he built the Aurora Aggregator. It was surrounded by a row of thorn shield walls. Even when the Blood Tide monsters attacked the territory, they did not cause any damage to the Aurora Aggregators. This location is not bad. After the silo is built, build a few more rows of thorn shield walls to surround this place. By then, the safety here will be greatly improved. After choosing a place, Han Xing also clicked to build directly. The system prompt appears. Do you want to consume materials? To build Hellfire Silo *1? Yes. A large amount of materials disappears. The Hellfire Silo is being built, the Lord's Mansion acceleration function has taken effect, and the remaining time is 44 hours and 44 minutes. More than 40 hours, which is about 2 days. Han Xing thinks this time is okay. After all, it is normal for such a high-level building to take a little longer. Then, Han Xing consumed the remaining materials, and built the second silo. Two dark holes covering an area of more than 100 square meters appeared on the original site. It seemed to be connected to another world. But because it is now in the construction stage, the wellhead is shrouded in smoke, so you can't see what's inside. Han Xing is also full of expectations, imagining the scene after the silo is completed. At this time, Han Xing has just built the silo. Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong came over excitedly. Brother Xing, the bodies of the blood-tide monsters have been cleared. Now, the entire chat channel is discussing your name. They all say you are the contemporary god of war. So awesome. Han Xing also smiled. At this time, Shen Yuan also asked with an excited smile, Brother Xing, I have listed the locations of the nearby blood-tide altars and drew a map. Are we going to continue to destroy the altars now? He had an excited smile on his face, and looked at Han Xing with expectant eyes. Han Xing nodded, yes, of course. But before that, there is something more important to do. More important? Everyone looked puzzled. Han Xing nodded, yes, that is, to exchange for the Sun Treasure Box. When they heard the word Sun Treasure Box, everyone's pupils shrank instantly. Only then did they suddenly remember that Han Xing had already collected 100 million war merits, and even exceeded it by a lot. Now, you can redeem the highest reward in the war merit store. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became a little rapid. After all, that is the Sun Treasure Box, which has a high probability of opening artifact-level equipment. It may even be the first artifact in the entire server. They looked at Han Xing with expectation. Han Xing also chuckled and opened the war merit store. Then, click to redeem directly. Chapter 189. Han Xing opened the store and directly clicked on the exchange. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 100 million war merits to exchange for one Sun Treasure Box? Yes. Exchange successful. The remaining number of exchangeable treasure boxes is 0. The next moment, a dark red treasure box with various strange patterns carved on it appeared in front of everyone. Among those patterns, there was a blood-stained dagger, an ancient staff, and various sun, moon, and stars, which were fully carved in it. The gorgeousness of this treasure box is the most in history. Although it is said that gorgeousness does not mean that the things inside are better. However, the simple appearance does not show the style of the Sun Treasure Box. Han Xing exclaimed, good, good, I like these fancy things. Then he directly clicked to open it. At the moment, when the dark red treasure box was opened, a red beam of light shot up into the sky, reaching a height of nearly 100,000 meters, without stopping at all. Then, it did not stop until it reached a height that was invisible to the naked eye. It seemed that this red beam of light would continue to break through the universe and connect to another world. After staring for a while, Han Xing also retracted his gaze and looked down again. In the Sun Treasure Box, he saw a branch with green buds, a pile of rhythmic black iron, and several black stones. On top of this pile of materials, there was also a piece of armor that emitted a faint green light, as if it was illusory and real. Han Xing put it all away. The system prompt appeared. Successfully opened the Sun Treasure Box, obtained Rhythmic Black Iron *56, obtained Ancient Spirit Wood *1, obtained Philosopher's Stone *7, obtained Disaster Kai, Red, *1 Red Equipment, Artifact. It's still a piece of armor. At this moment, including Han Xing, everyone stared at the dark green armor. The attributes of this equipment also appeared in front of Han Xing. Disaster Kai, Red, LV30, Quality Artifact, Defense 257 to 273, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. Attached special effects, Disaster Wind. After wearing the armor, with yourself as the center, the healing effect of all enemies within 500 meters around you is reduced by 30%. Disaster Shield. Every 60 seconds, an energy shield is generated. The defense value of the energy shield is 50% of the Constitution. After the shield is broken, it causes splash damage of Constitution *100% to the enemy. Evil Amulet. Legendary special effect. All curses received are reduced by 80% of the status effect. Torn Disaster. Epic special effect. Spread the power of the God of Disaster. Reduce the physical fitness of all creatures within 5,000 meters by 50%. Reduce the healing effect by 100%. The effect lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 60 minutes. Disaster Incarnation. God-level special effect. After turning on this special effect, you will gain part of the power of the God of Disaster. You will be immune and clear all your curse effects, and make all attacks attached with the power of Disaster. The effect lasts for 120 seconds. The cooling time is 120 minutes. Seeing this equipment, everyone fell into silence for a long time. This is the first time they have seen artifact-level equipment. Its powerful attributes, even Han Xing, have only seen it twice in his life. The first time was on the weapon of the Demon Lord. The attributes of the Armor of Disaster are slightly worse than those of the Monarch Sword. But it is a level 60 equipment. Moreover, compared with the orange equipment of the same level, the Armor of Disaster has a much higher defense. Those special effects are more abnormal than each other. Especially the last God-level special effect, which can not only be immune to all curses, but can even directly clear them. During the Blood Tide, it is a well-deserved artifact. Even without the Blood Curse resistance, Han Xing can ignore the Blood Curse with this equipment alone. He even wanted to equip it on the spot. However, the required level of this equipment is level 30. Even Han Xing has just reached level 29. It will take some time to equip this Armor of Disaster. Han Xing also took the equipment back to his backpack with a little regret. At this time, Han Xing began to check the other two new materials opened in the Sun Treasure Box. They are the Philosopher's Stone and the Ancient Spirit Wood. Sage's Stone, a stone with great power, one of the main materials for making artifacts. Ancient Spiritual Wood, a spiritual wood left over from ancient times. It contains strong vitality, and is one of the main materials used to repair the sacred tree of the elves, the World Tree. Damn! After reading the introduction of the two items, Han Xing exclaimed again. Needless to say, the Sage's Stone is the main material for making artifacts, which is enough to show its preciousness. And the Ancient Spiritual Wood at the back shocked Han Xing for a long time. Because, in all myths and legends, the World Tree is a widely circulated sacred tree, and its importance is self-evident. In this world, the World Tree is also the sacred tree of the elves. But it seems that for some reason, the World Tree here seems to have some problems. It actually needs to use materials such as Ancient Spiritual Wood to repair it. However, no matter what, it can be reflected that the Ancient Spiritual Wood is more precious than the Philosopher's Stone. Han Xing couldn't help sighing at this time. Should it be said that it is really worthy of being a Sun Treasure Chest? Almost every item opened in it is of great importance. After sighing, it is a pity. After all, the Sun Treasure Chest is limited to one exchange. Otherwise, according to the speed at which he is getting war merits now, maybe he can directly open a full set of artifact-level equipment. Han Xing also shook his head with some regret. However, this does not affect his enthusiasm to continue to destroy the evil god altar. After all, even if there is no Sun Treasure Chest to exchange, the remaining points can also be used to exchange for gold treasure chests in batches. At that time, he will use the extra war merits to directly exchange tens of thousands of gold treasure chests. If converted, it would be at least tens of thousands of gold equipment. Even if he couldn't use so many gold equipment, he could still sell them on the trading channel. At that time, not only could the overall strength of the human race be improved, and he could also harvest a huge amount of resources. It was a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Han Xing became even more enthusiastic. He couldn't wait to destroy more evil god altars. Next, Han Xing opened the map drawn by Shen Yuan. According to the coordinates marked on it, they began to move forward at a high speed. An hour later, they soon found the location of the second blood altar. Like the previous one, there were hundreds of millions of blood tide creatures here. The monster group was huge and mighty. However, before the blood tide monsters could react, Han Xing was so excited that he rushed over like a fly seeing a cake. Boom! The lightning tower and the flame catapult vented their firepower wantonly. All the blood tide monsters that came into contact along the way were blasted into ashes. The blood tide monsters died in groups. This time, it took less than an hour. Han Xing killed the blood tide monsters and officially came to the vicinity of the altar. The dominant creatures hidden inside were forced to take action. The two sides had a head-on confrontation. In the end, it was still Han Xing's side that cracked the means of the dominant creatures with a crushing advantage. Unfortunately, after being hit hard by Han Xing, the dominant still chose to escape. Looking at the monster group leaving, Han Xing felt very angry. He was thinking of getting the first reward for killing a dominant creature, but these guys were very cunning. As soon as they saw that the situation was not right, they ran away immediately. And they took away most of the blood tide monsters nearby. This also made Han Xing unable to happily earn military merits. However, the bombing just now for an hour also increased his military merits by 30 to 40 million. Originally, because of the exchange of the Sun Treasure Box, Han Xing only had 1 to 2 million military merits. Now he has become rich again. At the same time, on the military merit list, Han Xing's cumulative military merits have reached 150 million. However, Everyone also found that the military merits of other survivors have also begun to rise steadily, including Zhou Huang, Wu Jie, Luo Chan, and others. The military merits of these group leaders were like riding a rocket. After half a day, almost all of them increased by hundreds of thousands of military merits. Among them, the fastest growth was Wu Jie. He has now reached 1 million cumulative military merits. If it weren't for the exchange of the Lord-level puppet, Wu Jie's current military merits would be enough to exchange for a Haoyue treasure chest. At the same time, on the battlefield where Zhou Huang, Wu Jie, and others were, more than a dozen large sky islands were steadily advancing, continuously bombarding waves of invading blood-tide monsters. After 5 hours of high-intensity fighting, the millions of survivors below were already a little tired. At this time, Qin Dachui, the leader of the temple, stood on the shoulder of a lord puppet and encouraged morale. Brothers, hold on. We have killed more than 20 million blood-tide monsters near this altar. If we hold on for a while longer, we can completely kill all the blood-tide monsters here. Look at your military exploits and think about what we will gain next. If it weren't for the organization organized by Captain Zhou this time, we would hardly have such a chance to brush up military exploits. Qin Dachui finished speaking. The survivors below took a break and checked their military exploits. At this time, an elemental mage exclaimed, "Fuck! I have added more than 2,000 military exploits." A hunter next to him was also amazed. "Oh my god, I actually have more than 1,000 military exploits." Compared to Han Xing and those captains, a few thousand points of military exploits may not be a big deal. However, not everyone can be like Han Xing and the others. Those ordinary survivors fight for a day and occasionally encounter 1 or 2 waves of blood-tide monsters, whose number is within their tolerance range. Then there is a difficult battle. Often after a battle, if each person can get a few hundred military exploits, it is considered good. The bulk of the merits were taken away by their leader. For most survivors, the biggest goal in the merit shop was to accumulate 10,000 merits and exchange them for a gold treasure chest. Any more silver treasure chests would be a profit. Therefore, just fighting for a few hours to get thousands of merits was a huge gain for them. Chapter 190. The survivors under Zhou Huang's command have gained a lot of merit. However, according to the mechanism for obtaining merit, only the survivors who have dealt a fatal blow can get the corresponding merit reward. This has led to the fact that the shield riders, who are fighting monsters in the front, have the least amount of merit. The output professions in the back have gained more merit. However, after the battle, the leaders will also give these shield riders corresponding compensation. At this time, the dominant creatures hidden in the blood-tide monsters seem to have noticed that the Alliance army composed of humans is not weak. According to this trend, they may be able to gradually devour the nearby blood-tide monsters. At that time, it will be the only dominant left, and it dare not say that it is the opponent of these millions of survivors. Thinking of this, the dominant creatures also paid attention to Zhou Huang and others. The next moment, after a sharp cry, the entire blood-tide army began to shake continuously. The next moment, nearly 30 million monsters, plus more than a dozen lords, rushed towards them at the same time. Before they came into direct contact, everyone had already felt the bloody storm coming towards them. Including the leaders of the big groups, they couldn't help but get nervous. They looked at the 2 people on the Sky Island at the same time. There, 2 men with outstanding temperaments, but completely different styles stood respectively. It was Zhou Huang and Wu Jie. At this time, Zhou Huang said with a faint smile on his face, "Brother Wu Jie, the dominant creature inside has taken action. According to the original plan, we each deal with a lord, and let them deal with the rest together. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" After hearing this, Wu Jie showed no fear on his face, but a strange smile. He licked his lips, and said with a fighting spirit in his eyes, "Lord-level monster? It's really exciting. I also want to see where the limit of this mask is." At this time, Wu Jie changed the subject and said provocatively, "Zhou Huang, don't just ask me if I am sure. You have been pretending to be profound, and I can't see through you. Don't tell me that your strongest strength is your mouth, right?" Zhou Huang did not reply, but shook his right hand. In his hand, a knight's long sword emitting holy light appeared at some point. Looking closely, it turned out to be an epic quality weapon. At the same time, the bead on Zhou Huang's neck began to burst into brilliant light. It was like a god in charge of killing and destruction awakening. At this moment, Wu Jie's pupils shrank slightly, because he found out. At this time, Zhou Huang's temperament has changed greatly. In front of him, it is not a human, but an ancient beast in human skin. "You are really interesting." The next moment, all the leaders of these large groups drew their weapons. Qin Dachui, the leader of the temple, held up an epic skull-crushing axe in his hand, and instantly entered the berserker mode. Long Yuan, the leader of Jojo, held a black wooden staff in his hand, which seemed to be accompanied by powerful dark energy. The other leaders were also well equipped, at least with golden weapons, and 2 or 3 golden suits. Among them, a green figure attracted the most attention. At the moment when Luo Chan drew out her long sword, a spirit with a fairy-like temperament emanated from her body. At this time, the survivors below exclaimed, "She is worthy of being the green-shirt goddess. Just this temperament is enough to impress people. Yes, I don't know what kind of man can be worthy of her. In terms of combat power, these captain-level figures are already the top existences in the whole human race. Now that they have joined forces, they are not afraid even if the opponent is a lord who can bring nightmares to the survivors." The next moment, the two sides fought head-on. At this time, Han Xing once again controlled hundreds of lightning towers, and more than 1,000 catapults to bombard the altar. The altar itself has a defense value of 100,000 points, and can withstand a lot of damage. If it were an ordinary survivor team, it would take at least an hour. But in Han Xing's hands, the defense value of the altar poured like water. Less than 2 seconds passed. The 100,000 defense value returned to 0. With a bang, the altar that transported hundreds of millions of blood-tide monsters collapsed into pieces at this moment. The system prompt appears. Successfully destroyed the evil god altar, obtained 10 human-exclusive holy fragments, and the number of layers of the evil god mark in the different space increased by 1. Very good, another 10 fragments are credited. Han Xing only focused on the holy fragments in front to obtain information. As for the evil god mark behind, he completely ignored it. After this battle, the holy fragments in Han Xing's backpack have reached 163. This collection speed is quite fast. At this time, Cheng Jianyong suddenly looked at Han Xing and said, "Brother Xing, have you noticed that the metal on your chest seems to have some different changes?" After this reminder, Han Xing also looked down. He saw that the purple metal of special material on his chest had turned into light gold. Han Xing said in surprise, "Hey, is this the upgraded hunter metal?" He clicked on the item, and quickly checked the attributes of the metal. Elite hunter metal, gold, special equipment, all attributes increase by 10% after wearing, and cause an additional 10% damage to lord-level creatures. The metal can be upgraded by killing lord-level and above monsters. Metal upgrade progress, 15 out of 100. Note, only by killing lord monsters with a level not lower than your own can you get the upgrade progress. The next stage of the metal, the Wild King metal, orange. Great. It's really upgraded. Han Xing couldn't help but clench his fists. Compared with the previous purple grade hunter metal, the gold grade metal has an additional 5% increase in attributes. Moreover, according to the upgrade progress marked on the metal, only need to kill 85 more lord level creatures to upgrade to the orange level badge. Han Xing was delighted again, because this upgrade condition is not difficult for him at all. During the blood tide, lord level monsters are too easy to find. Han Xing whispered, "Fortunately, the upgrade requirements of this badge are not too restrictive. Even the lord monsters killed by the territory defense tower are counted as upgrade progress. This makes it much simpler. Calculated according to 10 to 20 lord monsters near each altar. To upgrade the elite hunter badge to the next level, at most, you only need to destroy 10 more lord monsters next to the altar." Han Xing thought, it shouldn't be difficult to upgrade the metal to orange level. I just don't know if this metal can be upgraded further after it is upgraded to orange. If it can, doesn't it mean that I can directly upgrade it to red? Han Xing's eyes lit up. He didn't know yet what the upgrade limit of this metal was. If it can be achieved, then he would have the second artifact equipment in the whole server, and it would be an extremely rare metal. Thinking of this, Han Xing became even more excited. He couldn't wait to clear out more blood-tide monsters and altars. The next moment, Xingyu City started to speed up directly, rushing towards the location marked on the map. An hour later, they found the third evil god altar again. Still following the original fighting method, Xingyu City fought steadily and crushed the enemy all the way. After killing tens of millions of blood-tide monsters and more than a dozen lords, the blood-tide army was killed and fled in panic. Among them, the overlord creature also suffered a wave of concentrated fire and fled after being severely injured by Han Xing. Looking at the backs of the blood-tide army leaving. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. Overlord creatures are really hard to kill. So far, I have seriously injured at least 3 overlords, but every time they ran away at the critical moment. Overlord creatures are not only highly intelligent, but also have more terrifying survival abilities. The opponent wants to run, and Han Xing can't explode. Seeing this, Han Xing can only vent his depression on the altar. Rumble. The third evil god altar was destroyed. It took a total of 6 hours to destroy the 3 altars. This efficiency cannot be said to be slow, on the contrary, it is ridiculously fast, because even Zhou Huang's group gathered millions of survivors, most of whom were elite human beings. The progress of the first evil god altar was less than half. Han Xing also seized the time to continue destroying more evil god altars. Boom! Boom! Artillery fire and thunder and lightning vented. One evil god altar after another was blasted into pieces under Han Xing's concentrated fire. Another 8 hours later. It was already late at night. Han Xing still maintained his own pace and destroyed 4 evil god altars in 8 hours. At the end of the day, a total of 7 altars were destroyed. At this time, Han Xing had a happy face and counted today's harvest. Among them, the monsters killed in the 7 altars brought him more than 400 million war merits. In addition, the number of holy fragments has reached 224. These 2 items alone are already a great harvest. But it's not just that. You know, Han Xing still has a medal to upgrade. The hidden lord monster inside has greatly increased his medal upgrade progress. The current upgrade progress has reached 84 out of 100. Okay, tomorrow, I can upgrade the medal to orange grade 100%. By then, I can improve my strength a lot. Han Xing thought with anticipation. Next, I just need to consign the blood curse resistance made today in exchange for a large amount of supplies. Today's goal has been successfully achieved. Then, Han Xing directly clicked on the consignment of all 80,000 bottles of evil god curse resistance in his backpack. However, what surprised him was, today's batch of blood curse resistance is more popular than the previous few days. Less than 5 seconds after he put it on the shelf, it was sold out instantly. At this time, those who didn't get it in the chat channel began to complain. Even Han Xing himself was stunned and couldn't help but complain. Damn, these people's hand speed is so fast. Chapter 191. However, what he didn't know was that Zhou Huang had specially arranged a group of ordinary people under his command to wait in the trading channel during the day. This was to wait for Han Xing to consign and grab more blood curse resistance. They had experienced a whole day of fighting, and more of their men were suffering from the blood curse. At this time, they urgently needed a batch of resistance to remove the curse. Zhou Huang's group alone bought more than 40,000 bottles of resistance. And this also solved their urgent needs. At this time, the alliance established by Zhou Huang and his team had experienced a full 16 hours of fighting. After a game with the dominant creature, they finally drove away all the blood-tied monsters nearby. Now, there was only an empty evil god altar in front of everyone. At this moment, millions of survivors were almost excited and about to cry. It was not easy. In their lives, they had never experienced such a high-intensity battle. If it weren't for the fact that the dominant creature was repelled by the leaders of the major groups, they almost thought they couldn't hold on. But in the end, they still won the victory. At this time, the leaders looked at each other with a relieved smile on their faces. After a moment, Zhou Huang looked at the figure in the sky with a twisted figure and overwhelming momentum and said, "Brother Wujia, please." Everyone also looked at the figure in the sky in a daze. It seemed that they had never expected that Wujia would be so crazy in the battle state. After hearing this, Wujia took off the gargoyle mask on his face. The tyrannical aura on his body disappeared in an instant. Zhou Huang meant that this evil god altar would be destroyed by Wujia himself. The fragments of the holy object obtained would naturally belong to Wujia. However, everyone had no objection, because they had discussed it at the beginning. Each team took turns to destroy an evil god altar. Wujia was not polite either. Directly controlled the catapults and other defense towers in his territory and focus fire on the altar. Rumble. As the altar collapsed into pieces, the haze shrouding the hearts of these survivors seemed to be dispelled a little. Since the outbreak of the blood curse, all human beings have a feeling of panic in their hearts. Especially these survivors who have experienced the whole battle, they feel more deeply. At this time, Han Xing, after completing the just concluded antidote transaction, obtained a large amount of resources. He looked at his warehouse and thought, this time, I harvested almost 2.5 billion resources. Including my own resource inventory, I can pull up 6 Hellfire silos at a time. But unfortunately, there is a key material missing now. That is the Abyss Magic Stone. Since the last time, the Abyss Magic Stone in the trading channel was swept up by Han Xing. There have not been many consignment information since then. This is because, during the Blood Tide, no one thought about exploring the Abyss Rift. Then, he posted a purchase information on the consignment channel. Consignment item information. Blood Curse Anti-Agent. Items required by the seller. Abyss Magic Stone *3. Consigner, Xinghe. Seller's note. Buy a large number of Abyss Magic Stones. For every 3 Abyss Magic Stones, you can exchange them with me for a bottle of Blood Curse Anti-Agent, limited to 20,000 bottles. The moment they saw the consignment information, the survivors were stunned for a moment. If an ordinary person posted such a purchase information, it might not attract much attention. But the difference is, the person who posted this information is Xinghe, who is currently the most popular. Moreover, the props he used for trading are the most scarce Blood Curse resistance. For a time, the chat channel set off a heated discussion. Brothers, the Star God is buying Abyss Magic Stones. If you have this material, go and exchange it. Abyss Magic Stone? What is this thing? It seems to be very precious. Yes, I just checked it. There don't seem to be many in the trading channel. The price of each one is no less than 10,000 spirit cores. Hearing this number, everyone also understood the preciousness of this material. Oh my god, so expensive? This kind of material must be hard to come by, right? At this time, a survivor named Brother Yang said, I remember that it's not difficult to get this thing. Just walk around in the Abyss Rift, and you can bring out 1 or 2 Abyss Magic Stones. After this person said this, the chat channel fell into a moment of silence. Abyss Rift? Do you mean the Mark of the Strong? The survivor named Brother Yang replied, Yes, I went in once with a friend before the blood tide broke out. At that time, I was only level 15 or 16, and I only reached the 7th floor, but I also brought out 3 Abyss Magic Stones from it. After this reminder, the survivors realized something. According to Brother Yang's description, the difficulty of the Abyss Rift is not high. If you are lucky, it is not difficult to bring back 1 or 2 Abyss Magic Stones. Even if there is only 1 piece, it is still profitable. At Han Xing's current purchase price, 1 Abyss Magic Stone is almost equivalent to the value of 10,000 spirit cores. And the resources of 10,000 spirit cores usually take them at least 3 or 4 days to collect. But now, they just need to try their luck in the Abyss Fissure. If they are lucky, they may get resources that they can't earn in a week in 2 or 3 hours. At this moment, some survivors, who are sensitive to wind direction, have realized something. Then, they started to act immediately. Everyone in the chat channel also shouted, Fuck, what are you waiting for, brothers? If you have time now, go to the Abyss Fissure and explore it. Even if you can find a piece of Abyss Magic Stone, you will make a lot of money. That's right, I have already started to rush, and I hope I can make a lot of money today. In addition to these people, many people are posting team formation information. Level 21 Shield Rider looking for high-quality teammates. Some elemental magic with high magic damage. Level 22 Berserker, weapon is Purple Battle Axe. Is there any team that wants me? Level 20 Priest. For a while, in this late night, countless survivors formed teams and entered the Abyss Rift without hesitation. Just to try their luck and bring back a few Abyss Magic Stones to exchange Blood Curse resistance with Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing looked at the chat content of those survivors, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because this was also his original purpose. Use his current prestige to attract attention. Then, let those survivors realize that it is profitable, and take the initiative to enter the Abyss Rift, fearing that they will be one step behind. In this way, he has a large number of tools to help collect materials. And this is the benefit of players. Although Han Xing also has to pay the corresponding remuneration. But in the past few days, every time Han Xing sells the anti-agent, he will leave himself a few thousand bottles for backup. The number of anti-agents left on hand is quite abundant. After doing all this, Han Xing also returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. The next day, as he expected, Han Xing got up early in the morning, and was flooded with various transaction information. After a night, millions or even tens of millions of survivors fought all night, and continued to explore the Abyss Rift. After their unremitting efforts, less than 7 hours have passed. The 20,000 bottles of Blood Curse anti-agent that Han Xing consigned were snatched away. Even Han Xing was a little surprised. Damn, these people are too efficient, right? Is this the so-called there must be brave men under a heavy reward? What Han Xing didn't know was that this was really because the temptation of the Blood Curse anti-agent was too great, including the leaders of the big groups. As soon as they received the news, they conveyed the order to their team members. Overtime tonight, the whole team entered the Abyss Rift and brought back as many Abyss Magic Stones as possible. Han Xing also showed joy on his face. In one night, he harvested another 60,000 Abyss Magic Stones. This means that he can build 6 more Hellfire silos. Han Xing also worked non-stop, and came to the hillside where he was yesterday, and clicked to build. As a large amount of materials were consumed. The more than 2 billion resources obtained yesterday were also consumed. However, it was all worth it. The actual combat power that 6 silos can provide is even more terrifying than 60 lightning towers. The whole day followed. Han Xing once again controlled Xingyu City, and began to fight continuously, mainly looking for the evil god altar. According to the locations marked on the map, Han Xing cleared them one by one along the way. He still maintained the speed of flattening an altar in 2 hours. Every moment, a large amount of military merit and holy fragments were recorded. And, at noon, Han Xing saw another good news. That is, the Elite Hunter medal has been upgraded. Now it has become orange grade. Han Xing can't wait to check the attributes of this medal. Wild King medal, orange, special equipment, all attributes increase by 15% after wearing, and cause an additional 15% damage to Lord-level creatures. Special effect attached. Breath of the Wild. After turning on this state, dodge rate increases by 99%, movement speed increases by 99%, attack power increases by 99%, the effect lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Medal upgrade progress Lord-level creatures, 104/10,000. Dominant level creatures, 0/100. Legendary creatures, 0/1. Note, only monsters with a level not lower than your own can be upgraded. The next stage of the medal is Blood Slaughter, red. After reading the above introduction, Han Xing was completely shocked. The orange level medal not only has its attributes increased by 5% again, but also comes with an additional powerful special effect, Breath of the Wild, after turning on this state. Directly increased the dodge rate by 99%, plus the agility of the equipment itself. Almost immune to all attacks. Although it only lasts for 10 seconds. But in these 10 seconds, he is almost invincible. In addition, the speed and attack are almost doubled in this state. This new special effect is really powerful. Moreover, the most important thing is that this medal can be upgraded. Oh my god, it can really be upgraded to the red grade. At this moment, Han Xing felt that his breathing became rapid. The attributes of the orange grade medal are already so terrifying. If it is upgraded to the red grade, what will happen? Of course, it is also very difficult to upgrade to a divine weapon. First of all, the first condition is to kill 10,000 lords. This condition can be said to have stumped 99% of the survivors. Even if Han Xing had not caught up with the current blood tide, it would take a long time. After all, lords are not cabbages on the roadside. How can there be so many for you to kill? Below, there are 2 more terrifying conditions, killing 100 overlords and 1 legend. Based on Han Xing's experience of dealing with these dominant creatures in the past 2 days. Any dominant creature has a very strong means of survival, and is almost difficult to kill. Not only did Han Xing fail to do it, even Zhou Huang and others laid a lot of backup plans yesterday, and then besieged with the advantage of numbers. In the end, they were still killed by the other side's dominant. Not to mention, there are also legendary creatures. Therefore, the difficulty of upgrading this medal is not ordinary. Next, Han Xing also began to work non-stop to destroy more evil god altars. With the roar of the Thunder Tower and catapults, tens of millions of blood-tide monsters died one after another under Han Xing's firepower bombing. One after another, the evil god altars collapsed. Successfully destroy the evil god altar, you get War Merit *100,000, get Holy Fragments *10. Successfully destroyed. Throughout the whole day, Han Xing's gains and upgrade progress were similar to yesterday. It still took 14 hours to destroy 7 altars, counting the gains from killing those ordinary monsters. In one day, a total of 210 million war merits were gained, plus 103 holy fragments. Compared with another force among humans that is attacking the evil god altar, Han Xing's speed can be said to be several times ahead. You know, that is the top group of human beings. But even so, Han Xing is still constantly widening the gap. Zhou Huang and his companions, after 2 days of fighting, had only just managed to destroy the second evil god altar. However, they were not without any progress. After digesting the war merits gained yesterday, the leaders of each group also distributed their war merits according to their needs, and exchanged them all for silver treasure chests. In the Alliance army, most of the survivors were almost all allocated a piece of silver equipment, and the attributes were slightly improved. Don't look at it as just a small improvement. But based on such a large number of people, a little bit of attribute improvement will eventually become a considerable advantage. Look, Today they feel that it has become easier to deal with the monster tide. At this time, Han Xing continued to sell the blood curse resistance produced today. However, he allocated an additional 10,000 bottles specifically for exchanging abyss magic stones. The other 70,000 bottles were used to exchange for some other materials. Then, he took all these materials to build the Hellfire Silo. The 3 silos just consumed all the materials obtained from the sale of 80,000 bottles of resistance. Thus, the balance of income and expenditure was maintained. The next day. That was the 3rd day since Han Xing started to smash the first evil god altar. The 17th day of the blood tide. Han Xing woke up early in the morning and received 2 exciting system prompts. The Hellfire Silo was built successfully. Chapter 192. System prompts appear. Your territory building, Hellfire Silo has been completed. Your territory building, Hellfire Silo has been completed. The first 2 silos were finally completed after 44 hours of construction. Han Xing jumped up from the bed. Then, he came to the hillside without stopping. At this time, there were 11 areas with black smoke scattered on it. It was the killer weapon that Han Xing had spent billions of resources and money to build in the past 3 days. Among them, the black smoke in 2 areas has dissipated. This means that the silos inside have been successfully built. Because he had checked the properties of the silos in advance, Han Xing knew clearly how terrifying the power of the silos was. Now, he couldn't wait to experiment. Then, Han Xing called his teammates and said excitedly, "Brothers, get up and work. Today is another day full of hope." Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong were confused by Han Xing's remarks. But what they didn't know was, today, Han Xing was preparing to use these 2 Hellfire Silos to do something big. As for what exactly he was going to do, Han Xing didn't say it clearly. Everyone also maintained a little curiosity and expectation. Xingyu City began to move forward at a high speed. An hour later, they arrived at one of the marked locations on the map again. An altar with more than 100 million blood-tide monsters appeared in front of everyone. Compared to before, everyone found that this batch of blood-tide monsters had generally risen from the original level 20 to level 21, and their attributes had slightly improved. But for Han Xing, the attributes of these blood-tide monsters were insignificant. Under the terrifying power of the lightning tower and catapult, as long as the monsters were not above level 30, they would basically die with one touch. Then, there was a fire bombing that was almost the same as before. After an hour of attack and defense, Han Xing once again forcefully tore through the defense line of the blood-tide monsters and rushed to the vicinity of the blood altar. After a fight with the dominant creature hidden in it, it was severely damaged. The dominant creature threw out a blood bubble, trapped Han Xing and others, and chose to escape again. Next to it, there were millions of monsters left to hold Han Xing back. At this time, Shen Yun and others were shrouded in the blood bubble, looking at the direction where the monsters left with disappointment on their faces. At this time, Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but complain, "This dominant creature is so difficult to deal with. As long as its retreat is not cut off at the beginning, there is no possibility of killing it." However, Han Xing stared at the figure of the dominant creature, as if he was looking at a prey to be slaughtered. At the moment when the blood-colored bubbles covering the Sky Island dissipated, the group of cannon fodder left at the bottom began to swarm up. 3 or 4 minutes later, as the roar of artillery fire stopped, millions of cannon fodder left at the bottom were cleared out. However, the group of blood-tide monsters were getting farther and farther away. At this time, Cheng Jianyong saw that Han Xing's expression was a little wrong, and thought that he was also angry with the dominant creature. So he came over to comfort him. "It's okay, Brother Xing, just run away. These guys have too many tricks. There is really nothing we can do. At worst, we can wait until all the altars are destroyed, and then deal with these guys later. When the time comes, let's see where they run." After hearing this, Shen Yun also agreed. "That's right, Brother Xing, don't worry too much. Everyone knows that you have done a good job." However, Han Xing did not reply after hearing this. Instead, he looked into the distance and showed a strange smile. "Who said I have no way?" Han Xing suddenly laughed. "Damn, so many have escaped today, I must kill a master." After hearing this, Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong's eyes lit up. "Brother Xing, what do you mean?" They knew that Han Xing was not the kind of person who talked big. Since he dared to say it, it means that Han Xing already has a way to deal with it. Han Xing silently watched the direction where the master creature left. The next moment, he calculated the distance in his mind. According to the moving speed of this group of monsters, it is about 2,000 kilometers per hour, which is 55 meters per second. After being enveloped by the blood-colored bubbles, Han Xing left a group of cannon fodder on the spot to delay for a while. The Overlord only managed to buy 3 or 4 minutes to escape. Now, the two sides are nearly 20 kilometers apart. At this distance, Xingyu City can catch up in a short time if it moves at full speed. Before, Han Xing also tried to chase. But he found that every time he caught up with the monster group, the Overlord's skills seemed to have cooled down. Then, Han Xing was trapped again. This back and forth not only wasted a lot of time, but also gained nothing. But today is different. Today, the 2 launch silos in his territory have been successfully built. According to the above introduction, they have a super long-range range of 50 kilometers. Even if the dominant creatures have escaped far away, they are still within the firing range of the launch silo. Han Xing also said with a smile on his face, "Don't these dominant creatures like to throw shit at us? Today, I will also throw 2 hot ones to them." In the blank eyes of everyone, they suddenly felt that the huge sky island under their feet seemed to shake. The next moment, they only heard 2 deafening roars from behind. Boom, boom, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. But they saw 2 burning green flames near Xingyu City behind them, rising into the sky like a rocket. The size of these 2 flames seemed to be no less than 50 meters high. They looked like 2 meteorites from hell. The next moment, the 2 hell meteorites, carrying thick tail smoke, smashed towards the monster group in the distance with a destructive force. The target was the Overlord in the center of the monster group. At this time, the Overlord-level creature had escaped more than 20 kilometers, and just felt a little relief for surviving the disaster. However, before it could feel relief for long, the next moment, the Overlord suddenly felt the sound of wind coming from above, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly hit, including the remaining tens of millions of blood-tide monsters. They also sensed the crisis and raised their heads at the same time. Then they saw the sky that should have been shrouded by their blood-colored aura. At this time, it was suddenly broken by 2 balls of dark green flames. The 2 balls of fire fell straight down with terrifying might. The target was the core area of their area, the dominant monster. The speed of the hellfire was extremely terrifying, and it also carried unparalleled impact and lethality. The distance of 20 kilometers was almost instantly crossed. At this time, the dominant creature could sense it. In its current state, if it endured this wave of impact, it would most likely die on the spot. However, it was already severely injured by Han Xing, and it was too late to dodge at this time. Boom! 2 balls of meteorites burning with hellfire crashed down. The next moment, after a dull roar, 2 mushroom clouds covering tens of thousands of square meters rose up. Buzz! The entire group of monsters was like an 18th level hurricane. At least millions of blood-tide monsters were wiped out on the spot under this wave of explosions. Other monsters were not much better. The howling hurricane, with its astonishing heat waves, swept through the monsters wantonly. Tens of millions of blood-tide monsters were seriously injured or even killed by this wave of impact. And the master-level creature, which was thousands of meters in size, was completely covered by the 2 mushroom clouds. A moment later, when the mushroom cloud dissipated, a huge figure suddenly fell from the thick smoke. Tens of millions of blood-tide monsters looked at their boss blankly falling from the sky, as if they had lost the ability to fly. At this time, the master-level creature seemed to be stunned by the explosion, and suddenly woke up during the fall. It was surprised to find that it was not dead, however, before it could be happy for long. It saw 2 strange creatures floating around its body, nearly 50 meters tall, burning with dark green flames, and with bodies like hell meteorites. These 2 creatures were the hellfires thrown out from the silo, 4-star elite monsters. The next moment, the 2 hellfires swung their fists as thick as truck heads and smashed them. Boom! Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. Each punch of the hellfire brought with it powerful splash damage, and the splash flames continued to burn the body of the dominant monster. This dominant creature had already suffered heavy blows one after another. Now it was directly pressed in the air and beaten violently. Finally, under the chaotic punches of the 2 hellfires, this dominant creature was blown up alive, and blood was spilled in the sky. At the same time, Han Xing also received 2 system prompts. Successfully killed the blood-tide monster *1031412, and obtained military merits 1145140. Successfully killed the dominant creature, the evil god's lungs, obtained military merits *50,000, and obtained holy fragments *5. Han Xing showed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. Not much different from what he expected. A wave of targeted bombing of 2 hellfire silos not only took away the lives of millions of blood-tide monsters, but also took away the Overlord-level creatures that had been beaten to the brink of death under that terrifying impact. Han Xing believed that as long as the Overlord-level creature did not have the skill of Blood Bubble to be immune to damage, it would definitely not be able to escape. At this time, another system prompt appeared. Attention, because you are the first survivor in the whole server to kill the Overlord-level creature, you will get the first kill reward. Destroyer Rune Blueprint Gold. Han Xing thought, sure enough, there is also a first kill reward for killing Overlord-level creatures. However, it is different from the rewards given for killing the leader and lord before. This time, it was no longer a reward for a storage item such as a space backpack, but a rune blueprint that could enhance the attributes of equipment. Han Xing couldn't help but feel disappointed. After all, before this, everyone knew that runes didn't add many attributes. Even if all the equipment was enchanted, the attributes added up were almost equivalent to the attribute improvement brought by one piece of equipment. Note that it was only the attributes, not the bonuses from other aspects. In other words, it was a small improvement. But it was a blueprint given by the first kill master, so it must be a little stronger than ordinary runes. At this time, Han Xing checked the attributes of this rune with a tentative mentality. Destroyer Rune, Gold, greatly improves strength and spirit attributes, with an improvement range of 25 to 35. Note, Gold Rune, each piece of equipment can only be enchanted once. After reading this rune blueprint, the disappointment in Han Xing's eyes disappeared, and it instantly turned into shock, and he shouted in his heart. Calculated based on the minimum 25-point attribute increase for one piece of equipment. The whole body, excluding the metal, consists of a top, bottoms, shoes, wrist guards, helmet, 2 rings, 1 necklace, and 2 backpacks. A total of 10 pieces of equipment. Converted, it means at least 200-point attribute increase. You know, even for orange weapons, the main attribute increase is only about 100. This thing, when attached to the whole body equipment, can almost increase the attributes of an ordinary level 20 survivor by more than 60%, and it increases strength and spirit together. It is equivalent to taking into account the output attributes of all professions. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh, I really underestimated you. You are not improving the mosquito leg, you are improving the elephant leg. Han Xing also couldn't wait to check the production requirements of this rune. Materials required to make the Destroyer Rune, Gold, Rune Crystal * 10,000, Spirit Core * 10,000, Ether * 50,000. Compared to ordinary Chaos runes, the materials required to make a Destroyer Rune have increased by more than 100 times. But it's worth it. After all, the cost-effectiveness of this thing is too high. The cost is only 30,000 Spirit Cores, and the full set of equipment is only 300,000 Spirit Cores. But the improvement in return is more powerful than a piece of gold equipment, let alone 30,000. Even if it is 300,000, it is estimated that there will be a lot of people rushing to buy this thing. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of another way to make money continuously. The key lies in this Destroyer Rune. During the Blood Tide, he can still make huge profits by selling Blood Curse resistance. But wait until the Blood Tide crisis is resolved. By then, the survivor's demand for blood resistance will plummet. This means that he has lost a way to make money. And now, the appearance of this rune has opened up new ideas for him. Although the profit of runes may not be as terrible as Blood Curse resistance. But Han Xing is also satisfied. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped the production of Blood Curse resistance and started to make Destroyer runes. After all, the attribute improvement obtained by enchanting all these runes is also very powerful. Do you want to consume materials and make Destroyer runes, Gold, * 100? Yes. Making Destroyer runes, Gold, remaining production time, 11 seconds. This thing, the actual time required to make one is 30 seconds. But the advanced assembly line technology reduced the production time by 50%, and the cursed hammer reduced the time by 4 seconds. Now, the production time has been greatly shortened. Even if it is 100 pieces, it only takes 18 minutes. Han Xing was waiting patiently while rushing on the road. Chapter 193. 20 minutes later. All 100 Destroyer runes were completed. Han Xing casually checked the properties of 2 runes. Destroyer Rune Gold, Strength + 32, Spirit + 35. Destroyer Rune Gold, Strength + 35, Spirit + 30. The properties of the 100 runes produced all exceeded the average. Han Xing knew that this was probably due to his god-level craftsman talent. According to this calculation, 10 runes can increase strength or spirit by at least 300 points. Converted to attack power, it is even comparable to the improvement brought by an orange weapon. It is really terrifying. Han Xing also decided immediately to distribute this batch of Destroyer runes first to improve everyone's strength. After receiving the transaction application, Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun realized that Han Xing might have got something good again. Shen Yun couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Xing, what treasure did you get again?" On the side, everyone was looking forward to it. Han Xing smiled and said, "You will know if you accept the transaction." Okay. After hearing this, the two of them also quickly clicked to accept. Then, when they saw the 10 golden runes on the transaction column, they almost exclaimed at the same time. Fuck. Golden runes. Such high power and spirit. The surprise on everyone's face could hardly be concealed. After the transaction was completed, at Han Xing's signal, everyone's faces were full of excitement, and then all the equipment on their bodies was enchanted with the Destroyer rune. At this time, Chung Jianyong excitedly said, "The effect of this rune is really terrifying. My current strength has reached 1027 points, more than double that of an average second-level swordsman." Chung Jianyong was right. For runes that increase basic attributes, the lower the level, the more obvious the improvement. At present, the strength values of most second-level warriors are between 400 and 500. And Chung Jianyong, because of the bonus of a set of top-grade equipment, has a much higher attribute than other warriors of the same level. Now, after the rune bonus, it has directly exceeded 1000, which is a real crushing. In addition to Chung Jianyong, everyone has also improved a lot. 10 runes have increased everyone's attack power by at least 30%, which is terrifying. Although runes are consumable items, they cannot be taken off after being enchanted on equipment. But for Han Xing, as long as he spends a little time and materials, he can have as many runes as he wants. Next, Xingyu City continued to move forward. 40 minutes later, they came to an altar. Then, Han Xing continued to do the same. First, he took steady steps and killed tens of millions of blood-tied monsters. When the monster group felt that they were defeated, the master hidden in them appeared and started a head-on confrontation. Then, Han Xing burst out with all his strength and severely damaged the master monster. At this time, ordinary master-level monsters would think of running away as soon as possible. If it were in the past, if the master-level creature wanted to run away, they would have no way to do it. But today is different. Just 2 hours ago, everyone witnessed the scene of Han Xing bombarding the master-level creature. As the entire Sky Island trembled, 2 roars sounded. Boom! Boom! When the green flames rose into the sky, everyone knew that someone was going to be in big trouble. More than 20 kilometers away, they saw from afar. In front of them, 2 huge mushroom clouds rose. After the horrific explosion, millions of blood-tied monsters died in this wave of bombing. Including the dominant creature, it was also seriously injured. Then it was beaten to death by 2 hellfires. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the dominant creature. The stomach of the evil god, obtained military merit *50,000, and obtained holy fragments *5. Han Xing clenched his fists. Very good. Another 5 holy fragments are in hand. With the Hellfire launch silo, it is equivalent to having a means to deal with dominant creatures. Not only can Han Xing speed up the collection of holy fragments, but also prevent those escaped masters from persecuting other humans. Han Xing believes that next, he only needs to wait for more Hellfire launch silos to be completed. Then, his speed of clearing the evil god altar will be greatly accelerated. Even, as long as there are enough launch silos. There is no need to fight later. A wave of concentrated fire can kill the master in seconds. Thinking of this, Han Xing has become more and more excited. Next, Han Xing destroyed 4 evil god altars in succession. A total of 160 million war merits plus more than 80 holy fragments were obtained. Then, it was sunset. The second batch of Hellfire launch silos, a total of 6, were completed at the same time. Now, there are already 8 launch silos in Han Xing's territory, and the firepower intensity has skyrocketed. To deal with seriously injured master-level creatures, there is no need for Hellfire to attack again. The first wave of bombing can take it away directly. Many survivors saw it on this day. From time to time, a few balls of green flames can be seen rising into the sky of the abandoned land of the gods. Then, dozens of kilometers away, a shocking explosion occurred. At the moment of seeing the green flames rising into the sky, countless blood-tied monsters were already frightened before they even touched them. The third day ended. Han Xing cleared a total of 9 blood altars today. He gained a total of 320 million in military merits, and 224 pieces of holy relics. Thanks to the 8 Hellfire silos on the territory, his clearing speed was greatly accelerated. In Han Xing's heart, the idea of building more Hellfire silos was even stronger. However, he also knew that the cost of this thing was too high. Even if all the resources obtained from the more than 80,000 bottles of blood curse resistance produced every day were used to build silos, only 4 silos could be built in one day. This speed was far from Han Xing's expectations. He needs more resources to build the silo. At this time, Han Xing thought, besides the blood curse inhibitor, do I have anything valuable? The answer is yes. That is 580 million war merits. These war merits are his biggest gain in the past few days. According to the calculation of 10,000 war merits per gold treasure chest, he can now exchange for 58,000. The total value of the props contained in it, just by casual estimation, has exceeded 100 billion. These resources are even enough for Han Xing to pull up hundreds of Hellfire silos. The premise is that there are enough Abyss magic stones. So, Han Xing decided, use up some of the extra war merits, and exchange them all for gold treasure chests. Then, throw all the gold equipment opened in it to the consignment channel, and exchange them for a large amount of resources. Thinking of this, Han Xing did it. He consumed 500 million points in one breath, and exchanged for 50,000 gold treasure chests. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the large open space under the Sky Island suddenly became a golden light. It was night at this time. Under the illumination of the spotlight stone on the territory, it was even more dazzling. This shocking scene directly stunned the survivors in the entire territory. A full 50,000 gold treasure chests, even if they were placed side by side, it would take thousands of square meters. Everyone also came over and looked at the dreamlike scene in front of them. At this time, Cheng Jianyong asked cautiously, Xing, Brother Xing, how come so many gold treasure chests appeared all of a sudden? You. Did you exchange all the extra merits? His voice was a little trembling. Beside him, everyone looked at Han Xing nervously. But Han Xing smiled and nodded. Not all of them were exchanged. It probably only consumed 500 million merits. After that, Han Xing added, I need a lot of resources now. Hearing this exaggerated number, everyone took a breath. Even though they have been with Han Xing for a long time, and have seen many big scenes. But it's not like today. Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but exclaimed, 500 million merits, that's 50,000 gold treasure chests. Even if you are unlucky, at least you have 40,000 gold equipment. According to the market price, a level 25, rare quality gold suit costs 2 million, and a legendary quality gold suit costs more than 3 million. 40,000 pieces of gold equipment equals. Cheng Jianyong did not continue. Because, he just did a random calculation and came up with an astronomical figure, breaking through 100 billion. This figure directly shocked everyone beyond words. Because even Han Xing has never gained so many resources since entering Sky Island Paradise, it is also worth mentioning that today Han Xing has reached level 30, and can already equip that artifact level armor. So, it fluctuates up and down according to the level of the equipment opened in the treasure chest. The equipment inside is most likely between level 25 and level 35. Even so, it is far beyond most of the current survivors. For this kind of high-level equipment, it is naturally more popular. The higher the level, the longer you can wear it, and the time for equipment replacement will be greatly extended. It is conceivable that once this batch of equipment appears in the trading channel, it will be so popular. Speaking of which, Cheng Jianyong and Shenyun's accumulated war merits are between 1 and 2 million. They can barely exchange for 1 or 2 Haoyue treasure chests. However, it is still a bit far from the Sun treasure chest. Because war merits cannot be traded. Otherwise, Han Xing even wants to trade 100 million war merits to each of them, and replace the Sun treasure chest in the store. These days, Han Xing has also thought of other ways to help them quickly brush up war merits. But the system has made corresponding restrictions accordingly. For example, defense towers cannot be transferred, and helping them build defense towers on the territory is useless. Han Xing can only give up. Then, he walked to the thousands of treasure chests, and clicked to open them in batches. Waves of golden light flashed. Almost blinded everyone's eyes. Han Xing didn't even look at the things inside, and put them all into the warehouse. System prompts appeared one after another. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest, obtained 13 eternal gold ingots, 54 mithril, and 1 armor of blessing gold. Successfully opened the gold treasure chest, obtained 15 eternal gold ingots, and 1 pyroblast scepter gold. Obtained wind swallow mail armor. Obtained blues necklace. Obtained. Chapter 194. System prompts kept appearing, and among them, there were a lot of gold equipment. When the materials in the 50,000 treasure chests disappeared, Han Xing's smile could hardly be concealed. because he saw the precious materials stuffed into several large boxes in the warehouse, hundreds of thousands of Hengine ingots and millions of mithril. In addition to gold equipment, the other materials opened in the treasure chests are also of high value. For example, the current market price of Hengine ingots is 10,000 spirit cores per piece, and mithril is 1,000 spirit cores per piece. In the 50,000 treasure chests, the total Hengine ingots opened are a little over 630,000, which is a material value of 6.3 billion. Then the number of mithril is 3.28 million, which is also worth nearly 3.3 billion. These two main materials alone have brought Han Xing more than 10 billion in income, which is terrifying. Including other miscellaneous materials, the total can reach 15 billion, and this is just one of the gains from this unboxing. The main part is still those gold equipment. Han Xing roughly counted them. There were 43,216 gold equipment in total. Among them, there were about 20,000 rare gold equipment, and more than 23,000 legendary gold equipment. Just looking at this batch of equipment made Han Xing's breathing quicken. At this time, he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "This is really a big fortune. If all this batch of equipment is sold, I will directly pull out hundreds of Hellfire silos for you. When the time comes, I will kill gods and Buddhas." Of course, this is just an ideal situation. Given the limited number of Abyss magic stones, it is impossible for Han Xing to build launch silos without limit. However, hundreds of billions of resources. At least for the next period of time, he won't have to worry about resources. Han Xing took a deep breath and tried to calm down his excitement. Then, he opened the trading channel. As before, there were still many people waiting in the trading channel today. These people have been waiting for Han Xing's blood curse resistance to be put on the shelves, and then try to get it as soon as possible. When they are bored, they are also bragging in the trading channel. "Brothers, have you seen the battle merit list? Captain Zhou and Wujia have caught up in the rankings, and now they have officially suppressed Qiming and Smart Lamb, taking the second and third places. I see, Captain Zhou is invincible. Captain Wujia is mighty. There are naturally many survivors from Hui Alliance and Kunlun team here. They are all proud of their captains." At this time, other survivors said, "Don't be too happy too soon. I heard that Qiming and Smart Lamb are both friends of Star God, including the other two in the top 10 of the rankings, who are also his people." "Huh? You mean Lonely Warrior and Yun Tianming?" "Yes." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Many of them knew that Lonely Warrior and Yun Tianming were friends of Han Xing. Zhang Lianmen and Su Xiaoyang were rarely mentioned. Now that this person mentioned them, they all realized something. At this time, someone asked, "Do you think Star God will help his friends occupy the top 5 of the rankings like last time?" However, others shook their heads and said, it shouldn't be. After all, the rewards for the top 10 in this battle merit list are almost the same except for the first place. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Then, as they chatted, the topic turned to the blood curse resistance. "By the way, why hasn't Xingshan put the blood curse resistance on the shelves today?" A survivor named Noah echoed, "Yes, I've been waiting for most of the day, and there are still many brothers in the team who are in urgent need of resistance for treatment." "Noah, are you sure you are giving it to your brothers in the team instead of reselling it? Others don't know you. Do you really think we don't know? You are a famous second-hand dealer." The survivor named Noah was exposed on the spot and chose to shut up. And at this moment, they suddenly saw Xing's name appear on the consignment channel. At this moment, the faces of millions of survivors who were squatting were all stern. When Han Xing posted the consignment information, everyone hadn't seen clearly what it was. The instinct in their minds drove them to subconsciously stretch out their fingers and click the auction, because the experience of the previous few days told them. The limited number of tens of thousands of bottles of blood curse resistance was gone in 2 seconds, but the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Because this time, Han Xing was not selling blood curse resistance, but a few gold equipment. "Huh? What's wrong with Xingshan today? Why don't you sell resistance? Should you sell equipment?" "Yes, and it's gold equipment. It looks like the attributes are pretty good." At this time, other survivors also reacted and said, "It's true that the attributes are pretty good, and the level is quite high. It should be that Star God recently opened a few more gold equipment, and he can't use them, so he wants to give them to us as a benefit." "For a benefit?" the survivors asked in confusion. "Yes, didn't you notice? Star God doesn't require you to exchange these gold equipment with equipment of equal value, and sells them directly at the standard price. In other words, if you have materials worth 2 or 3 million spirit cores, you can just bid for one." After this reminder, the survivors also realized something. Yes, the gold equipment that appeared in the trading channel before was mostly used by the survivors to exchange for equipment of the same level. You want to exchange it with those common materials, it's just a dream. But today, Han Xing clearly marked the price. Rare quality gold equipment is equal to 2 million spirit cores. Legendary quality gold equipment is equal to 3 million spirit cores. And it can be replaced with other materials of the same value. At this moment, the survivors were also moved. They were just about to bid for 2 items, but found that they had already been taken by someone else. The 10 gold equipment that Han Xing had just put on the shelf had been snapped up in seconds. Damn! How many years have you been single? How fast are you? Yeah, too fast. I haven't even gathered all the materials. Those survivors who didn't get the items also shook their heads with some regret. At this time, Han Xing looked at the 10 transaction information and smiled. Because this batch of equipment was what he used to test the market's reaction. So far, it seems that the response is not bad. In less than half a minute, 10 pieces of gold equipment were sold out. Han Xing also gained 27 million spiritual cores. Thinking of this, Han Xing entered the trading channel and spoke again. Good evening, fellow countrymen, I am Xing He. The moment he saw this speech, the entire chat channel was silent for a moment. Because, as the most well-known and popular person in the entire tiers, Han Xing has spoken in the announcement channel only a few times. The first time was when he was consigning the blood curse resistance. After that, everyone never saw him speak in the trading channel again. Now, many survivors have the impression that Han Xing is aloof, taciturn, and powerful. However, what they don't know is that these labels are all except the last one. The first 2 have nothing to do with Han Xing. He just simply finds it troublesome. At this time, when Han Xing spoke again, there was an uproar in the chat channel. Various messages that swiped the screen appeared like a blowout. In just 2 seconds, at least hundreds of thousands of messages were sent. Most of them were asking when the blood potion would be available, and a group of people were asking Han Xing if he had any gold equipment. Han Xing was also a little helpless at this time. He did not have Zhou Huang's administrator privileges, so he could not ban these survivors. After waiting for a while, the chat channel finally quieted down. Han Xing continued, "Don't get excited, everyone, the blood curse resistance will still be sold. But before that, I have to sell a batch of other things first." The other survivors asked again. "Star God, what is it?" Han Xing replied, "Next, I will put a batch of gold equipment on the trading channel. The quantity is large, and the equipment quality is also very high. As for the price, it is similar to the price I just set. You can exchange this batch of gold equipment with materials of equal value. As for the blood curse resistance that you urgently need, it will continue to be put on the shelves after the gold equipment is traded. Please be patient." After speaking, Han Xing did not continue to read their messages and directly closed the chat box. However, what he did not see was the chat box of the trading channel. After he finished speaking, it began to shake more crazily again. The survivors were not fools. They heard a lot of information from Han Xing's words just now. Did I hear correctly? Star God just said that he will put a batch of gold equipment on the shelves, and the quantity is sufficient? It seems so. And Star God also said that those ordinary materials can be used for trading. Oh my God, isn't this a benefit for us? Does Star God have too many gold equipment and is in a hurry to burn it? What do you mean by in a hurry to burn it? Have you seen the accumulated merits of Star God? 730 million, all exchanged for gold treasure chests. The number will scare you to death. After this reminder, everyone's expression was also stern. At the same time, they also realized the importance of Han Xing's words. Hurry up and inform the leader, saying that Star God is about to sell many pieces of top-quality gold equipment, and they can be exchanged for ordinary materials. Hurry up, call all the brothers to me, and try to raise more materials for me. Lao Chen, lend me 5 million spirit cores. At the current stage, the leaders of those large groups have a relatively rich reserve of various materials. However, gold equipment is very rare. Not everyone can exchange their extra war merits for gold equipment like Han Xing did. Even Zhou Huang and others are trying their best to save millions of war merits and exchange all the Haoyue treasure chests in the store. The improvement of gold equipment is undoubtedly huge. Especially for those top teams, the demand for these advanced equipment is even stronger. Chapter 195. After hearing the news that Han Xing was preparing to sell gold equipment in bulk on the trading channel, those big group leaders put down their work and entered the trading channel impatiently, fearing that they would be one step behind others in a few minutes. The entire trading channel was once again in an unprecedented grand occasion. All kinds of information were swiping the screen frantically. Han Xing observed for a few minutes. Seeing that the number of people was increasing, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He whispered, "It's almost time. Now is the time to make a move." Then, Han Xing clicked on the consignment function and started to put it on the shelves one by one. Consignment item information: bewitching staff, gold, items required by the seller, 3 million spirit cores or other materials of equal value, abyss magic stone is preferred. Consigner, Xinghe. Seller's message: level 30 legendary quality staff, first come first served. Consignment item information: dust blood dagger, gold. Consignment item information: justice punishment warhammer, gold. As the golden equipment was put on the shelves one by one according to the conditions, the survivors were surprised to find that this batch of golden equipment from Xinghe was not only of high quality, but also of high level. None of them was below level 25. Among them, they even found a lot of level 35 equipment. Although this level was still a bit far away from them, it did not prevent those people from preparing for the future. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, where could they find so many top-quality golden equipment that could be traded with ordinary materials? For a while, the leaders of the big groups began to take action, and they were frantically buying the equipment they could use. The entire trading channel was once again filled with the same grand occasion as when the blood curse antidote was first sold. It was very lively. Other survivors, who did not have enough resources, were also looking for their friends or relatives to frantically collect supplies, just to be able to bid for a piece of gold equipment. However, they found that these people's hand speed was too fast. Often, when the Korean star was put on the shelf for less than a second, they didn't even see the equipment attributes clearly, and it was already prompted that the product was sold out. At the current stage, the survivors' demand for top-quality gold equipment was too strong. Why are these people's hand speeds so fast? Are they all bidding with their eyes closed? I also think that these guys are just bidding randomly. When they bid, they can't use it, and it will be funny to have it in their hands. However, this person's words were not recognized by everyone. At this time, someone shouted, "Brothers, don't just focus on the equipment you can use. You can also make money by taking pictures of other equipment. After the Galaxy God sells off this batch of equipment, we can use the equipment we took pictures of to exchange for equipment of the same value that we can use. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can trade it for other materials and make another profit." After this person reminded them, hundreds of millions of survivors gathered in the chat channel, and their faces changed, because what this person said makes sense. Even if the equipment you took pictures of is not useful, you can still make a lot of money by throwing it into the trading channel. At this time, they realized that it was no wonder that those people were so diligent in taking pictures. This is because they have never considered that they will lose money. At the same time, the faces of the merchants or group leaders, who were frantically buying goods, changed. Their calculations were exposed, and more people participated in the auction. In this way, they could not make a profit by bidding a large number of gold equipment. The competitive pressure was much greater. At the same time, Han Xing was also flooded with various transaction information. The transaction was successful. You lost the Halo Chain, gold. You gained Spirit Core asterisk 1.78 million, Eternal Gold Ingot asterisk 23 mithril. The transaction was successful. You lost the Dragon Slayer Ring, gold. You gained Spirit Core asterisk 1.32 million, Abyss Magic Stone asterisk 13, Eternal Gold Ingot. Because equipment items can only be consigned one by one. Han Xing was also quickly going through the equipment information, and then said different prices according to the level, quality, and parts of the equipment. Generally between 2 million and 4.5 million. But even so, within 1 second of Han Xing's listing, it will still be instantly snapped up. Every second, millions of resources are credited. Now, the speed at which Han Xing obtains resources depends on his listing speed. Later on, Han Xing almost lost the patience to check the properties of each item carefully. He just glanced at the quality and level of the equipment and set the price directly. From putting 1 gold item on the shelf every second, to putting 2 or 3 gold items on the shelf every second later. However, despite this, it takes a lot of time to sell all the equipment in the warehouse. The grand occasion of the trading channel lasted from sunset to the early morning. Han Xing's fingers were shaking when he clicked the listing point. After a while, he trembled and put the last piece of equipment, the Robe of Resistance, gold, on the shelf. When the system prompt of successful transaction appeared, Han Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. It took Han Xing more than 5 hours to complete the transaction of more than 43,000 pieces of gold equipment. This time, Han Xing looked at the underground warehouse under his lord's mansion. It was almost filled with various materials, and there was a strong joy in his eyes. He had not yet calculated the value of so many materials. But you don't have to think about how terrifying it is. According to Han Xing's initial budget, more than 40,000 pieces of gold equipment are almost equivalent to 70 to 80 billion resources. Note that it is 100 million, if it weren't for the construction of the Hellfire launch silo, which requires key materials such as Abyss Magic Stone. Han Xing can build 1 or 200 on the spot now, but it is obvious that things can't go as smoothly as Han Xing thought. Because of this transaction, he received a total of about 120,000 Abyss Magic Stones. He can barely continue to build 12 launch silos. Counting the ones already in his territory, there are a total of 23 silos. Han Xing felt that this number was not enough. What he wanted was a firepower that could kill a lord or even a master in one wave of bombing. According to Han Xing's expectation, in order to kill a master in full state, at least 30 Hellfire silos would have to explode at the same time. Now, there is still a long way to go to achieve this goal. The main reason is that there is a lack of materials such as Abyss Magic Stone. After thinking for a while, in order to mobilize the enthusiasm of these survivors to explore the Abyss Rift, Han Xing immediately decided. Change half of today's Blood Curse resistance to trading with Abyss Magic Stone only. Other Blood Curse resistances can be traded normally. Then, he directly clicked to put it on the shelf. At the same time, in the trading channel, the survivors who saw the consignment information were also stunned. Look, the Star God has changed the trading conditions again. It seems that he really needs materials such as the Abyss Magic Stone. Yes, when the Star God sold a batch of gold equipment just now, he also emphasized the need for magic stones. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Why don't you team up with me to explore the Abyss Rift? You know, with our strength, even if we bring back an Abyss Magic Stone, we will make a lot of money. What this person said is right. According to the difficulty of the Abyss Rift, a normal 5-person team will take about 2 or 3 hours to complete the exploration. If you are lucky, you can bring back 1 or 2 Abyss Magic Stones from it, which is a full income of 20,000 spirit cores. If there is no Han Xing's acquisition, they will not have such a good opportunity to make money. At the same time, a large number of survivors began to fight all night and team up to explore the Abyss Rift. And the scale of this time is larger than before. Even the main material for entering the Abyss Rift, the fragments of the strong, also rose in price. Looking at the enthusiastic scene of the crowd, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. The next day, as soon as Han Xing woke up, he saw the message that the 40,000 bottles of Blood Curse resistance had been sold out. This means that Han Xing has harvested another 120,000 Abyss Magic Stones. Very good, in this way, the number of Abyss Magic Stones in my hand has reached 250,000. I can pull out 25 Hellfire launch silos at one time. Han Xing's eyes were excited. Because this way, he could achieve his goal. 36 Hellfire silos, targeted blasting. Its power can definitely kill dominant creatures in seconds. Then, Han Xing began to come to the hillside impatiently, ready to build Hellfire silos in batches. But when Han Xing just went there, he was a little dumbfounded. This hillside was already full of silos and aurora aggregators and other buildings. In desperation, he could only choose another vacant land at the foot of the mountain on the other side of Xingyu City as a new Hellfire silo base. Then, Han Xing directly clicked on the construction. System prompts appeared one after another. Do you want to consume materials? Build Hellfire silo *1? Yes. After 25 prompts in a row. In less than a minute, Han Xing spent more than 10 billion resources. However, he didn't feel sorry at all. Because of the transaction last night, his resource reserves have skyrocketed. 25 Hellfire silos only used up about 1/10 of his resources. Looking at the fiery scene in front of him, Han Xing's heart was also filled with heroic spirit. Very good, wait for 2 more days until my batch of silos are completed. By then, none of those overlords will be able to escape. Han Xing thought with confidence. In the next 2 days, Han Xing still maintained the corresponding rhythm. During the day, he flattened 7 to 9 altars. Gained 100 to 200 million in military merits, plus 100 to 130 pieces of holy fragments. Sell the Blood Curse resistance agent produced at night. Time flies, and it is 2 days later. Today is the 19th day of the official outbreak of the Blood Tide. It is also the 5th day of the human official counterattack on the Blood Tide. Early in the morning, Han Xing received a bunch of exciting good news. The 25 Hellfire launch silos have all been completed. Han Xing was so excited that he quickly got up from the bed and came to the foot of the mountain below Xingyu City. Chapter 196. Han Xing just came to the hillside. Then, he saw it at a glance. That large area, a total of 25 wellheads with dark green flames, each one contains destructive power. Now, Han Xing can really say that he no longer takes the blood tide seriously. At this time, there is no need for Han Xing to shout. Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong and others are ready for battle, because they saw that the 36 Hellfire silos in the territory have all entered the charging state. In the past few days, everyone has deeply realized how terrifying the power of this thing is. Any ball of Hellfire falling on the head is devastating. Everyone present, except Shen Yuan, who is confident that he can withstand a wave of Hellfire and not die, will be killed on the spot under the bombardment of Hellfire. At this time, Shen Yuan took the initiative to report. Brother Xing, the number of altars on the map has been updated in the past few days, from the original 527 to 614. The nearest blood altar is 900 kilometers away. If we go at full speed, it will take about 20 minutes to arrive. Han Xing nodded. He was not surprised by the increasing number of altars, because he knew that the number of blood altars must be far more than 500, but they have not been discovered yet. With the exploration of the survivors in the past few days, more and more altars have been found. So far, Han Xing has destroyed a total of 51 evil god altars, which should be the most in human history. Even the Alliance army composed of Zhou Huang and others has only pushed down 7 altars with difficulty in the past 5 days. Xingyu City continued to move forward. 1 hour later, in front of everyone, a mighty blood tide appeared again. In 2 days, the level of the blood tide monsters has increased a little bit, and the number has become more. They seem to know that there are 2 forces among humans who are attacking their teleportation array, that is, the altar. For this reason, these days, more and more blood tide monsters have gathered near the blood altar to strengthen the defense. So, this phenomenon has occurred. Moreover, Han Xing also discovered the dozens of dominant creatures that ran away before have now joined other monster groups. In other words, originally, there should be only 1 dominant level big boss near a blood altar. Now, it may become 2. However, for Han Xing now, it doesn't matter whether it is 1 or 2 dominant level creatures. Under the explosion of Hellfire, all beings are equal. But for Zhou Huang and others, it is more troublesome. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a monster tide with 2 masters. That would be fun. At this time, Shen Yuan, Cheng Jianyong, Su Xiaoyang and others stood in the territory and looked forward to it. They seemed to be looking forward to the next scene. Han Xing was locking onto the master-level creatures hidden in the monster tide from dozens of kilometers away. Through this period of contact, Han Xing can now judge whether there are master-level creatures in it, and where they are hidden through some signs of the activities of the monster group. A few minutes later, Han Xing finally confirmed that there was only 1 master-level monster in it. It was hidden in the center of the monster tide, which was near the evil god altar. At this time, Han Xing estimated in his mind, according to this distance and the killing range of Hellfire, 1 wave of bombing will be enough to cover the Overlord-level creature and the altar. If it is well controlled, not only can the Overlord be killed instantly, but even the evil god altar may be destroyed together. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and he thought there was a chance. The next moment, he began to adjust the direction. At this time, everyone was waiting patiently. 10 seconds later, Han Xing directly clicked to launch. 36 Hellfire silos emitted dazzling green light at the same time. Then, everyone felt a shaking under their feet. This time, the intensity of the vibration was far greater than before. The entire Sky Island was shaking as if it had hit a meteorite. Boom! Boom boom boom! Bursts of explosions appeared in everyone's ears one after another. The next moment, 36 groups of Hellfire took off. At this moment, the whole sky was dyed a pale green, which was the color of hell. The flames representing evil and destruction, with puffs of tail smoke, cut through the sky. Then, with unparalleled force, they slammed into the bloody sea that symbolized disaster and death. Boom! Meteorite impact. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. 36 mushroom clouds rose at the same time. It triggered an even more terrifying reaction. The sky seemed to be torn apart by this violent explosion. The people who were watching the battle 20 kilometers away suddenly heard a dull explosion. Bang! Then, they felt a wave of heat suddenly sweeping over. Crash! The entire Xingyu city was shaken slightly by the hot wind. Then, they saw a scene comparable to an atomic bomb explosion. The terrifying green flames completely covered the bloody sky. A huge mushroom cloud with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers rose. It seemed to be a warning from the demons in the abyss. You scum from the other space. The Holy Spirit realm is not a place you can touch. Go back. Of course, the Holy Spirit realm is not a place that those demons can touch. At this time, Chung Jianyong and Shinyun touched their messy hair at the same time and murmured. So scary. Damn, with this level of firepower, what level of creature can withstand it? The next moment, Han Xing heard several exciting system prompts. Successfully killed Blood Tide Monsters *102444151. Obtained War Merit *1241231. Successfully killed the dominant creature, the intestines of the evil god. Obtained War Merit *50,000. Obtained Holy Fragments *5. Successfully destroyed the evil god altar. Obtained War Merit *100000. Obtained Holy Fragments *15. And the number of evil god marks in the different space increased by 1-3 tips, each more amazing than the other. This wave of bombing not only directly took away the lives of tens of millions of Blood Tide monsters, it also successfully killed the dominant inside in seconds, and destroyed the blood altar. All goals were completed in one wave. The main reason was that the speed of the Hellfire silo was too fast. Under the targeted blasting, the dominant creatures did not have time to use their means of saving their lives before they were bombed head-on. Although the power of the first wave of bombing had dissipated, the nightmare was far from over for those Blood Tide monsters. When the dust and smoke dissipated, 36 giants, 50 meters tall and burning with green flames, were standing in the air. Then, these Hellfire giants rushed into the monster group and started to kill. The Hellfire's attack method is very direct. It is to smash with fists. But because of the splash effect, each of its punches is a range damage. Its terrifying destructive power is comparable to a reinforced fireball. Every moment, Han Xing can receive a large amount of information about military merits. At the same time, he also controlled Xingyu City to rush into the monster group as soon as possible. The Hellfire is ravaging this group of Blood Tide monsters. Then I, Han Xing, have to help out. Killing the fallen is Han Xing's favorite thing to do. Before he arrived, he heard Han Xing's crazy laughter. Ha ha ha, the evil god's cubs, I'm here. At this time, the Blood Tide monster dominant creatures were killed instantly, and the altar was destroyed again. For a time, the group was leaderless. In addition, more than 30 Hellfires were slaughtering inside, and the monster group was in chaos. Then, it was a one-sided massacre. Large numbers of monsters died. 30 seconds later, the duration of the Hellfire ended, and it turned into balls of flames and dissipated in the air. However, before these Blood Tide monsters could relax for long, 1 minute later, the CD time of the launch silo had ended. The next moment, the scene like a nuclear bomb explosion appeared again. Rumble. A dull explosion sounded. This time, there were no dominant creatures to bear the main damage. The number of deaths of these Blood Tide monsters soared directly to more than 20 million. Among them, there were even 3 or 4 Lord-level creatures. At this time, Han Xing and others had also arrived. On the Sky Island, hundreds of lightning towers were wantonly venting their power. In the past few days, Han Xing has not only built a large number of Hellfire silos, but also other territory buildings. Without the restraint of the dominant creatures, Han Xing's Sky Island is like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, and began to slaughter wantonly. Every second, hundreds of thousands of monsters are blasted into pieces by it. The Blood Tide monsters fled in all directions. Seeing Han Xing's Sky Island rushing over, they didn't even dare to resist for a moment and ran away directly. Everyone saw fear in the eyes of these monsters. At this moment, it seemed that they were no longer the natural disasters that brought death and terror. That man was the real incarnation of natural disasters. For a while, a large number of Blood Tide monsters fled frantically. However, Han Xing has been paying attention to the entire battle situation. When seeing a large number of monsters leaving the army and preparing to escape, they will react immediately. Huh? Want to run? The next moment, Han Xing directly controlled one of the Hellfire silos. He threw a nuclear bomb at their heads. The Blood Tide monsters were blocked and killed by him. Han Xing was so arrogant at this time. He directly abandoned the defense and controlled Xingyiqing to rush to the place where the monsters were most densely packed, slaughtering them wantonly. Xingyiqing was reckless and rampaging. Everyone watched the Blood Tide monsters being smashed into pieces, and then killed into slag by the firepower on the territory. Such a bloody and crazy scene made everyone excited. At this time, Han Xing suddenly said, "Don't just stand there. Quickly throw a few skills to get experience and military merit." After saying that, He took the lead in throwing an explosive arrow towards the area where the monsters were most densely packed. Boom! With one arrow, thousands of blood-tide monsters were killed instantly, and a large amount of experience points were recorded. After hearing this, the others also reacted immediately. All kinds of long-range means were used to greet the monster group. For a time, everyone's experience soared. At this time, Han Xing still felt that it was not enough. He wore the armor of disaster, held the ice burial longbow, wore the boots of ethereal, and had the wild king medal on his chest. The 4 pieces of equipment, at least of legendary quality, gave him strong confidence. Then, he came directly to the edge of the Sky Island and jumped. Chapter 197. Brother Xing? Cheng Jianyong couldn't help but exclaimed. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, Han Xing jumped off the Sky Island as if he was looking for death. However, before they could react, suddenly, they saw a toucan flying by at high speed from below. On its broad back, there was a familiar figure, Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He didn't stop at all, and directly controlled the toucan and rushed into the blood tide alone. Han Xing's bold move stunned everyone on the field. For a moment, everyone forgot the fighting movements. At this time, Cheng Jianyong murmured, "Brother Xing, this shouldn't be a problem, right?" Everyone's throat moved, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Although they were a little worried. But they knew that Han Xing was not the kind of reckless person. Since he dared to do this, he must have the corresponding confidence. However, what they didn't know was, the quality of Han Xing's equipment was so strong that it was unbelievable. In addition, his level completely crushed these blood-tide monsters. When the Lord and Overlord monsters were killed, these ordinary monsters could no longer pose any threat to him. At this time, Han Xing transformed into a Sky Knight, standing on its broad back, and slaughtered the blood-tide monsters. In less than 2 minutes, tens of thousands of blood-tide monsters died in his hands. At the same time, the blood-tide monsters also discovered this daring human. Hundreds of thousands of monsters besieged Han Xing. However, every time those monsters rushed over, Han Xing would use various trump cards to resolve them. Extremely Cold Field, Ice Burial, Breath of the Wilderness, Monstrous Disaster, Incarnation of Disaster. Various terrifying equipment special effects also erupted in waves. In just less than 3 minutes, Han Xing killed at least 50,000 blood-tide monsters by himself. Han Xing said with a happy smile on his face, "Is this the unparalleled mowing? So cool! Ha ha!" His wild laughter echoed in the whole monster group. A few minutes later, in the eyes of everyone who was both surprised and worried, a toucan returned safely from the monster group, and on it, there stood a human covered in blood. It was Han Xing who had finished the battle. The reason why he came back so quickly was not because he didn't want to continue killing. It was because Han Xing saw the system prompt. Your experience value has reached the current level limit and can no longer be upgraded. Please complete the professional advancement task as soon as possible. Han Xing then realized that he had reached level 30. Just like the second transformation, he also needed to complete an advanced task. The difficulty of this advanced task was similar to the second transformation. He also had to kill a leader monster of the same level alone and obtain a master emblem. Then, he could complete the third transformation. Now, the level of the blood-tide monsters was not too high, and there was no level 30 leader monster. So, he decided to find a suitable monster to attack after solving this wave of monsters. Then, Xingyu City still started the roar of artillery fire. The killing lasted for half an hour. This time, Han Xing killed nearly 60 million blood-tide monsters. What a terrifying number! In particular, Han Xing did not let any of the monsters above the Lord level escape. This time, he directly gained more than 70 million war merits, plus 31 holy fragments. In Han Xing's eyes, these monsters are war merits, and war merits are equivalent to resources. The more blood-tide monsters he kills, the stronger his Xingyu City and his personal strength will be. Everyone was also shocked by Han Xing's terrifying killing speed. Then, Han Xing ran to the next location without stopping. He continued to use this set of fighting methods. Encountered the evil god altar. First, a wave of nuclear bombs greeted. After killing the dominant creatures inside in seconds, he rushed over and slaughtered them wantonly. The more monsters he killed, the more terrifying the speed of obtaining war merits. Despite this, the time he took to destroy a blood altar not only did not increase, but was shortened a lot. The whole day ended. Han Xing destroyed 15 evil god altars in total, which was much more efficient than before. Moreover, most of the time was wasted on the road. Otherwise, Han Xing would be even more efficient in removing the evil god altar. However, when Han Xing completes the third transformation of Wild Ranger tonight, this efficiency will be greatly improved. Because Han Xing's level increase means that the movement of the Sky Island will be faster. At night, after everyone finished a day of fighting, Xingyu City stopped in front of a Sky Island with an area of more than 100,000 square meters. This is the target Sky Island selected by Han Xing. There is a group of Cyclops living and breeding here. And the boss of this group of Cyclops is a level 30 leader creature. As soon as Han Xing jumped in, a group of huge creatures that looked like humans but were at least 4 or 5 meters tall appeared. The most obvious feature of these creatures is the one eye on their heads that occupies most of their faces. Seeing Han Xing coming, this group of Cyclops seemed very angry. Human die. Several Cyclops roared, picked up a stump on the spot, or moved a few big rocks and smashed them at Han Xing. However, these attacks, with Han Xing's current attributes, had no effect at all. It took 5 minutes. Han Xing cleared the Cyclops in this mountain forest with the force of thunder and completed the trial task. At this time, the system prompt appeared. The trial mission has been completed, and the mission item is obtained. Master Emblem *1. You have met the requirements for career advancement. Are you now advancing to Wild Ranger Master? Hearing this prompt, Han Xing whispered, is the level range from level 30 to level 40 the Master? Then what is level 40 to level 50? He knew that the titles above level 50 are Legend and Demigod. But there is no specific division below level 50. So, Han Xing is also a little curious about these titles. Then, he directly clicked on the advancement. The next moment, the entire Sky Island began to tremble slightly. A breeze blew, and the trees on the Sky Island began to sway with the wind. Han Xing could feel that a higher level of power was awakening in his body. This power is also ancient and vast, as if it is the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, Han Xing noticed his personal panel, the attribute column also began to improve rapidly, especially the agility attribute. Originally, after the bonus from the equipment, Han Xing's agility attribute had already reached 714 points. At this time, he was in the advanced state, and it was increasing almost every second. In just 3 seconds, he broke through 1,000, and it didn't stop until 1034. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 3rd level profession, Wild Ranger Master. Basic attributes increased by 100%, and new skills of Wild Ranger have been learned. Wind Spirit Crazy, Surprise Attack Break. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, Han Xing only felt a familiar and unfamiliar powerful force surging in his body. He knew that this power was brought by one of the 2 new skills he had just learned. Wind Spirit Crazy. Passive skill. All attacks of survivors are accompanied by wind spirit effects. All damage is increased by 30%, and after hitting, the enemy's agility is reduced by 30%. As the first passive skill of the Wild Ranger, it is more powerful than Han Xing imagined. The permanent 30% attack power increase is even comparable to the bonus of an orange weapon. In addition, after hitting the enemy, a negative state of reducing agility can be added 100%. Combined with the special effects of the longbow ice burial, it can have unexpected effects. At this time, Han Xing checked the introduction of another skill. Surprise Attack Break. The survivor aims at the target and shoots an arrow that cannot be dodged, causing 500% fatal damage to the enemy, with a maximum range of agility *10 meters. Cooling time, 180 seconds. So strong. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. The 500% damage coefficient is already Han Xing's highest damage burst skill, except for Shattered Moon. However, the feature of this skill is not its damage coefficient, but its super long range. Han Xing's current agility attribute is 1,034 points. The maximum range is 1,034 times 10 meters, which is a killing distance of more than 10,000 meters, although it is still a bit behind the Hellfire Silo and Thunder Tower. But you should know that the lethality and range of this skill will also increase with the improvement of Han Xing's attributes. Wait until I complete the 4th or even 5th turn in the future. It is not difficult to take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. Han Xing is very satisfied. After completing the 3rd turn, not only the attributes have skyrocketed, the 2 new skills learned are also very good. Then, Han Xing turned around and merged this Sky Island into his territory. At this time, everyone saw Han Xing coming back, and their eyes lit up. In Han Xing, they felt a different change. A sense of oppression from the depths of the soul appeared. It was like facing a lord-level creature. At this time, Shen Yun smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Xing, you have successfully advanced." Han Xing waved his hand and said, "It's a task that can be completed easily, there is nothing to congratulate." Everyone also laughed, although Han Xing said it casually. But they knew that Han Xing's transformation must be terrifying. Before completing the second transformation, Han Xing could already fight against the Lord monsters of the same level. How powerful will he be after completing the third transformation? At this time, Han Xing said, "In the past few days, you should also try to level up a few more levels and strive to advance quickly. It would be best if we can take advantage of this blood tide to rush our levels to level 40. Everyone's eyes lit up, although they knew that Han Xing's words were a bit exaggerated. After all, everyone on the field, except Han Xing, is still between level 28 and 30. Especially after level 30, the experience points required for each level up are even more massive. It is a very distant thing to reach level 40. However, being able to complete the third transformation by all members is already a huge improvement. At this time, everyone suddenly felt a little strange. This blood tide outbreak was an unimaginable disaster for all mankind, with heavy casualties. But they found that the blood tide not only did not cause them any losses. Instead, it brought great opportunities to everyone. Not only is the overall strength increasing crazily, but the military exploits are also constantly soaring. It can be said that there is no other team in the world that has benefited more than them. Especially Han Xing. The next day, as soon as Han Xing got up, he saw the discussion in the chat channel. Among the survivors, someone spread the news. Zhou Huang, Wujie and others are working together to attack the evil god altar. Moreover, they succeeded and have destroyed 5 altars. In the process, a large amount of resources and military exploits were obtained, and the strength of all members was improved. The skyrocketing points of Zhou Huang and Wujie on the battle merit list are the best proof. Now, even Long Yuan, who has the lowest battle merit, has more than 2 million battle merits. Even the ordinary survivors in the team have gained a lot of benefits. The quality of their equipment is generally higher than that of other survivors. The other survivors are India's, the top 10 of the current battle merit list, except for Han Xing and the other 5. They are Zhou Huang, Wujie, Luo Chan, Chen Dachui, and Long Yuan. The 10 people just occupy the top 10. Everyone was surprised to find out. These 10 people are all survivors from the same country. At this time, the leaders of the big groups in other countries were not convinced. You guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes are secretly attacking the altar without telling us. Then, several prestigious foreign teams, such as King Game and Angel Heartbeat, took the lead. They jointly formed several giant forces with more than 1 million or even tens of millions of people. Their goal is also the evil god altar. They want to make a lot of benefits from it like Zhou Huang and others. Of course, these people are not fools. They will not think that they have a lot of people and just jump in. Before doing anything, you have to have a detailed plan. What's more, before this, Zhou Huang and others have already summed up a lot of experience. So, these foreign teams, by consuming a lot of resources and buying off the survivors under Zhou Huang, got a lot of information about the blood tide, including how to fight against the Lord when he attacks, the skills and coping methods of the dominant creatures, etc. These data, in the game, are equivalent to detailed strategies. It can help these teams reduce countless casualties. Just when these team leaders were feeling complacent about their own intelligence. At this time, Wujie, who was next to Zhou Huang, said with a strange expression, "Zhou Huang, is it fun to tease a fool? You deliberately spread the news, not just to collect money for this strategy?" However, Zhou Huang shook his head and said, "I'm not teasing them, the information I gave out is true and reliable. If they can follow the steps I gave them and execute them step by step, it won't be too difficult to take down the evil god altar. By then, the overall strength of mankind will be improved, which is also a good thing for us." After hearing this, Wujie said with a suspicious look on his face, Are you so kind?" Zhou Huang chuckled. "Do you think I, Zhou, am a selfish villain?" Wujie glanced at him, and didn't continue to argue. Chapter 198. After Zhou Huang's carefully crafted strategy was released to the market. At this time, Anderson, the leader of King Game, Megan, the leader of Angel Heartbeat, they all looked at the document in their hands, lost in thought. After a moment, they both showed joy on their faces. Anderson was a burly man, with a face full of flesh. He patted Megan's thin shoulders. Little Megan informed the Duke of Bison and the Tsar that the intelligence is fine. "Now, we can act immediately." Opposite, Megan was petite, less than 1.2 meters tall. Standing next to Anderson, she was like a little girl next to a giant. With a disgusted expression on her face, she flicked her shoulder in disdain. I know. Anderson, next time, if you touch my body without my consent, I will kill you. There was no murderous intent in Megan's tone, but such words coming out of her petite body gave people an inexplicable chill. Across the way, Anderson's expression froze. He seemed a little afraid of this little girl. At the same time, after Zhou Huang's strategy was spread, one after another, large teams formed alliances and began to take the initiative to find the evil god altar on the map. Facing the overwhelming monsters, although it was still a little frightening. However, the successful cases of Zhou Huang and others gave them hope of defeating the blood tide. Moreover, as everyone's levels and equipment began to steadily improve, everyone found that those overwhelming mutant monsters didn't seem so scary. On this day, billions of survivors of the entire human race directly set off a wave of counterattack against the blood tide. Han Xing and others naturally received relevant information. At this time, Shen Yun asked in the team channel, Brother Xing, more and more survivors have discovered the opportunities contained in the blood tide. Will this affect your plan? Han Xing knew what Shen Yun meant. From the current situation, the blood tide no longer poses any threat to the human race. It is only a matter of time to completely solve the blood tide by removing the evil god altars one by one. So at this time, everyone wants to gain as much benefit as possible in the blood tide. And the number of altars is limited. Shen Yun is worried that survivors around the world will come to deal with the evil god altar. In the end, don't wait for Han Xing to gather 10,000 holy fragments before the blood tide ends. However, Han Xing shook his head and said, don't worry. With their efficiency, if the survivors in the world can destroy more than a dozen altars in a day, it will be considered fast. During this period, we must also consider that there should not be too many casualties, and the consumption of the evil god curse resistance agent should not be too large, so the speed will inevitably be slower. Before that, we still have plenty of time. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Han Xing really has no worries in this regard, because so far, he has destroyed more than 70 altars. In addition, Han Xing always maximizes the benefits, and will not let go of any monsters at the Lord level and above. Now, he has 2,132 pieces of holy fragments in his hand. He has also completed 1/5 of the goal of exchanging for the human race's exclusive holy relic. Therefore, with Han Xing's speed, it is still very easy to collect 10,000 fragments. Next, Han Xing continued to maintain his own rhythm and attack the evil god altar. He pushed the altars one by one. However, this time, Han Xing did not deliberately kill the ordinary blood tide monsters that escaped, although doing so can maximize the benefits of each evil god altar. But correspondingly, it also wastes a lot of time. This time, the most precious things in the War Merit store have been exchanged by him. What he has to do now is to collect 10,000 holy fragments as soon as possible, then exchange for the human race's exclusive holy object. So, Han Xing changed his tactics. Control the time of rushing and fighting within 1 hour. Now, after he found an evil god altar, he threw dozens of hellfires at it without saying a word. Kill the master inside first, and then destroy the altar, all in one go. Then, while the monster group is in a state of chaos, find out those Lord-level creatures, and kill them one by one. After doing this, almost 20 to 30 million monsters were killed. The remaining blood-tide creatures began to flee in all directions. At this time, Han Xing would stop chasing. He would leave directly and decisively, looking for the next victim group, and do the same. As for the fleeing blood-tide monsters, because there is no Lord-level monster command, they can only run around like a group of headless flies. In the process of fleeing, their teams are constantly splitting up, turning into small-scale monster waves, wandering in the abandoned land of the gods. And these small-scale monster waves will soon encounter other survivors. The two sides had a head-on battle. The survivors were surprised to find that this batch of blood-tide monsters seemed to be weaker than those they had encountered before. Not only did they fight without any rules, but they also had basically no desire to attack. Without the command of the Lord-level creatures, the threat of the monster tide had been reduced to the minimum. Everyone was amazed. At this time, a survivor named Fei Xinliu couldn't help but sigh. If all the blood-tide monsters were like them, then we could earn military merits even if we were lying down. At this time, several other companions laughed and said, "What are you thinking about? The blood-tide monsters are now concentrated near the evil god altar, and there are very few small-scale monster groups. If you want to brush military merits, you can only join those large alliances. We are lucky to encounter this wave of blood-tide monsters." However, before their laughter stopped, they saw scattered monster groups everywhere in the sky in the distance. At this time, everyone felt a burst of shortness of breath. Then, they rushed towards the blood-tide monsters without saying a word, as if they saw a treasure. At the same time, Han Xing, because he no longer deliberately killed the ordinary monsters around him. His efficiency in destroying the evil god altars soared. In a day, at least 20 evil god altars could be destroyed. And the survivors near these altars also gained a lot of military merits. Next, Han Xing also kept this rhythm. During the day, he frantically slaughtered blood-tide creatures, and at night, he exchanged the military merits for gold treasure chests, and then sold various equipment and potions to other survivors. Every day, he could harvest nearly a huge amount of supplies. So much so that Han Xing no longer counted in detail. He only knew that he was very rich now, very rich. The influx of so many equipment into the market also enhanced the strength of the survivors in disguise. The overall strength of mankind is constantly rising. In return, the efficiency of clearing the evil god altar has become faster. Time flies, and soon it is 10 days later. Today is also the 25th day of the blood-tide outbreak. After 10 days, the human situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, most of the survivors have completed the second transformation. Including the second batch of survivors, a considerable number of people have completed the first transformation. Now, even without the protection of those teams, these people have some self-protection power, and then there is the change of the blood tide. These days, more and more survivors have spontaneously formed alliances and started to attack the evil god altar. Because of the experience of the predecessors, the progress of everyone in dealing with the evil god altar is relatively smooth. Every day, dozens of altars are discovered, and quite a few altars are destroyed. Some survivors also counted the number of evil god altars destroyed every day. In the end, they came up with an astonishing number. Excluding the number of altars destroyed by Han Xing, all humans added up. In these 10 days, a total of 384 evil god altars were destroyed. It must be said that there is strength in numbers. This number even exceeds the total number of altars destroyed by Han Xing. But you have to know that they are billions of people. Even if you remove those survivors who are generally at a lower level, there are at least 1 or 2 billion people. It can be said that Han Xing alone is equivalent to occupying 50% of the power of all mankind. Of course, the survivors have not suffered no losses during this period. Since the outbreak of the blood tide, the total death toll of mankind has exceeded 1.5 billion. After experiencing the test of blood and fire, those who survived are all elites. Even those survivors who entered this world in the second batch grew up rapidly in just over 20 days. Today, Han Xing woke up from the Lord's mansion as usual. Compared with 10 days ago, his territory, Sky Island, has once again undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, it is the visible expansion of the area. Now, Han Xing's Sky Island has an area of nearly 20 square kilometers, and the longest diameter can even reach 6 kilometers. It can be called a mobile war fortress. And on such a huge Sky Island, various new terrains have also appeared. Han Xing has also taken the time to rearrange them these days. First of all, the town area of Xingyu City has been expanded by nearly doubled. The overall number of houses did not increase, but the streets were almost doubled. Then, he also reserved a lot of open space in the city center to reserve space for the construction of new buildings in the future. Then, he replanned the layout of tens of thousands of defense towers in the territory. He placed these defense towers as close as possible according to their types. Now, every certain distance, you can see rows of arrow towers of different colors. Ice Arrow Tower Group, Poison Arrow Tower Group, Corrosion Tower Group. The advantage of doing this is that you can concentrate resources and build more thorn shield walls to protect them. The disadvantage is that if you encounter an attack and the thorn shield wall is destroyed, then everything will be destroyed. However, Han Xing will not let this happen. In addition to these arrow towers, on the hillside, you can see rows of flame catapults from time to time. The number is as high as tens of thousands. And outside the walls of Xingyu City are the most lethal lightning towers, the number of which is about 1,000. Chapter 199. Because the outer wall of the city was almost completed, Han Xing moved part of the lightning tower to Xingyu City. It not only serves as a decoration, but also strengthens the defense of Xingyu City. However, Han Xing's biggest killer, the Hellfire Silo, has been moved to a different location. Next to Xingyu City, there is a deep valley. Since 5 days ago, the valley has been shrouded in pale green flames all day long. Below the valley, there are a full 85 Hellfire Silos emitting green light. 10 days ago, Han Xing killed the blood-tide monsters with more than 30 Hellfire silos. Now, after the number has more than doubled, he doesn't need to do anything when encountering a battle. A wave of bombing will kill at least tens of millions of monsters. In addition to these, the number of troops in his territory has almost reached a saturated number. The number of wolf cavalry has exceeded 300,000. The Tauren army officially exceeded 100,000, among which there were thousands of leaders and elite Tauren. In the jungle in the territory, there were 100,000 toucans active for a long time. Relying on these arms alone, Han Xing was confident that he could kill the blood-tide monsters within 10 million. Now Xingyu City can be said to be truly strong and powerful at this time. Zhang Lianmeng, Su Shaoang, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yuan and other 4 people were looking at him with a smile on the wall. In the past few days, in addition to the improvement of the territory, everyone's strength is also improving. Now, all members have completed the 3rd transformation and become master-level professionals. They have also learned 2 powerful new skills. At this time, Shen Yuan came over and reported, "Brother Xing, it's just as you expected." Now, the number of newly discovered evil god altars in the entire abandoned land of the gods is getting smaller and smaller. Zhou Huang and Wujie have increased the speed of destroying 2 altars per day from 1 altar per day. In addition to them, there are also King Game and Angel Creed, and their speed is not slow. After listening to the information reported by Shen Yuan, Han Xing also nodded. Now, there are only a few evil god altars recorded on the map. However, he is still a long way from 10,000 holy fragments. Han Xing roughly calculated that now, he has destroyed a total of 311 evil god altars, and obtained a total of 9,472 holy fragments. And according to everyone's expectations, the number of remaining evil god altars in the abandoned land of the gods is no more than 100. That is to say, Han Xing needs to destroy at least 20 altars to collect enough holy fragments. At this time, Cheng Jianyong wondered, speaking of which, the exchange conditions for this holy object are so strict, and the fragments cannot be traded. If it weren't for Brother Xing, I guess no one in the world would be able to exchange it. After hearing this, everyone seemed to have thought of this, and felt that it was a bit unreasonable. However, Shen Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't this a very normal thing? After all, holy objects are things that can affect the strength of a race. If there were no chosen sons, like Brother Xing, who rose up strongly, and changed the entire battle situation with unimaginable powerful means, the sacrifices that the human race would have to make would at least increase by 100 times. By then, only 1 in 100 of the human race would survive, and their vitality would be greatly damaged. Do you think such a race is still qualified to possess such a holy object?" After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. It must be said that Shen Yuan's analysis is indeed very reasonable. If Han Xing had not been there, humans would have a chance to survive this blood tide. But the number of people who can survive in the end is estimated to be less than 100 million. Han Xing began to continue to destroy the evil god altar. However, just when he destroyed the 3rd altar today, everyone heard a different system prompt. Announcement: all survivors, please note that the number of evil god altars has been reduced to less than 100. The plan for the advent of the evil gods in the other space has been destroyed. They will send more powerful beings to launch the final attack on the abandoned land of the gods. The final stage of the blood tide disaster has begun. In this stage, all survivors can see the number of remaining altars, and the time when the evil god commander will come. Please destroy the remaining altars as soon as possible to prevent more evil god commanders from descending on the abandoned land of the gods. At this moment, billions of survivors around the world couldn't help but look stern when they heard this system prompt. Including Han Xing and others, they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Everyone looked at Han Xing together. At this time, they would subconsciously ask for his decision. At this time, Han Xing frowned and analyzed in a low voice. So far, monsters of the dominant level have appeared in the blood tide. And now, the system says that there will be more powerful beings coming. Is it legendary level? Hearing the word legend, Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yuan's faces also darkened. Since entering the Sky Island Paradise, they have only come into contact with one legendary creature. That is the Shadow Dragon. However, the Shadow Dragon at that time was suppressed by the rules of the Secret Realm. It could not exert even 1,000th of its original strength. However, the legendary monsters that descended from the evil god altar to this world would not have any strength restrictions. You know, even the most ordinary legends are creatures above level 50. The appearance of a creature of this level would be a disaster for the entire human race. At this time, Han Xing glanced at his status bar. There, The more than 300 layers of evil god marks were particularly dazzling. He could imagine how much the evil god of the other space hated him now. After all, it was he alone who destroyed nearly half of the altars, causing the entire blood-tide disaster to suffer heavy losses. It also indirectly destroyed the evil god's conspiracy. And if those legendary evil god commanders were to descend, I'm afraid that the first person they would find would be him. At this moment, Han Xing realized that he must destroy all the altars in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, he would become the first victim. At this time, Han Xing suddenly said solemnly, "We must prepare for battle. Now, everyone enters a wartime state. Without my order, all relatives must stay in Xingyu City and don't come out. We must seize the time and get rid of more evil god altars as quickly as possible. We must not let any monster from another space come to this world." Everyone heard the seriousness and a hint of tension in Han Xing's words. The next moment, Xingyu City began to move forward at a high speed. At the same time, two numbers appeared in front of the survivors around the world. Blood Tide Disaster, Final Stage. Number of remaining evil god altars, 97. Time of the evil god commander's arrival, 25:32. 25 hours, 97 evil god altars, if they are not cleared within this limited time. The more evil god altars there are, the more legendary monsters will appear. At this moment, a strong sense of urgency rose in the hearts of human beings around the world. At the same time, the major alliances did not need to discuss and started to take action at the first time. In the face of a major crisis involving the race, nothing is left unattended. In the face of disaster, you can only do your best. No, not try your best, but do everything you can. All evil god altars must be destroyed in the shortest time. Otherwise, releasing any legendary monster will be a disaster for the entire human race. Human beings around the world have entered the final decisive battle mode. At this time, Han Xing, looking at the defense towers in his territory, he felt a little unsure. After all, legendary creatures are already at another level of life. In the entire Holy Spirit realm, they are already top-level existences. Therefore, he was not sure that these defense towers in his territory could deal with the so-called evil god commander. Next, Han Xing also entered a crazy acceleration phase. He maintained a speed of nearly 5,000 kilometers per hour and moved forward at full speed. Soon, an evil god altar appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, many monsters discovered the sky island of Han Xing and others and prepared to rush over to intercept them. Just when everyone took out their weapons and prepared to fight. But Han Xing shouted directly, "Don't worry, go." Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion, "What's going on, Brother Xing?" Han Xing said, "A real man never looks back at the explosion." Cheng Jianyong, question mark. Xin Yuan, question mark. In the shocked eyes of everyone, 85 groups of hellfire rushed out suddenly, as if a large piece of exploding meteorite was thrown into the sea, setting off a tsunami. Countless monsters were blasted into ashes by this wave. Behind everyone, a bunch of pale green mushroom clouds rose. Han Xing didn't even look back, and directly controlled the sky island to run away. The next moment, Xingyu City continued to rush to the next target location. Now, the altar on the map made by Xin Yuan has been cleared. They can only confirm the location of the nearby altar through the coordinate information sent in the chat channel. At this time, the chat channel is also frantically posting various support information. Coordinates: 41224 87455 95221. There is an evil god altar, come quickly. Blood Pearl Team needs support. Coordinates: the caveman will arrive soon, hold on. At this time, Han Xing also selected the nearest coordinates according to the information sent in the chat channel, and rushed there frantically. A few minutes later, an evil god altar really appeared in front of everyone. But now, there is a group of other forces working on this evil god altar. A super team united by dozens of sky islands, with more than 1 million people. Han Xing can see that the cooperation of this group of people is a bit scattered. It seems like an idle force that is just united. Although it can barely stop the blood tide monster, the progress of the altar is really slow. At this time, more than 30 kilometers away, Han Xing looked at the evil god altar from a distance. Everyone also saw the progress of the survivors and frowned. At their speed, it would take at least a whole day to destroy an altar. If they were a little unlucky, they might fail to destroy it, and all their efforts would be in vain. Chapter 200. This group of survivors is too slow to deal with the evil god altar. At this time, Xin Yuan seemed to see Han Xing's worries, so he said, "Brother Xing, do you want to discuss with them to give this evil god altar to us?" Han Xing nodded, "Let me talk." Then, he directly opened the regional channel and spoke in it. "Hello, Fellow human beings in this area, I am Xinghe. This name has been well known since the blood tide began. Seeing Han Xing's news. For a time, the battle rhythm of the millions of survivors slowed down a bit. Now is a special period. Han Xing did not elaborate, and went straight to the point. My fellow countrymen, I see that you are dealing with this altar, but the progress is a bit slow. In this way, too much time will be wasted, and there may be changes. How about you give this evil god altar to me? Hearing Han Xing's straightforward words, everyone was also stunned. If ordinary people were asked to give up the battlefield, no one would agree in their hearts. After all, this is a kind of contempt for one's own strength. But the person who said this is Xinghe, so there is nothing to say. Now on the forum, the videos about Korean stars are very popular. Even though it has been nearly half a month, every time I see the Thunder and Lightning Tower showing its power, it still gives people a full shock. Perhaps in Xinghe's eyes, the speed of their million people is really quite slow. At this time, a bald knight stood up and said, "Now is the moment of life and death for mankind. Every time an altar is destroyed, it is equivalent to reducing 1 point of risk. If the star god can destroy the altar with thunder, it will be a contribution to all mankind. Star god, please." He seems to be the leader of this team. At this time, other survivors also echoed, "Star god, you do it. I have only seen it on the video before, and I have never seen the star god show his power with my own eyes. Yes, star god, let us open our eyes." Everyone looked at Han Xing expectantly. At this time, the bald knight said, "Star god, do you need us to continue to deal with monsters and cover you?" He meant to cooperate with Han Xing to destroy this evil god altar. At the current stage, most survivors' understanding of Han Xing's strength is still stuck in half a month ago. However, what they don't know is, during this period, Han Xing's strength has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Han Xing said directly, "No need, the battle will be resolved soon. When the time comes, you will need to stay to clean up the mess." Hearing Han Xing's strange remarks, the survivors were all surprised. After all, before this, even with the current strongest strength, it would take at least half a day to destroy an altar. Even if Xinghe is so powerful, he must first solve the monsters outside before rushing to the vicinity of the altar, right? However, Han Xing did not answer. The next moment, he directly activated a full 60 Hellfire silos in the territory. Boom! 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 A dull sound of breaking through the air sounded. In the puzzled eyes of the group of people, dozens of burning flames soared into the sky. Then, they saw a scene that people will never forget. The hellfire fell directly in the center of the monster group from dozens of kilometers away. Boom! Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, stirring up strong winds, blowing the survivors' islands all over the place. The pale green flame seemed to occupy all vision, making everyone close their eyes. When they regained their vision, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is terrifying, right? Am I dreaming? Not only were the blood-tide monsters stunned, but the millions of survivors were also stunned. They had never seen such a shocking scene in their lives. The blood tide was originally dense. After this wave of bombing, a large vacuum area appeared in the middle. Tens of millions of blood-tide monsters, the lords and masters hidden in them, including the evil god altar, all disappeared. A wave of clearing. Is this power, like a nuclear bomb explosion, really something that humans can control? All the survivors looked at the empty island with disbelief, and even with a bit of fear. At this time, Han Xing also showed a bit of joy at the corner of his mouth after hearing the system prompt. Then, he directly said on the local area network, "The altar has been destroyed. I have to hurry to the next place now. Thank you, everyone. See you again if you are lucky." After saying that, Han Xing ran to the next area without looking back. At this time, the survivors reacted. After a while, the bald knight moved his throat with difficulty a few times. Star God is really a man who can scare people again and again. Next to him, a human warrior also echoed, "Yes, it feels that Star God is no longer at the same level as us. Too strong." At this time, not long after Han Xing left, the blood tide that was bombed fled in all directions. This group of survivors also saw this group of monsters. At this time, everyone's eyes lit up. The monster group is now in a state of being leaderless, and this kind of monster is the easiest to kill. If you can kill them all, it will be tens of millions of war merits. If it is an ordinary team, they will definitely not miss such a good opportunity to kill all the blood-tide monsters and turn them into war merits. However, Han Xing turned around and left without even looking at them. It is equivalent to giving them tens of millions of war merits. At this time, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Xing is really a good person. He didn't even want tens of millions of war merits. For a while, all the survivors began to rush up and attack those chaotic blood-tied monsters. At this time, next to the bald leader, a human warrior said, "Boss, should we take action? This is tens of millions of military merits." However, the leader next to him slapped the man on the head and cursed, "It's time, and you are still thinking about military merits? Don't you see how many people are asking for support in the chat channel now? I don't care what other teams do. But here in Xianya Pavilion, everyone must think about the overall situation. Now, let the brothers adjust their status and prepare to help other human compatriots who are dealing with the evil god altar." The man was slapped, and his eyes were a little aggrieved. But he also knew that what his leader said made sense. So he touched his head and quickly began to execute orders. At the same time, Han Xing continued to run wildly, and Xingyu City was advancing at full speed, and while moving, the defense towers on Xingyu City were still venting firepower, attacking the blood-tied monsters encountered on the road. There were indiscriminate bombings along the way, and I don't know how many monsters died under the artillery fire. At this time, Xinyun kept paying attention to the information in the chat channel. Combined with the coordinates announced by the survivors, he chose the nearest location and reported to Han Xing. "Brother Xing, there is an evil god altar at 41222-96331-74455. It is about 1,400 kilometers away from us. If we move at full speed, it will take about 10 minutes. Han Xing nodded and said, "Okay." After the words fell, the entire Sky Island turned around and rushed towards the coordinate location at a high speed. Since Han Xing completed the third transformation advancement, the speed of the territory core has also skyrocketed. The permanent movement speed of the Sky Island has exceeded 1,500 kilometers, and under the promotion of the territory core accelerator, it has reached a speed of more than 4,500 kilometers per hour, and in the past 10 days, Han Xing has upgraded 3 levels. Now his personal level has reached level 33, and Xingyu City's maximum speed has also exceeded 5,000 kilometers. 10 minutes later, Han Xing has arrived at a place more than 40 kilometers away from the target area. At such a long distance, even with Han Xing's vision, he can only roughly see the location of the altar in the center of the monster group. However, this does not hinder the aiming of the Hellfire Silo. In order to prevent any accidents, Han Xing directly activated all the Hellfire Silos in the territory and bombed them. Boom! 85 groups of pale green flame shot up into the sky. 2 seconds later, everyone's eyes turned white at the same time. After a dull explosion, they knew that the battle was over. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully destroyed the evil god altar, obtained military merit * 100,000, obtained holy fragments * 10, and the number of evil god marks in the different space increased by 1. Successfully killed the dominant creature, the evil god's intestines, obtained military merit * 50,000, obtained holy fragments * 5. There are a lot of other prompts, but Han Xing ignored them all. As long as these 2 prompts appear, the others are irrelevant. Han Xing took a deep breath. Directly control Xingyu City. Continue to rush to the next location. Just as Han Xing and others were about to leave, in the distance, hundreds of large sky islands joined together and rushed over in a mighty manner. However, before they arrived, they saw the scene that the evil god altar had been destroyed. Millions of survivors looked at each other, as if wondering which team was so fast. At the same time, the survivors from all over the world entered the final state of war. For a time, the flames of war broke out, and the sounds of fighting continued. At such a critical moment, all the survivors, including the leaders, took out the treasures at the bottom of the box. They used all the secret medicines and special props they had stored, just to speed up the advancement, including the extremely precious anti-curse of the evil god, which was also used as if it was free. 15 hours later, the survivors around the world looked at the 2 numbers and showed worried expressions on their faces. Number of remaining altars, 41. Time for the evil god commander to arrive, 10 hours and 12 minutes. In 15 hours, humans around the world destroyed a total of 56 altars. This speed is really not slow. You know, before they were advancing steadily, they could only destroy more than 30 altars in 24 hours a day. Now the efficiency has doubled, almost squeezing out everyone's potential, but despite this, the number 41 still puts a heavy pressure on everyone, because they only have the last 10 hours left. However, at this moment, a system prompt made everyone's heart tighten. Announcement: attention all survivors. The evil god commander is a legendary creature. With the current strength of mankind, the hope of victory is very slim. Please speed up the progress and destroy all evil god altars, otherwise, mankind may be in danger of extinction today. After listening to the almost serious prompt of the system, everyone felt a heavy pressure in their hearts. At this time, Chindachui, the leader of the temple, was commanding the survivors in the team to attack an altar. Looking at the countdown in front of him, his eyes fell into contemplation. Near the temple Sky Island, there are several slightly smaller Sky Island forces that are cooperating to attack the evil god altar. After a moment, Chindachui exhaled and said in the team's slow channel, "Did you hear the system prompt? In the last 10 hours, if we don't destroy all the evil god altars, humanity will most likely be finished today." Millions of survivors were fighting in the temple, and they nodded with difficulty at the same time. They had the same despair and pessimism in their eyes. However, at this time, Chindachui cursed, "But I don't believe it, and I don't accept it. Humanity has experienced countless genocide crises since its birth in the millions of years of history. But even so, life is still evolving tenaciously. Humans are reborn after crisis, and even stand at the top of the food chain. Even if we come to this world, humans are still the spirit of all things. Want to destroy the human race? Ask me if I agree first." The next moment, Chindachui desperately controlled the huge Sky Island and rushed into the monster group. The battle situation instantly entered a tense moment, and a large number of monsters surrounded them instantly. "Catapult, we need catapult firepower here. There are too many monsters. We can't break through the defense line and destroy the altar." After this man said this, at least hundreds of catapults in the sky poured fire towards here. The area in front was cleared. The Sky Island of the temple also seized the opportunity and advanced hundreds of meters again with difficulty. However, more monsters also rushed over at this time. At this time, Chindachui stood on the top of the Sky Island and commanded, "Don't worry about those ordinary monsters. Let other teams deal with them. Those who have curse resistance in their hands, don't hide it now, take it quickly. If you can survive, come to me for compensation. Our mission is to blow up this altar at all costs." After saying that, the temple Sky Island plunged into the monster group without hesitation. Other survivors saw this, and a bit of ruthlessness appeared in their eyes. "Let's go too. Follow the leader. Even if you die, you must tear open the defense line of the monster group and give the brothers behind you a chance." All humans have entered the final crazy stage. They don't know how terrifying the legendary monsters are. They only know that after the time is over, every additional altar will add an unimaginable terrifying existence, causing terrible damage to humans. And all mankind will perish because of this. Han Xing also unconsciously accelerated his speed. At this time, everyone in Xingyu City was breathing heavily, and they all looked at the 5 people nervously.